Good morning, Mannheim, Germany. Today is day 2 of our Split 2 playoffs here at the ALGS as we prepare to dive into all of the action in our group stage. At the end of today, we will know which of our teams make their way through to our winners bracket and which teams will have to fight to stay alive in the elimination bracket. It's going to be a very exciting day of games here today. I can't wait to see how all of it plays out. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'll be your host here for this first series, and we've got some phenomenal people joining me here on the desk. Of course, we have Jamerson, Tiff, and Snipedown ready to go at it yet again. Jamerson, talk to me. How are you feeling so far in the competition?
I'm so excited. We got to see a lot of dark horses come out of the competition yesterday, and names like ALGS Lasers really rocketing up to the top of the leaderboard was definitely surprising, and that's what we love to see here when we come to LAN, when it's international competition. We want to see all the nations represented when it comes to LAN.
Absolutely. I think we saw quite a few surprises that people are very happy about. We had some very excited fans in the stands, seeing some pop-off performances from some new names towards the end of the day, Tiff, but now we get you up here on the desk to do some analysis with us. So tell me your thoughts.
Look, I'm happy. Anytime we get to come to LAN and have all of our regions come together, especially after we get to witness weeks upon weeks of scrims, right? But you never know what that's going to happen on the stage when everyone's on the same playing field and how some of our players are actually going to adapt. Regardless, whatever it is, it's day 2 of groups, and if you haven't figured it out and get yourself in a situation where you're going to be able to have the best POIs going into brackets, you know, you got some work to do.
I mean, obviously, Snipedown, lots of experience on your side of things when it comes to this portion of the competition here at LAN. So talk us through, one, your thoughts on day 1, but also like what we can kind of expect our players to be experiencing here, knowing that this is that last opportunity to get into winners and also get those points for the seeding later on.
Yeah, I think day 1 was super interesting. We saw some teams that were playing in the first round that kind of struggled. You know, you had Bleed, for example, that really struggled, and then they came out in their second match and really turned up. We did see a lot of North American dominance, and I think a lot of that just comes to the way that they prep with their region, as well as the POI draft. I think this is really like the first time that we've seen the POI draft in this big stage, and I was talking to a lot of the players backstage about how important that part of the section is, and they feel like they prepared better, and they got a lot of POIs. I was talking to KCP specifically, who ended up 11th overall in the pick, and they ended up getting 2 of the best POIs on the map, and they said they attest that to some of the other regions maybe not prepping as much or picking comfort picks when the way that the style of the game has changed is IGL being able to adapt to where you're at, looking around what teams are around you, and being able to figure out what the best rotations are for your teams.
Well, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of our teams here prepping even better for today. More storylines that we're going to be following here as well. But if you're just joining us for the first time, let's review what we saw in day 1 because we have a lot to catch up on here. First series out of the day. Jamerson, you were one of the people that kind of got to hang out through some of these matches. To kick it off, we heard the name mentioned a few times. You even said it yourself, ALGS. Game number 1 came out so strong.
Yeah, I mean, we started off the day talking about the draft and how well SSG would be doing coming out from Stacks. One thing we did discount, though, was going to be ALGS Lasers coming out from Geyser. We had 2 zones going over towards the Climatizer side, and then it pulled into Monument for the 3rd map on World's Edge. And ALGS Lasers did an amazing job on World's Edge in being able to utilize that draft spot coming out from Geyser, which typically isn't the greatest drop spot for people to pick, but they made it work for themselves. And when we transitioned on over to Stormpoint, they carried on with that momentum.
And then when we get into the second series of the day, Snipedown, I mean, you were one of the people that picked FURIA, a squad that had a phenomenal performance in those games.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was pretty exciting for FURIA to come out and perform the way they did with the way that team has adapted. And this meta, I think, works well for them. We talked about how adaptable Vaxon is specifically. A lot of people, I've seen it on Reddit already, talking about how he's the best Newcastle in the game. And I was pleasantly surprised to see how much hype they had. It seemed like a lot of the casters felt the same way. A lot of us picked it. Reddit picked FURIA. And it's cool to see a team that has been kind of underwhelming in the past come into this tournament with a lot of hype and honestly expectations to take the whole thing.
And then we get into the third series of the day, Tiff, and every single team that us casters thought were going to do well end up in the top 3, separated by mere singular points. It was such an insane final series.
Yeah, it was really crazy. Coming into it, we always have the question of whether or not Team Falcons can perform on World's Edge. And you actually had Privacy on the desk saying that they typically average wins in this group about 12 points per game. And I was a non-believer, and I was like, all right, do what you got to do, but I'm not believing it. And you come into that final game on World's Edge, and they put up a massive number, bringing them to 37 points across that series. Now, of course, we had Echolos come from behind in that last game, throw up a north of 20-point game, which is something that they're very strong at doing. The first game of the day of the entire LAN was a 28-point win. But when you look at the overall standings here, based off those performances, Echolos has found themselves in second, but then we can't talk about not Moist. Like, that is a crazy performance.
The fact that we've already got 2 of our teams in triple digits after just 2 of those series is an impressive performance in itself. But that entire top 10 is such a stacked top 10. And we talked about this a little bit when we were closing out yesterday, but every single point is going to matter, as it will go into your overall point total when it determines your draft seeding in the match point final. So all of these teams are constantly needing to push and work for every single bit. And then, of course, we also need to talk about that top 20 bubble. This is our top 20 right now. We'll take a look at the second page as well. But at the end of today, if you're in that bottom 20, you're going into the elimination bracket, Jamerson, and it just makes it that much harder of a journey to make it through to match point finals.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely not envy anyone who's on that lower end of the bracket, because that's a lot of extra games. That's so much pressure on the line, right? And sometimes you need that extra prep time going into Championship Sunday, going into match point finals. And so having to prepare for one last lobby, it's going to be hell for them.
Now, talk to me about some surprises too. We'll take a look at the schedule to see how it's going to go, and I want to get your thoughts on this in just a minute here, Snipe. But obviously, we still have a couple teams that have only played one series yesterday. We'll see here on the schedule, we've got the day starting with groups A and C right at the top of the show. Then we'll move into groups A and D, and then groups B and C to close it out, which obviously means that group B got 2 of them in yesterday. A couple of these other groups still need to get more points on the board. And you will see that reflected in the overall standings, but there were some surprises on that second page as far as some teams that could definitely do a lot of damage today. I'm thinking potentially LG. I mean, we've got them down there. What are we expecting out of those?
I think LG is honestly going to be the biggest team to look at for this next bracket. I mean, they usually start a somewhat slow, but Sweet has historically always had these miraculous round 2s and especially round 3s, which I know a couple of us picked them to take that one. And I mean, that's just been his whole thing, his whole motto the entire time. And they got some really good drafts today. Yes, yesterday they were kind of trapped at Survey. There were teams contesting at Climatizer. A team took Epicenter from them. And then we had 2 North zones back at Climatizer. So they were congested. They were stuck with bad armors. They couldn't find good rotates, and it was really tough for them. And they still ended up with 25 points. Not too bad, but they have a whole new day to come out, reset. I think that was big for them to only have played once yesterday, because if they come out strong in round 1, they're going to carry that momentum straight forward.
Well, we'll take a look at the rest of our teams that we'll be seeing here today in groups A and C. This is not going to be an easy lobby. A lot of these teams need a little bit of a comeback here, so it should be exciting. Tiff, just give me a couple names here that jump out at you from this group.
Well, immediately Fnatic, right? That roster, they're not happy with the performance from day number 1. I kind of was walking around and I heard from some people that they just kind of were like, we need a reset. We need to figure out how to play on LAN, they're used to playing on such high ping through scrims, but how do you prep for an international lobby aside from playing in an international LAN? And if you're not adapting fast enough in the group stages to be able to perform to the best of your abilities, and that's what they want. They're so used to dominating the APAC North region, and it just comes completely backwards here. Now, I'm saying that they're eventually going to win a LAN at some point in time, so it's just a matter of time. However, Na'Vi, they were a big question mark for me coming in, and I've been thoroughly surprised at their ability to get into some of these end games and maybe finish in the top 5. Now, can they take a win or get a top 3 in a group stage and keep on going and make it into those LAN finals, which you know Matafe won?
Yes.
We need it.
All right, before we get into a little bit more on some of these other teams, Jamerson, I want to get your thoughts on a couple standouts from this lobby as well, or even teams that you think just really need to pick it up starting off their day.
Yeah, I mean, definitely want to continue off the Na'Vi point. They had an amazing job. They did an amazing job playing out of Landslide yesterday when we had all those northern zones. So seeing them be able to navigate their usual playstyle is great. I do wonder, will they struggle when it comes to playing more edge? Other teams we do need to note, of course, is always going to be NRG. When it comes to LAN, when it comes to any competition, they are one of the most consistent teams. Of course, missing out on finals is something that we do have to note, but they are looking really great right now. They were their usual self in being able to be silently successful throughout the day. And then, of course, they finish off their group with a huge bang win. And so I like that they were able to at least take the win in the lobby, because that's always a good sign, right? Group stages is an indicator of the overall competition. We want to see, once we get to match point format, do you have that killer instinct? Do you have that capacity to win in a lobby? And can you do it on both maps? And so now we need to see a win on World's Edge for them, and that will boost my confidence in NRG.
I love that. I love that. They're a team that we've seen time and time again find themselves at the top of an online split with big expectations coming into LAN, and we know what they are capable of when it comes to potentially taking home that trophy. The competition does not get any easier every single LAN. There are more and more teams that are moving up into that category of potential winners. It's no longer a cut and dry situation. So that's why we're saying today is going to be that much more difficult, that much more important performance-wise for all of our squads. Like we said, there's so many teams to talk about. I do want to give you 1 second, though, Snipe, to also talk about complexity. We saw them come up right at the end of the day, started to kind of pick up their performance.
Yeah, this is actually one of my favorite teams right now. I think that I've talked about this and touched on a little bit about how I think this meta and the change leading up to this is the best case scenario for this team. They run a lot of ranged weapons, so they're able to get picks around the map. You got people getting slowed by crypto ults, a lot of people, so you get that one big headshot. We saw Monsoon, probably the only person in the whole tournament running charge rifle.
Yep.
The guy's been the king of snipers for what feels like forever. So it's fun to watch that. And then Kimchi plays his role incredibly well, close with the team. I talked about how personalities mesh. Him and Monsoon are great friends. You see them posting and memeing and laughing all the time together. And then Lou's just like a rock star right now. He has been through the roof in the kills. I looked at some of the stats before, and he was right up there with the top kill leaders. I think this team has potential to really break into that top 10, and they've kind of always come a little bit short in the past. And I think this is the tournament, as well as a couple of these other teams. You got KCP with 54 points.
Yeah.
You got some of these teams that were kind of underwhelming coming into it that are performing this weekend so far.
Yeah, we've had quite a few teams that managed to do a good job so far with their performance yesterday, and one of those teams was Gaimin Gladiators, who also came into the tournament with some pretty high expectations. And one of the things that we talk about a lot is what teams have to be able to overcome in order to be great, to make it here on this stage. It is not an easy road to get to the place that a lot of them have made it. Well, we actually got an opportunity to catch up with Gaimin Gladiators to see specifically what they've had to overcome, both as a team and when it comes to an individual side of things for Blast, what he's had to overcome in order to make it here.
You go from this world of just sitting in your room playing games to a giant crowd of people who are screaming, supporting different teams. There's so many different things going on, it's crazy. The one thing I do is I picture my room and I picture where I feel confident and safe. It sort of drowns out the noise of everyone screaming in the background. It sort of calms you down, helps you think, really puts you in the right mindset to get the job done and do what you have to do. With Split 1, it was probably the most challenging, specifically just because I had swapped inputs. It was terrifying, to be honest with you. You're on the stage with all these pros who have been playing controller their whole life. So there's a bit of insecurity there, feeling like you don't know if you're going to measure up. The chaos and stress of being in that kind of environment, it can really get to you, and I don't know if I would have managed as good as I did if I didn't have someone like my sister there.
I think for me the main thing is to show my brother that we're all there as a family to support him. I can be that little piece of home that he gets to bring along, but it is nice just to be able to give him any messages of hope and just let him know that he has got that network behind him.
For us to do as well as we did, I think it's hard to ignore the fact that she was there. I think that had a big part in it.
It's been really lovely to see his confidence grow and grow even more. You just kind of see that progression, especially the team as a whole.
Having teammates like Light, Lufka, and Liak it's a privilege, to be honest with you. They've been so understanding of so much, and they've seen me go through my best days, my worst days, and they trust me to do what I do. It's an amazing thing to have some people like that around you.
In Split 1 playoffs, he had some moments where his skill lacked simply because of being nervous, playing a big factor into it. Now he doesn't have that issue anymore, and the team perfectly works with him.
Myślę, że Blasta performance, odkąd zmienił na kontroler, zmienił się w bardzo dużym stopniu. Ta zmiana drużynie przyniosła wiele sukcesów, bo odkąd zmienił na kontroler, stał się dużo lepszym graczem.
Dynamika w zespole zmieniła się w sposób taki, że zaczęliśmy więcej żartować przed grami i po grach i taka trochę luźniejsza atmosfera.
I myślę, że ten LAN pokaże, jak bardzo Blast się zmienił.
I think we've gone to a point now where we know we can do it. We believe in ourselves. We know we can be the team that wins this LAN.
I am immensely proud of my brother for how well he's progressed over the years. I think it's a real amazing feat to just stick to what you love and actually be able to execute it. I think the difference between LA and now is pretty polar, but for the better. I think the confidence is there, more of an ego is there, but I think that's needed for this kind of environment.
I really don't know if I would be here in this position without having my family be there for me. It's probably one of the biggest factors into why I do well. I have that confidence now.
Time and time again, our Apex Legends community demonstrates how important your family support system can be in these specific events. I love that we have a sibling bond like that, helping Blast perform on a level like this. That is such an emotional, heartfelt piece that we got to witness there, Tiff. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators, such an impressive squad.
I was like, don't make me talk right now. Like, I can't. I have a reduction in my ear. They're like, you're going to cry. And I'm trying so hard not to, because there's a lot of things when you see your favorite team on stage that you actually don't know what is going on through anything behind closed doors. They are just getting here and trying to do and put all of that behind them to perform to the best of their capabilities. And I ran into Blast's sister a ton yesterday, and she is honestly one of the kindest people I have ever met. And when you just speak to her, she just has a really soothing voice, and you start realizing you're like, okay, I 100% get it, Blast. Like, I understand what it's like to have that bond with someone. I have 2 brothers. They have championed me through my entire life. So having that structure and having her near, you can see, I was wondering what that change was for them specifically in Split 1, because if you know this roster, they were formerly known as OMID, before that Electrify Steel Gaming. I mean, Blast has been playing since 2019, and I was like, why has the past 5 years been so kind of all over the place, and what was the change? And then you hear about it in the video, and I'm like, ever since that moment, they went from double conning, not only conning Graceful and Stacks on World's Edge, but the full English for Ed Zeus. And that contest was bloody throughout Split 1. But at the end of Split 1, you're telling me they went from out of qualification to grabbing the last spot to make playoffs in Split, and then they get 10th place. Then from there, they move into another international land. They grab 4th at EWC. They qualify, they come back here, they're winning games, they're looking phenomenal. And it's not even that they're at their peak yet. And at the end of the video, he goes, I think we can come in here and win this, and I believe it.
They are absolutely a squad that I think a lot of people are keeping their eyes on all weekend long. Lots of potential, and the ability to turn something around like that quickly, people should be a little bit scared of them, but we've gone through a lot of things here. The one thing we haven't talked about yet is, of course, the draft picks for today. We're kicking things off with World's Edge. Let's see what's changed, which teams ended up where, who's dropping near whom, how that could potentially affect these rotations, and how our teams are going to be playing things out here. It's gonna be a little bit different than what we saw, all right? We'll kick things off by getting a couple of these picks coming through. All the way at the top, we've got FURIA at Thermal to kick things off here, Snipe.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about FURIA yesterday. They're getting the same pick as they had from Thermal Station, so they had great rotations from there. You look at LG, which is a team that struggled yesterday, and they were contested on this map from Epicenter, but now they have Skyhook West to themselves. So they have all of this. It's the best POI on this map. We almost always see it first picked. If you don't, then something else is going on. Maybe it's a comfort pick. But I think today, with LG specifically, their World's Edge is going to be the important factor. I think that's really going to pick up their points, and honestly, Stormpoint is kind of a toss-up. But overall, I'm picking, at the end of the day, I still have SSG winning this today. I'm going to go with that.
Sure.
I know I've talked a lot about that team, but their POIs on both these drafts were top of the line. I think they got the win in this.
I mean, one of the teams that you had mentioned, Jamerson, we also see NRG over there in Monument, an area where we see zones pretty typically as well. Could that work out in their favor?
Yeah, I mean, this was their comfort pick, right? They picked that up yesterday as well, and you know, they performed well enough on it, especially for the polls that you got, right? They weren't going to get as much priority getting into the climatizer zones that we had a lot of teams, like in particular, LG was able to get into the northern spots of that particularly quickly, and so that did kind of stifle NRG when it came to World's Edge. But once we moved on over, right, to the other half of the match, I mean, they looked much more prepared for that than anything else. So I think just being able to get this comfort pick and then focus a little bit more on Stormpoint overall is going to work out for them.
And Tiff, any final thoughts on the draft picks?
SSG's not gonna win.
Oh, I love it.
No, but for real, when you look at the POI draft and you see, like, I was watching it as it was going down. We had Greek and Nicewig popping watch parties. I was looking all over the place. Staging was the first one to go. And my jaw dropped. And that's when you were like, I guess we have people going for their comfort picks, but it wasn't just staging. Across a lot of our groups, it was also Pylon. And it's just the way that our players and teams have been playing, like that heavy zone to try and get those rotations. Plus, that's Reject WINNITY. That's that new J roster that came out of APAC North that plays Valk and gets these really off-niche kind of things. And it's been wild to see their journey throughout here. So I'm curious to see how that works for them.
Well, this is perfect because we can start talking about our talent predictions as well, because Tiff and Snipe agreed all day yesterday.
That's
Clearly,
true.
we've got a little bit of dissension amongst the ranks now. We'll see what's going on. Now, quick explainer, because we saw quite a few people asking about this on social and in chat. If you're wondering what those points are at the bottom, the way the talent prediction game goes is that the team that we predict, we get however many points they acquire as a team in their series of matches, and that goes to our individual overall point total with our predictions to see who can get the most points at the end of the weekend. So you can see where everybody is right now. We've got Tiff and Snipe tied at 205, right at the top. Genome right behind them only by 4 points with 201, but we've got quite a few picks coming through. We matched today, Tiff, you and I, looking at Gaimin Gladiators. Jameson is also on the Gaimin Gladiators train, so feeling good about that. We've got the SSG here for Eric, but talk to me a little bit. I mean, you got to highlight Gaimin Gladiators here, Tiff, obviously. They did well yesterday in a very similar drop. They were on Klima East yesterday, still in that northern area, feeling comfortable for themselves. So talk to me about why you feel good about them, Jamerson.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Klima's been basically their go-to, right? Throughout Split 2 and during the regular split. That's what they were going to almost, I think, 80% of the time, 90% of the time. And so they know how to play out of it. But they have a lot more space, right? We got GoNext over at Survey Camp, which is going to be very, I would say there's not going to be much friction there for Gaimin Gladiators. Now, particularly historically, the Climatizer pick was a little bit better when we're getting a lot more of the Overlook zones. That's not something that we've seen yet. We have not seen those older polls where Overlook was very much favored throughout Split 2. So that might come to bite them, but I think they still know how to play the macro extremely well out of that spot.
And we'll have to see what happens now with our 2 points leaders at the end of the day, because it's time for us to prepare to get into match number 1. But if you're preparing to get into match number 1 and you're trying to figure out the best way to do it, just head over to Face It Watch, okay? This is going to give you everything under the sun you could possibly need when it comes to an ALGS broadcast, whether that is watching up to 4 team POVs simultaneously or a dedicated map POV so you can follow exactly how those rotations are going for some of your favorite squads. Don't forget, we also have that live team comms. There's an audio mixer. You can literally watch ALGS exactly how you want to watch it. It's such a cool feature here. You can head on over to faceit.com/watch in order to get all of that set up. But like I said, match number 1 is about ready to get underway. I hope everybody here nice and early with us in Mannheim is ready to get into the action. I know our casters are ready to go, and I am so excited to toss it over to Dia and Graceful to kick things off.
Woo, Graceful, we're back. It's been a long time since Split 1, but happy to have you right back alongside me now that we're in Split 2 playoffs.
I am so happy to be here, coming from casting Challenger Circuit to casting with you previously on the LAN and now getting the opportunity to cast once again. I feel like now I can talk however much I want.
It's true, it's true. I mean, you played in Pro League, you cashed Challenger Circuit, you're at playoffs, you're getting to analyze everything, the whole shaboodle. And you know what? Our analyst desk actually did a great job of that, breaking down a lot of different teams and the things they need to focus on. I wanted to talk a little bit about something that Snipedown mentioned on the desk when we were talking about the POI draft, because I found it really interesting. He said, if you're not picking SkyWest, you're picking Comfort. And it really stood out to me that teams like, say, FURIA and Reject ended up picking for World's Edge first, but didn't go SkyWest. FURIA specifically started things off with a Thermal Station pick, and we were discussing about that a little bit more, so please, enlighten me. Why would you go Thermal Station? Why wouldn't you pick SkyWest?
So one of the biggest reasons, this is actually something I've been talking to a few teams behind the scene about, is that people might say that there's only a few good spots on World's Edge, but overall across the board, most teams are on average better on store point than World's Edge. So making sure that you have anything that's comfort pick, or in my case, I think Thermal is actually a super solid PY, especially if you've had practice through it, because there's so much VOD review. You know, we've seen Alliance play there for so long and other teams. And FURIA playing out of there as well, I think it's a super solid pick. It's not necessarily a comfort pick, but I think because they're confident in their other map, that's their first to go to pick, really.
I also really wouldn't say that Thermal is anyone can just come in and play Thermal. Like, it is a very specific POI, especially because it's so far away from everything else physically, with the literal mountains in between it and any other POI, that when you rotate out of there and how you do it based on where you think the zone is pulling can be quite specific.
Yeah, I mean, I think that people have tried to copy other teams playing out of there, so you definitely... Not everybody can copy pasta and make it through, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like if you get that snowball going, because I think that's really... Thermal is honestly where Edge play got made, I feel like. Like, that's where we started seeing big success coming out of teams, making it happen from Edge and then pulling out to other maps as well. And now that you've seen that, people started cracking down on why does this work on Thermal specifically so well. Is it the timing because of how the macro is? Is it the actual objectives that you get now along the way? Or is it just easy, isolated fights? You know, there's plenty of ways you can crack down on it. And I think that's just the starting point that people, you know, if you like Edge, you're gonna look into it.
And, well, since we've got so much to work with in terms of, for a lot of different teams, flexibility, what they might be able to do on World's Edge, one of the most studied maps in Apex Legends, there's no better time to jump into it. We've got Legend Selection on your screen right now. We saw a couple of teams choosing to forfeit Newcastle on World's Edge, perhaps in favor of buildings yesterday, and I'm seeing that trend continue into today.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a pick around maps. That's just the way it goes. You know, World's Edge is more enclosed, like in buildings, shorter visual range. You don't really need Newcastle as much, but we still see a few teams run it because they're just that confident in being able to bunker up in outside areas. Previously, Watson has been the only legend really to play a lot of space, but with Newcastle getting buffed, a lot of people are actually leaning towards him to actually hold space in the open that you couldn't do on anybody except Watson from before.
Especially with the mixed functionality. One of the things that actually has let some teams go, I want to play Newcastle, not Watson. Say a team like Gaimin Gladiators, who have done exactly that. Lufka going to be running Newcastle to start the day, and alongside Catalyst instead, a different controller Legend Selection that we are seeing some teams opt for.
Yeah, I think in general when people pick Cat, it's just because they're confident in making endgame. Because endgame is where Cat really like shines through, because you now have, like, you can make space your own literally by just walling and forcing teams to fight without really needing to fight. Like, normally when you're playing on Stormpoint as an example, you're forcing teams off of you. This wall alone makes it so that they're fighting other teams, and it's so good late game.
Yeah, and from this corner of the map, they've got a long way to go. Take a look, however, at who is dead center of zone. Another team that we wanted to talk about in the pregame, Reject WINNITY JP, who first picked staging as their opportunity to play across both maps. They've now landed dead center of zone, and based on their regional play, it's exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, Reject WINNITY is one of the teams now that is in dead center zone here. A lot of teams have opted to play, like I said, on LAN. Most people play zone just because you want to have prior to the zones. And with zones, like I explained before, is that there's current active zones that are... That's why we're seeing, you know, repetitive zones every now and then, like maybe 2 out of 3 is the same inch area. And now that you have a center side zone, you have prior to almost everything with what we've seen yesterday on all the maps.
Fnatic tried to make their way in real quickly, but they do get hit by NORTHEPTION. There's actually, given that you can now see health bars in Apex Legends, a good chance they send this as in comes How to clean up the kill on SaWeiQi. That is going to be one member of Fnatic down and in shambles towards the center of the map. It's difficult to back away. How set themselves up defensively, not needing to focus too much on Fnatic behind them, as you know that the difference between where Fnatic are and getting to you is a long and painful journey.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough journey because at the beginning, like we saw, some teams just opted out to move away because they might be thinking the zone is pulling somewhere else. But some teams just play basic. They're like, hey, we're going to take this big main building and staging because options are good here. We can go under bridge if we have to go north. We can even just walk alongside the mountain north. We could go through tunnel if we have to opt out. Like, there's so many options here. And the most important part is when you're playing zone is you don't want to lock yourself into a spot where you're just all-inning. Like, this is the one of the things I always say to every new IGL that asks me questions. Like, don't all-in unless you are 100% sure the zone is pulling this way. Like, there are some zones that you can see exactly where they're going. going. But some zones is literally, no, there's like 3 options here. If you're all in and it pulls off of you, you're literally almost throwing your game in a stacked lobby like this, where we see 20 squads already here, and so many teams are already in the zone, and so many teams are already opting to come in.
It's one of the things I admire about Reject WINNITY's position right now is that it is one of the more flexible spots when we're going towards this central area between staging and Harvester. It can so often pull to the hill, it can move into Harvester, and with Reject WINNITY playing over by the train line, they've actually got a good bit of flexibility, something that DreamFire might be looking to emulate. They have got Ring scans, so a decent bit of information in the hands of DreamFire, but Ring is that much further away. It's very likely that they get forced into a nearly edged playstyle this game.
Yeah, even fights breaking out slowly now, and the main reason why the aggression is so high is because the earlier you fight, the better. The later it goes, more teams are surrounding you, more teams are ready to opt in for 3-piece, 4-piece, even 5-piece in some cases. I think that if you want to fight, you fight now. If not, then it's never, like, it's going to be too late, because now you're all waiting on Stone to walk in with you, and at that point it becomes just an RNG, and you know me, get RNG out of here. You want to have consistency. If you want to fight, you take the 3v3 isolated. You don't wait until it becomes that 9-man people walking in with Stone, and then it's RNG of who holds who out.
You and Kashera both really want to get rid of any RNG. It's very clear at this point that a team like GoNext does not want to fight. They just encountered somebody who they could have taken an engagement against, rotating through Harvester, and yet avoiding that, not wanting to take the gamble this early in the game of whether you'll win it or not, because the risk is so high. Having a 0-point game would be disastrous, especially for a team like GoNext that really does need to pick up the pace coming into today. They didn't have the best day yesterday, and at this point, we are getting into that latter half of the group stages. We're looking towards elimination brackets, and you want to be on the winner's side of things.
Yeah, there's a lot of times as well, like especially for Kashera's positioning down there in the canyon, is that you don't take the fight because they're more likely to get thirded from different angles of getting shot at. Like, they're the ones looking at the mountain where Energy is standing right now. There's no reason to fight them because those guys will be getting engaged first in 90% of the scenarios. A lot of people opt not to come from the northern tunnel because it's just such a hard fight, and you never know when people are rotating in at the same timing.
I'm going to temperature check this with you. I haven't cast this zone in a Newcastle meta, but I would say typically where NRG have chosen to position themselves on the hill between Harvester and staging, I think it's a bit too early to hold that position. How much does that change now that Newcastle is in the meta and they're so clearly comfortable running him and laying down the ult early?
Yeah, it's a huge difference. Like, it's the same way as I explained Watson in the old meta. Like, Watson and Newcastle, they kind of do the same thing. They enable you to play more space. Without those characters, you can't play there. Like, you get naded out, you get shot out, you can't really recuperate. Because like trying to LOS one team, you're in LOS of another team. Adding that LOS coverage by having walls and fences to show presence helps tremendously.
I do certainly. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, that was the right one. That was the right one. Gaimin Gladiators are making their way down as well. We saw them walking on through Monument, and they're not going to be the only teams approaching from the north. In much the same way as FURIA have chosen to take the slow approach from Thermal, even rotating up through Fisher, teams like Gaimin Gladiators, Free Agent Kids, and Olimpo are all starting to move towards the eastern side of the map. There's a lot going on, especially towards the north. Talk to me about this FURIA rotate, though, into zone.
Yeah, as you can see, FURIA's very clearly going for Zone 3 knowledge, which is what they're doing. They're going to Lava Fisher to get the beacon as path. Once he hits blue armor, he can grab the ring console. He can now get the knowledge that, hey, it's actually not pulling what some people might be thinking. Can we set up our rotates now to maybe set up a 3P for people that don't have the knowledge? Because they're looking at the map for sure.
Big shift here. Seeing Reject WINNITY eliminated. We were talking about how powerful this spot is. I am very surprised to see, of all teams, Complexity taking an explosive fight to remove that from them. And now we've got another fight brewing towards the north end where Artini has just been taken down and the Gaimin Gladiators are pressing up against the spot that Olimpo held.
You know what the funniest part is? Like, we meet these people all the time. I see them. I talked to them yesterday, you know. Everybody has this confidence that not many teams used to have except the known heavy hitters.
Too much confidence.
Gaimin Gladiator right now on a different level.
Light so clearly was immensely confident that nobody was swinging on his left, and he was so dead wrong. But now he's got Lufka backing him up, moving down onto the lower ground of this train line, and Gaimin Gladiators have picked fights with not one, but two squads. First Olimpo, now free agent kids, and they're doing so by using this train line intelligently. The low ground not going to be super helpful for them, as Blast needs to reunite with the rest of the team.
Yeah, and that's where you can see the confidence. He got one thirst, right? They have one kill, he got the thirst. Now they know that duo is probably not going to be a threat. We can look to opt for another fight now if we can. But they're smart. The biggest thing about Gaimin Gladiators is they're so well adapted. Like, I've known them from, they know, hey, we can win this fight, or no, if we can't, we're repositioning. A lot of teams can't draw that line of like, they can't see the line between, hey, we're fighting because we're confident, and hey, we're not fighting because it's a bad fight. And being able to distinguish that is what makes you like from a good player to a great player.
And with smart use of cover, Gaimin Gladiators have really done this expertly. They reposition in such a way that lets them say, hey, FA kids, we will fight you if you stick around. And we see that team, especially if you've got that mini-map up on Faceit Watch, you can see FA kids disengaging right now, moving towards Harvester instead, where Gaimin Gladiators have moved right back up next to Olimpo and now get to pick. Do they move towards Harvester, or do they continue the fight onto the duo?
This is the thing that I always like to say is keep your options open. They're not locked in to do anything. Honestly, even when this zone closes, they can still rotate around.
Let's find out what Gaimin Gladiators are doing. We're talking about keeping your options open. They've got a lot of them ahead, and the only way that we can really know is by taking a listen in.
We kill Cryptus, there's no way they res.
No. Do you need ult tag for ults?
Yes.
Here.
I don't have mine.
Take it and...
Pull me up.
So what's on the bank? Wait, I heard someone. Somewhere.
No one on our back. They could be here.
I think I hear close left, no?
Maybe.
Yeah. Start making fences. Wait, I'm just making sure. I'm gonna smoke and go right side.
I'm trapping that way.
There's no one. Start like walking up.
Yeah,
Fences.
Detonating. Wait. Playing on the trap.
What's on 150.
Okay,
I can smoke up. I smoke up.
Bang to bottom left.
Yeah, walk up.
Go.
Nading.
Is someone with me? I'm with you.
I'm top right.
Dead.
Don't die. Behind you.
One. Dead.
Nice.
Careful the two backs.
Yeah, I'm looking. He's running away too. Cut box. Like,
He's not running.
Looks like DreamFire have poked their heads into this as well. Gaimin Gladiators did well to take the fight up against that softened duo from earlier, but now the fight into Landslide is all the more challenging. DreamFire have to maintain priority on this tunnel.
Yeah, the thing is Gaimin Gladiator played with the zone. They held out the zone, waited to fight tunnel late because they make sure that, hey, if there's a team on the opposite side of the tunnel, it's going to be in our favor. They go in, clean up the duo, saw DreamFire, but they didn't take any damage. They disengaged. Now Gaimin Gladiators, as you say, have a hard time going into Landslide because if the team is actually holding out properly here, LG holding them out properly or not, or DreamFire is just waiting in tunnel, they're probably going to end up getting pinched unless one of the team rotates early. We'll see, though, because Gaimin Gladiators definitely have the option to still rotate the opposite side if they opt for that.
Yeah, that Harvester rotate is literally seconds away from becoming unavailable to them. On next ring close, it will become that much harder, so their decisions will have to be made now, much like LG, who have sitting over at Landslide, got that survey beacon. They know there are multiple teams moving through Landslide. Now they've got to move through the western side of the zone.
Yeah, next zone is actually, a lot of teams think it's scary. I think it's not scary because you can actually out-medkit it after a certain amount of ticks. And as long as you're prepped with resources, you can still make that rotate. And that's why a lot of the times people have been saying lately, drop syringes, pick up more medkits, because that enables certain rotates that normally you wouldn't be able to if you run the typical 2-4.
And it's Navi's job to cut those rotates off. Look at where they're positioned on high ground, on the edge of zone. Navi have the opportunity to pick up kills right now as that ring is going to continue pulling us even further into the east towards Harvester. Gaimin Gladiators have made their move, rotating down into the Harvester area. The timer ran out just at the right moment, and they have made a solid position. Now, unfortunately, looking a little bit riskier as they have to dip down into the lava and recover.
Yeah, this lava spot is actually one of the OG spots people used to play. And it's so nice because, as you can see, there's actually a lot of LOS coverage as long as nobody's playing the opposite side lava, because then they actually have a straight line shot at you and you're going to get naded out and shot from all the angles. But as long as they can secure one side, I think they should be fine.
A lot of that focus is getting thrown in towards them. SWQ might have a few shots. Well, GoNext face a very different problem. They may not be in line of sight of many people, but they're certainly in the line of walking. The line of travel is what we'll use. GoNext have got many teams that need to move from Landslide through this tunnel and onto them, and it's happening right now as DreamFire send it onto GoNext. There's the opportunity for a sandwich to happen here as well, so GoNext have to manage not just this one fight, but any reset afterwards. 2 knocks, KCP get both. GoNext are out, and DreamFire take the fight.
Yeah, I think this was, they had a good positioning in general, but the fact that they decided to push up on them instead of playing on the left side in that canyon is what makes them get pinched. They're like in the open, standing for anybody on the mountainside or bottom snake house to come in and just 3P, and that's exactly what happened, right? DreamFire just came in on a good timing because they did what happened to the team in tunnel before. We're not in a pinch. Yeah. You're in a pinch.
Best possible scenario for a team like Pioneers as well. And DreamFire, we were just like, all right, well, we're going to take this fight, and you have to fight not just us, but also Pioneers on the other side. Feels incredible. Now, however, DreamFire have very much inherited their problem as the game is starting to focus on who controls Harvester. Mkers sit up top. They're in a fantastic position. Many other teams like DreamFire, like Complexity, like How are not nearly as lucky.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be, now when the zone is closing, a lot of teams are going to be, it's going to be a congested side on the west side. It's honestly down to about, yeah, we're going to see EVEX coming out, we're going to see people trying to time a 3P. It's going to be messy for sure, but chaoticness is all what I love.
Well, we're certainly getting a lot of that now. LG and E36 taking a fight. LG need to have a big day today. We were looking for them. A lot of people had actually chosen them for predictions earlier today. And Sykes going down does not bode well. I can already hear the cries in the green room as Fnatic end up going down. LG alongside them, and Complexity take control of the high ground.
Yeah, as we saw, Complexity actually rotated out really early.
36 up on this. This is dangerous, especially at close range. Double Mozambique, Synapse slides in, Kimchi goes down, Complexity and E36 in a fight for the height, and it looks like E36 are coming out on top. That's 2 full knocks and 1 thirst. E36 take a reset, Complexity have run, they've hidden, it's 1 member left to keep them alive for the end game.
Yeah, seeing people rat out, but as you saw, like there's plenty of fights going on around, all around the map right now because it's so, everybody's like they're coexisting because they can't fight. There's 7 teams around us, guys. We can't fight.
Gaimin Gladiators really encountering that as well. They'd love to take the fight up against SWQ, clear out this singular sight line through the lava, but actually picking the fight is so difficult with Mkers right on in the area as well. I think Complexity should be sliding in soon. I hear them in the lava. And Mkers watch Monsoon just off to their side be taken down as SWQ shoot down from above. This is the next fight to brew, surely. It's just about when Donut ends up dropping down. Ziki is fallen. SWQ know that they can clean up this whole lava area, get loot, get kills, unfortunately get knocked, but it'll be a small delay and a Newcastle reset to bring them back. Nice 3 kills for SWQ.
Yeah, having the gold knockdown there is huge because now you have more time to focus on the rotation rather than needing to full heal. However, coming in from the south side now that they're not in the zone, they're going to have to opt for like playing outside of the gates or on the bins. It's crazy because teams are holding them out, as we can see Gaming Gladiators now holding them out as well. We'll have to see whether or not they can make this road because it's a tough one.
I would love to have a catalyst right now if I'm E36 because there's nothing keeping teams from firing down on me from all directions. No cover, nowhere to be. E36 go out so quickly. Shadow joining them, and it's going to leave us with very few teams left and very little space to play. FURIA, one of the best positioned rosters at the moment on top of Harvester, have got a long time to chill and just look at everyone else.
Yeah, I think this zone is also pulling south here, like outside on the south side. It's going to be even worse because there's going to be a team in up top. It's going to be like 3-4 teams on the inside, 1 team on the outside west side most likely. Team is already underneath the east side on the bridge. And I think that, honestly, I'm going to make a bet here. Top teams typically tend to win because all the other teams are kind of forced to fight before.
Yeah.
But I think that this is the main thing about high-level plays, that people start trying to predict others' plays, and it ends up being not in their favor. It's like, no, they're totally going to fight. So now nobody's fighting there, and you never know what happens. Then that's the fun part.
Because we were talking about this, the teams win those that really get to watch everybody else fight first. We've got a fight kicking off now with NRG and KCP. Doesn't go well for NRG, but Gaimin Gladiators are the team to watch it happen. They look like they're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, they're definitely in a good spot on the southern side. I think they even mopped the team earlier on as well. But the real question is, like, what are other teams doing rather than what they're doing? Like, a lot of the times, my comms is like, we're doing this regardless of what happens. We're just going to have to fight for points.
Gaimin Gladiators engage. Gaimin Gladiators die so quickly. Na'Vi now on the back of that third party, back away into the little area they've saved with the Newcastle wall. But Na'Vi not looking too good either, as they've got very little space to work with.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi here still is actually in a good spot because, like, they're gonna have to take a fight, but they already have the wall set up. They have the gen set up. Like, they're just gonna have to triple peek and hope that they down somebody because they didn't have that great armors compared to the other team. But I think a fight between them will definitely happen soon.
DreamFire should get the chance to reset. Na'Vi take a large swing and they take out How from a little space to a lot. Na'Vi have Uno reverse carded the lobby and now control the outside of Harvester. FURIA trying to do the same as they rotate into the opposite side of the ring, cleaning up teams like DreamFire, who are now just down to 1.
Yeah, Navi's in a great spot right now. DreamFire's in the madness right now. They're fighting everybody that's on the inside. They can't really rotate on the upside because there's a team on the rooftop above. They're forced to take a fight, but they could easily get thirded or just get held out raw. Yeah, it comes down to a rat here. I think currently Navi's definitely in the best position to take this. It all comes down to the top team needing to come out as well.
You think they see him? 3MZ? He has not seen! FURIA don't know he's not here! 3MZ with the play of a lifetime finally gets spotted! What a crazy crypto! FURIA have picked up the kill. They still control the high ground. It was close. It was close.
It was definitely close, but this zone pulls towards Na'Vi. The real question is whether or not they can actually survive long enough for the other two teams to fight, or if somebody makes a YOLO play, because we also see that SSG used to have Cat, I think.
This is really good.
Yeah,
SSG use the cat wall to cut off sightlines from FURIA. FURIA and Na'Vi can see each other. They can't see SSG. This cat wall ticking down as FURIA and Na'Vi begin the fight. SSG planned it perfectly, but Na'Vi retain high ground and being shot out from both teams. Finally, they take FURIA down. They're dropping on SSG, and they wipe them off the face of Harvester.
That was huge from Na'Vi. You saw how they played this side. The zone pulls towards their side. They're like, hey, the threat is up top. They have to drop at some point. Force them down. Even though the catwall was great, I think it could have been optimized a little bit better. However, Na'Vi just closes out that fight from top, closes out the fight on the bottom. I would even like to say, was it even close?
7 out of 10 teams, I don't think, get to make that play. Na'Vi controlling high ground there, from my eyes, looks like they should have gotten second, because SSG had great sight lines onto them. That's a mechanical difference at the end.
I think this is what we've seen. Like, this is what we've seen Matafa and the boys do in Pro League. I think they're actually picking up now. I really hope they can lead us later into the tournament as well, but from day one and showing up even harder on day 2, not everybody can do it. And I think right now, this is his dark horse run.
I mean, we've got teams at this tournament that are trying to shake off the I'm a group force warrior, or group stage warrior team, right? That's not Na'Vi. Na'Vi are trying to shake off the we don't get to play at LAN title. And the fact that in group stages they've already done so well is fantastic for them.
I think this is also one of the cases where people have been picking on Matafa a lot and Na'Vi a lot, right? They have.
Yeah.
And I think when you poke the bear enough, it's gonna bite back, you know. And right now we're seeing that they're not giving nobody mercy, holding out the south, killing the east team, killing the top team, and now actually clearing the last team. And that wasn't even, I think they were like 1 cracked and 2 full HP. They were smoking everyone.
And just looking at this, I mean, with the amount of decisions that Na'Vi had to make, the amount of tight corners they had to play, picking up 9 kills, even alongside all of that, leads them to a decisive 21-point victory.
I also think that their comp was a huge success in this. They played Watson Castle, right? That's the only way they could have survived in what you said, like these tight, small corners.
I mean, it works out very well for them. FURIA managed to place just below that with 15 points. And looking at their damage after we see these top 3, a whole lot of it on top. FURIA looked like they were in a really great spot for this entire zone, playing off the top of Harvester. It was really down to good play from Na'Vi to take that away from them.
I think this is the difference of FURIA as well, is that if you look at their comp here, they're playing Path, Crypto, Newcastle. That's one of the, like, it's good to be proactive with that when you have space. But they were playing on that small rooftop where they didn't know if a team was coming behind. You saw the rat come behind them.
Yeah.
And then they knew there was a team below, and they're not really in the spot to make the same plays. And that's where we see Watson come in super handy for them. They get more space, and they have even gens and everything.
And it's so fun to get to nerd out about these compositions as well, because Catalyst made such a massive difference for SSG. Yes, they didn't walk away with first, but they very well might have after a great wall to put FURIA and Na'Vi on the same side.
I think, honestly, it was just a slight wall difference. If they made it a little bit more to the left, they would have had more space and forced them further into each other, because Na'Vi put them against each other, even though they made a decent wall out.
So many what ifs, so many might have, so many possibilities here at LAN. The group stage is continuing with A and C. This was just our first map on World's Edge, and we'll be back right after a break.
What up, everybody? This is day 2 in Mannheim, Germany. I'm here with Jackie from Shadow369. So yesterday, you guys didn't really perform as well, sitting in 32nd right now. What do you guys have to do today to make it into winners for tomorrow?
大家早上好，我们今天在这里呢和来自于 Shadow 3690的 Jackie 在一起。那么今天有一个问题问 Jackie， 那第一天的表现呢还是比预期的稍微差了一点。那您觉得明天的话，今天的话，第二天你可以做到哪些的内容，让你的表现更出色呢？
我觉得我们第一天还是比较紧张的，然后呢，到了第二天，我觉得我们应该放松一点，然后对每一场比赛都感觉到 更热情、更激情一点，保持热情吧，然后展现出更好的情况给大家看。
I feel that during the first day we were a little bit nervous, and today is the second day. I think we can be more relaxed and keep our passion, our energy, and make sure we do the best and show the best performance we can for our fans.
I love that. And so for finals on Sunday, give me your top 2 teams.
I think Falcon and NOEZ is 2 best team.
All right, well, I don't even need a translator for that. Falcons and NOEZ, you heard it here from Jackie from Shadow369. Thank you so much, and we'll see you here in Mannheim, Germany.
Herman, the official chair sponsor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Ammo, plenty there. I'm only on Messi pretty much.
I'm Bible still!
Nice, one top, one inside.
Bottom, yes!
I'm doing it.
Nice, good kill!
Close!
He's close!
100!
We're in the per second, yes!
Yeah. I think we push.
We're in the per second! I'm just
He's resing!
Push it!
One more!
On me, one!
Matty dropping down! I'm slamming down! Come!
Cover team!
Yeah! I feel down!
I'm stopping! Nice!
It's a wonderful day here in Mannheim, and I'm talking about inside the arena with the crowd and the action that we got after Game 1. Na'Vi's win was fantastic, and I loved hearing their comms just at the end there, knowing that Henchman on Watson was able to turn that fight from a second place into a first place, because he's the one playing off to the side. He's the one knowing that the comm was, we play for second here, and still, with the Watson, is able to lay down enough fire with the Mozambiques to really change the game. Mozambique's been going pretty crazy.
Don't get me wrong, I love the Akimbo. A little bit overtuned, but hey, when a new gun comes out, it needs to be fun. We don't want, like, oh, this is just a solid weapon. We want fun weapons, and they definitely made that happen for sure.
It's true. I've been having a lot of fun watching it. I'm sure the players have been having a lot of fun, maybe feeling a lot of autonomy in the fights, especially when they are on the distributing end of the Mozambiques. It's felt very empowering, especially with the gold loot bins, in order to be able to pick up hammer points as well. We got a lot more to look forward to, in fact, because you'll be seeing those quite a bit. But I want to take a look at last match, and not just the Mozambiques, but the overall scores, because we talked talked about the top half of the leaderboard. Teams like Na'Vi, teams like SSG, teams like FURIA. Let's take a look a little bit further down, and I'm going to direct us towards Reject WINNITY JP. Hyped them up a lot, and I'm just going to come back to it because, man, it wasn't their game. And the fact is that when they're first picking staging on World's Edge and a zone like this gets pulled, to be sat in 20th is a disastrous beginning to the second day.
Yeah, the thing is about them is they dropped staging, right? And they had a good they had a good prior to almost any spot they wanted. They were first prior to everything pretty much. And the only downside to that is, can you survive the wave that's about to come in? Which they couldn't. I think they got wiped out by Complexity or something. And I think that to change that, like, this is one of the things where we're talking about consistency of teams, is you need, like, we call when you have God spot from the get-go, like, those are games that are free wins. And you need to be able to close them out. If you can't close out the free wins, or at least get top 3, like I like to say top 3 guaranteed, then you're doing something wrong. So they need to look at that. Maybe the positioning was bad. Did we not hold the fight properly? Or was it just a timing-based thing? But they definitely lost the fight. And 20th, a donut from a God spot, not a good thing.
And I do think that a lot of this can be looked at in the greater context of what Reject WINNITY JP are, because they're a team that's come from Challenger Circuit. They didn't just come from Challenger Circuit this year. They came from Challenger Circuit this split, and they have rocketed through the levels of play. You yourself were talking about how quickly things change, how little of time you have to take fights, to take rotations, whatever it may be, at all these different levels of play, with LAN being the highest. Now that they've moved so quickly through Challenge Circuit, through Pro League, into LAN, it is their first LAN, and they are really experiencing the growing pains in a way that regional play didn't challenge as much.
I was about to say, that's just honestly a site of growing pains and experience and knowledge, because when you're getting good that fast, you don't really have the time to go through. Like, they haven't gone through the reps yet. We have some teams in there that's been playing LAN several times. Some teams have been playing for 5 years, and most of the players have been playing for 4 or 5 years. Like, they've gone through all the stages of the game, and they know how to adapt. But when you get good that fast, you don't have time to catch up really. But I think this is a great opportunity for them to not only do better, but also learn, and for maybe the next time get even better.
I'll throw it in here as well that the delta gets even bigger, almost artificially, because of the fact that they're playing through APAC North, a region that also has a lot more forgiveness time when it comes to engagements. They tend to take slightly slower fights than other regions and are more positioning emphasis, or there's more emphasis on positioning when you're talking about teams from APAC North. It's actually what got Reject WINNITY so far into the competition. They had the highest percentage of top 5s. Half of all of their games in APAC North, they were placing in top 5.
Yeah, this is the thing. We've gone through the ringer in terms of like what we think about regions as well. I remember back, when it was mainly mouse and keyboard, they were like outside of the EMEA with with the Russians and everything, they were like, oh my god, they're the warlords. And then APAC, they came out of nowhere, they're the gods now. And then as controllers also got introduced, now we've been favorable towards NA, which is more than fine. They got all the roller experience, right? But I think that now, as we also saw the aim assist, which I think everybody's been happy with so far, from what I've heard, everybody's happy with it.
The reduction in aim assist.
Yeah, reduction in aim assist. They're like, hey, dude, I'm good still. I don't care. I'm just getting even better. And I think that we will see APAC teams even more as well pop up, as we've seen with, shotgun being more meta as well is in favor of Mkers. And I think that coming from APAC, that's a great.
It is, especially with so many talented mechanical MK players in the region. That's not to say, when we were talking earlier, that there aren't teams that take fights extraordinarily quickly there, because those MK teams, I'm looking at you, Fnatic, certainly do like to suddenly wipe a team off the face of the planet. And hey, they may have the chance to do so even today as they make their way down from landslide into a southern zone. We're pulling heavily towards launch site, which will mean that a team like Complexity isn't rotating up to staging nearly as quickly because they are happy where they're at.
So, I saw Lute today, and he was just brimming with confidence, right? And you could see in the last game, they're not scared to take fights. They will happily push anyone if they think that's the winning play or the winning spot to take. However, now, like I said before, the consistency. Can they close out a game when the zone is on their forehead?
Yeah,
a lot of teams can.
Now the pressure is on, you're right. I hadn't looked at it that way, but Complexity haven't gotten a lot of opportunity to rotate out and pick up extra Evo. In fact, with Kimchi and Mon still on whites. You could say that Lou is on whites, but with the controller change recently, he's got a little bit more health to work with.
The thing is they don't have the objective points for sure. However, if they can survive to Circle 2 fully closing, when Circle 3 starts, when the golden bins start to come out, you know, you can get Evo caches in that as well. Not the legendary one, but you can get like, you can upgrade. And we also have to remember with the new added passive to controller characters, they already have an armor upgrade. You only need to level up 2 people. I think it could happen, but the same way that they aped Reject WINNITY in the last game could definitely happen to them with a team coming in with triple purple, triple red, and that's scary.
You know that a team, unfortunately, like LG won't be the ones doing it, though. Their rotation, rather, is extremely delayed. Having FUNK go down earlier, losing any member is bad. Losing a Pathfinder for your rotation, arguably even harder, as that is a massive rotational tool that you're otherwise able to use. And Olimpo are not giving up the banner. They are not letting this reset go quietly. They will be denying the full res, and they'll be taking out Sweet on the zip line as well. That'll be a second kill going over to Olimpo. They might just all take the evac onto LG and finish things off right now.
Yeah, this is the scary part about playing comps that don't have support characters. We don't really see that often in comp level play where you see support characters outside of the lifeline we had for a little bit, is that you can't rest. Like you don't want to run back into 3 pro players and try to get your banner. You're going to try to rotate out, but they will evac and chase you everywhere, and we'll see. It's going to be a tough spot to get out of for sure.
They're looking for Sykes, and Sykes really would like to go back for his IGL. Sweet going to be waiting in the zone, likely going to time out on the res, but perhaps for a banner recovery. This could be in the realm of possibility. LG will be going back, and Olimpo, I suspect, will be sticking around. This was a team back when they were at Split 1 playoffs under BR Demons that really wanted to take fights, and the fact that they found an advantageous one now is not something that Olimpo will give up quickly.
Yeah, I didn't get to see, like, outside of the one on the zip, of course, I didn't get to see the first one in terms of, like, did they actually fight, or was it just somebody got caught off guard? Because there's a big difference between that, you know, of having the discipline.
And while they consider, the north side of the map breaks out into chaos, I want to check out what Na'Vi are doing. With a fantastic game 1 under the belt, what are they thinking for game number 2? Let's jump into a listen in and find out with Na'Vi.
Got fucking fucked. They're getting fucked.
Yeah, grab to the other choke and look.
I'm gonna be late.
Yeah, no. I'm opening the blue bin fast. I still need a scope
They
for my
could
enemy.
run through tunnel.
Yeah, they could. Got the MP. I think they're around Grandma's. Give me bets. I got 4 now.
I'm
on
2-5.
One. Give me one.
Yeah, come. They're gonna be close, maybe.
Peeking.
I think I heard them in tunnel.
I think I hit him in tunnel, boys.
Yep.
Peeking
tunnel.
I'm waiting, they're down. I'm up top.
Peeking tunnel here.
Yeah, I'll meet you.
They might run out. They might not hear.
Hench, come to us.
Plastic cracked almost.
You
should have let them run out, bro.
Yeah, come to us.
Why didn't you let them run out? They didn't hear us.
Well, I don't know what they're hearing, bro. Like,
At least we commed it.
They were like looking at us. To be fair.
Just keep moving. They're gonna mirror us and keep fucking with us.
No, they're going around. They're gonna run.
Yeah,
they were looking back.
Choking ball.
I'm 2-3.
I can take it.
I'm 2-5.
I'm 3-5.
Na'Vi maneuvering around that fight with confidence. You and I were both saying as kind of slid down the hill to challenge Train Tunnel. He should be dead. Sliding down with no cover is not something you see people get away with a lot, but it's something that Na'Vi get to get away with because of how confidently they're playing. And SWQ doing much the same thing, finding kills all the way to the south of the map in Dome.
Yeah, like, I think we're seeing right now a lot of teams are playing with confidence. This is no longer of, you know, am I gonna start cold or anything? They have already, like, I feel like all teams have already started at this point, and they're just taking fights left and right.
This is a wild rotation. Reject WINNITY not doing too well as they are tanking zone right now, but finding a kill on Donut is nice. My question at the beginning, at the middle, at the end of this fight is going to be, though, what are Reject WINNITY doing so far to the south, southeast of the map in Dome? It does look like they've got a reset off. SWQ pushing up on them now to try and finish off this squad, but it's a relatively even fight, a 2v2 in the red.
Yeah, I don't really know what they're doing. I think they might have tried, hey, you know, we fumbled the one when the zone was on our forehead. Now let's try to grab objectives on the side and then be more confident and more comfortable in our gear to take fights. And, I mean, they managed to make it a 2v2.
Ooh, it was close. I liked trying to take the pylon there, but the Eva, real punishing at the end, and SWQ do find these kills and should be able to find a respawn before too long, something that Fnatic will be looking for as well, since they've already lost Satuki.
Yeah, this is one of the tough part again. I don't even think they can grab the banner. Like, the teams are not just gonna move off it. Like, a lot of the teams here is like, no, that's just free KP for us. We're already slow on the rotate. There's no reason not to wait for the KP. And they're in a tough spot for sure. I don't know how they're gonna make it out of this.
And you've played in the same lobby as these fellas, especially FA Kids are not going to give up on you too quickly. What FA Kids did not expect was that we'd be getting another fighting team in the mix, and I will be honest with you, Graceful, the north side of the map devolves into a bit of chaos.
This is the funny thing is they do that, you know, they do that in ranked on me, bro.
Yeah.
They do it in ranked on me, and they got punished for it. Yes, that's what I like to see. Stop capping my banner. Get punished. That's what happens. Not everybody can do it. You can do it at some points, but hey, at some point you gotta go towards the zone, man.
It's an FA Kids special for sure. They saw blood and they sent it into zone, and now they're suffering for it. Having lost one, FA Kids are in nearly the same position as Fnatic. Two teams that will be rotating in the red behind Olimpo, and I tell you what, this could be Olimpo's best game yet should they be able to clear out the north side of the map.
They're definitely setting themselves up for a good success because they came in from the north side, they came in from Skyhook side, they got, you know, the first 2 KP, they got these KP. I think they're hella stacked as well, and they're also passing a UAV, which makes it a lot easier to navigate now. They're like, hey, there's an isolated side, there's a spot, you know?
Does seem like over here in the zone, Mkers have got a good position, high ground, decent position to navigate because of the amount of control you can exert over other teams. It does come with risk though, as other squads do like to snuggle up to this building and often try and enter through the big double doors, something that Mkers will have to be keenly aware of should they want to retain control into the end zone. It does look like it's going to be in the end zone as well.
Yeah, like you said, the big double doors, and teams is already playing underneath them. Not only that, but also the back glass windows you can climb up through, and they're triple blue. Like, can they survive the next waves coming in from the east side? Remains to be seen. However, I am looking, you know, looking at the minimap, looking at teams walking in here. Oh, and one of them dropping down to the zone, maybe a second guy, and I think he made a medkit. It comes down to see which side gets congested, and so far it looks like it's honestly gonna be the west side, which is almost always through the choke, but who knows, somebody might sneak through the right side, and that could be a pinch.
Yeah, still a lot of teams that could make the rotation through the area by Dome. Shadow are sitting over there right now, and Complexity, they're not gonna have that much opportunity to exert control over it, instead being a little focused on the opposite end towards the west. Mkers have taken a fight of their own right onto SWQ, who sat underneath them, and this is how you've got to play the high ground. Clear out the teams around you, retake control of the height, because you best believe if you give this up for too long, other squads will encroach on you.
This is where they're playing one of the comps that's the absolute best, because they have the EMP engaged. You can close fights so fast. Nobody, like, I saw a team, I think it was Enter Force, try to walk up to 3P, but they won so fast, they didn't have the timing to, or they got scared because it's not worth the risk when they're all up.
And it is something that Mkers do remarkably over at Split 1 playoffs and even regional. Mkers take fights real quick. Now, Shadow, on the other hand, have not taken nearly as many fights during the course of this playoffs. Now they've inherited a lot of loot. I do wonder what they'll do with it. Much of the same, I wonder whether Olimpo will be able to survive. Down with Kings. Vlado and Artini don't have a lot of ways to get him back into the fight, and GoNext are not interested in allowing any more breathing room. We've got a nice swing with the Mozams, taking out the drone as well. GoNext, limiting options, limiting space to play. They take out Artini, they take out Olimpo.
GoNext always having that, you know, the clutch plays when needed, but Kashira is so good at scouting ahead of which fights to take. I think he's really good at picking isolated fights, and that was just a prime example of, hey, you guys are coming in on our side with the zone, we're gonna punish you.
Kashir's had a lot of things go right and wrong for him during the course of this split. He even started out teaming with Kings, so to take out Kings now at split 2, it's gotta be a little vindicating.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe bad. You know, it happens both ways.
Gaimin Gladiators actually feeling pretty good about their spot. Na'Vi look like they should be feeling fantastic about theirs. Moving in through the tree side, there's a fight that seems to be advantaging them up against FURIA.
Yeah, so both teams here are big hitters, I think, and they're not scared to take a triple red shotgun Kraber and double Mossy hammer point.
And we're wall bounce peeking the window? Like, not
I love this. They're feeling themselves, and I think FURIA's a little bit scared because they probably saw red.
Yeah, I'm FURIA. I'm going, bro, what is going on right now? I'm gonna sit inside this building and hope you make a mistake. That's what this setup is designed to do, especially with the new castle wall, is punish mistakes. FURIA do need to make certain that they're the ones to be peeking through the castle wall, finding when you push up the stairs and overextend, as Matafe nearly did.
Yeah, the thing is though, they're taking the opportunity to not fight here, maybe. We'll see. Or are they trying to brute force? Do they not have the awareness that, hey guys, things could happen if this takes too long?
Nice
We'll
angle.
have to see though, but they're definitely trying to make it happen regardless because they're confident. And honestly, I'm up for them if they get 3 KP and then they, go off the map here. We'll have to see.
Kind of looking for it. Matafe is forcing it. In comes the mobile shield with the Peacekeeper. It's 2 down, and FURIA in shambles get pushed out by a Na'Vi who are on fire. Quick reset comes in. Castle wall goes down. Ordnance is going to be blocked. Can Na'Vi take the second fight as DreamFire try and push him in?
DreamFire did a good opportunity, a little bit slow on the end here, but they're still looking to take, hey, they get it down as well, taking the fight really quick, and they swipe them. This is kind of what I said there. You want to take a fight, that's fine, you got to end it quick, and they did, they got the reset. However, DreamFire does not shy away, even though, hey, you guys got a reset, we don't care, we're taking this fight.
And they did really well. I will say that the ambition that Na'Vi showed during the fight with FURIA did extend into that as well, kind of taking a swing that maybe was a little unadvisable in the fight up against DreamFire, but you'll have time and plenty of KP to boot to reflect on that for next game. A team like Pioneers is working on getting themselves into the ring as they've got no KP, they've got no comfort to work with. Pioneers need to make this succeed now.
Honestly, I think this is a good play regardless because there's not that many. Oh, this is scary though. Oh my god.
Oh my god! My nightmare Onmu drops down to a full squad of 3. Jet answers back as Nocturnal does go down, and somehow KCP fall, taking down 2, but it's not nearly enough.
The thing that's scary about evac placement, I'm pretty sure they obviously labbed this out already, probably, in custom lobbies, and you have to make sure you either get the evac off, which you were scared from the glass window, or like if you mess it up a little bit, you fall on a team and it's just RNG.
I am so, as NRG, I am furious because we were set up fine, everything was chill, and now look at what is happening. DreamFire are 3rd, 4th partying the fight. GoNext go down. DreamFire are a light on the Split 2 playoff stage.
Yes, I like seeing this proactiveness. They're not scared to take fights, which is the most important part when you're in a spot, especially now as a duo. At this point in the game, you never really play for placement unless you have a god spot, right? When you're in a tight spot here, you're literally looking for, hey, any fights that happen, we're clearing like 3P because that's placement from killing them, and also KP, which is a lot better than praying that you do get 1 extra or 2 extra placement points.
And DreamFire very well may be able to third party even more fights on the high ground that not many teams will be keen to give up. Complexity with the Kraber gets a knock. E36 lose 1, and Monsoon, as much as he wants to finish that kill, can't shoot through a purple knockdown shield.
We actually talked about them before. Oh, another shot.
DreamFire!
Like, talking about another shot here, they're actually able to hold it out from the god spot the whole game. They have the Kraber. They're getting KP somehow. And they're also leveling up their shield.
Yeah, Complexity still don't want to give up high ground, but do they know it's just a good Lord duo? Lou is the one that picks up that last shot. What a finish.
This is the hard part when you don't have that many teams alive in a circle this big currently. And the LOS is like, normally you have teams holding each other out. Complexity free shooting at them.
Yeah.
Normally they could get shot from south, they could get shot from east. But now when you have a Kraber and you just get to line them up, it's pretty juicy.
Interesting to see that Gaimin Gladiators take the low ground, knowing that now nobody else is on it. Lufka is suffering. They took this way too early, even with the Catalyst wall. Gaimin Gladiators are quickly finding out why everyone else down here is dead.
Yeah, and it's scary because he's in the same spot where the other team, where DreamFire got Kraber as well. But I don't think he knows it, so hopefully he's just like, hey, there's a bunch of dead pockets there. Maybe they won't notice
It's
me.
like in a horror movie where you walk into a closet and you're like, this is full of skeletons. This must not be a safe place. That's how I'd be feeling. And it's certainly how GG must be feeling. Complexity, however, on top of the world right now. So many kills to their name. They've been able to exert their will onto the low ground, and they may just be able to do that onto Spacestation.
Yeah, this is the crucial fight here because you need to like look at the south side towards Shadow as well. Is like, are they gonna 3P if we make something happen? Like, is it possible? Like, their Complexity's main goal here and SSG is to force the other team off height. That's like the only play here because anything less than that means that 3P is happening. And you know, I want to see something spicy. Hey, maybe the Rat can hop in late. That would be nice.
Could be, could be. Monsoon's really putting up good work right now with the Bangalore just smoking off the sight lines of Shadow, so the Complexity have the opportunity to push up a little further onto SSG. It doesn't work out, and I like this reset. You're thinking now about the end game, not about what needs to happen now, what we can make happen later.
The thing is, his Complexity has already pinged and confirmed, I'm pretty sure I saw yellow ping as well, that hey, SSG is not in the next zone. They have to move before us and the South team, which is Shadow here. And I think, honestly, as long as SSG just 3-man drop down low and clear the Rat, that's decent enough. I don't think they can expect anything else in that right now, except maybe, and I say maybe with a big maybe, that Shadow somehow is out of position the zone after.
And that's what it comes down to for a team like SSG, who do have to move first in zone. It's what are other teams going to do that we can capitalize on? You see some EMPs go off in the distance. You see a respawn happening on the low ground. Are GG going to get all three back in for the endgame? Light, barely alive, makes it back to safety as Shadow send it on to Complexity. It's SSG's time. GG are respawning. Complexity are in shambles. The Thermite is burning everyone. And as Complexity go down, Shadow have just 2 left. SSG must be pushing up on this, and they are.
Oh, SSG managed to take down one of the respawn persons as well. Shadow is still a duo. No, did he go down? No, he still
went down to the
HP.
low ground.
Yes, they're dropping down to low ground to clean up the rest team right now. GG here. We'll have to see if they can finish it off but there's a few LOSs here. Stuff can still happen. Shadow is still up top. I think this is actually detrimental to SSG because they're in the low ground right now. Shadow's up top. If there's any trades down low, it might be over. However, I saw down on the guy up top, but they should be getting the rest here.
This could be a Shadow win. They're literally just waiting. Catalyst walls have already dropped. SSG can't stop this anymore. Access to height does go up with the evac tower, and Shadow suddenly are in danger. Zhao's out very low with just a shield between him and the end, but Shadow are on top. They are the kings of the world.
Shadow here has to make sure that they don't just wipe a team. They want as much chaos and damage to happen to both teams as possible, so it's an easy cleanup for the win. However, I saw a lot of focus firing on GG here. I just hope they make sure to, hey, we need to win this. But the bottom teams aren't fighting.
Yeah, they're literally, everyone's playing for the win. And finally it happens. Finally Shadow have to drop. And they've just got one running around. SSG have taken control of the action. SSG with patience, with precision, slide in, take out the Gaimin Gladiators, find the last kill, and find the win.
Honestly, I saw that player from the Bangalore from Shadows tried a really good effort to just run into the zone. Maybe they forget about me. Maybe they keep fighting. Couldn't come in on time. Still got wiped. SSG, though, did you see that patience? They went from going to low ground, which is kind of scary, but since Shadow was a little bit slow on the reset, they managed to get underneath them where they couldn't shoot them, waited for the drop, still cleared the drop and made everybody scared. Clean GG. And won the game.
That's the really exceptional part to me, is that not only do SSG get dropped on by a panicking Shadow, but they take that and go, we're not going to finish this team. We're going to look for GG. We are going to cause the chaos that Shadow was hoping would happen organically. It's SSG that take it into their own hands and make that happen when it is to their advantage.
That's the thing, man. Sometimes, like, this is what I'm saying. Don't leave it up to other people. You need to cause damage, force them to fight. If you let nothing happen, worst case scenario just happened.
Looking at that end game, I couldn't help thinking that GG and SSG were at each other's mercy. Had either of those teams made the comm, we're going to play for second, the other squad, their game is over. If GG had said for a moment, you know what, it doesn't matter, let's just kill SSG and get second place, SSG can do nothing about it.
they're literally at the mercy of Shadows of who are they jumping on. And I think both teams, honestly, was also lucky because they split drop. One dropped on GG, two dropped on SSG, and I mean, it worked out for both teams in their favor.
It was, how can they know what I'm doing if I don't know what I'm doing? Now, for not knowing what exactly they want to do in the end game, I will say Shadow still had a fantastic game to the tune of 14 points, but SSG topped them with 21 and the win.
SSG having a great game because they were set up in the glass room very early up north towards Siphon side. They managed to clean up, you know, from that evac play, they managed to clean up that side, come down low ground, still survive, and then get 2 team wipes and still win the game is crazy good.
That evac play as well really changed everything for SSG. I'll say, adding on to that, that DreamFire really changed the game for SSG as well, providing that additional threat that was clearing out teams around them while never really posing any real problem to SSG. Now, when we compare them to Shadow 3690, it does appear that SSG statistically had the better game, which is going to happen when you find the win, but also when you're playing as aggressively as they were through the mid game.
DreamFire made, like, this is the biggest thing. I feel like as long as you play the game being proactive, like we took the fight and not just getting engaged all the time, I'm fine with how it goes. And they mop teams to teams as well. And as we can see, Complexity, like I said, could they close out a game that's on their forehead? They still had solid points.
And after these 2 matches, teams like DreamFire, teams like Na'Vi that are impacting the lobby really heavily are still near the top. They're making big plays, and while we didn't see them in the end game, their mid game pushed a lot of other squads out, and they are going to continue making noise. With 1 game left on World's Edge, Graceful and I will be right back after a break.
Drill tower, so they're going to allow all the teams to survive underneath. The Q from underneath actually sends off Mingwei. Are you kidding me? The Q from the horizon down below. Another team is going to try and join. It's Omen who now go up onto the hyper. Look, will go down. Hardeki fell down. He has no way to get back up. There's an evac. He's coming back up from the evac. Ow! Oh my God, Aurora! Oh, but it's Hardeki. It's still Hardeki, and for as good as he is, with all due respect, you have the feeling that even Hardeki knows, wait a minute, or he's saying, right boys, it's up to me.
Welcome back, everyone, to Mannheim for the Split 2 playoffs. I want to take a quick moment, give some love over to our official controller partners here at the Apex Legends Global Series, Battle Beaver. You can use the code ALGS on their site, which is battlebeavercustoms.com, for 20% off during the Split 2 playoffs weekend. The controllers look gorgeous. Saw a lot of people picking them up over at Split 1. Head over to battlebeaver.gg/ALGS to automatically apply the 20% off ALGS code. And while you're at it, well, While you're online surfing the web, head on over to twitch.tv/playapex and grab yourself some drops, some nice little rewards for making it through with us.
You gotta get that holo. Check the VOD. I think every competitor in this arena has said it at least once, whether that be, I couldn't do anything. I saw your VOD. You could do something.
I think I heard you say that when I was watching you during Pro. You're like, listen, just pull up the VOD. I'm right. I've heard you say that on multiple occasions. So I'm absolutely sure the holo spray going to be very useful to you in your everyday Apex games.
I think you can use VOD replay for almost anything like that you're pursuing to get better at.
You can.
Replaying anything is absolutely amazing to get a different perspective, because sometimes people get tunnel vision and too focused, you know.
It's true. It has definitely bitten me a few times where I have a perception of something that's going on and I'm like, no, bro, you said to push in, and they're like, check the VOD, and in the VOD it just never happened. I just had this story that was happening in my head, and it never really occurred, which is the nice thing about being able to sit here with you, is you reality check me through these games, because we've had some fantastic ones so far, and in each set, I'm looking at how things are playing out, especially towards the mid game, and predicting who's going to make it through to the end game, what exactly is going on, and each time, I think we've had some big surprises moving through our first two matches, with teams being able to make it in and take out, say in the first game, Complexity removing Reject WINNITY, and in the second game, Na'Vi taking out FURIA, DreamFire as a duo, removing so many squads. Surprises abound. So I can tell you at home, check the VOD.
That was great. I like that. Yes, indeed, checking the VOD they will do once they get back in. If they have two matches, they don't really have that much time. If not, in the next bracket. Everybody will VOD review this, just because, you know, mistakes happen. And sometimes you just have to learn from it. You got to make the mistake to learn from it. Sometimes if you don't make it, how would you learn?
And you got to make that learning happen real fast. This is our third game for both of these teams. It is the second set of matches that they play. The second set of very few. They have so few opportunities after this to make it into the winner's bracket, to make their dreams come true here at the Split 2 playoffs. And so, as that third game kicks off, you better hope that they checked the VOD, that they did their homework, that they did everything possible to set themselves up for success on World's Edge.
Yeah, I think right now is when the crunch time is about to happen, because people, like, if you have 2 donuts or even like less than 5 to 10 points, I think, in total after 2 games, you're starting to feel it, because now you're going from, you know, oh, we're going to have, as long as you get some points on World's Edge, you're starting to go towards, we need every point on SP to make it, because you definitely don't want to go early into the elimination round 1 for sure.
Yeah, it's really difficult to make it back, especially with the way that the POI draft works. Being placed highly in these matches means a better chance of making it through to the finals on Sunday. Let's take a look at the ring, though, because we're talking about chances in the macro game of the Split 2 playoffs. In the macro game of this specific round, how are you going to make it through to Epi Survey? What paths to success are we going to see our teams take?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a zone like this towards, you know, the Survey Epi side before. Macro probably won't change too much for some of these teams. However, teams that are far ahead, so like teams that are far ahead, a lot of the times they have to, teams far ahead, they have to, what am I thinking about? When you're so far ahead of a team that's behind you, you can start messing with their macro, and that's even more terrifying than anything, because if you're walking up, oh, normally we do this macro, all of a sudden you see a team that's holding the tunnel that normally never holds it, you start second guessing yourself. Everything gets slowed down, and it's terrifying for some of these teams for sure.
We have hit, by the way, a quick pause in the game as we grabbed the map overview. Some of our players are experiencing some audio issues, and in the interest of not having anyone second guess themselves and gaslight into, well, I said that, didn't I? Did you not hear me? We're going to get everybody all settled in before we proceed with this final big stakes match on World's Edge. You did say a lot of the macro to these teams should be pretty familiar, but nonetheless, you do want to be on the same page as everyone else in the tight end games that ALGS causes.
Yeah, definitely. I think, though, when you're getting this late into the tournament, well, into the series, I mean, you know, we're on match 3 right now,
yeah,
and teams haven't been performing as well as they might have wanted to. I think the best example would be Reject WINNITY. We saw them have a zone literally straight on their head. Now they, you know, they try to do a late rotate on the east side, coming up on Dome, fighting super edge instead, maybe playing for objectives. Do you think we will see people change their playstyles as we go? Because sometimes things just aren't working. And, you know, like I said, when you're in that mindset of this isn't working, I don't think you're in the headspace, unless you have a great coach and people that are really calm and somber, you know, to pull you out of it, right? They might just say, this comp doesn't work. This macro doesn't work. Are we just going to try some things out? And that's why sometimes we see crazy picks come out of nowhere. And also most often, though, the comfort picks off the meta.
And I love that you bring up the coach differential as well, because with all of this possible adjustment that teams can make in between individual maps, in between separate rounds of the playoffs group stage, you have a limit on how much you can really do and expect to find real tangible data that will lead to your success, because you're not the only team changing. Other squads also often change, maybe reactively to their own gameplay, and often, I'll say, reactively to the state of group stage as a whole. This isn't something where you can play the same way today as you did yesterday. Already, the meta is moving. What teams prioritize and reward is changing, and it'll continue to do that at a lightning fast pace until we reach Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. It is rapidly changing. And like I said about the coach meta, essentially, is that, you know, everybody has the same of when the series is over, that's when everybody mentally resets, essentially. But being able to mentally reset between games or between, you know, especially after match 3 going into the next map is huge. And not everybody has that advantage. I hope, though, that we see these teams not get too caught up in themselves after having like a lackluster game, because we all know they're on the land for a reason. And I feel like sometimes along the way you forget that when you've had a bad few sets of games, because you're like, hey dude, nothing's working, we're losing fights, we're dying on macro, like what can we do? However, getting that reset and getting that one, I promise you, one full team wipe is enough to boost the confidence and fire in anyone, because now they see they do bleed, we're just gonna rock them.
Yeah, and it is as important to keep it up when you are rolling high, when you've just had a fantastic game. And in the interest of that, let's revisit some of the highlights from match 2 that led to a fantastic game for teams like SSG and GG. SSG really demonstrating a lot of control in this end game, and I say all 3 teams really giving us a sense of discipline. That evac tower had me wondering whether a squad like SSG was going to take the fight to Shadow, and in many ways, even opening up that pathway onto Shadow does put a lot of pressure on a squad that might otherwise feel relaxed.
Yeah, but the thing that I'm the most impressed about is the shift. They went from being super proactive to trying to get down on GG first, to then later on like, no, hey guys, we just play slow. Put the evac, play slow, let's see what happens. If they drop on us, we're just gonna mop them. I think they're really lucky though that they didn't 3-man drop on them. I think maybe the comps were split, because they split drop here, we're about to see it right here. 1 goes down there, insta-dies, 2 drop on the other side, 1 on the bin, like, you know, they're all over the place. However, SSG keeping that calm head in this play is what makes them like a heavy-hitting team. Like, they're consistently calm.
Yeah, and not just calm, which I think you could even push forward and associate with slow play, with calm play. They're calm, patient, but they're quick is what I'm going to add on to that. It is an exceptional amount of almost peaceful moving forward and going, well, here's GG, literally, by the way, on screen, here's GG. And they've just had 2 drop on them. What does that mean for us? And quickly reacting to that, knowing that, yes, we may have just found a kill. We need to be thinking about now how to win the game and moving through that priority, that checklist as quickly as teams like SSG did.
Yeah, it's really hard as well in a spot like that where like you don't really have, like, they did have 1 side on the blue container each, right?
Yeah.
However, you don't, like, at some point when there's 3 teams and somebody swings, you have no clue from which team it is. You can't really communicate. One, like, oh yeah, one guy's down here, but I don't know if that's a trio or the duo.
Yeah.
So, you know, at some point you just have to deathball and pray for the best. And, you know, they lost the 3v3 and ended up losing the 3v3 at some point.
Yeah.
That's just how it goes.
You know, we also saw an end game that, well, we talked about the reward of patience so much, also highlighted a real lack of resources from these teams, that it expended so much to get there. Think about what a difference a singular arc star or a frag grenade, a thermite on GG would have made to any team's end game. Being that exhausted of resources when you're moving into the end game is something that all 3 teams lined up on. GG barely even making it into the final 3v3 as they had lost 2 and respawned them moving in.
This is a real thing, by the way, and I think majority of pro players have the same issue, and it happens to every player because that's just, you get tunnel vision and focus. When you see a good nade, one good nade, and you have 3, 90% of the people will throw 2 or 3. That's the biggest thing. You gotta be really good with utility.
Does look like we've got our players right back and lined up, ready to hear each other, ready to give it their all in Game 3. So we're going to unpause and head right back into this map. We were talking about this earlier, and I didn't want to talk about it too much during the break in case any of our players were giving us a cheeky listen, but now we know we're going north. So let's talk about this move north towards Epicenter. NRG already moving out of Monument. We know there are several power spots that you can play in Survey for maybe a more passive game. You've also got Height outside of Epicenter if you want to get a little bit more active, or as DreamFire can do, play the macaroni building, get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, a lot of the time here, right here on DreamFire, you know, we pro players have a lot of comps for specific buildings so that we don't, you know, when we say on the house, it could be any of the houses, right? So the grandma on top of the hill right here is what we call this maybe. You can have different comps for different regions. I think that playing in these areas is good. However, if they make the same mistake as Reject WINNITY did, might have been playing too passive. Maybe not play enough space. We've seen both ends of this where teams have gotten mopped on this house, and then we've seen where they're the ones who's holding space and 3P'ing everyone. So you have to make that adjustment as you go, because if you're just a little bit too passive, like I said, now with the new changes to the bins and people coming in late with triple purple, triple red and stuff, it's not a nice fight to take with triple blue, especially in the sightlines of everyone, especially Epicenter.
It's one of the really funny things about holding buildings like this on World's Edge. Inside the building is safe, and that's why you want to hold the building. But if you're inside the building, you're not actually helping anyone. And so it's about managing. When do I need to be inside? When is there too much pressure? And when do we need to be the ones exerting that for control of the space that nobody else can mirror? FA Kids certainly playing that game right now as they were inside the truck, had to give it up, but have given up too much pressure, too much safety, and now are gonna go down for it. Fnatic, masters of the quick fight, swoop in and with those shotguns, take out FA Kids like it's nothing.
Yeah, and they end up getting thirded by nobody else than Na'Vi as well. I think this might be a cleanup from them. We'll have to see if they get the reset or not. Oh, it looks like they're jumping right at it. I don't think this is a reset at all. Definitely a thirst or 2. Gets 2 thirsts here. I think that when you're taking fights like that, you saw that the FA Kids, they were always kiting and kiting. They didn't want the heat. However, like, as I said, anybody in this lobby can kill anybody, right? Yeah. And they traded. They traded. They could have made that happen if maybe they stood their ground earlier. However, when we see this confident boost from Fnatic, Fnatic just goes, you know, I'm rushing you guys. Yeah. And they're showing that, and they took the kill. However, even though, like I said, in LAN games, you don't have that time window to reset fights as easily anymore. They got 2 thirsts now.
And it's why that trade, even though it doesn't help FA Kids, certainly helps a squad like Na'Vi. Complexity looking for perhaps some trades of their own, have found a fight to take and go down to Mkers as Lou overextends a bit. Charge rifle now in the hands of Monsoon. We'll see what he can make happen. But Mkers down to just 1 member left. Will need Asia to pop off to survive. It is nice that you're able to collect at least a kill, a singular point for your trouble.
Yeah, I think that the reason why he went down is that he was probably just chasing the last kill, I would like to assume. Yeah, they do get cleaned up, however he gets thirsted. Not the end of the world because they're actually on so far outside of the zone. I don't think they have anybody around and they should be able to get a proper reset here. I think though that the fight could have maybe been a little bit cleaner.
He almost killed Kimchi. That was almost a 2v1 in the zone as a solo fuse. So definitely could have gone better for Complexity. The fact is that they survive, they'll be able to get a reset, and they will eventually have to face up against SSG, who are currently taking an engagement with Pioneers, an isolated engagement over in Overlook.
I like to see this though because there's so many isolated fights going on the map. Complexity versus Mkers as well on the southeast side of the map. Pioneers versus SSG coming up now as well. Teams macro are starting to combine now. So will we see more 3Ps happen like what happened to Na'Vi, or do you think having this many teams on the edge doesn't really, you know, is it really safe? I'd like to see in the future though, because it is definitely terrifying taking isolated fights over and over on repeat.
I can tell you right now, it does not look safe if you're SSG. Pioneers have been systematically dismantling this fight, and SSG do make an aggressive play, taking out Deeds, but a trade onto Koifel doesn't look good as Onmu slides on in, picks up the finish on Phony and leaves Pioneers at a definite numbers advantage. Watson fences, perhaps not the most beautiful, but definitely silly there. Should still help them clutch out the fight, and it's just Zainu left, and just Zainu is not going to be enough against KCP. That was a clean dismantling of SSG by Pioneers, who out-angled Spacestation at every turn.
Yeah, they've definitely gotten, they had the rough start for sure now. I think that when you're taking fights like this, a lot of the times, before you used to just triple swing everything. Now that everybody has like Kimbo, I don't even think if you triple swing, you could still just get team wiped immediately. And I think that's why we're seeing a little bit of slow swings. Like you see one guy swing and then one guy swing. However, that guy gets evaporated, next guy gets evaporated. It's a tough team fighting meta for sure now when you have introduced Akimbo into it, but I like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's different. It's definitely difficult. And looking at this game, difficulty is going to be really prime on the minds of a lot of teams. As pulling into Survey, so much of this is already occupied. So little of Survey does actually get to play the game when eventually this starts to shift around. You are securing yourself placement points if you are teams like Olimpo, teams like GoNext, teams like NRG, who are sat in the buildings, but what is completely out of your control is what the zone will do to you later. And that is where we talked about earlier, mitigating RNG being such an important factor, something that Luminosity have in their favor, sitting around the edge of zone.
Yeah, definitely. I think also, you know, they're not on that many points right now. They're looking to just, at this point, you're trying to readjust your mindset. Hey guys, we need to take fights, we need to get kills. I think that they're looking to take aside instead of opting to go straight into the zone, which I agree with from their POI for this match. And it's definitely a tough spot to be in. Like you said about Survey, all the teams are already in there. You don't want to just fly in there and RNG die, right? So you decide to take an isolated fight, and it's a tough fight to take this tunnel fight when they get to play that much space.
Na'Vi do a good job of controlling the area as well, and they've got a lot less pressure on them than a team like LG. With LG placing 12th in their series yesterday, the pressure is on for their next 2 matches during the course of today. This is going to be half of their games on World's Edge finished after this game. And at that point, you've got very little room left to work with. So LG are feeling the pressure get to them. I like that they give up the space to Na'Vi, but at the same time, you're going to have to take a fight elsewhere. If not against Na'Vi, who are you fighting?
Yeah, I think right now they're surrounded by teams they don't want to take fights against. We have FURIA on the south, we have Na'Vi in the tunnel. You know, they don't want to go to server because there's just too many teams there. NORTHEPTION coming in, and then there's still teams late on edge, not in the first zone yet, not even in the second one either, that are coming in to collapse from the southern side. I think though, they have to make a play soon because the longer they wait, the more they'll get pinched out, and you know, it'll be definitely tougher. Like I said, the later on you go into the game, the harder it is to take fights.
With teams like DreamFire sat up on the high ground, KCP start to approach. We already saw KCP take a fantastic fight in a building, and I'm not seeing DreamFire exert a lot of pressure onto them, something that is necessary from this Macaroni building. I do want to take note of how this situation evolves, because this may be the next most pivotal fight in the game.
Not only that, but Pioneers is, like you said, off the fight previously that they won pretty clean. They're also triple purple and they're stacked. We see golden max, we see 200 ammo plus on each person, and they just saw blue armor. I believe that if they have a good timing, they could take the fight on the house, on the hill against DreamFire. However, they're making sure to clear their backs, as you can see. They saw complexity. Hey, we don't want you guys to come here. Stay off of our side, because if you go anywhere else, we're taking a fight.
And now you've got something to balance with Pioneers having complexity behind them and DreamFire ahead. Do you play for the God spot? Do you play for safety? What route do you take?
Yeah, and even then with the zone and stuff as well, you know, it could swing either way. We'll have to see here what fights are we taking, what fights are we not taking. When the zone shows for them as well, as we can see right now on the map, zone pulls off of Survey. All the teams, when the next zone shows for them, are going to be in a state of panic, and it comes to the who runs first, if they get out or not, because if you get left behind with the rest of the group, like I said, RNG, bad. 5 teams, team fighting, bad.
Exactly, and this is going to be kind of a difficult situation, so I'm sorry, Graceful, because I'm going to ask you a hard question. In a spot like this, where we talked about how RNG can really take down a lot of teams in Survey Camp, you're already here. You've already got a good building. How do you mitigate that RNG?
So, I mean, before this is what I'm saying is you don't want to all in. So they all in into survey. You don't want to be in a spot where it's all in unless you 100% know where the zone is. However, you need to get out fast. You want to get out before everybody else gets out. Whether that be by using every single ult to get the icicles where How is at, whether that be to start wrapping the zone because you can still zone wrap a little bit as well. Like, you know, there's several options, but it's definitely hard regardless because it depends on what the other teams around you do. If they do nothing, you're kind of stuck.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of ability to shake things up on your own. It's very dependent on the mood of the rest of the lobby, and I almost wish, for our sake, that Enter Force 36 were on the north side of the map because they are interested in moving and moving fast. They swept onto Complexity, picked up a kill, and are immediately evac towering for the next play. KCP start moving up onto DreamFire as well. We've got KCP picking a fight. Let's see how it plays out with the Pioneers listening.
We're getting EMP too. We're getting EMP.
One's on low ground looking at me.
Dash it out, drone for you.
On me. I might get down.
Drone's gone, drone's
You
gone.
can't get down. We got slide down.
I'm gonna bat.
There's a team on our spot now. I'm dead.
Is there? Fuck.
You're gonna have to lose.
Man.
They thought it was hot, but indeed graceful, it was not. That was a shutdown by DreamFire and a third party by GG. Can DreamFire keep hope alive? The crowd has been going crazy for them, but now watching them lose one. Gaimin Gladiators, this could be their time to succeed. 3MZ is down. Gaimin clean up too. DreamFire are evicted from their dream home.
This is the thing about holding like the bridge spot early is that what they did earlier, KCP did earlier before is trying to hold their back out and then take a fight, but this fight just starts a domino effect. GG joins the fray. Now the next team joins the fray. E36 is joining the fray.
E36 continuing to keep the pace up as well. Look at that, sliding in with the Arc Star stick. Gaimin Gladiators are gone, and E36 amazed me this game. Graceful from the south end picking up a kill on Complexity. The immediate evac tower, the immediate third party. E36 stop and nothing, and Na'Vi have got no choice but to continue moving forward. Kinda is down. Bangalore ult on top of them. May still be recoverable, and with the gold knockdown, it gets that much better, but will it be good enough?
They're actually still in a solid spot because they're on the outer edge of the zone, as we can see right here. If they were in survey right now, I'd not be happy. Na'Vi, however, still have options to go in and fight stuff. It all depends on the timing and forcing the other teams to make mayhem, like what just happened on the hill, on the house on the hill, as we saw.
Na'Vi start to move south towards the less crowded part of zone. What team will they encounter holding that south side of Epicenter? We may find out all too quickly as an evac tower will put Na'Vi directly in the center of zone as they fly in. This is the risk. You haven't planned out a great rotate. It hasn't been a walk-in. It's going to be a Hail Mary sending into the middle of ring.
Yeah, these evacs are terrifying because you're pretty much just opting that, hey, something has to be free, or people are fighting, which is exactly what's happening. They got aggro taken away from them because team fights are happening all over the place. E36 is still wiping squads and also trading. It's definitely rough.
What?
And they go down here as well.
My man whips out the iPad in the face of E36. Aimbot will go down as SWQ finally make their entry from the center. But SWQ are not having a good time either as they are faced up with another squad. NRG doing well to clean him up. But Yuling swings in and helps take out NRG. SWQ own high ground in Epicenter. But for how long as Na'Vi take a look at them? GoNext fight from the low ground.
Yeah, Na'Vi looking to join their fray as well, and we saw 3 teams die on the exact same spot essentially. There's like 12 loot boxes over there, or 9. Other teams are looking to just clear their sides, and we're looking, nobody really wants to make the first play because 3P, 4P has happened several times already, but at some point you don't have a choice.
You can hear Na'Vi's momentum picking up in Mannheim. The crowd knows that this could be another Na'Vi win as FURIA fight from the low ground. NORTHEPTION go down. 7 squads are left, and FURIA may soon make it 6 as they fall as well.
Yeah, it's definitely rough there because they're getting engaged on the scaffolding, like I like to call it. Na'Vi is still doing good maybe. Shadow is in a safe spot here. They're gonna have to take another fight. We'll have to see if they can push a team away from their side. They're looking to push towards Na'Vi because, hey, if you guys go up towards the north, maybe we'll have a spot to play. But you have to look into every option because the zone is about to move.
And Kinda's picking up kills. Na'Vi are pushing towards Shadow and finishing off GoNext at the same time, juggling so many fights. Maybe Fnatic could be the ones to stop it. Fnatic, who have been so incredible for so many years, but have really yet to find that big international hit. This win could start them off on the right foot for Split 2 playoffs, and Laika certainly tries to make it happen with the Sentinel. Not enough damage just yet, but Fnatic still in a great spot. They and Na'Vi fight for dominance.
Yeah, we even see Fnatic here have the awareness to see that, hey, they try to walk up on us behind us. We need to wipe forward or something. And they're playing slow but calm. They came from the southern side and they're doing great right now.
Every kill is going to Na'Vi. 4 squads left. Fnatic in a corner and looking down at Shadow. With these 4 teams, it is Na'Vi that are large and in charge. How sit in the center of zone. Fnatic going to have to make their move now right on to How, picking this fight, though they desperately want to avoid it.
How is honestly just playing to survive right now, being in the pinch between every team right now. Fnatic is looking to make plays happen, but they're in a tough spot to get the wall down and the gen down, which is good. However, Na'Vi is controlling 90% of the map.
It just never stops. Na'Vi see the fight happening, move on to How, and they don't even bother finishing it. The damage is done. Like last game, the answer for the win is to cause chaos, and Na'Vi are wreaking havoc.
Yeah, I think, you know, with the space they're holding right now, they're just pushing every team into each other, and they're making sure to get any kills they can, and they've picked up so many kills. The most important part, though, discipline. Don't let Fnatic or Shadow, either side, flank you while you're trying to get more kills. Don't get greedy. Make sure you hold your space, close out this game, because that's at the end of the game when you want to win this tournament. You need to be able to close out the tournament.
We've got 3 squads left. Fnatic moved up. Shadow are finally starting to emerge from their small corner at the bottom of Epicenter, and they're right behind Fnatic. The one clip doesn't happen, though, and Fnatic now become aware that they are sandwiched between Na'Vi and Shadow. Henchman turns around and burns Fnatic. It is the beginning of the end for the massive #1 seed of APAC North as Na'Vi take control yet again.
Yeah, seeing them clean up, like they're saying, you can't play here because we can bully you guys.
Fnatic go down, Kinda swings again. It's Na'Vi versus Shadow, and Shadows do bleed. Na'Vi take another, they take another. The win goes to Na'Vi, and they are unstoppable at Split 2 playoffs.
What I'm seeing right now is the Na'Vi everybody in Europe knows of. The rest of the world is finding out today in these 3 games how good they are when they get to play their game.
My brother, I am finding out how good Na'Vi are when they get to play their game. I looked at them and went, this is a region play team. The fact that they are coming in Split 2 playoffs and changing the narrative of their entire careers, that is a 16 kill game for Na'Vi.
16 kill game and almost 6k damage. They've been non-stop shooting, and remember, they came from like a tough spot with that evac play on top of wiping 2 teams off the rip because they're being proactive. They're saying, this is not a good spot, we need to do something. Wipe the entire east side to control of the entire northern side and then central map, and it was just phenomenal.
And the fact that it's happening now, when they already had a good day yesterday, they very well could have come into today, lost that momentum, and instead they have doubled down. 2 wins on World's Edge. Na'Vi are blowing my mind. Graceful, I'll be honest with you, I am barely holding it together. It has been a pleasure to cover these games with you and watch as Na'Vi rewrite their history. For more on it, though, let's find out from our big brains over at the analyst desk.
Fantastic job as always, guys. Thank you so much for getting us through those first 3 matches. And we knew we were in for a treat today. We didn't know what we were exactly going to get out of our teams, but starting off with 2 out of the 3 wins going the way of Na'Vi, a team that you definitely mentioned at the top of the show when we were looking at potential successes here, but not when we put on our predictions. Jamerson, talk to me about Na'Vi so far.
Yeah, I mean, we have to note that, of course, getting that Harvester ending in first game was fantastic for them, right? We know how well Na'Vi performs when it comes to priority. But when it comes to having to go basically cross map, when we got to map number 2 and went down to launch site, we saw the old struggles of Na'Vi. But then here in game number 3, we got to see what the meta shift did for them. Being able to have the Watson and the Newcastle allows them on risky plays like that, which is where we see a lot of times if Na'Vi's going to fail, it's going to be on a play like that. But now having the Newcastle and their Horizon allows them to reset extremely fast off that drop and then get back into controlling zone. So this might just be the meta where everyone has to respect Na'Vi.
Let's see exactly what that did for their scores as we take a look at our match 3 results. Na'Vi at the top with those 9 kill points for a total of 21 points. And after their first match, that's going to be putting them in a nice, comfortable position. But the team you spoke about yourself, right there in second place, also having a really solid first 3 matches here.
Yeah, so I think this graphic is actually showing the game 1 stats because SSG got knocked out super early in that game 3. So we're going to look at this, and I'm going to end up actually talking a little bit about that game 1 with SSG here in a bit. But I think the real highlight is just Na'Vi in general, and I got to give a shout out to the Newcastle on that team. The plays that character can make completely open up the rest of the game, and that's what I'm going to really get into.
Nice catch there, Snipe Down. We'll take a look at the series results and see what this does for our leaderboard so far. Obviously, first 3 matches here in the book, so we'll make sure we get these updated so that you guys know exactly where our teams are currently standing. But either way, what we saw, the important thing is that we saw SSG in a top position in multiple games. We saw Na'Vi win multiple games. We even saw Gaimin Gladiators in a top spot quite a few times. We're seeing consistency out of these teams that are knocking down some other big names in reaction to their performance here, Tiff. I mean, we saw LG here in those final moments, but still really low on the points. A team that we know takes a little bit longer to warm up, but still a team we expect big things from. We saw NRG in quite a few positions that they could do something big. We're still waiting for a pop-off performance, though.
Yeah, it's true. I think NRG is going to be one of those teams where when we saw them in their prior series, it did take them a few games to kind of get things going. Even with their quick rotates, it's not necessarily panning out for them. And then you kind of go back towards that. They didn't win until their final match of the series, so they could just be kind of trying to figure some things out. And of course, we'll keep tabs on that. But a lot of teams did not expect Na'Vi to do this well. And I remember sitting in the green room and we were kind of having these conversations as we run through some of the final circles here, especially match number 1. This is where they really come in towards that end game and say, we are not messing around, dude. I am so sick of the slander of saying that we are only an online performing team. We have not been able to showcase that ability and what we bring to the table when it comes to this international stage. And honestly, Matafe locking it in on the Newcastle, kind of like we were highlighting, he's been really well at this. Now, oftentimes Matafe, he's the player that would play Lifeline on the prior iterations of this and kind of dabbled with crypto even. But when you get comfortable on this high ground, which honestly, I'll throw it over to you, because you really didn't think Na'Vi was going to win this.
Yeah, I thought this was almost a guaranteed Spacestation win when as soon as we hear the 2 teams up top, FURIA and Na'Vi fighting, you think that Spacestation, they drop that wall out there, and in my opinion, they should be peeking this wall a little more. I know that smoke kind of prevents some of the points of view, but FURIA gets kind of mobbed here, and the Newcastle ends up, there's a wall right down low. You see Matafe drop right there and place a wall. He's focusing on the next fight to win the game. He's not just thinking, oh, let's just fight for top 2. So they place the wall, they get the Q down, their team is able to drop into safety, and SSG has nowhere to really fight anymore because Na'Vi has all the head glitches to play. So incredible plays out of Matafe there, and it's fun to see that team performing.
And then we bring it back here to match number 2, and this is kind of one of the things that you were talking about. We saw SSG top in the first match, but able to close it out this time around. But I do also want to shout out Shadow, because we just saw them in a top spot here in match number 3, saw them in a top spot in match number 2, and I think they might be a surprise for some people.
If you're consistently making it towards that end game, it's a matter of time before you're able to connect all of that and grab those eliminations to really boost yourself up the leaderboard. And as I turn around behind me, you know, they're pretty high up there, which is definitely what they want. But right before we kind of cut to this clip, Gaimin Gladiators, they hit that double reset. Light calls back in Lufka and Blast, and I'm like, there's no way this actually happens, but no one can necessarily take angles. SSG had already committed to the low ground prior, and they start fighting around this storage container. Shadow jumps down, focuses GG, and SSG completely rolls around. But I wasn't expecting GG to fall first. I thought it would have been Shadow, but one player was able to evade them and survive just a bit long enough before SSG was able to take the win.
And then we move into match number 3, putting us at the halfway point. And this is where we saw Na'Vi again, Shadow again. But we also saw some pop-off moments out of Fnatic. We heard the crowd getting very hype about Na'Vi here, though, Jamerson.
Yeah, Na'Vi did a fantastic job. I mean, it was a little bit iffy for them in the mid-game, early game, because coming from Lava Fissure, they had a lot of teams that had prio on this zone before them, right? They ended up getting holed up over by the Skyhook Tunnel, and we saw the pileup of teams at Survey Camp and the kind of mad scramble that they were involved in to try and get into Zone 4. And that's what we're talking about, this meta with the Newcastle, with the Watson. They were able to drop in, take up a lot of space with those picks, and that was what basically set them up to pick up 16 kills here in this game. So it's not just a win, it is a massive one for them, getting close to that 30-point mark.
That it's going to be huge moving forward throughout the rest of the series and the rest of the competition. We'll keep talking about it, especially as we move closer to it. We'll really start to focus on that top 20 bubble, which teams are going to be putting themselves into that winner's bracket, who has to fight through our elimination bracket, because it's not going to get any easier from here. And right now, with a start of 2 wins on World's Edge, Na'Vi looks great, and we now have the updated correct series results, so you can see what has happened with Na'Vi's position and the point gap that they've managed to solidify for themselves. 52 points after the first 3 matches, followed by SSG, then Shadow. All the teams that we've been seeing here at the top, I mean, they've created a sponge here, Snipe, and now moving into Storm Point, they should be feeling comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, with a 28-point win, they would have put themselves in 3rd place with 1 game. So they've definitely given themselves a cushion. I think we're finally getting that tournament out of them that people have been wanting for such a long time. I mean, it seems like they're also a momentum team. They've struggled in the past. They've gotten 40th place at tournaments, and now finally, and I think everyone is happy for them to be in this position. It looks like they've pretty much secured themselves into the grand finals, and now it's just trying to make sure that they can hold on to that 1st place with the points, accrue as much as they can, so now they can get the picks that they want to put them in those prio spots, so they're not having to run into zones from across the map.
We'll have to see if they do get the picks they want, but the picks that they have currently are the Storm Point ones coming up right around the corner. We're switching maps from World's Edge over to Storm Point, so let's start taking a look at the draft picks, where our teams are going to be settling in for the last 3 matches here in this series. It could determine a lot for some of our squads. Definitely gonna dive into this. Jamerson, let's start with you. We have the drops here. We're gonna get them through up on the screen as well. As these picks come through, which team do you think has a good spot right now to really play from for these last 3 matches?
Yeah, having priority on this pick, right? We saw a lot of NA really put their focus onto World's Edge, but it was SSG to kind of shake things up first. And so they'll go ahead and prioritize going over for Storm Point, right? Getting that lightning rod is going to be extremely strong. We've seen teams play out of that. Having the southern rotations out of there extremely fast. You'll be able to go to command center and utilize that tech to basically get to any south side of the map. Rotating through the north side is going to be extremely easy as well coming out from that. So I like that SSG really put that focus on to being able to really convert points more on Storm Point because they're so comfortable on their World's Edge.
And Tiff, I know you're a fan of Fnatic, and they had that first pick there onto Pylon heading into Storm Point, so tell me how you're feeling about that.
You know, I like Pylon. I really do. It's got juiced loot, but when you think about some of the rotations heading north, things are going to be more tough for them. Not only in the verticality, but you have to rotate through so many top-tier teams. If you go south, which we've seen some devastated coast zones, you're going to have that priority that you would like towards that end game. But I kind of want to bring it back to Na'Vi. I actually like their Spacestation pick. Of course, it's within the top 5, but you got to think about if we're going south, we are ahead of Mill, we are ahead of Down Beast, and that's exactly what you want to do. However, if we do pull to North Pad, which we also see a lot of North Pad zones on Storm Point, then you have to think about how you're going there. You'll be behind Mill and then Down Beast. But overall, being relatively central on the map is kind of the key to success, considering so many players are actually focusing on those early rotates. And, you know, if they can be as dominating as they were in that first half with already 52 points. I mean, I looked at the stats and they're pretty crazy. It's like kinda henchmen. It's just a Na'Vi day.
And we've got a couple other teams in here that are going to be looking for some points to move into their day. We saw Monsoon popping off a little bit with the Kraber in our early matches, taking a look at complexity. Like we mentioned before, also the LGs, the NRGs moving into Storm Point side. What do you think they can do?
I mean, all eyes are on LG at this point. I mean, this is a team that showed like they were capable of winning at EWC, and they have all the firepower in the world. They had the best POI pick essentially on the last map in Skyhook West with 2 early exits in the first 2 games. So if you're not picking up the KP and getting the loot that you need, and your games are ending early at the best POI, and now you're stuck in the bottom right corner of the map at Devastated Coast, it's going to be tough for them to pick it up. And, you know, they only had 25 points coming into this. They're only sitting at 7 right now. So it's kind of like all pressure is going to be on these next 3 games and the next series. So, you know, you're really looking to see them pull it out.
Definitely a good opportunity to start that momentum heading into the next series as well. But it's not just Apex Legends action that we have going on here at the stage in Mannheim, Germany. We have so much going on in the rest of the SAP arena as well. So let's send it on over to our guy on the ground, Peeps, to show you everything we've got going on here.
What up, everybody? I am here at the concourse at the 1v1 station here in Mannheim, Germany. So if you got beef with anybody in the arena, you bring them here, you settle your ones. But the best thing, they have an Apex Creator Challenge where you go against some of your favorite Apex content creators, and the top 3 players from that get to compete on stage on Sunday, all right, in a straight shot revivals match for the whole world to see. So we'll see you here because this starts today, and we'll see you on Sunday on stage.
Welcome back, everybody. What action we've seen thus far with Na'Vi. Vicky Kitty joined with Genome once again, and I don't know, with that video from Peeps, I feel like that was like a challenge, a 1v1 booth. I mean, look, if you have something to prove, this is the place to do it here in Mannheim, Germany, and it's been so fantastic not only to see the crowd pile up here in the arena, but also to see our teams who've already figured out what they have to do differently. Cough, cough, Na'Vi. I mean, even though they had a great performance yesterday, they've carried that momentum into day 2 today.
They've done really well, surprising some people with previous LAN performances maybe not going as they had planned, but a lot of other people showing up here as well. I mean, Shadow, the Chinese invite team, have had a couple of good games. You know, SSG, my pick, not too bad. It was, I think, 3rd and then 1st. And yeah, look, a couple of teams who, obviously, we get into the 2nd day of group stages, and a couple of teams know that they need to do better, right? They haven't had a stellar day 1. They've got to pick up the pace, but also teams playing for POI draft now as well. And I think that's what maybe is spurring Na'Vi on to make it into the winners bracket and then also have all those points on their sides. Imagine getting there and then be like, hey, Falcons, we're just going to take Mill away from you. Something like that, right? Something spicy.
When it comes to a meta like this, it could absolutely work out for them. Also, side note, even from the big screen, I am not on an Apple box anymore. Now we are truly exposed with the height disparity like we get to see on Storm Point usually. As we move on to match number 4, I like how you highlight that though. It's also about a statement. It's not just about the teams that know where they're settled at the moment, because now this is where the stakes are heightened. Now this is where teams know what they have to do differently so that way they can move on through the winner side of that bracket. Now looking at our legend selects, and as we move on to a new map here, Gino, we know that we see usually some teams go for something differently, maybe something that they feel stronger on. But I also want to specifically highlight Na'Vi winning those 2 games on World's Edge was huge. Even though we've only had a limited amount of games that we've had after only 1 day alone in our Split 2 playoffs, it's enough to determine which of these teams definitely feel more comfortable on World's Edge versus Storm Point. I mean, just yesterday, we saw FURIA drop a double bagel Storm Point game, whereas in that last game, yes, obviously they did a lot better, but it just shows that consistency that some teams may have on World's Edge and Storm Point put together.
I mean, look, speaking of disparities, there's a disparity between Na'Vi and the rest of the lobby right now. 20 points ahead, and that was on their non-preferred draft pick. I mean, they had 28th pick with Lava Fissure and made the absolute most of that on World's Edge. But when we move over to Storm Point, now they've got 8th pick and it's Spacestation. A power play from them. So maybe they'll go even further here and push themselves further ahead of the pack in the 2nd half of our series.
Seeing with our first game on Storm Point, game number 4. Let's get this started. Na'Vi had an entourage in the crowd giving them their energy, but mostly seeing the momentum that they could carry off of winning 2 dubs alone, which is so huge. We haven't had a team take 3 games yet in a series. Very probable here with 3 more games left to go for Na'Vi.
look, no bonus points available here at LAN, but if you're winning that many games, you're going to be stacking on the points and moving yourself up the leaderboard, therefore securing yourself better and better POIs as the tournament progresses. I mean, even just going back to what you were talking about a little while ago, Vicky, about changing your legend comps, you know, we did talk about that yesterday, and I went back and had a look. It was actually less than I expected. I'd say about 75% of the teams were sticking with their compositions from one map to the next. I mean, you know, some were changing it up between the, you know, say the Crypto Bang and then going to Catalyst Newcastle, making some changes. But a lot of teams, and I think this might be because it's such a new meta and it's so hard to learn one new whole composition, let alone two new whole compositions. So some teams have just been rocking the one that they may have practiced and may be better with and saying, hey, let's just see if we can get this to work across both of the competitive maps.
And that's also going hand in hand with a new weapon meta too, right? Being able to now see EMP you have to be wary of into double Mozams blaring at your face here, but we also get to see the non-stop action already happening over by the north side here. E36, only one member left, trying to play off the double knockdown, but cannot clutch it out. So much already happening here as NORTHEPTION, Taida already out the doors.
Well, this is a meta that should be favoring Taida, the shotgun prodigy. That's kind of where all his clips have come from, and I think what he's most notable for. But unfortunately, with only one Mozam in hand, it's hard to make an impact.
Yeah, no Akimo there for him to work with, and he had to run because it was reject WINNITY on the other side, but not too sure if he's going to find much success because Hao was right in front of Command Center, and they do get eliminated. It is non-stop action, though, from every angle of this zone. We haven't seen it just yet, but just to put into perspective, this is going to probably pull towards the outskirts of Command Center through the west side, uphill by where you expect those zip lines to be, where Na'Vi likes to stay posted up on the high ground. They could take a look at the Evil Harvesters when Gaimin Gladiators actually end up rotating out from the side of wall. But then on the other side, teams that do like to slowly rotate in, SWQ and Complexity that we always end up seeing. Let's jump into a listening with Complexity to see how they want to take this fight.
Just drop. I'm fucking dead, bro. He's aping me. Fuck, dude. Fuck, what? Okay. Well, get the fuck out, I guess.
They don't have zips, so we might have to fight it.
I'm gonna look for his banner.
Yeah, can you just go cloak and look for?
I can't. I'm not blue. I'm not blue.
Fuck.
You guys just have to run. They're going to ape you guys.
I mean,
Don't even look for a banner.
We're running.
I can probably get your banner from here.
They're going to ape you. Like there's.
He's looking for the man scan on you.
They're hit.
I love those comms. Listening to the way that Complexity, the way that their brain works is just fantastic, but it's for reasons like this, right? Lou literally gets blasted from the other side of the hill while trying to get out of their line of sight. Meanwhile, when Montoon tells Kimchi to get out, he ends up trying to fully commit, and FURIA get eliminated in 18. This is what I'm talking about. Always getting caught in the middle of their rotates on Storm Point, and it is at the hands of NRG.
A little bit of a shame for Complexity, who've been farming points so far in this series. I mean, they had 17 to start off with on World's Edge, but going to be slipping a little bit further down the leaderboards after that performance. Yeah, SWQ just, I mean, you often get that sort of scuffle in between Echo HQ and Coastal Camp teams. It's why in Pro League we often saw people trying to claim both of them just because they know that it can be very detrimental to your rotates to have another team so close by and running in with the Trident. It's annoying, as you can see just there.
And that's why FURIA had rotated so quickly from Barometer back up towards the north side where they had met with NRG through that choke when we know NRG is going to be coming out from the north pad side. Now looking at the other side, when you talk about different compositions though, Genome, SWQ coming through with the Mad Maggie, and of course something that I was always excited thinking about, that perk with the shotguns, the auto reloads when it comes to contesting a lot of these fights. But the goal here is to make sure your time to fight is shortened. You want to make sure you can get those stocks and get out.
Yeah, I mean, you can take down two people with one clip of a Mozam, right? And the hammer points. It's, even if you've got like red, purple armor, it's 4 to 5 shots to take down someone from full health if you're hitting all of the 3 Mozam pellets. But if you've got that Maggie perk, all of a sudden, it's infinite. Doesn't matter how many people they throw at you, as long as you can keep putting them down, getting the thirst, getting the armor swaps. I mean, you know, it really could just keep going on. You could see an epic endgame clip coming out of that perk.
All right, matrixing right through a Skynet real quick here. Sasuke going to be able to go over to the side. And this is a good spot to be at from the very beginning, because we have been seeing a lot more of these northern storm point zones, right? And hanging out on this hill on the outskirts of Command Center allows you to make sure that your backs are clear to any stragglers that like to take their time, because we actually saw a very similar circle to this, I believe, yesterday, except they didn't pull as much towards wall. It was much more on the hilltop that would encapsulate a little bit of Cascade Falls.
Yeah, and I think that spot Fnatic are playing there with the Spiders, with Newcastle, becomes very good. Without it, can be a little bit sketchy. You got to watch forward, got to watch back. You know, you're going to be probably popping those bang smokes just to cut off angles every so often. But yeah, once you add the castle wall in, becomes a very defensible spot. But as you mentioned, it is pulling up, pulling north, going towards wall, and Fnatic likely will be playing the gatekeep position rather than the god spot position.
And they're waiting for the teams that are going to have to funnel out of Command Center eventually, right? Taking a look at LG, looking at the team that is right next to them between Reject, WINNITY, Olimpo as well. Backing up though and having to take their time, because it's not just them. With those two teams right in front of them, there could be a possible third party of how decide to commit through going from the south side of Command Center. But LG noting this, just making sure that they don't want to overextend here, maybe try to bait the other team from the other side to wrap around, as they're going to see where that next circle is going to be pulling, because they're really denied that information from what we get to see, because this circle, once again, is continuously pulling up towards the north. Is it going to be pulling towards the mouth of Command Center exactly?
So LG are one of those teams that are switching compositions from map to map. They were playing the Fuse Bangalore Pathfinder over on World's Edge. Now we see them here on the Cat, Newcastle, and Bangalore.
Shows you how strong Cat could be on a map like Stormpoint, especially for the endgame when you know you want to take those fights here. Shows the confidence and style of the way that the teams want to play it.
Well, it's also interesting because most other teams were pairing it with the Crypto, because they were saying that you just can't get any value out of Knuckle Clusters, out of the Mother Load, when you've got Watson Pylons, when you've got the electrified castle wall set up. It's just impossible to get anything in there.
GN, though, look like they got deleted off the bottom. GoNext gets set back. But the EMP slowing them down just to let Mkers turn things around for them, because it looked like Mkers were also getting pressured in the feed by Na'Vi from a distance. They were able to reset and then send GoNext back. And now they have the boxes to work with here, and they have the information on where that next circle is pulling.
Only a couple of points so far today for Mkers. Their first series was phenomenal, and it must have been good for them to get some points under their belt. They really had a shocker at EWC, and I think that has hurt their confidence quite a bit. But now coming onto back onto the ALGS stage is where a lot of them have a bit more experience and had more success in the past. So I'm glad to see that they got back up and running, but job's not done. Still need that 90 to 100 points to move forward to the winners bracket.
Yeah, that's the threshold that we've already based off of, and it's crazy to see how heavy it's been for teams like even Not Moist, and how KP friendly they've been when it comes to racking up all that KP in general. But SWQ being one of those squads that we had highlighted before with that Mad Maggie, now this time around just scouting ahead to make sure the front of Command Center may be cleared. But there's also a survey beacon by the waterfall of Cascade, so that's gonna let them know who is actually waiting for them on their pathing when they send out that crypto drone.
SWQ, I believe, have played a bit of crypto in the past as well, and we've been, you know, theory crafting and just, you know, throwing some ideas about there. Like, have crypto IGLs that have experience, are they doing better? I don't know if the stats actually reflect that so far. I feel like we really have seen teams that are just, you know, they have their macro in order, doing quite well. And
oh no, Jet right behind him. He was pinched in a situation like that. Needs the safety of the rest of KCP as he backs away. Nice suppressed fire from the rest of KCP before they were able to also reposition here and opted to maybe just wrap around instead. If they could go over to the south side, they would be met though with Fnatic, who have been holding the edge of that circle for so long. But I do want to talk about a team that called out this circle from the very beginning. The team that's already won 2 games within this match series, it is Na'Vi, who are holding onto the northern building north of the zipline on the outskirts of the wall.
Yeah, some teams said command center, some teams said wall, some teams said cascades. All of them kind of wrong, but Na'Vi, as you said, have done it perfectly. They are in that northern ski lift building. Even potentially, even better than them is SSG on the north side. They are through the tunnel that goes up towards Zeus Station, and they are going to be very cozy in there with almost no one on their back, apart from maybe LG, who are doing a very late zone wrap right now. Going to be fascinated to see SSG watching their back. Oh, actually, no, they've hit the evac, and they're going to be going out towards wall.
But that's great news for LG in this case. After such a slow rotate outside the circle, as you can see right here, SSG just gave up that position from the tunnel side after taking the evac tower. Now LG are going to take that spot instead.
And yeah, you see the evac tower right there in front of us, LG. I don't know if they would have been like, oh, that would have been some nice KP if we caught them off guard, or they're just happy to have this space to themselves. But wow, I think SSG, obviously, they're not going to have the information about where this circle is pulling, but they might be kicking themselves when they watch this replay and realize they've given up a spot with almost no counterplay to it.
It's timing. Timing is so important in a situation like that, and that also shows you when SSG maybe not having the information that they needed for that next circle, as the Bangle has been called in. SWQ forced to go out. The EMP, a nice EMP to actually allow his teammates to reset here, forcing Hao to back away, pop the shield bats instead, but they still find a knock on both sides of the night trade here, as Hao are able to not only get SWQ second member, but they are able to wipe out the whole team, and now are forced to call in the evac because this circle is going to make your eyes water.
It was a good push there by Hao getting the damage onto SWQ, but it might have been a little bit too late. I mean, Shadow are ahead of them, and they're only just getting into the zone and meeting Fnatic, who have obviously been set up in the spider place like we call, but somehow the Forged Shadows is enough to just tear them straight out of that position. Meanwhile, Pioneers and FA Kids are coming in hot.
Oh, KCP cannot restabilize Shadow. Take him out, but they're not the only ones, because FA Kids find an opportunity to also involve themselves in the fight uphill that Olimpo is busy dealing with Reject WINNITY for the last 2 circles in Command Center. That's why LG was forced to rotate so far around Command Center, because they knew if they committed, they were going to lose out on the mouth of Command Center. That's why this fight has been taking so long here.
Command Center won't be in the next ring, Vicky. That's why Reject and Olimpo are going to be coming into blows with each other very, very soon. Watson fences set up everywhere. Got to start clearing them out. 40 seconds to go. You can't leave it too late. They should be able to pop up probably just under the building where Na'Vi are, a little bit further north. They are going to contest with teams like DreamFire and FA Kids, probably coming up from the south as well. And then you've got Mkers actually sitting on a good spot just at the top of the wall. You can see there on that smaller map on your screen. They are the northernmost team right now. LG, of course, as we mentioned, going to be sitting pretty for a while.
I mean, the one thing I'm seeing from that fight here alone between Reject and Olimpo is the fact that Olimpo are still on blue Evo, so they have the health disadvantage while Na'Vi on the rooftop.
Yeah, I was assuming that Na'Vi were going to be playing from inside the building, playing safely, but no, they were actually pushing for kills. They want more, and as they take this top position, this means they've got sight lines on LG, and that safe spot that we assumed has been taken away from them. Sweet now, I think the only one left alive. Can he maybe rat some placement points out of this position that they've given up?
It was beautiful follow-up there, too. He had touched his toes with the Kraber in that moment, and then the Nemesis was the nail in the coffin without even giving up too much space. While Reject WINNITY now having to force their way outside of Command Center. Nice hip-fire shots with the Hemlock. Can he get the last member? He's forced to reload. He cannot. He can't. With the last member of Reject WINNITY, they clean up Olimpo. There is a health disadvantage here that allows them to stay on top. But look, with the circle closing in, it's going to be so hard to reset because there's still a member of HOW alive.
Yeah, just one made it off that evac that they were trying to get out, but SSG also on the western side of the map can look for this. Na'Vi, as we mentioned, are not trying to let kills go to anyone else in this lobby. The Cravers out for Matafe. Can he find some targets for it?
Also saw on your feet NRG getting completely obliterated after Na'Vi had pressured them out from underneath here too. LG still alive, but only as a solo. We get the rat cam on between LG and HOW here. While we look at Na'Vi, they're looking up ahead at Reject. Let's jump into a listen in with Na'Vi before they plan that next move.
Come.
I'm coming.
We just fucked him.
Still looking left.
Come here. Yeah, I can't.
Keep looking. You have Bengals, can you destroy their gen?
One sec, no Bengal.
I'm trying to destroy gen.
Okay, nice.
Wait, I need to pick up my Hemlock. I need to pick up my Hemlock.
I'm for drone.
I need to destroy this fucking drone.
I'm destroying gen.
Nice.
We need to kill them, okay? Got that Bengal?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fucking double scanning this, okay?
Yeah.
Right now.
Get close to this rock.
Get close.
Yeah.
They have new gen, bro. They have new gen.
Move up.
I can shoot it, yes.
Shooting gen.
50 on base.
I got gen, waiting.
I'm going above them, boys.
I'm waiting as well.
Second. They gen again.
They Bengals it. Chill for a second. We have another gen.
20.
I'm chilling.
I'm moving up.
Okay, I can't get.
My one.
Just stay there, kind of play there.
What's swinging me back? Bring me back.
I know one.
Low.
Nice. I'm ready. Come.
Na'Vi, the desperate attempts to go around. They take out the team in front of them, but then immediately right afterwards, the timing, they knew that there was a solo also still creeping up from right behind them.
So it seems that Reject WINNITY coming from that south side and now looking in a great spot. It's them really versus GG. Somehow, Sweet has managed to make it into the final circle. No Bloodhound to find him anymore. Sia gone from the meta. The Rat plays are here in Mannheim.
Sweet dreams, the COO of Apex here, keeping the dream alive for LG, but as a solo, what more can he do? While Reject WINNITY find him in the middle with Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, both teams, it seems, on the hunt for that solo. I mean, he's not a crypto, right? We can't see another Madness play where he just goes AFK in the middle of the zone, but he's doing his best as a Bangalore to stay alive. The crypto drone does have the scan on him. They know exactly where he is, but Reject, they can't get too complacent here. Otherwise, GG will climb up and get them.
It's a little handshake for Na'Vi here too. He was working off of the Watson fences that were left behind here for them. Reject, understanding that, was able to take down at least one of the fence lines. But it's also Sweet, who is not going to give up this spot. It's Whack-a-Bang here, as he's going to not only force his way around both of these teams, but force him to fight first before he pokes his face again.
Okay, Gaimin Gladiators, they do have the Cat War. They've got the Rolling Thunder. Ultimates are in the bank right now. If they can maybe rip a Cat Wall, a Dark Veil to separate Reject WINNITY, that could give them a massive advantage to win this final 3v3.
That is such a good point, and that also highlights having that Cat Wall for late games like this. That's a big difference maker between a Crypto, even a Watson in a case like this. And when you have the Bang ult here too, look at the positioning that GG's in.
Yeah, but the pylon was up in time. It catches enough of the missiles from the Bang ult that Reject WINNITY aren't affected.
And Sweet was able to shield swap right on time, by the way. He was literally one shot at one point and was able to fully reset. And Reject, they cannot give up this high ground. If they do to chase down a solo, that is just going to allow Gaimin Gladiators to walk around them for free.
How is Sweet still alive? I mean,
Skynade was huge. Wait.
Yeah, they do get
No way! That's Skynade! That's
gonna come up from the back.
The Skynade allows Gaimin Gladiators to still have the advantage, but they still do not want to overextend. They still are also aware of the solo that is left for LG. Sweet slowly inching forward. He saw the knock here in the feed.
At this point, I think they're giving him too much respect. They really need to be pushing to try and confirm that kill. And instead, RC get a kill back.
They finally were able to finalize that here as Blast is dancing around the catwalk. Doesn't want to overextend after Gaimin Gladiators was able to get the res, but for not long. Was that commitment worth it? As it is just Blast here. The EMP. Sweet is still alive.
sweet dreams, the nightmare for both of these teams. If he gets anything more than third, it would have been insane. Reject WINNITY come out on top. Gaimin Gladiators do not capitalize on the first knock there. The rogue element. At least he once was for that team, and he doesn't manage to get past third, but my lord, does he make an impact on how that final fight played out.
It's all about situational awareness and playing for what you have in front of you, right? Blast being the last one alive for his team, noting where Sweet was, said, all right, well, I'm not going to let you play for second. I'm going to get the placement points instead. And if I can get easy KP at the very end, knowing that I'm going to lose his 1v3, then may as well in a case like this. That's why he dropped down. That's why he didn't look back at his teammates, because at that point, he had also already used up Catwall. It was by the end time of the Catwall being up already at that time, too.
I mean, I think at that point, you need to have a bit more confidence. I feel like not all three of your players are probably going to be looking at angles for the other team. So someone, whether it was Reject in the first part of that or Gaimin Gladiators in the second who are closer to Sweet by the end, you know, just send someone around the side, see if you can get a crack on Sweet and then just ego challenge take him out, because I mean, you can pull back and bat if you need to. He's probably not going to one-clip you. It's such a hard spot to play out if you're not trying to get rid of that solo and allow yourself to take advantage of that first knock that they got on Iron. It felt like from that spot, Gaimin Gladiators should have been running away with it, but everyone was so scared of this one player just running around throwing smokes everywhere.
Literally his presence just intimidating everybody. I definitely agree with you there, though, because they had the advantage. They had gotten that first knock initially to even start off the fight. That's why it was such a big deal. But Reject saying, we absolutely take those. They get it with 8 KP, of course, that first place spot. Gaimin Gladiators still was able to get at least 4 KP before finding themselves in that second place spot. And that is with the addition of that KP onto Sweet.
SSG picking up 5 placement points without a kill. And then looking at our top 3, you can see that Reject WINNITY, known as New Jay when they were playing in APAC North, had a very passive style, loved to get in zone, and you can see that as they played out that last circle, they really, you know, aren't going to get too aggressive unless they absolutely have to.
It was a much more passive game, right? It was a bit spread out when it comes to the KP throughout this lobby as we take a look at the series results, because it's still Na'Vi that was able to find themselves within that top 5, still leading the pack by look at that gap. Look at that, 62 points for first place between themselves and then SSG right behind them with 37 points tied with Shadow.
Shadow, I've got Jackie1 joining them, the previous AGL player from APAC South. A couple of entrants coming in today. I think we've got Shadow. We've seen I Hate the World / No Name coming in for DreamFire, and later on we'll be able to see the full complement of Legends Gaming as well.
That's our first game on Stormpoint. We got game number 5 coming to you on the other side of this game. This break, don't want to miss it.
Here. Lights out. You fought well, but I grew up in these territories. You gotta take risks to be champ. Blame it on the chemtrails.
Alienware, official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I love listening to the team comms after a fantastic dub from Reject. The patience paying off for this squad. Even listening to their comms, Mate, wait a little bit, wait. Even though they saw the catwall on the other side, they didn't want to risk it just in case. Seeing him drop down though, that was a free dub for them, even when they lost one of their teammates at the very beginning of that interaction between Gaimin and Gladiators.
Well, they pick up 20 of their 22 points here in match 4. So maybe Storm Point can be a little bit better for Reject WINNITY. I mean, we've got the CEO, we've got General Burton, and now we've got Colonel Garcia.
General Burton and Colonel. All right. I love the names that we also get to have here to play along with it here. And it's also been fantastic to see how this has changed things up going into Storm Point. I keep reiterating this because we do see some slight changes from some teams, but we also see a slight different pacing when it comes to the rotates. We highlighted before some teams that find that success on World's Edge may not be finding that same type of pacing onto Storm Point. A team that I definitely see that happening very obviously is going to be FURIA in this case when they try to go for a quick rotate out of Barometer before meeting their demise versus NRG.
Yep, FURIA obviously had an epic start to yesterday, and as we move on to Storm Point, FURIA, as you said, coming out of Barometer, it was a more northerly zone, very hard. If you have to wend your way through the middle of the map, right? You're coming down from Barrow, I feel like if you're going around the edges, the rotates aren't quite as dire, but it's once you get into that Cascades area that everything just becomes such a nuisance for teams that have taken too long to get there. There's just, teams hiding around every corner.
I mean, it's something that Na'Vi did very quickly and had already called out that circle from the very beginning. I feel like I saw them already when Circle 1 started to close, where they had rotated quickly from Cedo all the way to that building north of that zip line on the outskirts of that tunnel that we had mentioned. We saw LG go for a very roundabout rotation. But with squads like Na'Vi who know how to station themselves and know that they could just put in some poke pressure and also camp a survey beacon whenever they can, or rather the ring information with that crypto, they also get to boost up their evil shields while not giving up that space here.
Yeah, and that's a good point with Crypto grabbing the survey beacons as well, because if you are worried about any booby traps, any landmines in the form of other teams in that middle area as you rotate, if you've got the Crypto drone in range of one of those survey beacons, you can get a forward warning of any of that coming your way, and it's much easier to make the rotates.
And in Na'Vi's case, it's not even with the crypto, it's with the Watson, Bangalore, and Newcastle. It's bunkering down at the end of the day and finding your spot there and predicting where that circle is going to be. We have seen a lot of these northern zones, though, on Storm Point, so it's not too surprising here while we take a look at the final circle from that last match and really break down how we got to see some of the teams and how some of the squads that we actually witnessed were forced out of command center when they thought that the circle could have actually shifted towards that hill.
Yeah, I mean, LG, obviously, they had a chance to be a full 3-man here, but it was that earlier spot where they get taken down that left Sweet the lone rogue element in this last circle. Here's the spot where we see Ein get taken down. Now, GG absolutely should have pushed up here, but obviously they were a little too scared with Sweet on their side. Maybe were there any other abilities really keeping them at bay? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah,
they've got the Mastiff coming out at them, but at this point, it really feels like it should have been over for Reject.
It was like a moment where it was right before we even saw Lengo having the EMP here too. He used it at the very end because now is when he had it, but imagine, the catwall was already up from the other side. They had already isolated what could have been that solo over to the left side, but still not trying to overextend. I mean, Genome, what do you think about these passive plays? I mean, essentially giving up an opportunity to even get a dub in that case.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if the drone was recharging there from WINNITY at the start, right? Because you saw the EMP come out very late in the fight, and I think if they had that up, you probably would have seen Reject just go EMP, bam, in. But obviously, yeah, they were playing all the way back, and I guess they stalled for just long enough for that drone to come back into play and be able to get the EMP off. And obviously, once that happens, you get perfect vision of where everyone else is in the circle.
And that was absolutely huge versus Gaimin Gladiators. I'm actually getting word that Peeps is with Blast right now, so let's hear it with Peeps and Blast.
Vic, thank you so much. I am here with Blast from Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, you guys just pulled out an amazing second place win. You're sitting 10th overall from day one. I also saw a stat. You guys have the highest average KD at 2.67.
Really?
Can you talk to us a little bit about the team fighting mechanics that you guys got going on?
I think we're very coordinated with ourselves. Whenever we see anything, we go for it. I think probably the reason it's so high is because we never miss out on anything. We're always like, kill this, kill this. We like actually just go for it. Like,
absolutely. And you being one of the top IGLs in this LAN, right? What is your secret to success to bringing these boys to where you need to be to accomplish a win or high points?
I mean, I'm not that jealous. It's Light, but with Light, I would say he's very demanding. He wants us to do well. He doesn't let us fall. He's very, very good at making sure that we are always aware of what we need to do, making sure that we know exactly how to be playing. Making sure we're watching backs, watching threats. Yeah, I think he's just very, very good at doing what needs to be done.
Absolutely. Well, you heard it here from Gaimin Gladiators. Thank you so much. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Peeps. I like hearing a lot of, the coordination that we have to have between Light and Blast and seeing what they have to do differently. Because, by the way, Light is absolutely putting out the damage. He doesn't have a single kill, though, throughout this series, but it highlights the suppressed fire that he's putting on for his team to do all the rest of the work. Essentially, a Pokemon trainer just sending out his Pokemon between Blast and Lufka. And between Blast having 8 KP thus far within the series and Lufka having 4, Light has 0, but with 3.6k damage.
The most damage, right? Yeah.
Literally.
And yeah, look, he's out there on the Bangalore. Obviously, he's getting the cracks, he's getting the opens, and then who knows? Maybe he drops the Mozams for his teammates, because as we know, they are the only guns that are allowed to finish someone in this tournament. It was a secret rule. Don't know if we let the audience in on that, but that's the case.
Mozam's basically adding just another legend to the composition to think about here. But that's what I mean when I'm talking about not just the legend composition swaps that we possibly could see, but also having to consider the weapon compositions that have been brought on with these big changes going into the new Apex Legends season. And it's between that and also the loot bins having to get that restart in here too. You could expect everybody that's running the Mozams by the end of the game to already have a gold shotgun bolt or even a hammer points, probably both, honestly. I'm getting word though that the game is ready to go. Everyone, thank you so much for your patience. Let's get this started here. We got game number 5 coming to you soon.
Hype to get this one underway. Gaimin Gladiators with that top 2 finish are going to go up a couple of spots, up to 32 points, but no one is anywhere near Na'Vi right now. 62 points with a big step down to we got SSG there on 37, as well as Shadow 36.90. It's been a big day for them, and now Gaimin Gladiators, after that performance, move themselves up into 4th with 32.
I mean, well, that's like a 25-point difference between Na'Vi and the rest of this lobby, and we're starting off right now on game 5. You have 2 more games to go to play catch-up here, and that's with Na'Vi actually going so well with their rotates here on Storm Point. Again, exiting out of Cedar like we saw in that last game, but with the timing on it and already predicting properly when that circle was going to pull and where it was.
Yeah, I believe the technical term is gapped.
Yeah, actually. Huge gapped. Huge gap here. It is actually beautiful to see the trophy here, the flyby as our legends are loading into the game. But it's also the different legend composition, still sticking to the Mad Maggie, by the way, too, for SWQ.
Seems like there's always one, you know? In times past, it was Aurora. We've had a couple of teams pick it up, but it's going to be SWQ holding the torch here, carrying the torch at Mannheim. Shadow still playing the Revenant, by the way.
And I feel like now at this point, as we get into game number 2, we have to highlight the teams that haven't been putting on a performance within the course of those last 4 games right now. KCP, Fnatic, LG even coming in with 11 plays. Looks like a quick pause is going to be coming on here before we get fully started within our Game 5.
It's impressive predictive powers there, Vicky.
Sorry.
You knew it was happening. Well, have you got the crystal ball? Can you tell us what's happening for the rest of the series?
It's the button, Genome, I told you. It's got to add a little bit more excitement, making sure that you guys are sitting on the edge of your seats, because you already know that when I press the button, we obviously go to the game.
You think they'll trust me with one of those one day?
No, I took it from you.
Yeah.
It was actually supposed to be yours. But it's been fun so far, being able to see also the diversity and where these zones have been pooling here too. Specifically, when I talk about Storm Point, I'm usually expecting a lot of these northern, like checkpoint zones that we've been seeing pulling towards the outskirts of North Pad here. But usually, actually yesterday, I had the pleasure of being able to cast a Cenote Cave circle, which I feel like it's been 50 years.
It's been a long time. Yeah, and it was quite far over as well. We've actually seen some of those that are further over towards the armor cave, which is really fun, right? Because I feel like we've seen a lot in the middle of Cenote, around that area where you get some fun high ground disparity. Pathfinder can come into it, but it's the really deep tunnels on the western side of Cenote that can be quite fun. And look, whoever's been handing out those crocheted Nessies is an absolute legend.
They are so good. I love it. I love the community that makes up the competitive Apex. Oh, what the?
Oh, is he throwing it to me?
If you're going to do that,
over here.
I'll definitely take that. What the? Noctem was trying to take the gyms out here too in the arena. But also getting word, by the way, just to be transparent, that there is a player keyboard that is being swapped out at the moment. Sure that everyone gets the peripherals that they need.
Just having a look at the first circle we've got here. I know we talked about it yesterday, and it was... you know, we ended up restarting the game fully and it changed over. But you know what was funny about that, Vicky? Is we went back and chatted to some of the players at lunch, right? They'd only seen the first circle. And this is why, when anyone ever says that they can predict it off the first circle without beacon knowledge, you do not trust them, okay? Because even the pro IGLs, the best in the world here, they were like, oh yeah, you remember that wall zone? And I was like, hey, I got to see the map for a split second after that, and it was actually a Cascade Fall zone, and they were all like, oh my god, what are you talking about? So never trust. First circle is not to be trusted.
Definitely, I do that a lot. I definitely try to predict right off the first circle. It's okay, but you know what? I do like a 50-50 pool. Sometimes it could be here, and then I'll say, or it could be here. So why don't we position ourselves in a spot where we could have a better rotate to either side if we could claim that space. But it's also, you know, just feeling like when your IGL does predict wrong and seeing it on the map where everybody predicts one side and then it completely shifts over to the other. It's the whiplash of all the teams that have congregated into either shared buildings that have to now funnel out all together into the bloodbath that is waiting for them on the outskirts. Happens a lot. Actually, I could see it happening possibly with a circle like this once we get started here. But it's a nice, patient game while we get to not only see the crochet Nessies, but all the different jerseys too. You know, I always like to see and highlight. Alliance is not in this lobby, but when I got to see Alliance's jersey for the first time, I actually really liked the green color combination here. Oh, and I talk about Alliance and I mentioned the green light. I mean, now we get the green light to go back into the game. Everyone, thank you again. As we finally get started here for game number 5, it is Reject WINNITY, your winners from our previous game here. Ready slowly to see what they could do. Also splitting up that loot here over by wall, because this circle is pulling by mill side, probably between mill and bridge, considering that we have that information here and Reject will slowly have it here too.
Yeah, does this even go up towards maybe down beast? Like, I think this could actually favor Pioneers quite a lot, who are, of course, starting in that northwestern side of the map. And as we have a look at this, we can see, you know, Na'Vi going to make a very quick rotate, you would imagine, over from Ceto Station. And look, Mkers have got a ring console. So let's see. Yeah, they've got the Watson, so that means they get the insta-scan. It'll be very predictive of that circle, I would say, to see whether they decide to post up in mill or whether they join Pioneers in down beast.
But this is also one of those zones where there's a lot of open space in the middle, so you can expect a lot of the fighting be done either by the north edge of the circle or the two chokes that you could expect going out of checkpoint, which is not only narrow, but if it does shift over to the west side by mill or down beast, there's a lot of open spots where you can get shot out in the middle of that rotation.
Exactly, right? And that means the early prio spots in this are so important because it's like you get the spots all the way to the west, up on the edge near the buildings in mill or in down beast. Otherwise, you're in no man's land, right? I mean, yeah, sure, you can post up in checkpoint for now, but that's not going to do very well come circle 3 or 4. And yeah, I think it is this down beast zone as we see Mkers go north and we see NRG and DreamFire very quickly pulling up into some of the buildings underneath. There's, you know, definitely a couple of prio spots, I'd say. You know, Pioneers we'll see on the top, yes. So essentially, once you realize you've got a down beast zone from down beast, you just get on top. You say, I don't care like almost how much meds we have, how much ammo I've got in the bank. We are going to sit up here. We're going to be very conservative with our ammo because we know we're going to need it for probably a Zone 5, Zone 6 fight. We're not going to get a huge amount of kills because we just don't have the ammo unless someone lands on us and we get access to death boxes. But you need to play very passively and just play from the top. That's really how you just guarantee yourself some placement points when this zone drops on your head.
Absolutely, and here we have Complexity already engaging and already getting a knock from Kimchi here. Make it 2 with Lu. Literally, Crazy Kong was one shot going up that evac. They were trying to go in over by the backside, and Complexity always finding this fight versus SWQ, getting a little bit of revenge after the action that we witnessed in that last game.
Well, you know, if Monsoon's got the sniper in his hand, he's going to be looking far afield for someone to take down with it. And it looks like after that first knock and kill, in fact, 2 onto SWQ, it's just the Maggie left alive. And this time they get the revenge. Complexity. Well, they're not going to get that prior rotate that we talked about, but they will start off with the 3 KP.
You know what's even crazier in all of this? Well, Complexity and SWQ always end up duking it out on the south side of this zone, always. It is FURIA that lands in Barometer and just said, I am out of here. Another quick rotate for FURIA. They do not want to replicate what's been happening to them on Storm Point every single time, like we saw in that last game. And in this case, they're already over by the north side of Mill, by that no-name compound here. So GoNext, as we get to see, also taking their time over by Cascade, seeing if any other squads maybe coming from the east side want to rotate there, but they are clear for now. They're going to be able to utilize a replicator and then plan their pathing with the assault bin over to their north side and by the choke that would lead through north pad.
I mean, Crypto's going to be eating good in this zone, Vicky. You're going to have people on multiple levels of down beast and the buildings in front of them. Potentially, you know, multiple at the same time, all within EMP radius. They are going to get rinsed. Their shields will be deleted on repeat.
Look at this. Also sharing a building, even when you're not by the down B side here. When you're still playing on the edge of the circle, but closer to Mill, it is Na'Vi on one building, FURIA in the other. I mean, swapping up some attachments here, hanging out by the Watson gen. But with FURIA being on the other side, I'm not expecting either of these squads to fully extend here because there's a very high possibility that not just the third party, but the fourth party could eye on not only getting this KP, but if they want this building, they could just easily clean this up if they try to engage.
Now remember, Na'Vi have been dominating the zone calls right now. So we'll see where this next circle pulls to, because if it goes up towards down beast, then Na'Vi going to have to make a move. But if it does actually pull towards the back of Mill, then all of a sudden, I don't know, we need to start kowtowing in front of Matape for these zone calls that he's been making in the A and C series, because it's been phenomenal so far. 30 seconds, we'll get that info and share it with you.
The bloodbath, though, if that ends up happening, the bloodbath that we could expect from all the teams that have to funnel from that north side, exiting out of down beast. How also with an overlook here, natural UAV to make sure any other squads are within the vicinity, because it's not just How here in the side by Mill, it's also Shadow that are currently located north side of Mill, and you can expect more squads to come in from that south side because there is a ring console there for the teams that do like to play by the edge who doesn't have that information yet.
Yeah, that's a really good point as well. I mean, there's also one in front of down beast, but no one is actually taken up that building, which is interesting, because if you have Catwall, if you've got Newcastle, there are some options there to maybe get a sneaky scan in. And you can see here that GG are playing the buildings one step below that.
A lot of space to share here, always by down beast. It's like you mentioned, having these buildings open for free. Always like to take those when everybody else is just completely stacked on top of each other by the down beast side instead. And by the way,
it goes south.
It completely goes south. All the squads that have fully committed to rotating and staying by down beast are going to have to eventually move, inching little by little though, because it's not so significant. There is a part of the circle, the edge of the north side of the circle, that is by the lot of down beast, but imagine all the other teams that are still sharing the down beast north side.
Yeah, so if you're in on under the down beast, you're not in a good spot right now. It could be the buildings just in front of it where, say, DreamFire Mkers are, but also it could just pull straight to Na'Vi, and at that point, we really do have to give Matafe the man some props.
Patience here from Shadow.
Oh.
A full blue.
Oh.
But it's also Jackie in the crypto drone, just scouting ahead again.
Someone saw Alien recently and decided they want to reenact some jump scares.
I get the jump on them, especially if you're playing Revenant. Got to stick to the methods here.
And of course, you know, the drone's running around, so they've got the info if anyone does actually creep up on them.
Meanwhile, Sweet, a little split up from the rest of LG, but it's going to be able to clear that entire side where the Prowlers are. The fact that GG, though, have taken over that building at the time that they did has now denied that space from GoNext. They were eyeing to see if they could play now by that fence line, and they were able to get a scan on the survey beacon, seeing all the teams that are here, but also all the squads that are going to be waiting for them. If they decide to now rotate on the outside of the fence line, they see if this is clear for now after getting that scan here too. They see if they were actively moving away, but it's even more important to get that ring console information and seeing where everybody's posted up once you are forced, and if the circle does continuously pull towards the south.
Considering the circles are touching, could just continue to go west and really favor Na'Vi. FURIA in one of those back mill buildings as well. There's actually one still not taken. So, I mean, a team like Fnatic, who have been taking the longest time to loot down here, as you should, because as we said, the later prio spots in this circle, useless. You may as well just buff yourselves as much as you can and try and come in here like the, you know, level 100 Pokemon against the Elite Four, but...
What we see from Gaimin Gladiators, and Light just sends out everybody forward in Complexity, calling in the evac. We're gonna get on top of the rocks here. Gonna be able to get a nice vision of the squads that are gonna be approaching over to that right side. All the way around here to find that building, which it's that free building that you talked about, Genome. No one was there. FURIA was originally posted up in this building with Na'Vi being over to the north side, but FURIA have given up that building and opted to go over to the building over to their right side instead, a little bit more center zone.
And they've got Watson as well. I mean, GG. GG, Vicky. We'll see. Look, we'll see if it continues to pull towards Mill, but if it does, I mean, yeah, Complexity, Na'Vi, FURIA, those teams currently holding the buildings will be very, very happy. Teams will start trying to pull up and take, you know, the different levels of it in the later stages of the game. Expect them to get a little more crowded in there, but for now, it's those teams up in Down Beast who are going to be in for a rude awakening.
FURIA looks like they're on the sticks, by the way. I don't think they have any shields to their name after they went with the quickest rotation, but it's costed them a lot. That's why they maybe had to force that rotate, and this circle is going to be pulling closer to FURIA and Na'Vi. DreamFire, though, still from the Down Beast side, a little bit part of it.
Okay, Mythic bin also there for SSG. So they're already on full reds here. So as Privacy was explaining to us yesterday, one of the biggest things about this bin is just the amount of Evo upgrade that it provides for your entire team. But hey, they grabbed an R9 and the gold Mozambique. Did they even take the R9?
That's what I was about to say. That's what I was going to say. No, but that golden Mozam, though, it's like stars in your eyes. Want to make sure you can claim that as quickly as possible. Maybe letting Zainu try to claim that instead here. Also, Phony in his player cam. Looking like a Sith Lord here with the hoodie up. Really zoned in on this one for the rest of Spacestation. And as they are one of the slow rotating teams, and like you mentioned, at this point, if you are going to be taking your time to rotate into the zone, you already know the priority spots are taken up perhaps. But I'm also seeing here in the feed that FURIA have not only given up the building that they were posted up and over to the side, now they're actually trying to contest complexity while being at a disadvantage in terms of shields here.
That's truly wild. I mean, they had a building to themselves very far into the zone, and they've decided to take the top of the roof instead. That's a very confident call. They are really trying to pinpoint that last zone and play it early.
We're able to also reset fully once they got on top of that roof here, while Fnatic now, LAIKA, taking a bit too much damage, having to pop that shield back for now. You got F with the pings here, noting where the other squads are coming in from the right side. That was Spacestation that we saw before, and with the zone closing in now, which side of middle do you actually want to be on when there's 5 other teams waiting for you on that side?
Shadow still lurking in the shadows, but Fnatic will be running into E36, LG, SSG, so many teams down the bottom instead, actually. That middle area that we're talking about, completely uninhabited. It's a wasteland, as it should be, because if you run through there, you will die, and that may happen to some of these teams in this next circle when they are forced to make a move, perhaps with some smokes or a cat wall, but for now, it stays vacant. Mill is the site of the next couple of fights I think we will see, as well as maybe some up here on down Bs. SSG go out, not great for them. KCP, I was talking about how if it had have switched to down Bs, they would have had this game land in their lap. They're going to be devastated that it hasn't.
The cinematic movie angles though before the slide in to see LG get taken out. Beautiful here from E36. This is what we were expecting from all these squads that are sharing the space by Milk here. Shadow still not getting involved fully as they still go back to the north side of Mill, while E36 are looking to reset. It is Fnatic who have creeped from the south side of Mill, where that ring console originally was.
Well, LG did get the one team wipe, but unfortunately, that's it for them in this game. Not as many fights happening early as I would have thought. Reject WINNITY actually posting up in that mid space around the rocks, looking for these teams coming out of Mill.
I'm getting a little hint of Na'Vi maybe looking to get that 3-time dub in this series, because they are not only sitting pretty in their building, they're looking at all this action happen in their feed. NORTHEPTION get eliminated at the hands of How. And Reject WINNITY still playing off the edge of the zone, waiting for all this action happening by Mill to come to them instead, because Shadow are now looking to collapse on Fnatic, and E36 looking at How after they had finished that fight earlier in the building. But which team commits to what side?
But they hesitate, they paused. We saw there the health bars were so low. E36 could have pulled in straight away and dominated How, but decision making costs them a couple of kills. They go towards Shadow. Meanwhile, free Asian kids have to contend with the other teams on the north side of Down Beast.
Shadow coming out on top too, finding that fight versus Fnatic like we mentioned before. Shadow get eliminated, E36 following up right after that fight, and How rotating on the other side of Mill. Meanwhile, the similar action all stacked on top of each other with the zone closing in here all the way by Down Beast. Expect NRG, KCP, who also have been posted up at the very top on their POI from the very beginning, are going to be forced to drop down slightly before playing by the fence line.
FURIA had to make way for their position because they realized the building that they banked on is no longer in. The one they were originally in is Na'Vi, of course, still sitting pretty. But now we get the chaos of the teams up north. Everyone is running into each other right now. Mkers and Reject have actually gone down. DreamFire played this spot for a long time. Even when they used to land in Down Beast, they would play from those buildings, but they can't make it work here at land.
Blast truly just started blasting in. FURIA staying alive to this end zone with a gold knock, of course, as well. Are going to be able to get the reset after FA kids get eliminated. 9 squads left. You see the pings. They know that How is still alive. Maybe just one member left. I believe it's just the Crypto after they're trying to find him. He's invisible, getting a little taste of their own medicine here before trying to find the other team on the other side. But they still don't know where that last member of How is until the very end here. He was so close to that Moby, turning things around here.
I think the damage.
No way. No way.
I thought they
He tried. He did. He called out the Moby right in front of their face here, and then was able to play around the other side, and he still was able to get the res. He still was able to get the res. Are you kidding me? That is actually insane. Big brain play. It was a nice sacrifice here. And now NRG, well, all the action's happening around them. Even with Fun still having Blue Evo, though, he's dancing around this new castle wall, but it's not going to be enough. With one member left from NRG, they get eliminated, and FURIA slide down.
This is one of the most ridiculous things about Akimbo Mozams right now. You respawn in, you don't need attachments. You drop and you just start blasting. That is so unfortunate there for NRG that they take 2 hits from that to get finished off by FURIA.
We talk about the free 2 KP that was just granted to them by half. They're trying to commit to that res right in front of FURIA and NRG. Anyways, though, now going over to the other side with FURIA stuck in the middle. It is Olimpo over to their south, KCP over to their north, and neither of these 3 squads are in that next zone.
Na'Vi gapping the lobby. They're about to make that gap even wider. With FURIA going down, teams are only just starting to approach their position on the west.
See the Newcastle wall coming up here too. Na'Vi looking at all the action in front of them. Nothing to worry about when the rest of the lobby is just fighting in front of you.
3 teams have a single rocket each as they look at each other. Na'Vi surveys their domain, and now it's just Olimpo. It's been their game all along. They're slowly pushed in for the last 3 kills.
If you like that 25-point gap going into this game, you're absolutely going to love it extending further if you're a Na'Vi fan. They called out this circle from the very beginning, and now it is down to our last 2 squads.
Yesterday, the Na'Vi fans were over near us at the casting booth. Today, they are center stage just as their team is pulling north soon of 75 points.
But I love the pacing from Olimpo, though. With Na'Vi being so patiently in this building, they are lacking a lot. Meanwhile, Olimpo have all the death boxes on their side, unless one member of Na'Vi could actually overextend, as you can see right here with Kinda being over to the left side. He's got some stuff that he could bring back to his team here if they're so desperate. Because I did see on that Hemlock that there was only, what, 34 bullets left here?
Matafe was almost out, desperate for loot. Those last couple of kills have helped Kinda, but as you mentioned, Matafe, who wants to continue pressure from the high ground, needs to make use of this last clip. The EMP comes in here, but I don't know if it's enough to deal with the high ground from Na'Vi.
It is just free-range shooting here if you're Na'Vi. Looking at Olimpo, the halves across open ground. Na'Vi with the melee, the 1-2, and Na'Vi! The only team to get 3 dubs thus far within our ALGS Split 2 playoffs. The smiles all the way around here for Na'Vi. They hear their cheers. They hear the support.
Not only the first team to grab 3 wins, Vicky, the first team to get 2 wins with melee.
Oh, yeah.
Going after them with the Bangalore heirloom there. Oh, dear. I think last time, actually, it was Watson's, I don't know what it's called, the little electrical tool that she's got, pushing that one in.
Call it a taser. She's coming up to taser.
Oh, damn.
Looks her deceiving. Na'Vi. They carried their momentum from day 1 into day 2. Honestly, looking at my talent predictions, they were definitely one of the teams that I was pondering on the most. I needed to have faith. I wanted to see them go forward into day 2 the same exact way as we saw them perform for day 1. Look at this. Yes, 5 KP, but it's another dub. It's another consistent win when they won on Stormpoint and now winning twice on World's Edge earlier.
And I had the same thought process when I was thinking about my predictions this morning, Vicky. It was like, how can I believe in Na'Vi if they don't believe in themselves? And I don't know, man. I saw Matafe walking around and he was quiet, he was reserved. Perhaps I mistook his, quiet confidence for being worried about the other performances they've had here on LAN, because it feels like they're ready to do away with that. They're ready to show the potential or reach the potential that they've shown in the EU Pro League.
It's also nice to be able to highlight Na'Vi as a team here in that patient game, Don't let, the lack of damage here, even with the 4 kills, cleaning up what was left of those last fights going down, don't let that deceive you, because this is a team that prioritizes getting that dub, those 12 extra points on top of everything else, because they know the rest of the teams have to funnel in their direction. Remember, they held that building from the very beginning. They gave up that south side here, or rather that north side, from the very start, where FURIA tried to do the same thing. As we take a look at the series results, the 79 points in first place, with Gaimin Gladiators coming in second with 44 points. A lot more even once you get to that second, all the way down to even Spacestation.
Disgusting. They've got 4 games in the double digits, Vicky. I mean, a 21, a 28, a 17, a 10, and a 3. It has been all about Na'Vi here in this series.
It's actually crazy. And I love being able to see the consistency here, because that is going to be important once we get to finals day. And this is already a statement here from Na'Vi. I can't wait to see what more they have in store for us, because we still have 1 more game to go in this series. Don't go anywhere. It's coming to you soon.
You need to watch them on cross, kind of
I'm
hard.
back. Yeah.
Oh, won't let me in the box.
I'm popping cell.
Okay, crossing.
I can get.
I'm
Okay,
on
is there
one
an ult cell? You have an ult
They're
cell?
smoking me, they're coming!
Yeah, back.
What's up? Absolute one!
Okay.
Play on it.
Backside.
One crossing down.
They're getting below. One dead below.
Swing below. Kill below. Yeah, you guys got it.
Behind dog.
Keep the connect to the vents.
Nice.
Keep the connect to me. Come
Fuck
here.
him up. What's up, baby? Fuck him up, baby. Let's go. That's what I'm saying, baby.
The Na'Vi 3-peat is underway here for this match series, and I love the confidence blaring through their comms. Down below, follow up on me, making sure that they take full advantage of Olympo, who had to cross open ground in front of their line of sight. Beautiful showing here for Na'Vi to keep on the consistency from day 1 all the way to day 2, and not just on 1 map, Genome, but on 2.
It was almost like a war cry there at the end as well. It was great. Loved it. The energy. I mean, the one problem that Na'Vi had in that endgame was loot, right? And you saw that they managed to fix that. You know, they weren't just going to sit on that building for too long. Managing to get the 2 players over to the other death boxes did allow them to get in there and have enough ammo just to finish off that fight. And it was an interesting decision as well. Not all 3 of them go. One stays, Matafe, despite, as we saw, being down bad for ammo, he does manage to keep some presence up the top.
Just taking a look at the series results, even seeing that macro play at the very end, the way that they were able to patiently get another game dub in their pockets, 79 total points. This should highlight the gap between themselves and the rest of this lobby. Now, can they do it again is the question here. I'm expecting it with going into game number 6 on Storm Point, but look at Gaimin Gladiators right there with 44 points. I mean, unless you have like the most explosive game looking to just get all the KP on top of a dub, it's gonna be nearly impossible to catch up to Na'Vi.
And yeah, it was a lot of it coming from that third match where they had 16 kills, but it has been relatively spread out apart from that. One of the teams that hasn't changed their composition, you know, Bangalore, Watson, Newcastle sticking to that, Worlds Edge and Storm Point. And it's a very flexible composition, Vicky. It's something that we've seen be, very used so far in this competition. And honestly, it feels like all three of their players fit those roles well, and that's something that we've seen teams struggle with so far. There's been a lot of change in this meta, especially because it almost feels like you often have 2 support slots, right? Most of these teams have someone who's used to being the anchor player, the support player. They'll hit the Watson, the Catalyst, but in this meta, you're often having to take someone who's usually an entry fragger and say, sorry, you know, Imperial Hell, you need to get on Newcastle. You need to learn how to hold back all of a sudden. Something that they've never had to do before.
That's a good point, because Navi's doing it without a crypto, right? Matafe really on point on making sure like he calls out these final zone pools from the very beginning on their rotate, which is what's been denying. What did I say? Hey, yo?
that was Koifel's sister, actually. I took the shuttle in with her this morning. Glad to see her supporting. I don't know why she's got detractors in the crowd. Trying to say Koifel's the number 4 player. I don't know what stats they've got to back that up, but certainly when he's at his best, he does look like the number 1 player.
Madness can't catch a break. I love it. Tiny but mighty. And he absolutely is with his energy, too, with the way that he pops off. I know we got the FURIA fans in the crowd. They need to hear your roars more, because they need to have a banger last game going next here with Na'Vi just holding the front line, though. It is so difficult. I like what they were doing at the very beginning. They did try to station themselves up in the building, and that was the most success that we've seen them, honestly, when it comes to their approach on Storm Point. That's actually a very similar approach that they had when we saw them in that Cenote zone, where they were waiting patiently. We saw Madness stuck in the zone where he was an invisible crypto. Vax had put down the Newcastle wall. Get down, Mr. President, and then try to block him off, while at the same time trying to detract from the shots being fired in that direction. But again, it is the same pace that they need to go for when it comes to Storm Point, because it's a lot different on World's Edge, where they are able to get a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, and you know, Thermal Station for FURIA is an aggressive POI. When they move over to Barrows South, it's, you know, doesn't quite hit the same. It's not as much of a priority pick in terms of the POIs, and that's why it went at 23 instead of number 3 for their World's Edge pick.
Getting ready to go, our final game of the series on Storm Point. We saw a flyby of Gaimin Gladiators, wondering if they could have taken that dub earlier in game number 4. So close here, but still at least holding on to that second place spot, and even highlighting the fact that Gaimin Gladiators are at 44 points and Shadow right behind them at 41 points. But this is our final game here of Storm Point, of this match series. The Legend Selects are coming out. Our Legends have loaded into the lobby, and let's get started with our final game.
Hopefully you guys can hear the crowd getting into it here in Mannheim as they wait to see who are going to take out this first series on the Friday of our 4-day LAN here in Germany.
It's still just getting started here, but it's being able to see the way that these teams have been able to pick up a new meta, huge changes going into Apex, a new weapon meta on top of it all, and wondering where this zone is going to take us.
I mean, you just saw Na'Vi hover over that gold hop up there for a second, right? In metas past, as you say, people wouldn't even have looked at it. It's crazy to think that there was a time when hop-ups were seen as a waste of space on the ground when it comes to the pro community, but this time, with gun shield generator, with the hammer points, and even the turbocharger, there's lots of things there that can improve your loot as you start to make your way further in the game. 2 Mozams in the same bin, that's what you like to see.
That's why you ping them both, just to make sure if anybody else doesn't have it from LG, well, make sure you come up here because I got 2 of them waiting for you for the Akimbo Mozambique.
Okay, so we get a southern zone that goes very much towards Pylon and Jurassic. Fnatic, they had first pick in the POIs, and they took Pylon. It's a very powerful POI, but depending on where the zone pulls, it can be very hard to play from. You are landlocked, you have teams on every side of you, and depending on how fast or slow they rotate, sometimes you really have to depend on them rather than the speed that you wish to move at. But as these other teams start to join them in Pylon, finally something is going in their way, and they need it, Vicky. They're in 17th place right now.
And they're rocking the Revenant here too, you know? They're one of the 2 other teams, themselves and another squad. I believe it's gonna be Shadow. Yes, it is Shadow, who are using the Revenant here. And when you don't have a Watson, you don't have a Crypto, I mean, it could be lights out here if you're not too careful, as Na'Vi already with their quick rotate have started to engage here in Pylon.
Na'Vi had picked every zone almost perfectly so far, and so they pull up to Pylon. They're going to also grab an early kill on Takashira, and they will be helped out to finish off GoNext.
GoNext got torn apart. It wasn't even just Na'Vi. It was Olimpo. It's going to be Fnatic that was there shooting at them. 2, 3 different squads eyeing them when they were trying to desperately find a spot over by Pylon. Yes, there's a lot of space to coexist here, but there's a lot of openings from each angle of the hallways that could be taken with split angles if you aren't careful. That's why the Watson's gonna be so strong here on Complexity on the outskirts of the lot from their rotate from the POI over to their south from Coastal are already looking at the teams right in front of them.
Yeah, especially in these sort of buildings, the pyramids, the TIE bombers, I like to call them. They really look like that. For anyone who's an X-Fighter, X-Wing nerd. Anyway, if you've got Catalyst, if you've got Watson, Newcastle probably less so. Obviously, he's a little bit stronger in the open spaces, but they really can take over those buildings effectively. What is weird is that Fnatic, as you mentioned, have gone for the Revenant. Now, this is the first time this series they've picked up that character, that legend, and it's exactly the wrong game, Vicky. I mean, they have to stay put this entire game, and they'd much rather have. I mean, what were they running previously? It was Newcastle Catalyst bang in the previous game. So they've dropped the Catalyst at exactly the time where you want to be putting down the piercing spikes to stop people coming up those zip lines at you. You want to have the Dark Veil to just play for that late game because they're going to be able to do that most likely from their perch up the top of Pylon.
They truly did not believe the circle was going to end up on their POI. Unlucky choice here for that final game, but you know why they did it, right? Being in 16th, wanted to be able to see if they could grief other teams or they could frag out, get any extra KP that would elevate them in the overall standings is something that was on their mind, but now they can't even go anywhere. If anything, the entire lobby is going to come to them instead as we get to take a look at other squads like HAL, who have already made their rotate here too. I'm looking at the circle, and in that north side, it's going to get very congested with Gaimin Gladiators not only looking at HAL, but with FA Kids now starting to approach on the other side, rounding up behind Gaimin Gladiators.
A couple of those teams late rotating in, as you mentioned. SSG, one of them, NRG, Shadow coming from the western side. They're still hanging around Mill. Of course, they will probably look for a ring console on the way in, those kind of teams. Depends whether they go for, yeah, I mean, they've got Pathfinder and Crypto, so of course they will be going for the Ringmaster perk for Pathfinder in that situation. So look, Shadow will definitely get that kind of information as they push in further, but as you say, Gaimin Gladiators might be the one to greet them depending on which entrance they decide to pull up on.
That's why that circle beacon that you have access to in Jurassic is also going to be the favorite approach for a lot of these teams that are going to be rotating from that northwestern side. But it's also a very difficult choke to slide down from. As you can see, Gaimin Gladiators had taken the Hail Mary through that evac tower, ending up right on top of a free building here, which is great and actually a good approach considering the amount of teams that you have to imagine, and to take out the RNG factor of just being able to manage what squads would want to rotate from that choke, from Launchpad, from possibility of Devastated Coast, because from Echo HQ, you know that SWQ already has rotated quickly, always whenever we see them fight off against Complexity, so they didn't round up around that side. Instead, Gaimin Gladiators were able to find a spot there, and HAL are going to slowly approach from that same choke after their slow rotate.
Fnatic will be just trying to farm some armor from up the top. As you can see, Leica still on the whites. They will need to find some damage. Just at least get them to blues, hopefully purples by the time they have to move off that high ground. As you mentioned, SWQ and Complexity very often coming to blows in the early stages of Stormpoint. They've waited a little bit longer this time, but it might not be long before a team like Pioneer forces that battle as they move in behind them.
That would just be a free third party for Complexity, but do you really want to give up that space too with so many other teams eyeing for their own safety? I know E36, yes, is going to be by the corner of Complexity, but more so in the open. Playing by that lone tree that's over to the south side of Pylon that you could work off of the natural cover from there, maybe even with that Newcastle wall too, so that that way you have extra cover, which is going to be huge there because you're kind of out of a lot of the fighting that's going to be happening in the center part of Pylon.
Yeah, that can be a tough spot to hold, but as you mentioned, Newcastle opens up new possibilities. The dotted circle showing us where this will continue to pull, and we've got 3 exits or entries into Pylon, depending on where your vector is.
As we take a look at Energy currently rotating on the Trident, let's jump into a listen-in to see where they want to move.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but I also don't know how else we get in, so.
They're EMP on each other.
Let's just see what we can get to. I don't see anything in front of us to the south side. Let's see if we can loop around this way.
Yep.
Go silent.
Fence on that building, but I don't see anybody.
I mean, we could do that fucking where we land bottom middle shit. Or we can control like this whole north side. Start
We can
pushing up
control.
there.
Yeah, we can control most stuff.
Careful. Crafter down to the south.
People might be fucking people everywhere in there.
I don't really want to be here.
Can we look through southeast and see if we can get into compound?
Blue armor south.
Yep. Bang. Bang crypto.
I'm selling.
Yep.
Is there anybody in that compound in front of you, Nock?
Should be. Yeah, Watson
Okay.
team.
We have 2 balloons.
On. Trying to like pseudo scout. No open door. Just watch our south and shit.
Yep. I mean,
There's a team in here. These guys think it's flipping.
I don't really want to be here. The sense of discomfort being in Jurassic while knowing so many other teams are probably waiting for you on the other side of those gates too is huge. And also want to pinpoint, between even the Newcastle creating those new possibilities. E36 actually don't even have a Newcastle, so they're working on even less room to really play off of, while Shadow, with that Revenant, is trying to make the magic happen.
Well, Free Agents were one of the first teams to bring out Revenant so far this land, but they don't have it this time, and that means they are at the mercy of Shadow.
Shadow's teaching them how to do it here instead now, letting them blast when you're not only on the Revenant, but you also have a gold Mozambique, a Kambo to work with here. Beautiful for Shadow, cleaning up even more KP, but also one of the teams that will be taking their time to slide into that next zone.
Early exit for Free Agent Kids, and that means they can't do better than 18th in this series. A rough one for them.
Oh.
NRG with a similar fly-in to Gaming Gladiators, but it's a little bit later. Nocturnal, like Lufka, just manages to avoid the traces coming his way. Needs to burn utility to make sure he's got time to get this Phoenix kit off.
He's doing the cha-cha slide right around 3 different teams shooting in his direction. That even cost them the cat wall on top of it.
Oh no.
They've been able to find 2 different spots, but yep, you see the charge rifle from up ahead. I'm wondering, Complexity, where are you at?
It was Setsuke there from the top of Pylon, of course, picking up snipers up there is a really good way to get your armor up. And not just that, they grabbed the KP onto Nocturnal. Can't find safety, can't find a spot where they do have the option to take 10 seconds to get that Phoenix kit off. Sad times here for NRG.
They don't have any room to breathe. These nades coming in, the crypto drone to know exactly where they're at. I mean, they've already set up at least the Newcastle wall, but there's so many different angles. This is what I was worried about. With all these different angles in Pylon, it's so hard to even find some space when there's so many other teams that have already found those own buildings. Fun, still getting shot from the back.
I mean, they look like they've got an itch the way they're just moving around here and jostling from one position to another. The teams are having a field day shooting NRG right now. Doubt that they'll be alive for much longer. Complexity have the same problem, but it's very much ring dependent rather than, you know, having sightlines, LOS from the other teams hurting them. SWQ actually did end up moving all the way up and around to the northeastern entrance.
LG letting them rip here with Sweet, getting that knock, the final knock onto NRG to eliminate them here in this lobby. And now taking a look at where this zone is pulling over to the north side. So you have FURIA, Complexity, E36, KCP, even SWQ. How kind of on the edge, but that is a lot of open space to traverse. But so many of these teams, they're going to have to funnel whether through Pylon or over to the side in the open sightlines of the likes of even Reject WINNITY that have been holding that northern compound.
Reject WINNITY. They're in 11th spot right now, Vicky, and wow. They had a 20-point game, and they are on 23. They've got 1 point in 3 other games. The zone has blessed them again. They need to capitalize here in Game 6.
Pathfinder is gone, but the final shots there to follow up on the other side while Spacestation lose out on Koiful. The mother load doing just enough to block out the exit point over to the north side. Fonen's gonna be able to pop the shield back. So is Zainu, giving them the cover that they need, because now here comes the EMP, the help that they need to blast right through the side of the tree. But for Phony gets taken down, it's only up to Zainu.
He can't line up that last shot, and that means Zainu has to try and get out of here, but he finds the third member of Hell. The anchor player is enough to finish Zainu off.
Not the fight that they were expecting here when they were able to use so much, but they did lose out on that teammate very early on. Now as Shadow approach over by that side of the tree, lose out on their teammate, but they looks like they have a Moby to put down. Yes, right behind them here perhaps, and on the other side, still having to worry about Reject WINNITY that are looking at Shadow stuck behind that tree.
Yeah, they're in second spot right now, and they're walking up on the zone. They don't know it, but if they do get this reset, Shadow are in a killer spot.
Letting them blast here. Zhao gonna be able to find those shots with the Mozam. Playing around the Moby was gonna be huge. They are able to claim 1 from Reject. This is big for Shadow. Reject get taken out on the other side, GG. Also, we're taking shots at them. DreamFire took up the real estate that Reject WINNITY gave up for free.
No, Reject, they had everything in their lap there, but DreamFire, the usurpers, will now be sitting in the prime position. They're not looking to take out Shadow, though. Probably looting, probably setting up after that fight with Reject WINNITY, and that allows a bit of space here for Shadow to get back to a full 3-man.
And Na'Vi getting taken out in 11th place. Very comfortable though, not expecting these squads to try to catch up to them just yet here with their amazing performance, their 3-time dub, as now more squads are gonna start rotating, FURIA being one of them off that zipline, and Complexity being able to survive and also reset from that southern building of Pylon.
Now remember, you need probably 90 to 100 points overall in the group stage, so anyone who's got 30 plus at this point is happy, but they want to put things beyond doubt, Vicky. They want to make it so that they're not only further into that winner's bracket, but also are able to choose some good POIs. So let's see how much further these teams can push their point totals here in groups A and C.
Limits are meant to be broken here. You want to be able to get as much KP as you possibly can with Fnatic, who have been holding onto this top spot from the very beginning, by the way, even without having that Crypto or even that Watson, instead of having the Revenant working out for them.
Well, you knew Shadow weren't going to stop. Once they were back to full power, they get the Revenant out here. Red armor forged, Shadows on top of it. Not even DreamFire can withstand this. And another team pulls out into Godspot.
He is popping off. Shadow with this Revenant pick is working out for this squad now. He had 7 KP to his name alone. This is what you're talking about when it comes to getting as many points as possible for this final game.
This is a rank lobby, Vicky?
Looking like my
I thought Revenant was better in rank, not competitive.
He sucks the fun. Anyways, Vax now having to drop down with the rest of FURIA. But look at their ammo. They are literally on the sticks here. Literally 2 extra bullets before now managing to reload. 22 bullets in total with that Nemesis. He needs energy ammo.
Fnatic still alive. They've moved up slightly through the ranks here in this last game. No one in the final circle right now. As you can see on that mini-map, all 8 squads left alive will have to make their entrance, their move, shuffle across either the river or from the sides to try and find their way to victory here in our final match.
There is so little cover to play off of here. Maybe I'm thinking the slight lip north side of Pylon, if you could coexist right there, but you're still out in the open for so many other teams to look at you.
Fnatic have managed to pick up 3 kills to this point, all in SaWeiQi. They've managed to get 2 of their members up to purple armor. That's a decent effort here, but now is the time to get into it.
And as Fnatic let it blast here, they fly down. SaWeiQi is going to be able to make sure that they don't get that reset, get that finishing blow, even while looking down at the other squads. That is Gaimin Gladiators that have not moved from that building down below. Fnatic have held on to their POI this entire time, and now are going to have to start moving.
They can be passive no longer, but luckily for them, a bit of a loot delivery from FURIA will help them in this next stage of the game. Everybody is about to get into it, Vicky. No one is safe in this final circle.
8 squads left now, and you can see that they're right below Fnatic. FURIA are going to respawn Kian right back into this game, while Fnatic are so busy with not only the team in front of them, but the team looking over to the side. And that's FURIA, by the way, that is right behind Fnatic here. And Leica is able to find Vaxlon over to the side here, where Olympic are also looking at Complexity. Complexity, playing by the riverbed, are going to have to start moving, but they cannot ignore the Revenant that has been frantic in this lobby.
Oh, Fnatic is a tough transition for them. Shadow on top of Complexity. They don't want to let them live, and they don't. Now it's all up to them. They're in second spot. Could they push it any further over Na'Vi? I don't think there's enough points left in the lobby for that, but this is a great effort from our Chinese invite.
Zhao Zhao is going so wild on this Revenant. The fact that they were in third before this game and now have taken over that second place spot, they are just farming with kills. They feel that momentum. They send another squad back. FURIA finally get eliminated. Our last 4 squads left make it 3 with Fnatic going down to Shadow.
Aggression's the name of the game here. Chinese teams are known best for that playstyle, and Shadow exemplify it here in our 6th match. How playing much more passively, at least just having these 2 boxes to work around to set up their interception pylon here, trying to smoke Shadow off there to give themselves some sight lines, maybe put some bullets into LG. 3 teams now facing off in our final circle.
LG has also been able to climb the overall standings. They were in 15th before this game. They are now sitting in 11th with 32 points, to highlight how much points Na'Vi has really sponged up here before they eventually have to go down the middle between Shadow and Hao.
20-something points already in the bag for Shadow here in Game 6. The close quarters loadout you could only dream of. Gold Mozams and a care package R9. Doesn't look like he's got the forward Shadows ready. How have cornered themselves.
Oh, this is such a big catwall, though, from LG. You have to watch out, though, for any nades hurtled in their direction. They are feeling the pressure. LG get eliminated, and Shadow have height. They drop down. Can they clutch it around the Newcastle shield? Nowhere to run, but 2 knots, though, onto double Mozam. Shadow! With the craziest KP that they've been able to accumulate. With the Revenant, get the final dub for our final game in our groups A and C.
The crowd chants their name. They call for more as Jojo picks up 11 kills on Revenant.
18 total kills, 4.7k damage. And they were looking to take fights. We saw it. They were one of the slower rotating squads over from that north side when we saw them take that initial fight over from the not only the north, but when they were in the middle of their rotate with that Revenant. And the Pathy there just to close in the distance to get as aggressive as they wanted to be.
The Revenant We see its full power here in Game 6. We went to the ultimate cooldown as the level 2 upgrade, and that means he had Forge Shadows ready every time, almost, maybe not that last fight, but almost every single time they took a team fight. All of a sudden, you're dealing with 300 HP. It's so hard, even the Mozams. In fact, especially against the Mozams, right? Hammer points, they do more damage against flesh, not so much against the shields, and that's where Revenant is going to be even more effective at holding those teams at bay.
Give it up for Shadow. That was an insane performance because I was looking at what these teams could do to at least make Na'Vi sweat a little bit. Na'Vi went down at 11th place or so, and Shadow was able to not only get so much KP, but they were able to put themselves with 71 points, with Na'Vi holding that first place spot with 81 points. What a performance it's been within this match series. I want to hear from you guys over at the desk. Tell me your thoughts.
Excited to talk about what we just saw there. Like we just heard Vicky mentioning, phenomenal performance on behalf of Shadow right there at the end to close that points gap that we saw Na'Vi really take over, especially after their third win. And then they end up right behind. I mean, Shadow had a massive section in the crowd. Talk about storylines, all right? But we need to focus in on Na'Vi because they were kind of insane this entire series. I think maybe had some doubters. We need to pull something that we saw on social media to really nail down those specific doubts. We saw this tweet from Aurora Apex saying, if Matafe gets top 5 this LAN, I will publicly apologize. I think they did just that.
Look, it wasn't the only tweet that I saw. There was a ton of them out there. And then they kind of fell off in the middle of that series one game, and everyone was like, wait a second, the real Matafe is back. And I'm like, you can't keep doing that. Let's be real. I think it's time, Regis. I think you're the one over there that's doing the social medias for a public apology.
Excited to see what we can also pick the brains of Matafe, or brain of Matafe, hopefully soon. But let's talk about what we saw in those last 3 matches in general. I mean, were we expecting the 3P out of Na'Vi? They were a team that none of us had picked for our predictions. We saw some surprise performances outside of Na'Vi. We still need to like really hype up Shadow. That was an insane push at the end. 18 kills is more than the best game that we saw out of Na'Vi for their best game at 16 kills. So right now, Snipe, we're getting all sorts of teams starting to pick it up. Even saw LG moving up towards the end. Some pop-off moments out of Fnatic. I mean, we got a little bit of everything here today.
Yeah, I mean, I think we finally see how LG maybe getting a little momentum heading into that final series. They got some points on the board, so that's good for them. And I was talking with Tiff about this Shadow roster. I think it's so fun when teams in new metas decide to like push against the meta a little bit. We're in a very defensive meta right now with characters like Watson and Newcastle and Crypto. And we have Shadow putting together a team, and they get all those kills with the Revenant Pathfinder. They're able to jump on teams, find teams with the Crypto. And I mean, with that last performance, it's going to be interesting to see them carry that over into these future games if that's going to be the strategy.
Well, we get the series results here as well. We can see just how close it was at the end. Only 10 points splitting that first and second position. And then because of the dual point sponge at the end of it all, everything ended up being a lot closer, moving 3rd through 6th, even farther down, all the way into 10th, really. It was kind of a battle there, Tiff.
Yeah, it really was. A lot of people love to pick LG. We talk about them being that slower start, but the fact that they really amped up. So think about the next series for them, though. So I'm really excited. Yep. And oh, hey, look who's here.
We got Matafe up here on the desk with us to chat all things about your performance here so far. I mean, first of all, 3P to start the day off. Talk to me about the vibes on the squad right now, because I think people were a little unsure about you, and you came out, shut everyone up. That was an incredible performance.
Yeah, the vibes are really good now. In general, we always are getting gold spots. I don't know why no one's playing them, but so far, this LAN has felt the easiest. We've always struggled more than previous LANs, even though we did worse. We had to fight for every point, but here everything just is going our way. So.
I mean, it absolutely is going your way. We're going to pull up our final circles so we can kind of talk about those with you as we have you up here on the desk. Seeing as you're going to be in a lot of them, I want to get your professional analysis on what we saw is specifically in matches 4 through 6. First one up here on the docket was that zone outside of the in-between command center and wall up there. Talk to me about what you saw in these final moments, especially what went well for Reject WINNITY.
I honestly don't know where Reject WINNITY played for, if I'm honest. But from our POV, we did a small mistake of fully committing for a fight on the right side where we wanted to get KP. And otherwise, we were playing at the top of the zipline building, and we were again in one of the best spots in the game, but did a small mistake by positioning and threw our game.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where things got a little mixy, right? Sweet goes crazy for a rat play down on the low ground, and I was really curious to see what Gaimin Gladiators would do in particular, because this fight with Reject and Gaimin Gladiators, even if Sweet could have climbed up, you would have been that moment to go ahead and hit that third party. How do you feel about GG just full sending the 1v1 on the low ground?
It's what they should do. Just clean out the low ground, and then that's it.
Well, as we wrap up these moments here in match number 4, obviously that was a good boon points-wise for Reject WINNITY, but then looking towards match number 5, this is your guys' bread and butter. This is where you were able to get that 3-peat, really solidify yourself at the top of this leaderboard. So what went right for you guys in this game? How were you able to take this one home?
Well, we land C2 station. I actually predicted the zones are going to end at the south buildings of Down Beast. We tried to get them, we almost died for it, and we ended up backing up to the building on which it ended. So a little bit luck there to finish in end zone. But the way the zone pulls, it's basically a free win for us. We just need to capitalize on all of the free kills and pick up as much as we can.
Now, obviously, lots of other squads that you guys are also paying attention to in this specific lobby. When you see the likes of a team like Shadow starting to pick up their performance here as well, is that a team that coming into this LAN you guys had on your radar? Is that someone that you thought could potentially have these type of performances?
I think they're similar to us, someone that's more of an underdog, and they're doing really well.
Eric, any questions that you want to ask Matafe while we're up here?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, Reddit and the pro community has been tough on you sometimes. So I guess, my question is that the second monitor that everyone's been talking about this whole time? Or
Whoa.
No, but in all seriousness, I guess in terms of preparation for this tournament, you guys have obviously, had some troubles in the past, and then you come into this and you guys are looking like, honestly, one of the best teams, you and NOEZ at this point in time, and then EXO. But when it comes to this, what is the biggest change for you? Is it the fact that, you're not having to contest out a lot of these POIs, which you've really been forced to do at these LANs prior, and having that POI draft, planning for that, and then getting the POIs, because you guys are great. You were top 5 in 5 of the 6 games in that first set, and then you come into this and have such strong performances. Does that feel like something that has been like a huge impact for success?
Yeah, POI draft definitely helps a lot to every other region than NA, because usually all the scrims are on NA ping, and they just have dibs on the best POIs. With draft, a lot of other regions can get good POIs from where we can win from. But other than that, we were actually struggling in scrims recently because we're trying the crypto swap to Newcastle 3 days before LAN, and everything is working now.
Yeah, I love that from you, right? Because you were the one that was originally playing crypto, and Newcastle's not going to be the easiest legend to straight up adapt to, but you are looking so phenomenal. And I think about the journey, like you mentioned it, right? Your prior LANs under Vexed, all of the support has remained consistent though, and now that we're in Germany, in EU, your team's name was actually the first one I heard when I entered the crowd. It was just straight Navi. So I kind of want to kick it back to you and hear from your perspective what it means to perform so well and have them chanting in the background, and anything you've got to say to everyone out there that was doubting you.
Yeah, it's definitely amazing to have such a passionate crowd and fan support, especially after so many bad performances. They still show up, and they're one of the loudest, if not the loudest. EXO is giving us a run for our money this time. But yeah, it just feels amazing.
Well, obviously, you're not done today yet, right? This was how you started off your day. You still have another entire series of matches that you have to be playing. So are you going to be able to take this momentum now into the next series? Is anything going to change for you guys, or are you just going to continue playing exactly the way we just saw?
Our game plan stays the same. A lot of teams at the top prefer POIs same as us, so we need to make sure we end at the top to get a good draft for the winner's bracket.
All right, well, thank you so much for jumping on here and chatting with us. Of course, we're not done for the day. That was just the beginning of what we have in store here for day 2 of our ALGS Split 2 playoffs. Let's take a look at the schedule and see what everybody at home can expect right around the corner. We finish now groups A and C, but like we mentioned, Group A is not done. They still have to go now next up against Group D, and then to close out the day, we will have groups B and C as well. And then when that is all said and done, like we said at the beginning beginning of the day, we'll know which of our squads make their way through to that winners portion of the bracket and which teams have to battle it out in the elimination bracket. Of course, as always, if you're unable to catch up with any of our action here, you can just follow along with us on social media. That way you won't miss a single second of anything we have going on at Play Apex Esports. That way you'll know exactly how Na'Vi do in their next series, how any of your favorite teams do in the next series, and who moves on to the next phase and where that is in the competition. Either way, it's going to be very exciting as we move through the rest of our group stage. For now, though, that's it for our first series, so it's time for us to take a short break. When we return, groups A and D face off for more points on the board. So we'll see you then.
Fight for the height, and they wipe them off the face of Harvester.
On fire, my whole team on fire, dominating down to the wire. I said we on fire, never been, never fold. Listen, man, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke.
Na'Vi take another, they take another. The win goes to Na'Vi, and they are unstoppable.
Fire, my whole team on fire, dominating down to the wire. I said we on fire, never been, never fold. Listen, man, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke.
Not even DreamFire can withstand this, and another team pulls out into Godspot.
You don't want no smoke.
Now for the best part.
Come get ya.
And when they dropping off all that drip for free, you know you got power. And when they tryna throw the whole bag at me, oh yeah, I know I got power.
Ready for this dance? I lead.
Oh yeah, I know I got power.
We might see Snipe Down brought back into the action to have a little bit of a say in how this game finishes.
Respawn beacons can be absolutely massive in the end game, and of course you drop with shields now, you can pick up your loot, and every team is going to be trying to drill you, but if he can get to his box, if he can armor swap, get those weapons, that could be absolutely massive, as now teams are starting to move towards the circle because this building is not going to be it.
Reps just waiting for the drop. How doing likewise. Shots coming down from above, but going to be exchanged. They're going to be caught in a caustic gas mess at the moment, but TSM kind of just watching everything go down. How managed to get a stick there onto Bronzy as well, as now Letter E are going to make their move. The bubble goes down. The ultimate goes down from the caustic. Keeping our eye on the feed as these teams fight, as Snipe Down is brought back into the game. He's only got an heirloom to work with, but Snipe Down's still trying to do what he can do.
He got got 2 kills with the heirloom, but he's going to go down. And the rest of TSM is all down to Reps, and Reps goes off. And what have I just seen?
What did Reps just do? Let's see the France. Joke's going to be taken down to barely any HP. He's going to have to pop a battery as well. Hardeki is still alive here for Gambit. And this is looking like all of a sudden it might be a slightly more winnable situation than previously. The bubble goes up. It looks like Lecita France aren't aware of Hardeki's positioning here, and that means the fight's going to break out between these two teams.
There's a lot of damage that can be done by Hardeki here. All he's playing for realistically is top 2, but certainly will have his sights on the first place.
Well, here comes the Ape, and there comes the Nox. Lecita France get the first one. Joke is trying to connect with the second as well. Lecita France will pick up the kills they need necessary to at least secure that second place. But here comes Hardeki, the one-man army. Is he going to be able to pull off one of the craziest plays we've ever seen in the ALGS? Of course he is. Hardeki is built different.
I punch you light, drop me light, drop me light, drop me light.
I don't have any, I have 60.
Give me crack, I think he cracked. Drop. I think we dropping him. I beamed them. I'm dropping, nice.
14, 32, 14, 32. You win.
80. Nice one. Put your arm shield down.
You have armor swap if you need.
We won this. Oh!
Oh, they're putting on each other. Nice. Yeah. Left team went on them. So we gotta focus right. Focus right. They're putting on us. Coming. They give you Uterus.
I have Gen on me. Yeah.
I'm holding here. I'm gonna beam them when they come in.
They're up here. They're coming. I got hit. They might push. Watch them. They're gonna come now.
Right now. Yeah, just focus them when they come.
Yeah, focus only them.
Yeah. Wait, they're in.
Are they?
bubble. They're gonna bubble fight.
Watch banners, watch banners, watch banners. Caustic. Get the skills.
27 flash.
I'm cracked.
Another one. Hold that. They're fighting. Beam the caustic, the BKB, down.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Last team.
Here.
Get angles. I'm cracking. One down.
On left side. Go. Fuck. All you. 2v2.
All day, but no!
Oh my god.
Safe there. Safe here. You're in a kill zone.
Inside. She armor swapped to purple.
He's coming.
Cracked again.
You don't lose this. You're way better, bro. You're way better than this guy.
Just hold it for me, Shiny.
He armor swapped again. He armor swapped again.
On top.
Yo! Get the f out of me!
Reptar.
천천히. 한번 살짝게.
야 완전 필 발키리.
지붕이 개필.
가까.
야 지금 어디 또?
내가 구멍 쏠게.
50명 1층만 봐.
오케이.
좋아.
나빼. 옥상 확인했어.
슈퍼에서 옥상
옥상 하나 둘 셋 고. 옥상 왔어.
빠지고 있어. 쏴.
얘네도 밀센가?
늦는 애.
야 돔 없어 얘네. 밀어야 돼. 야 갇혀 있어. 지금 쏴. 벌써 겠지. 가자.
푸시.
간다.
피 12초.
도망칠게.
나이스 돔. 내가 해줄게.
개피. 지붕이. 라스 발키리.
빼. 정탈 내 자리 안전해.
나도 안전해.
Teams having a fight here inside a survey camp, and there's going to be some great shots coming in from post-kill. However, Tyler has gone down, and that's the Wraith. So they're going to have to play this one very, very smartly. Post-kill now left on his own. This is not looking good for New Esports, who have looked so dominant so far today. The Nox gas will go down from Caustic. He manages to hit a big headshot. Will he get the knock? There's one coming in from post-kill. That's two down now. If he can get the armor swap, he might be able to win this 3v1.
Just desperately trying to get the kill so he can get the armor swap, and he's doing the damage as well. No way! What have we just seen from post-kill? Massive.
Never really knew I was going to become pro in any video game. I always knew I was above average in most games that I played. Always had a kind of like a feeling that I could go pro, just never really knew how to. And then Nick happened, and he kind of paved the roadmap for me, you know?
I mean, I had an idea that I was leaving G2 like after the Sweden LAN. I didn't really have a specific team in mind or really a plan set forth, I guess. I just knew that I needed a different change of scenery, and so I feel like just one thing led to another, and it was all just vibes and ranked, so it just seemed right in the moment.
As far as like the previous team I was on, 100 Thieves, obviously, you know, didn't end pretty well. We actually, you know, finished dead last at the last LAN I went to. So after we split up, obviously I was just kind of playing CC, just kind of fielding some options. Voltic asked me if I wanted to join Tripods in CC for the next split. And then obviously, yeah, now we're here.
Tripods is a team that has I think a chip on their shoulder as well. They get a lot of either positive or negative trash talk. There's not a lot of in between. And I think that what Tripods wants to prove is that no, stop talking about us like we aren't and don't belong here and aren't here to play.
The original team of the Tripods, can you talk about that and how the team was formed, how the name came about?
It was me and Nick. Found me in ranked. We wanted to compete. We wanted to just give it a go, have some fun. There was a few different trial and errors, and then came Luda. With Luda, we went all the way through Challenger Circuit, and wanted to make it Pro League with him. Shout out Big Lou. Yeah, so going into Pro League, we made a big adjustment as a team. We decided to part ways with Luda. We didn't mesh well together. Like, as humans, like outside the game, we didn't connect. And I think that was the biggest thing we were looking for in a teammate. Split one at Pro League, we had decided to pick up Gent. We had been playing with Gent a lot on the side, like in ranked. Not in any tournaments or anything, but we played a lot with him. We had a lot of fun with Gent. He was our boy. So when we had the opportunity to snatch him up, you know, he was our first option. He was a shooter. He had experience.
I mean, I had an idea that I was leaving G2 like after the Sweden LAN. I didn't really have a specific team in mind or really a plan set forth, I guess. I just knew that I needed a different change of scenery. And so I feel like just one thing led to another. And like Deed said, it was all just vibes and ranked. So it just seemed right in the moment.
Where's the last one? She flew up. It's advantage. She's the bird.
What the? I think first year of Pro League with the pods, it was an experience. I mean,
going into Pro League, we didn't have a big expectation of like making LAN or winning a LAN or anything like that. Honestly, us making a Pro League was a surprise. When we actually started playing together, we particularly weren't bad at fighting. I think we were one of the better fighting teams at the time. I think our biggest struggle was just macro. The part where like we couldn't find ourselves in good spots. We could 3v3 most teams and win our fight. It's just getting to a good spot. You know, like if we could kill a team but we die to the whole lobby, what does it all matter? That was our problem a lot of games. Play one Pro League, it wasn't anything great. Us making it was an accomplishment in itself. And we ended up finishing like 22nd overall. So we didn't get kicked from Pro League, but it wasn't anything that we were like too proud of.
What changed, and how did the roles change in Split 2?
So after Split 1, we all like had hopped in multiple calls together, and we figured we wanted to try something different. Something wasn't working. Jin had the knowledge, but he had almost to take a step back in terms of like skill, because IGLing on top of being a shooter and a fragger, it's a hard thing to do. Not a lot of players can do it.
Good, just use harder to rotate back. Keep going up the ramp. Like, maybe that'll see us finish. I don't know. Right. I think that they have control on the high. Wait, they might have chill. Yeah, chill. Come back. I did try out as the IGL at first. Obviously, that didn't work out. I think it's just my personality, or maybe just like my form of communication didn't really work out well for like being an IGL. And Nick's obviously a better communicator, more assertive, and knows exactly what plan he wants to do with.
Did you feel like there was a big change in like the team dynamic after Nick stepped in as the IGL?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think he just knew what he wanted to do.
So going into Split 2, we decided Nick was going to be IGL, Jen was going to step back more into the fragger role, and we were just going to try it. Bar was set a little bit higher, I think. We wanted to do better than we did in Split 1. We all had experience at this point, you know. That was my rookie season, you know, it was done with. We were ready to actually try to make a land, you know, jump up the leaderboard a little bit compared to last season.
Tripods just getting their reps and finding themselves within the top 10 here.
But Tripods, they're here to clean it all up.
IGL going on for Nick Mkers right now as he's trying to find his voice when it comes to leading the Tripods.
He's able to pick off any of these players. NRG going down.
And it might be Tripods who have the best range on this. It looks like Darkseer have decided his second place here with some KP, which leaves the door open for Tripods to move in and clean up in this final moment. Tripods are your champions. They will take home game number 1 here, and that is their first ever win in the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League.
The IGLing from Nick was pretty good overall. It was, again, just a lot of stupid mistakes that's always held us back. And if that would be, you know, somebody going too far off on their own, us not reading a zone correctly, us splitting up when we said, you know, we need to stick together or something, us not watching our back. There was a lot of stupid things that held us back. Unfortunately, in Split 2, we wind up finishing just around the same spot that we did in Split 1, around like 22nd, 23rd place. And that, I can honestly say, was a disappointment. Going into Split 2, again, the goal was progression. Vibes, number 1, but progression at the end of the day. Gent coming from G2, you know, just coming off a LAN, you know, the guy's one of the best players in the game. He took a huge step back in his career, and that kind of sucked to see, you know, going after Split 2 ended.
A duo in the game, so.
Oh my God! Keep watching, guys. Yeah, we can't let people walk up right. Honestly, we need 2 on the right. Yeah. You hold with him.
I'll play right here.
Yeah, I see people
For
on left.
PSQ week number 4, you know, that's the weekend a lot of people remember. Deed said before, it felt like it was the time that you kind of like knew Nick was going to be leaving the Tripods.
I remember the tournament now, and I remember the last game exactly. It was in Geyser, in the back building. We thought we had God Spot. We did. And then we got 8, and coming out of tunnel, we knew that's like the only spot we had to watch, to worry about. We f***ed that up. And just seeing the leaderboard at the end by 1 point, if Nick finishes mag or if he thirsted that guy on the floor, I remember repeating the VOD back and forth. And 1 point, that's all we needed.
Yeah.
We got second. They got it by 1 point.
Are you serious?
Yeah, swear to God.
Oh my God.
The Tripods will be parting ways with Nick Mkers, and Nick is moving on from Apex entirely, and it doesn't seem like that passion is simply there anymore. Their coach Voltic also came out to say riding with Gent and Deeds for Challenger Circuit still.
Yeah, look, love G&D, great teammates, even greater people, man. Like little brothers to me. I'll always be around if they need anything. They all know that. You guys know that. My life and the things that are going on, like in the game, outside the game, like there's just a lot more on the agenda. The podcast, there's things that I want to start doing, and there's just not enough time to do those things when we're scrimming 4 or 5 days a week. We're playing tournaments on Saturdays and Sundays. When you're full swing in competitive Apex, you're full swing.
My career started by being a random that Nick solo queued into and deciding to invite. So this one, I'll be lying to you guys if I said this one didn't sting a little bit.
You know, you guys obviously part ways with Nick. What were you guys looking for in a player? What type of IGL were you looking for, and how did Omnu come up?
Down Omnu, the only one alive right now. Getting the shots. He missed the knock. It's gonna be a 1v1. Vincere versus the Watson. Who's gonna come out on top? The Wisely with the Havoc. On the team wins the game. They're gonna get the rest. And Omnu going big, baby.
I mean, previous experience, I've played Apex since pretty much the get-go, right off day one. I remember actually I was going to college at the time. I literally woke up from a nap at around 6 p.m. to one of my friends telling me to jump on this game. Never heard of it. He told me it was a BR, and I was like, yeah, BRs are terrible, dude. Why would I want to play that? And yeah, now we're here.
2 bullets. 2 bullets. Oh, died, but it's also Manny on his back off the other one as well.
Oh, I have to reload both guns.
Oh my god.
On the fence.
Nice. I think we're just looking for an experienced IGO. Me and Deets knew that we have like the mechanical ability to back up whoever can make the right calls, and so we saw Omnu as a good option, and Voltic actually helped us.
Take off them, they can't go back, take the right side now. I'm climbing, hold, you're way ahead, Deeds. Go left now, go left. Yeah, so the dynamic honestly felt pretty good. The one thing I wasn't ready for is how much Tripods got grief any single time they got a chance in CC. You'd have people flying in from the woodworks just to land on you and try to contest you or just try to get you out of the game. If you had one game under 6 points, you got 3 teams trying to just fight you because they think you're on the verge of not qualing, and then you're getting chased around by 2 teams on Tridents on Storm Point. I don't know. CC was a movie.
I got him. Got him. Last one. Crack one. Left another. Yeah, not good.
I cut one.
I don't have it. Crack caustic.
Got it.
Crack one. Go for it. Kill one.
Damn,
Backpack.
gents.
Got him. I did. Yeah, me.
Bro.
Shut up.
I got a bad Deeds.
One shot. Dead. 150 dead. Dead.
But I think we're going to have a very predictable top 8, personally. I think the 8 teams that are going to qualify for Pro League is going to be Edgers. LMAO definitely makes it. I think Temper makes it as well. I think Stallions makes it. CCE does make it. I think DNO is going to make it, which is 6. I think Beat's going to make it, without a doubt. And this is where it gets tough. I think that 8th place spot is a little bit dicey. I'm going to say Tripods for sure.
They're racing. Let him in. Play backside if we can.
Oh, we have to play ball. Give me ball now.
Flash on one. You guys got get the kills. Nice. Look around. I have not. Play knock. I walk.
Oh, I cracked one.
That's right. That's a big game, though.
That's a big game. We needed that.
One more big game and we're back in it, boys.
It was 21 points for Tripods. How important could that be in the grand scheme of things? Because that will put them a little bit higher in the leaderboard, or a lot higher actually than what they were, and closer to that top 8. Still a way to go for them yet, but definitely better signs for them. It was a circle that came towards them, so they had to really take advantage
It is
of
the
it.
Edgers that are on the other side of the gravity cannon. They are looking at also known as, and NGNL are going to be sharing this building between CCE and Tripods.
AKA are losing players, and Tripod still has a player alive. This is massive. We have got to keep an eye on what the Tripods can do here. Deeds, the last chance, the last remaining player to maybe disrupt things from the high ground of the nut, as everyone now trying to find those just stragglers, those rats that are still alive. But we still have Edges, we still have NGNL, we still have CCE, and AKA have been wiped off the face of the earth. That means Tripods overtake Meat Lovers, and all the remaining teams left. I'm climbing.
Can't do anything, man. That's not gonna be enough.
No, Hank, it might be. How many did we get? He ended up losing by. You guys got 13. That's 13, no, 12. That puts us at 50. If me got KP, we don't pass.
8 teams that will make Pro League are gonna consist of this. Edgers are gonna make it. CCE makes Pro League. Weave makes Pro League. NGNL makes Pro League. Stallions makes Pro League. Temper makes Pro League. Board makes Pro League. And Tripods makes Pro League by 1 point over Meat Lovers.
Tripods made it! No way, dude!
And Tripods in 8th by 1. Let's go, Tripods. Let's go.
I think they definitely got KP.
No, they didn't. They didn't refresh.
Oh my god.
We got it! Oh my god! We got it! What the? Holy the script is the script! Oh my god, it's a real thing! It's a real thing! The script is so real!
Last time it was 1 point off. This time, it was 1 point above. Oh my god. This was the most stressful I've ever played in my life. Shout out Gent. Shout out Onmu. Shout out Voltic, okay? I love them, bruh. These are my dogs, right? Now it's back to the real grind, bruh. It's Pro League. Got some more work to put in. The job ain't finished, right? Hey, chat. The job ain't finished, dog.
I think all 3 of us going into Split 2 Pro League, we were all confident we were going to make land.
The city of Mannheim welcomes the ALGS for day 2 of Split 2 here in Germany. I always love looking at the Rhine. If you've traveled around the city, I had some time this morning. It's beautiful, it's bustling, and it is electric in the SAP Arena, where we start off our second series of 3 today, trying to see who's going to be in that winners finals, and of course, who is going to be headed towards elimination. We're back and ready to go. It was a scintillating first one, but right now here on the desk, we're happy and excited to give you a very warm welcome. My name is Rain Day. I am here. I'm going to be closing out the day as well. It was exciting to watch from the sidelines as we saw an amazing start to day 2. You can tell the heat is rising in Mannheim. Of course, I'm joined by some amazing talent as well and some new faces. Lauren Glitter Explosion, she was hosted. She's now analyzing. We've got Snipe Down, same position as always. And there it is. The man himself, who does it all for Apex Legends pretty much. He's hosting tournaments. He's working with TSM, minus Tempo. Welcome to the desk, my friend.
Hey guys, welcome. Thank you for guys for having me. It's been a dream. I didn't think I'd be on the desk, but here I am. And yeah, I just appreciate being here. I run on a lot of the behind the scenes for North America, as well as help operate the scrims when it comes to prepping for LAN. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
You've been a huge part of the team. A lot of people who aren't familiar with how much work you actually do, we just got to reiterate it. He does so much for the Apex Legends scene. So, Tempo, it's great. I hope you've been enjoying Mannheim, and we're excited to see what you have to say about some of our teams heading into today. If you missed a little bit of the action last show, let's catch you up on what happened. It was a dominating performance from Europe yet again. Natus, Vincere. Wow. Lauren, they came out
running. Nobody had him picked. I think that's because of prior experiences with this team lacking performance, where they certainly shut everybody up after this one.
And that's exactly what we said to Matafe when we got him up here on the desk. I mean, they had a three-peat, and when was the last time we saw that at LAN? That's impressive online, let alone here on the global stage. So massive performance out of Na'Vi, something that we were looking for too when it comes to that squad.
Yeah, and Snipe, there were a lot of decent performances as well. Maybe not from where we expected, but the hype was real. You can tell we're starting to get closer and closer to who's going in that elimination bracket.
Yeah, I think this next series is going to put things into some really good perspective. It always does leading into that final match of the day where you can really see where the points line up. There's a lot of teams that I think teams were confident in going in. LG really has to make up a lot of points.
Yeah.
One team that I have my eye focus on is Cloud9. I think they've consistently flown under the radar. They made it to the finals of one LAN, they didn't to the next, and now they have a really good position for themselves to make their way to the finals with a good series here.
Tempo, what'd you see watching that last series?
I mean, the last series, obviously, Shadow pulled off an amazing performance, but LG had a great last game as well. Leading into this next series, I think with that momentum in mind, they will pull off a, hopefully, what seems to be like a top five-ish performance. When we did run scrims for this lobby in particular, they did do well. They placed in the top 3 throughout all the brackets, so I'm hoping they do well today.
You know, you got all the scrim data. That's where it is. He's seen these matchups before as they're prepping for LAN. So, Tempo, we expect your pick to be pretty spot on today. Yep. We'll go into talent predictions in just a little bit, though. Let's take a look at the teams participating. I believe we've got that coming up as well for A versus D. It is going to be an exciting and big moment. And just to set you up before we go into that, here are the standings overall of where those teams sit. So it kind of sets the table, Lauren. Natus, Vincere, they'll be playing yet again. Teams like Icholos Laser, not Moist, they won't be in this bracket, but you can look at Shadow 3-6. You know, teams going to be competing for their last chance here in groups, already put themselves into not fully qualifying, but as close as you can come heading into one more set.
Yeah, absolutely. Once they get up into those triple digits like our top 5 right now, they should be more than comfortable. And lots of big names just that close to doing that. We talked a lot about complexity last time around. Obviously, people are going to be keeping their eyes on TSM. Only need a few more points to kind of get into that triple-digit club as well.
Right.
So we'll definitely see this top 10 start to look real good. Even after just a couple matches, it's getting farther down that list where I start to get a little bit worried.
It is, and even teams like, you know, Legends Gaming, who are sitting there, they've played with Nasky last round, and then of course now they might be having their players in. We haven't verified that yet. We'll see when we get in the game if Strafing Flame has been able to make it and they've got their full squad. But Snipe, these are the teams really, especially since they are not in the qualifying position, they would be elimination bracket, like LG, like you mentioned, like VK Gaming, who need to get results today.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, I've been a huge fan of this FaZe Clan roster with Fnatic. You know, his whole history and everything leading up to this through challengers, and then he made his way, and they had a phenomenal performance all the way from Pro League to EWC and everything. So it's a fun team to cheer for and root for. And you know, I was previously on FaZe Clan, so I'm gonna have some bias there. But I love the way that they play. I hope that they are more comfortable taking some risk because they put themselves in great spots consistently. And they're gonna have, you know, they have about 35 to 40 points that they're gonna have to make sure that they get to that top 20 position.
Certainly seem like they're capable of doing so as well. And as we kind of narrow the picture down towards A versus D and what's going to be happening today in this next series, you do start to have these conversations around what do you need to do to get the job done. Teams like TSM, they don't have that much to do. They kind of have to just perform okay, and they should make it. Teams like Legends Gaming, though, I mentioned, the big story is Amphy, Nasky filling in with Player K. Well, today we have it confirmed. Strafing Flame and Easy Flash, I just got told, will be playing. So this is the Legends Gaming, the Twisted Minds, that was performing so well just 3 weeks ago at LAN, and I think watching that, Lauren, this has got to give a lot of confidence for Legends Gaming fans.
Yeah, and I think that was something that we talked about a lot, having Strafing Flame with them as a set trio, what they could bring to the table, and they brought a lot at EWC, so now that they're here, are they going to be able to combat the jet lag, all the small things that come into play when you are traveling to these lands?
Almost a question I want to ask. I don't know if we have enough time to do it right now, though, but it's, you know, the difficulty sometimes in playing long sets, long days in a row, and sometimes what can happen when you just show up. You've got these otherworldly factors happening, Snipe, and you almost like can't pay attention to any of the stress, any of the noise. You just only have enough time to sit down and perform. Sometimes that could be a boon, to be honest. You're not thinking about things.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, picking up Nasky could not have been a better choice for them to come in and play 2 series. I mean, Nasky didn't end up qualifying for this LAN, but we have seen him perform consistently over and over and over, and to pick up an IGL of his caliber, you need to average about 33 to 35 points to secure your way into the finals, and they're sitting right there with 70. So now that we have the full roster, they just have to finish the job. So, there's a team that can do it. It's going to be them.
All right, I want to keep hearing your guys' thoughts to set this A versus D up. Tempo will hear from you in a second. But since we're talking with you, Eric, talk to me about who you've got your eye on as well heading into this matchup specifically.
One of my favorite teams that I feel like doesn't really get enough acknowledgement is this Cloud9 roster. This team has been through so much turmoil before they formed. You had Saucer, who was kind of in and out of competitive. He was considering quitting at one point, came in, took the full IGL role. He had actually been like a co-IGL in the past and put the weight on his shoulders to be here. He's made it to a LAN, he made it to another, and his team is in a great spot. Then you have Naughty, who's kind of been really micromanaged in the past with a lot of his past IGLs. He comes on this team, I'm sure, and Sauce just has more free reign. He used to ask a lot of questions like, can I do this? Can I do that? Can I do this? And now he has the confidence to make these plays, and there's no hesitation, which, that couple seconds can be a win or a loss and really cost it for your team. And then you have your final player in Chaotic, who, everyone's like, 301 Crutch, Horizon Crutch, this and that, and the kid is a freak of nature, and it's so cool to see this team come together and really bring all of that kind of history of can we do it to we're going to put this together and really show everyone what we're made of.
3 players who need to really be tested in their own environment. I think that's a great opportunity, as you mentioned. Tempo, what LG are we getting today? What version of them is going to show up?
Well, like we saw last set, Sweet actually got a lot of points early on by just straight up ratting, which is always a good skill to have, right? But they did pull off a really good game at Game 6, and I think they will ride that momentum. LG is a team that has that Sweet, despite not performing the best, Sweet does have that X factor, and I think that will pull through in this last set of matches. They will get that 50 plus points that they need in this last set, and they will qual into that winner's bracket.
I think that's a great thing. Expand a little bit about that X factor. It's something I talk about with Hal, with Zero, but Sweet kind of has it too. He really does.
Yeah, it's that mental fortitude. Even though you might be down and out, it's not letting that pressure get to your head, and that is something that comes in competitors who just have that nature, as well as you can get that over experience, right? And Sweet, it has been at multiple lands ever since the beginning.
Hard to have that on a stat sheet and understand what that means, right? But it certainly is a factor, especially for those tuning in about some of our players like Sweet who are legacy. They're going down the Hall of Fame of the ALGS. But Lauren, last round, that was incredible. Na'Vi performed. Another team performed in that last Game 6, which stunned us with an interesting pick as well. Who you got your eyes on heading into this one?
I think we would be remiss if we didn't talk about the 2 teams that are coming in hot after their last series, specifically Na'Vi. We even had Matafe up here on the desk with us talking about what was going right for the squad, how they're feeling moving forward. It was the doubt that fueled them, but now they're one of the few that had a 16-kill win, a 3-peat win in a series. They're coming into this confident, settled, knowing what to do. And in that same vein is Shadow as well. I mean, they closed out the series with an 18-kill win. Whew. They just barely missed out on catching up to Na'Vi, who had 3 wins. I mean, their consistency with both of these teams is impressive, and the fact that they didn't even have that long of a break between series means they didn't get cold. So they would be both teams are people I'd be looking at.
Is it easier to be in Na'Vi's position coming into this Snipe, playing well, and then jumping into another set right away?
I think it's definitely good for them. I think they need to make sure they're carrying the momentum. It's easy to get complacent. You have the points, you made it to finals, and it's like, okay, but you can't take your foot off like the gas. You have to make sure you're getting what you need because they are a very heavy zone placement team. And with the POI draft, we heard it from Matafe, it's been a huge bonus for them and just European teams in general. And I think that if they continue and they get a top pick, just like they did in the first set with 5 out of 6 top 5s, they put themselves into a great spot to end the tournament in a top 5. And I would love to see that Aurora tweet.
Love to see the tweets. Snipe's keeping track of it. We are on the broadcast as well. You know who else is keeping track of things? His name is Peeps, and he had a chance to talk with one of the coaches in the scene you may know the best. Of course, it's Hot Sick.
What up, everybody? We are here at the Player Lounge with the one, the only Hot Sick, one of the best coaches in the world here for NRG. Dude, I got to ask, so we watched day 1 yesterday, right? What do you think about the level of competition?
It's very interesting because I think we're in a meta that hasn't been fully figured out yet because the new season's only been out like 2 weeks. So it's been crazy. I think this is one of the first lanes that's like, I think a real test of like adaptation and what teams can do it.
Absolutely. And speaking of new season, we had an aim assist nerf, which I'm sure it's something that you absolutely loved. Can you talk to us a little bit about that and sort of the effects you've seen so far here at Split 2 playoffs?
I mean, the level of talent that the controller players have, despite, having aim assist, these guys are really talented. I don't think it affects too many of the players here. I was more in favor of the aim flinch being removed for everyone because I don't care much about aim assist personally. I care more about MNK just being impossible to see sometimes, impossible to shoot back sometimes. So that, I think, has had a much better impact for like MNK players and stuff like that.
All right. Well, you heard it here from the MNK Lord / coach for NRG, Hodsick. Thank you so much, and we'll see you guys later.
Well, it might have sounded a little hype in here. I'm sorry for the noise, but that's because we got ExoClan and DreamFire fans going crazy behind us. ExoClan specifically, you hear the passion. It is loud.
They're so
Where are the
coordinated.
DreamFire fans as well? Do we got some DreamFire fans in here?
Listen, while we were leading up to this, I heard the co-chanting of DreamFire.
Is that
EXO?
Yeah.
DreamFire. EXO.
Amazing stuff there. I think they should just be friends at this point because they're the only two, real fan bases jumping up and making this feel like a football game. I absolutely love it.
This is a Friday, by the way.
Yeah, I can't wait till the weekend. Scenes at Mannheim, guys. We're getting ready to go into game soon. Let's check out the POI drafts, though, because we are starting this series on Storm Point. And so that means you may have gotten your good pick here. You may have spent your last pick here. Of course, seeded drafts going into this. That's why we continue to see some of our solid teams really getting great spots and staying consistent. That's why when some of these picks as well, you look at Na'Vi, they qualified pretty high in Europe. I think it was in the top 4, maybe even top 3 of the scene, and so that means that they're going to continue to get pretty decent picks. You can see an 8th pick here for Na'Vi coming in, and we already know that information, but we'll wait for you guys to see it here on screen. Lauren, big picture thoughts on how this POI draft worked out for A versus D?
For me, one of the teams that I'm going to be really focusing on, one, because it's my prediction, but I also agree with a lot of what my Tempo was saying. I'm looking at LG. Not only do they have the mill, but they have a spot that they don't have too many teams around in the general vicinity. We saw a couple zones. One ended at Down Beast, one by Pylon, both clearly easy rotations for them to make their way into. I feel like they are a team. It takes a little while to warm up. This happens a lot for LG. We're now on day 2, and we even saw in the last series, they started really slow, but by the end had put themselves in a really solid position. I feel like they finally found their footing, and now I want to see what they can do here in this series.
Tempo, I want to get your ideas on this as well. What is this looking like in terms of scrims? Pretty similar? Are you noticing anything that stands out to you?
Pretty similar. I actually looked at the previous block as well from AC, and Na'Vi had actually performed really well during scrims. I think we had like 5 or 6 of the game matches with the POIs that they actually drafted.
Wow.
And it translated. I know scrims aren't really indicative of what'll exactly happen at the ALGS, but it does give you a rough idea.
And it gives you more context than nothing.
Yeah.
Essentially.
And one of the bigger things actually is that EXO and SSG have won these scrim blocks by a large margin.
Wow.
So that, I think those are 2 teams that you also want to look at as well, especially since EXO does need 50 or more points to get into that winner's block.
You set me up perfectly. Starting off in 19th place in their first series, now they need at least 50 points. It's going to be a big deal. Snipe, as we head into our talent predictions, are you expecting the dream run from EXO? We got the fans all over there. Who do you pick to take A versus D?
I mean, I've talked about them a lot. I picked LG. I hope EXO does because I love the fan favorite and the hype that goes into it. And I always think the home team, it helps. I mean, I'm going to, Optic Gaming home team advantage we've always heard about in the past. And now we have EXO right here. So if it's going to happen, I would love to hear them behind them to see it.
through.
Well, here we are with our talent predictions so far. Dia going Inner Force 36, spicing it up. Dan and I running with the Na'Vi. Vicky going SSG this time around, and a Fnatic for Tiff, who's making us all look incompetent here. As we move on to the next page, you know, LG going for Snipe as well. Tempo, curious. I don't know if you're on this graphic, but who are you picking here? Is it?
I'm going with LG as well.
Oh, LG! Okay. I would have sworn we would have got a TSM from you, man.
No, I got to be subjective here.
Okay.
TSM has done relatively okay in this block, but LG has had the best average, so I think they will. And with LG's buff of doing well that last game, I think they'll pull through.
Awesome. Well, exciting to see. We'll follow up at halftime here after the 3 games from Storm Point are done. But for now, it is time to kick off A versus D in Mannheim. And 2 great casters to send it over to, my good friends, Mark and Dan, Onset and Gaskin.
Don't know what I'm doing here, everybody. Get a bit weird already, and that's exactly the kind of energy that we want to bring into this room. By the way, when we're done here, I'm going drinking with the EXO Clan fans because they look like a good time. But let's talk about what we've got in front of us, everyone. Of course, it's myself, Onset, and the beautiful Dan Gaskin to take you through the next 3 games. And Dan, we've got A and D going up against each other now.
Yeah, and now it's do or die for some of these teams that are competing. You heard the Dash talking about it, how many points you might need if you want to get into that winner's bracket. Otherwise, it could be the dreaded elimination bracket, what you might be facing tomorrow. But that sometimes puts teams backs against the wall, right? That is when we have seen historically some teams play fantastically, when they have to push, when they have to get aggressive, when they sometimes have to get down and dirty with it.
Excited for that. Anyway, let's talk about some of the teams that we're going to be watching, of course, in this group. We've just seen a monster performance from Na'Vi in that previous set that we just saw. It feels like a coming of age for Na'Vi as well. So many disappointments for them when they've hit that LAN environment, but it just feels like here in Mannheim, they found a little bit of that secret sauce. The question is now, as they lead as the #1 team on overall points going into this group, can they extend that lead at the top, or will someone else chase them down and make this a little bit more interesting? Mannheim, we're with you for these games. Let's get it underway here on Storm Point.
We're locked, we're loaded, and we're into match 1 as everyone is out of their own personal dropship. POI draft has been completed. You mentioned Na'Vi. They're going to be playing for a slightly different POI this time around. They're up at Spacestation. They have to play from Edge, and we have seen Edge can be a struggle for certain teams. Will we see them have as much success as they set the pace here in this series to try and get ahead of the likes of Not Moist, who will be watching on and looking to catch them up later?
Interesting to hear what Minus Tempo was saying on the desk as well, from the scrim blocks that have been going down in the build-up to, of course, the Split 2 playoffs. It's talking about EXO Clan's performance, saying they've been one of the standouts alongside LG. So for both of those teams, LG kind of just gone about business, haven't been outstanding, haven't been disappointing so far in this tournament. But EXO Clan need these points, and they certainly got the crowd behind them here in Mannheim. The question is, can they produce the results to get them even louder?
But needing to put like 50 points is not an easy task, right? And it has to start in match 1. You don't want to be chasing too late. You want to start really hot here, so you're going to be confident. Now, zone-wise, we are going to be heading over to the west side. Legends Gaming down at Spacestation. And by the way, Legends Gaming will be playing with Strafing Flame and Easy Flash. They arrived this morning
everyone. They're back.
7 a.m. and they will be competing here today. So very excited to see their full roster in force, but we have to pay, you know, so much credit to Nasky coming out and Amphi coming out and just showing what they're made of as substitutes.
Yeah, fantastic performance from both of them, and they will certainly be supporting this Legends Gaming lineup and wanting to see them continue the work that they did yesterday as those fill-in substitutes. But as you can see, everybody is here. Everybody is ready to gun for Legends Gaming, and what a zone it is for them early. Now, speaking of the zone, this is an interesting one, right? Because we do see CO zones. We also see sometimes that unpredictable pull up a little bit more north to the other side of the mountain range, which can catch people off guard sometimes on the southern side, of checkpoint. So there's going to be some questions in the back of IGL's minds here. Do we want to play for Cito? Do we want to play for the rotate if we do get that little bit of a shaky pull a little bit later on? Cloud9 are kind of hedging their bets between both at the moment, but as we look at CO Station, you can already see EXO Clan have rotated quickly. You've got VKG who are there, and of course, Luminosity.
Legends Gaming, by the way, sat in 15th in the overalls. You couldn't ask for anything better.
It's brilliant.
With 2 subs coming in and putting you in that place, going into your final series of the group stages to try and get into winner's bracket. But yes, Cito Station starting to get a little bit contested here. Everyone trying to find a place to play. You saw EXO, you saw LG arriving. VK are now going to take
the outskirts of CETO because they can't get any of these buildings to work with as well. But you mentioned it, this can pull a little bit dodgy sometimes. So there's always going to be that consideration of, do we try and play for a slightly more risky position here around CETO?
Well, VK Gaming initially were inside of the bunker building. You can see them just flying past now, but it looks like they want to change their plan, and maybe that is based upon the fact that there is that question mark in the back of their head. Instead, they're going to play this pyramid on the backside of CETO, and what's the good news for this position? Why have they chosen to do so? If we do see that zone pull away, it means they're ahead of the traffic that is inevitably going to build up inside of CETO Station, so they will be able to rotate out a little bit more comfortably. Also, we do see some end zones over here as well, so VK Gaming may be just seeing that this is a better position to play for either of the pools that we might see.
Yeah, we've sometimes seen it move north, and then everyone who's trapped in at CETO Station just has like a very terrifying time of trying to escape unless you are the first to move and you get ahead of the traffic like you were speaking of. Now, DreamFire, they're going to be approaching, and they have the ability to move very fast here, but they're going to be coming from the southeast side, and they will be kind of shadowing Fnatic. So I like the fact that they do have a Trident to work with. They don't have to run past Fnatic, because then you would be a little bit more vulnerable to a potential ambush.
Just checking in on the pace of this game, it's actually quite interesting to note, and I don't know if it's just dependent upon this zone and it being a little bit more unpredictable, but it's not as heavily populated, the end game zone, what is coming up on Ring 2 for a lot of these teams having hit that Ring console. So I think a lot of teams may be playing for Ring 3 information to see where that pull is going to come, and then making their play based off of that. NRG up on height here, just outside of launch pad. A couple of shots coming in from distance here from Fun. Not too many connecting with the triple take. I'll even say the one for 12 doesn't really connect, but those ones certainly do from Nocturnal. And that break of the shields is going to give them the opportunity to push it.
Trouble is, it's very difficult, and you're always going to be reluctant to push in this current meta, but a catwall definitely helps. Just gives you that coverage, gives you that extra security, to avoid any extra gunfire that may be happening from a third party.
Yeah, just looking for entry damage at the moment. You can see NRG are more than happy to take this fight, but they want to make sure that they can close that gap, knowing one of the players on the opposite sides on FA Kids is going to have to pop a battery and be out of the battle for a few seconds, but instead, quite smartly and sensibly, FA Kids kind of disengage from this fight, and NRG decide that maybe this isn't our time to try and fight. Instead, they're going to pick up what's left of the Spiders and continue on their way towards zone.
It's because they don't have knowledge of if anyone is nearby, right? We can see on the map that it's an isolated fight. They don't necessarily know that. They haven't actually been able to hit a survey beacon or anything, so they're just going to keep on their merry way and start to think about playing a little bit more of zone. We saw a few fights yesterday where teams got caught in the circle and they struggled because of it. They wanted to get a fight. Maybe it was a bit of an ego, and then they died in the end. So this is very smart.
Could have been also a little bit of a play from both teams to try and hit that Ring console as well that was over at Launchpad, and NRG decide that with the zone closing behind them, they're going to have to take a little bit of a different approach. They do have one available to their north over at Stormcatcher if they want to try and rotate that way, which could well be what they decide to do, as Fnatic now move their way through Jurassic.
I'm curious to see how Fnatic do in this series as well. They have first pick in the POI draft, and they went for Pylon. They didn't go for Skyhook on World's Edge. They decided that Pylon was going to be the best. It's a somewhat central POI. You can rotate very quickly to a lot of the center zones as well.
Mobile shield going down here. That means that a little bit of a battle will be taking place. Shots not quite connecting. Smoke doing its job to obscure the target that was being aimed at. Meltera now trying to slide down to see if he can get a pick, and he might actually be able to do so. A couple of ticks are going to be coming in. He wants to take this fight here. Meltera is being very, very aggressive on the edge of zone, but you've got to be careful with that zone at your back. Always going to chip away at that health a little bit more, and even though you're not looking at the shields, all of a sudden you can find yourself trapped in a corner. And that's looking like it might be the situation for him. Has to back down now. Hammerjaw's trying to send it, though. This is looking like one of these awkward fights that, based off the original decision, maybe it's a decision that has to be changed pretty quickly.
Yeah, FOXX are getting pinched as well. Shadow are arriving from behind, and they need to be careful. They probably don't realize this, and they are most likely going to go down here because they are stuck between two teams.
FA Kids backing up as well. You can see both catwalls have been used. Zuzu, no, he's going to get cut down, though. Miak was watching his back. So all of a sudden now, Shadow 3690 are thinking about we're going to have to call 911 and try and get our teammates back.
That will allow FA Kids just to escape a little bit here as well. The gunfire that they were under a lot of pressure, but they could re-engage. They reset. It depends really how they want to play this one. But this is a very isolated fight between these three teams. No one else near them on the map. Even NRG, who we saw earlier, they have gone on their merry way. They're up by Stormcatcher.
Elsewhere in the feed, you can see a couple of knocks going in, just to give you a little bit of information on where the zone is going, as Hao will be eliminated from the lobby first. it is going to be a hard Ceto zone. So everybody who might have been banking on a little bit of a risky pull up towards checkpoint is going to be disappointed, but everybody who did gamble on it going towards Ceto is going to be vindicated in their decision to rotate early. Now, this is going to be an interesting end zone now because there is some playable areas in and around Ceto, but if you're not inside of, I would say, the first 8, 9, 10 teams, some of those positions are pretty janky. Down in the water, under some of those bridges, and you can easily be angled out. FOXX at the moment, though, just trying to survive. They do manage to get the banner back of Hammer Drill, but you can see that they're just burning resources all the time at the moment. It's only 15 seconds till that zone starts to close again. Shadow will get the respawn onto Zuzu, which means they'll be out to a full 3, and they'll be able to make their way in towards this zone a little bit later on. Speaking of going into zone, it's Bleed who are flying into zone now, and FENNEL will be eliminated. Bleed do get that final knock, but is anyone in the vicinity to be a third-party pooper here for Bleed Esports? Dropped is the only one who's gone down, though, so a huge moment for them. They get into zone, they pick up the KP, and they've still got the Newcastle to drag Drop back onto his feet.
Yeah, another advantage of playing Catalyst as well, just being able to build those fake doors and make sure you can protect yourself, but no one really would try and take that third party. Everyone else in Ceto Station is going to be happy with their current position. Now, as we see that Zone 3 come in, I'm wondering whether some teams will play for Zone 4 information. Certainly as a ring console up towards checkpoint that people could use if they would like. And we have seen a zone like this in North American Pro League where it does shift far east. And I think it was Falcons who won that, moving all the way from Launchpad, I believe they played from at the start of that game. So we'll have to see whether anyone can do the same. Now, TSM, they are approaching from the east here. Let's see what they can do. Let's jump in with a listening.
I'm gonna smoke here just in case. I don't know where they are.
Yeah. We'll scout their eyes and we're evac in your door. I'm a scout. Just look for back.
Yeah. Watching our back.
I'm gonna get on drone and look ahead. I gotta find something. Luke's taken, bro. Can you ping the beacon? How far is it? Behind. Blue armor, cracked one. That's bad. 30 seconds. I gotta heal here too. They bring back. Bring back. I'm stuck. I'm going back that. I'm crossing right. I'm on right side. I'm on right side.
Safe on me over here. Safe on me.
Safe on me. I'm gonna get isolated. I'm gonna get isolated on me.
Yep.
I feel it. Crypto. Back one shot. If I feel low, watch out, watch out, they're from one! They're well, guys. Cat's one.
I'm getting back.
He's knocked. All that.
East.
Heal. We can win this fight. Try back up. I'm batting. Look for Evan.
There's 2 teams east.
You have to shoot.
In the open, grappling right.
Nading us.
2 teams in our gas.
I got converted. They're on the castle wall. Cross to you. Cross to your left.
Let me close.
One's on me.
Dead right, guys. 2v2.
Path one. Dead.
Last one's on me.
I'm nading out.
Go sliding left.
He's low.
Dead. What's it? There's a new team in the gas.
Wait, I'm trying to run. One dead.
Nice.
I need no shotgun. I got a res. I have no shotgun.
I'm gonna smoke back, I think.
There's a new team. You gotta smoke as well. I'm trying to pop the dude. I'm hitting him.
I'm running back. I'm batting backwards, guys.
We have knock. We have to play off it. I'll pop mech it.
I'm meching it as well.
I have no shotgun. I need shotgun, guys. I need shotgun, please. I need shotgun.
I can drop you 10.
I dropped you a little bit. They're getting shot. Ring at us. Kill this guy.
I'm dropping 10.
Where? And open. Dead. They're knocked.
Nice.
They're knocked to the left. Knocked on the left.
Yeah, I'm walking the
I have to heal. I have no bats. There's another team across from him. We have 33 seconds.
I don't know where the third's at.
He's far left. In the gas. He ran gas. Michelle, we had no free back, guys.
Yep.
Hit the thirst. Guys, we need clear this side. Remember how we went through it? We had to clear this side. I need bats.
We can kill up too. We can kill up.
Yeah.
In the gas. Watch out.
Nice. Swap that, Evan. I got a bat, bro. Look for a team.
I'm 1 HP, guys. Look at me.
Yeah. I'm looking for. They backed up. Do we have an evac? Yeah, we have evacs. We have an evac. We might just have to play for this kill. Remember? We had to kill us. Grab shotgun ammo if you can, please.
Yep.
We need to drone this.
TSM absolutely dominating that side of zone. They kill the first team, they kill the second, and they hold off NRG as well. TSM's team fight has always been a question. How are they going to be performing? But now they look like the real deal. TSM looking deadly.
It was the turn and burn as now we turn over to Na'Vi. They're on the northern side. I spoke about checkpoint. I spoke about playing for maybe any extra information. Well, now they've come across Cloud9. But Na'Vi, the informed team, remember, they dominated their previous series. They are at the top of the leaderboards, which is not something we've ever said before at an Apex LAN, but here they are making their name finally.
More KP for them. C9 the next victims. Great shots coming in from Henchman as well. Almost manages to get the clip. Onto the final player trying to escape. C9 will be eliminated. It'll be Sweet who gets that final bit of damage. But Na'Vi now have to take to the skies, and this is going to be a blind evac for them into zone. They're trying to find anywhere to play whatsoever. LG were inside of that little sausage building in front of them, and they are going to join them. Sweet's taking a little bit of damage, and there might be an opportunity. Actually, Na'Vi land just outside of it, in between this rock formation. So Na'Vi safe for now, knowing that they've cleared their backs.
Yeah, they've done well to clear their backs because now it means they've actually got angles to work with here. They can just reset, they can calm things down, and they can start to assess where they want to move onward. They do have a couple of loot bins, a gold loot bin to work with as well. Look, a couple of legendaries to get on your side. Now, LG are going to be ahead of them, but VK Gaming are also to their west. So really, they need to be thinking about which way they head here. Which fight do they feel more confident with? Because with VK above them, LG below them, if they take the fight with LG, they might get thirded by DreamFire, but VK could be a more isolated fight.
Yeah, you're looking at Na'Vi's position right now on the west side of this zone. LG and DreamFire, all of them have to go on a really treacherous journey across the open waters in front of them to get anywhere near to where this zone is going to be. Bleed Esports, by the way, take yourself back a few moments and think about the fight that they took off of the evac a little bit earlier against FENNEL, the one that they won to get that building. Well, now they're bang center zone. They have really had some good results off of the back of that decision. It's a great decision to fly into that building. And having won the fight, now they find themselves primed for endgame as well.
Well, a team that could pick up a lot of KP is Legends Gaming as well. Fnatic on the southeast, because there are teams who are on the outskirts who will be crossing that open water you speak of, and they'll be very vulnerable to those teams who have the safe haven of a building to work with and just will pepper you as you cross. One of those teams that does have to cross slightly is NRG, but Fnatic are currently being actually attacked here, and you can see the EMP has gone off. They've taken a lot of damage, so they just have to back off slightly, and you are not going to gain KP if you have to sit back and can't have your doors open.
Yeah, Fnatic were trying to split hole. I think both of the buildings there decide that at this point in the game, they're willing to give it up just so that they all stay healthy. At this point, LG and Na'Vi trying to engage with each other. You can see that Na'Vi now realize they have to move up, they have to push, and this is some of the areas, the playable spots that feel playable, but maybe aren't as playable as you realize until you get here. Under these bridges, in this water, and Na'Vi have managed to cross here pretty successfully. And even though a little bit of damage has been taken, everyone's still pretty healthy.
I mean, it's a position that works as long as no one drops on you, is kind of just about gets out of dodge. Yes, you've got the fullback of Newcastle, but now you can see in the kill feed, TSM is starting to get involved with a scrap as well, and it is more Mozambique action. We've seen plenty of that this weekend.
Now Reps is locked in today. We got on the shuttle on the way from the hotel for him. He got attacked by a B momentarily, manages to hold that off, and now continuing with that aggression as we get into game today. No B can stop him, nobody in game. Looks like they can stop him as well as we go back to the team who is leading in the overalls, and that's going to be Na'Vi. Now Matafe, you found yourself a Kraber. What openings can you create for your team?
You found yourself a Kraber, you found yourself a corner, but it's where you go from here. At the moment, there are so many teams surrounding you. Yes, you've got a little bit of a shield to work with. This is one of the benefits of Newcastle, but you need a game plan of how you're going to escape, because there's about 6 teams ahead of you in this area.
One problem they do have is that the castle wall is not available for another 50%, so they're going to have to play around the damage and the line of sight that Matafe can lock down with this Kraber. That 140 is important. That means the team across from them, who was LOSing them, who was putting those shots in, now has to be aware that one shot from the team they're firing at, and that means they could be down.
I think it's Enterforce 36 that are on the other side of this, but Enterforce 36 are also in a position where they could actually win the game from their spots, so they don't want to get too focused on anyone outside right now and need to be reconsidering. Now, TSM have just lost one.
TSM looking to answer back. Reps having to play down the knockdown. He's going to go down as well. Zappin's last alive. He'll find one. It's a 1v1, but he's not going to be able to win it, and TSM's game will end here. But big KP certainly coming in for the TSM boys.
ExoClan also eliminated in that scuffle as well, as down to just 11 teams remaining. As NRG starting to move across, and you're going to see there's NOC on the other side of this.
They're going to be able to third party this pretty comfortably. NOC will be taken down. NRG will prevail and pick up yet more KP on their way forward. Now we see Legends Gaming involved in a little bit of a fight. Kindness found himself a care package weapon as well, so you've got a Kraber, you've got a Devotion, and now Matafe, he's got a castle wall as well. Slams it down to give Na'Vi somewhere to play.
Oh, so close to being able to hit that one. That could have really changed things for Na'Vi, but they've been able to reposition it. This will
Devotion.
Work. You've got everything you could want here, apart from the position.
They've also got VK behind them, and even though you've got all the weapons in the game, you gotta watch their back. Castle wall go down In front of them, you can see Fnatic trying to use their castle wall as well, just to prod and poke and see if they can hold off VK Gaming here. Strafe in Flame has gone down in the feed. DreamFire starting to get a few eliminations as also Bleed and LG will start to engage. And LG, they're on the back foot.
Yeah, Legends Gaming also involved in that one, but now it's VK Gaming looking to try and hold down this outside territory. LG do get eliminated as VK do reset here, by the way. Remember, if we could think back, VK was struggling at one point, but now they're in a healthy spot.
Managed to get the Phoenix kit popped as well. Back to full health. Portals down around them. Fnatic are going to send it here. Fnatic are absolutely sending it. Alaika manages to find one. Yuka will find another, and it's a 1v1. We've seen this man do some pretty crazy things. He's got to navigate his way around the castle wall. Big shots coming in, and Yuka will win it here for Fnatic.
I mean, Fnatic could have looked crazy there with that full send, but it works out. They can reset, they can back up to a full 3 as it just slows down a little bit here on Storm Point now. NRG are going to be on the far east. Bleed and Legends a central zone, but I think Legends may be down to just a solo. And then you've got DreamFire on the northern side who could really play a part in this as well.
DreamFire throwing a couple of armor swaps out as well. NRG command the most space in this zone for now. Legends Gaming will be finally eliminated, but you would say a top 6 performance for them with arriving about 3 or 4 hours ago, it feels, off of a long trip. They will be more than happy with that. But for NRG, this is an opportunity. However, Nocturnal's going to find out there's a Kraber still in play.
The DreamFire are going to be the first that have to move here. They have a rat from SSG that is just ahead of them, and then Bleed are going to keep their eyes on too. Ultimates have to try and give you some sort of coverage here, and this is actually a good move from DreamFire. Try and go down low, avoid a lot of the sight lines, and try and encourage other people to fight instead.
5 squads remain. Fnatic might be the next to go. You can say them taking a huge amount of damage, and Fnatic will indeed fall thanks to the shots that come in from a combination of DreamFire and NRG. Now Bleed, we saw them take a big fight earlier on. SSG's rat has been eliminated as well. So now it's a 3v3v3. DreamFire, one of those teams. Bleed Esports in this pyramid building still, and NRG just hovering on the outside, who might be able to third this fight.
NRG hovering, but they are very exposed. They need to make sure that they just stay out of the sidelines as best as they can, and DreamFire are taking the attention away from Bleed right now, and now they're going to have to push.
NRG just biding their time. They have the castle wall. DreamFire sending it. Bleed are holding it off. Peter last alive here. They want to secure this final KP, but they're so healthy here. NRG, they've done such a great job of waiting for their moment to strike that now that moment has arrived. It's going to be NRG who will close out the final moments here on Storm Point. They will be your champions.
And that was perfect for NRG at the end. They just needed someone to make Bleed look a little bit elsewhere because all they had was the castle wall in the water. And whilst it can cover you for a short time, as that zone came in, they would have had nothing except the castle shield. Well, the new castle shield to work with. But DreamFire, as they dropped, it just made Bleed worry a little bit. And sadly, as you try and rat out for those final extra placement points, DreamFire, they really screwed over Bleed's chances. But for NRG, I mean, a win on the board, exactly what the doctor ordered.
There's a few reasons I said what I said in that previous game. Like, this is the opportunity for NRG, and I feel like there's been a few times since this roster has come together where they've been in some really good spots, but just not had the steel to close out those final moments. Well, across yesterday and the start of today, we're starting to see NRG get those wins, get those results, and hold their nerve in those big moments. So for NRG to start this group stage set with that kind of performance, I think is a very, very big moment for them.
50 points they acquired in their first series, 22 in their second. And I think that's evidence right on your very screen that the cameraman does support Bleed. But NRG, they really will start to climb these overalls. They were in 14th as we came into this series, right? So they're really putting themselves in a good chance for the winner's bracket.
I will say I feel like it's the first time I've seen the cameraman catching strays. Hey, the ALGS, anything can happen. With NRG, what a moment that was in the final game, excuse me. I mean, I also want to give a lot of credit actually to Bleed and the way that they played. We mentioned that fight that they took kind of in the mid-game to try and secure that pyramid building. They won that, and then that gets them into the position to end up closing out second place with 7 KP to go alongside their 9 points. But it's NRG with 7 KP themselves who will top them with the 12 placement points they put on the board. 19 overall for them. SSG as well, by the way. Great rap performance. No KP whatsoever but still managing to get 5 points on the board.
Yeah, those are the kind of points you need to be picking up, the consistency to try and get a little bit further. And you look down further on the leaderboard, TSM with 11 kills, only the 1 placement point, so a very different game, but technically they finished 4th in that game, right? It was something similar to what we saw in the first series from TSM yesterday. At the final game, they just suddenly exploded and realized, actually, we are good enough to take these fights. We are good enough to get a lot of kills on the board. And sure, they didn't get the placements in the end, but that consistency is exactly what you need.
Yeah, we'll look at some of the stats here coming in from NRG, and you can see this Nocturnal with over 2k damage leading the way for his squad, backed up admirably by his two teammates, of course, to get that win on the board. But I just got a feeling there's different energy in the building today, right? It's day one is day one. Everyone's getting kind of settled. The nerves kind of get shook out. And then when we get into day number 2, you are seeing some superb Apex Legends. More of that is coming up after this break, though. Game 1 is done. Game 2 just around the corner.
Alienware, the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
It's 2 teams, 1 on the left, 1 on the right. Okay. We're gonna get focused really hard. We should focus left. Focus left. Yep. Clear me that door. Clear the drone. Break the drone. Nice. 60 down, bang. They have to walk out here. You can sky one. Walk up. Yeah, walk up. It's a trade. Both cats. Wait, no, not a trade. Okay. They're slowing down. Bang is banging. New cat. Nice. Play slow. No, never mind. Last team. Climb up with this. Cat in water. Cat one. Cat dead. Nice. Let's fucking go, baby.
Welcome back to Mannheim, Germany. Welcome back to the ALGS Split 2 playoffs, and welcome back to the group stages. This is starting to get a little bit warm in here, and I'm not just talking about the temperature, I'm talking about the gameplay, Dan Gaskin. We are seeing some very, very impressive Apex Legends, some very, very questionable signs as well in the crowd, and that's what we love about the ALGS, right? It always keeps us on our toes.
Always something to surprise us, not just the games, but the crowd as well. But the first game certainly provided entertainment. Spacestation is always a difficult one to navigate, depending on where it is going to be pulling. There's a lot of different kind of avenues you can take to try and avoid gunfire, but in the end, it was NRG who come out on top, and it was good to hear the comms at the end. They thought they were vulnerable at the end. One team on the left, one team on the right. They thought they were going to get focused, but with just enough damage onto DreamFire, it forced them back into the corner and forced DreamFire to retreat, and ultimately won them the game.
Yeah, very comfortable win in the end for NRG, but comfortable is, that's about as comfortable as you can get in the ALGS, it feels like, when it comes to wins. Still some work to do for them to clean up those final moments, but NRG on top in game number 1. Some other notable performances, though. I want to mention Legends Gaming. We mentioned how 2 players have flown in the this morning and are on that main stage right now after a long flight. They managed to get some good placement on the board, some decent KP as well. And then you look at Bleed Esports again, just continuing their form from yesterday. Really impressive from all three of those teams.
Yeah, Legends Gaming, I mean, Strafing Flame just said that he got out of the airport at 8:30 this morning. I think, though, he did fly himself business class just to make sure that he got to lie down.
Fancy.
However, for Easy Flash, he was in economy. So it doesn't sound like fair teamwork to me,
That
all
sounds
right?
like when we fly.
It does. I get the upgrade and you're back in economy.
They go, Mr. Gaskin, great to see you again. And they go, who are you? How did you afford a flight?
One of us has to sleep.
Let's talk about the games then. Let's leave the flights for now. Let's talk about what we got in front of us because we're going back into Storm Point now. And Na'Vi a little bit of a quieter game in that by their own standards, which they've kind of redefined after the set that we saw from them this morning, but still some good KP alongside it. One thing I do want to highlight, though, is TSM. There was a really, really impressive 2 or 3 minutes where they held off 2 or 3 teams, one after the other, managed to pick up all those KP to clear one side, and it was just the final team fight. If they would have won that one as they approached and entered zone after taking out ExoClan, then that could have been an absolutely monster game for TSM. However, they're going to have to look ahead now. Good points on the board for them, but all coming to those KP.
I think that people realizing now that, yes, we're in a Mozambique meta. Yes, we're going to see the majority of kills being from those Akimbo Mozambiques, but a player like Verholst, give him the Mozambique to get him in the face of enemies because he has always been that player that can just do incredible amounts of damage and take on the world, it feels. There was at one point he got pushed from behind and just a quick spin, a couple of Mozam shots and jobs are good. And everyone is getting aggressive at the right times now and starting to realize how this meta's shaking up.
Yeah, I think the thing with the Mozams, the Akimbo Mozams, is that if you catch a player not looking at you for 2 seconds, you can delete them. Like, if you take an off angle with your teammates laying down a little bit, suppressing fire, then you really can be a game changer, but it's that risk reward, right? It looks great if you pull it off, but if someone's watching that angle with a couple of Akimbos themselves, then you might look a little bit silly. So as we head into match number 2, NRG have set the pace here on Storm Point. Let's see if someone can match them.
And remember, it's so important that you put your best foot forward here to get as high as you can with your points in the group stages. It's not just about getting into winner's bracket, but it's getting a good POI draft position in that winner's bracket as well. If you scrape through, you're going to get bottom of the barrel picks on your POIs, and that is not going to be easy to then get into the grand finals, and you may find yourself in the elimination bracket. So if you can actually push yourself into the top 5 to get some of the best POIs, you can have a great time in the winner's bracket.
Well, the only thing that is secondary, of course, to winning the trophy itself is winning yourself a loot cam, and that's exactly what NRG have done after that first win on the board that we saw from them in that previous game, dropping down right over at Devastated Coast. So it wasn't an easy rotate for them in towards that zone. Would have had to do a lot of work to get there, and we of course saw that with some of the KP they put on the board. But when we look at zone, we could be going over towards the mill.
Yeah, could be continuing to transition over towards the west. And that will be great news for LG, who are down over towards Mill as well. They began to pick things up in the previous series. They started off pretty slow today, but then they did find a lot of points in that final game of the previous.
Looks like LG might not have a ring console, though, so it will have to be based off of Ring 1 information, the read that comes in, which, of course, puts a little bit more pressure on the IGL to make that call. And if they do get it right, then, well, he'll look like a genius. It's as simple as that. Elsewhere, just looking across at Down Beast, you've got a ring console available for C9, so they're going to be able to get themselves in a very, very good position. Up at Checkpoint, can't quite see. It might just be a survey beacon, if I'm not mistaken, so no ring console for them. Over at Spacestation, though, Legends Gaming, you can already see they've hit the evac over towards LG, and that's going to give them some great information, both LG and Legends Gaming. Legends get it from the ring console. LG see them arriving. They're probably like, hey, this is a mill zone.
Yeah, you've got to assume that when you see a team arriving that quickly. And actually, LG doing some damage to Legends as they arrive, but then they will probably say, okay, back into our home we go. The only downside is, of course, they've not really been able to level up those Evos. You're only going to have the extra onto the Catalyst being a controller, so SaWeiQi is essentially on blue, but everyone else is going to be on gray. And now you need to think about, how do we get up? How do we get those Evo shields as people arrive? You probably want to try and find a position and find some weapons that can deal damage long range here.
Everyone else starting to transition through the map as well. You can see the quick rotators are already inside of Spacestation looking to move across, and this is timing, right? If you don't get the timing perfect, you have to back up and think about what's next. ExoClan finding that out themselves, and as soon as we put them on screen, production know what they're doing. the crowd erupts. Gotta love it, man. I'm telling you, I'm going out of them tonight. You might not see me tomorrow.
Tonight? Sunday, I'll allow it.
I'm going out of them tonight.
The thing is with EXO, you heard Minus Tempo saying that during scrims they had great success when these two groups went up against each other as well, and they need that. They need to find that success that they found in practice because they need a lot of points on the board if they want to make it into the winners bracket. And as I alluded to earlier, you don't want to scrape through into the winners bracket. You want to be able to put your best foot forward. So we'll focus again onto NRG as they're going to drop a redeploy here, and let's see where they actually travel to.
They did have a ring console and a survey beacon. Looks like FA Kids were wrapping around maybe to try and hit the ring console that is at Devastated Coast. So not for the first time we see FA Kids and NRG having a little look at each other early on, but both, again, deciding to disengage quite sensibly. No real result to be had by either team when they're both just hunting for information and trying to plan their rotation. NRG will land, will be safe inside of that next zone. Now, back to the mill, and we can see the predicament that LG now find themselves in, right? Because you've got C9 who are inside of the mill as well. They're all up to blues. Whereas LG, the difficulty of playing a mill zone in comparison to a Ceto zone, a pylon zone, is if the zone is on you, it's like, oh, great, but you don't have like an established dominant position to play from. It's not a high ground position that you can range shots down on. So those white armors become even more painful, it feels like, to try and navigate towards an endgame.
It's frustrating. It's not like a beast zone, for example, where you can just take the top of beast and you can shoot. You actually get stuck inside of mill, and you almost just have to accept your fate of we're playing for placement here, but we may not get the KP on the board. But there is still a chance that you can pick up a third party here or there as everyone does arrive into mill. So we'll see how LG play it, as there is a couple of shots being exchanged at the moment between SOW and FOXX. But I don't know if this fight will actually finish off, because I assume that FOXX could just retreat away from this one if they would like to.
However, they are going up against the Revenant, who will want to get involved in this fight. Zuzu on that Revenant and doing some damage. We're going to see the first knock coming in, though, and it's going to be Hammer Drill who gets it here for FOXX. However, that's going to be exchanged, but now it's a 1v1 all of a sudden. Both players on very similar HP as well. Jackie stuck inside of the building, going to take the time to just pop this shield battery. Pings are coming in, but here come E36. They say this looks fun. I want to have a go at this.
This was the danger of just taking this fight as well. There's always going to be that possibility as Enterforce 36 look to just clean up the pieces. And at the moment, they're looking to see if they can find Crypto.
I'll tell you, those pesky Cryptos, man.
The big question is, do you waste an EMP on finding the Crypto as well? Do the damage, get him out of the invisibility, but
they found him!
Your goggles are on!
Camo eyes carry over, Dan.
They do.
Camo eyes carry over, regardless of what video game you play.
Job number 2. Hide and seek at this point. The crowd trying to help. It's a hot and cold game in the audience.
Marco, Polo. Well, Enderforce 36, at the end of this, we'll pick up a couple of KP. Elsewhere, a little bit more indicative to what we're going to see in our end game. EXO kind of having a fight now themselves. On the other side of this is going to be Na'Vi. You see a Feuda in the feed. He's going to get the first knock and kind of will go down, and kind of has been so impressive for Na'Vi so far. So to get him out of the fight, that's going to be great news for them.
Yeah, that's a solid hold from EXO as well. The castle wall being a huge part of it. It can really be a nuisance in these small buildings because when you can't clamber over it, of course, you then get stunned. So instead, you have to try and take an off angle, and by that time, you may have been pushed by someone over the top of it as well. So EXO will hold on to a position which is fairly central in terms of this circle, but as we get Zone 3 information, they're going to learn they're going to have to move towards mill here.
First job here for NRG, get rid of that drone, make sure that EMP is not going to influence the fight, and then try and maybe play for this ring console or play for the fight. Fon's got to be careful here. Tried to use that replicator, and instead just got his shields ripped away. He's definitely going to have to use it again in a few more moments just to get that battery back he had to expend.
Well, T36 again, proven to be a thorn in team side, but NRG should be able to escape this one. It looked dicey at one point, as Shadow also respawning the team. So the one Crypto that did survive,
pesky Crypto, man,
did his job. And Shadow will have a chance to still compete in this game.
NRG decide they don't want none. And they're going to let E36 continue on their merry way and take back the high ground over at Barometer. So Shadow 36, like you mentioned, you can see him right in the background there where the original fight took place. Managed to get that respawn, and that is, like you say, once again, thank you to the invisible Crypto for being in a position where it could quite simply not be found. E36 decided to get back on that trident that they arrived on and perform a swift exit. Now, TSM, let's go over to the north side of Storm Point now. In front of them in this choke is going to be FENNEL. So we could see a fight taking place. But FENNEL are up on the top of checkpoint, so TSM got some really tough moves to make now.
I think TSM also saw the last member of Na'Vi retreating out towards zone to maybe try and get some reses. And I wonder whether they will hover to see if they can pick up that KP, but I don't think it's going to be a success because Na'Vi are moving all the way up to wall. You can see on your minimap right at the top. But TSM, FENNEL, Bleed, they all have to move south here, and even EXO are just in that next circle once we do get to zone 3. So there's a job to do from this northern side. And then you've got FA Kids all the way out on the east as well. They could play a part in that late rotation. And we might see 4 or 5 teams on that northern choke all have to fight each other at once.
I think TSM are going to be hoping that maybe FENNEL leave a little bit earlier, get a little bit deeper into zone, considering that when that zone does close, those top platforms aren't going to be essentially as in as they would need them to be to hold that choke down from the height. They have to move a little bit down themselves. So TSM, I think, just biding their time at the moment, hoping that FENNEL will leave them. But FENNEL, of course, is going to spot out TSM and think, we know you have to come this way at some point. And if we watch our backs for long enough, it's going to force you to have to rotate towards down Beast, where Bleed Esports may be waiting to pick up those KP. Elsewhere, this is what's happening down on the southern side of things right now. As the EXO Clan fans continue to echo through the arena here in Mannheim. TSM are going to take the down Beast route themselves. And like I mentioned, Bleed Esports will be in front of them, and they're going to be mirroring.
I think Bleed are aware of it as well. Well, yeah, they definitely are. You can already see eyes trained over towards TSM. TSM still have to move. They are still not quite in just yet. EMP is available just to initiate a little bit of extra damage from reps if you'd like it, but it's not going to be used right now. As I think that Bleed are just going to stay far enough away that will allow TSM just to crawl in right now. As I say that, Catwall comes down defensively here.
Yeah, I think Nox, like you say, had to use it defensively due to those shields being broken. So TSM might be able to get an off angle here. They might have an opening, but also it's such a risk at this point to take this fight with. They will know that FENNEL will be hovering in and around from the checkpoint choke. Having seen them a few moments ago, they obviously won't know it's FENNEL, but they certainly will know there's a team there. Zap with some great shots coming out of that Nemesis to break the shields once again. And you would say when it comes to damage differential and the stick, that TSM certainly do have the advantage in this fight, and Zap says it's time to push.
TSM need to be fast with this though. You mentioned FENNEL, they're in the area. They are going to be certainly hovering around, looking to do some damage as well, but TSM at the moment, not able to find those extra 2. And here are FENNEL. This is what I was worried about.
Here's the pinch. And TSM get caught between FENNEL and Bleed Esports, and even though it felt like TSM were doing everything right in that fight, now they will be eliminated. Just that moment of hesitation from TSM has allowed FENNEL to wrap behind them through that checkpoint choke and manage to pick up all 3 of those kills. Bleed Esports, they're up to a full 3. They'll still be healthy, and that's FENNEL's next job to try and overcome. Na'Vi have just been eliminated, so it feels like almost the memories of the great previous set for Na'Vi are starting to disappear a little bit here.
Yeah, I wonder with the pressure being off for Na'Vi, the fact they are in first place, whether maybe they're just letting this opportunity go by, because as I mentioned, they really want to be in first place going into that winner's bracket. Whilst it is already secured, you want the good POIs. As now we move over to NRG. They're currently on the south side of this map, and they're going to have to use an evac tower to actually really try anything to get past Enter Force 36, Shadow, Noctem. They're all ahead of them here.
I mean, NRG might have the distance to actually get in towards Mill here, and DreamFire are holding down one of the sides of Mill, the Mill buildings. The other building is dual occupied by LG and C9, so both of those aren't going to fight for that. They're not going to be able to move knowing that each other are around, so NRG might actually be able to thread the needle here, and if they do manage to just about get the distance, might be slightly too far for them, but there is an opportunity for them to get into the Mill. Instead, maybe the distance is a little bit too much for them to try and take on, a little bit too blind. Instead, they're going to land a little bit short. They will be safe inside a zone, but they won't be safe from the team that's below them, and that's Noctem.
Did manage to kill the EMP though, so that helps certainly here. Noctem's taking a lot of damage. He's going to try and bat, so they need to cover him here before they push it.
Mangol's going down as well. There is a tiny little safe spot for them, and look at Nock. I mean, they're getting shot in the back as well, and NRG will survive and stay healthy, but they need to keep their heads on swivels here because the other teams are approaching. Enter Force 36 is going to be next. How are just behind them as well. The last player from Noctem actually managed to escape as Shadow. 3690 will be eliminated from the lobby.
To be honest, Fnatic aren't so far as well, so certainly, if you take too much damage in these fights, there's third parties that are around, but actually NRG might be able to third party this fight because of all the damage that's been done here.
Yeah, NM436 and How now fighting, and like you say, it just creates an opening for NRG to clear this side of the map themselves. How trying to push forward. SaWeiQi is in the feed as well for LG. That's happening in and around zone. Noctem with some fantastic shots from that Nemesis, but he's got to be careful, and now he will go down. FENNEL eliminated. NM436 completely eliminated as well, as Reptar fights blind with those Mozambique.
Well, Reptar and Fun, as a 2, this is still very doable, and they know it as well. Although there is going to be an EMP, it's not going to help out. Noctem also have a solo that's getting involved in this fight. This is not fun for NRG, and How should clean it up, and will clean it up. NRG eliminated in 14th.
NRG just not able to withstand the pressure of that fight. As now we move towards the southern side of Checkpoint, and it's EXO-Clan versus FA Kids. Some EU on EU action here. Elsewhere, SSG just lost Zainu. Swinny is down in this fight as well, so this is looking like an FA Kids win. SSG will go down, and it's another quiet game for SSG. But look at EXO-Clan, look at Fuda on the Newcastle while people are looting inside. He's getting his teammate back up. It's not a gold knockdown for him to play with, but he's got a massive, and he's still doing damage. Finds one as Swinny tries to survive, but EXO-Clan will finally go down. 11 squads now remaining.
So FA Kids win the Battle of the North, and now Noctem Scan are going to be very close, but they'll probably avoid that interaction entirely as everyone starts to head down towards Mill. Noctem, Legends, SSC, X-Ray, and FA Kids, as well as How, all have to move from this northeast side. Whereas you've got teams like DreamFire who are sat bang center of the zone right now.
Fnatic still waiting for that big game, that big performance that we're all expecting to come at some point. But with group stages starting to get towards the close today, it needs to happen a little bit sooner rather than later. Now, inside of this building, LG taking the fight against Cloud9 finally, and it's a fight they will win, but not without losing SaWeiQi.
Should be able to get him back up, though. Again, benefit of the Newcastle. It's a double shield in front of them as well. You mentioned it, though, it's very different when you don't have that gold knockdown to work with, as Noctem Scan will be eliminated, down to 9 squads. Because LG haven't been able to get to any of those gold bins, by the way. They've been stuck here since the start of this game. Finally, they're up to blue, so that means SaWeiQi will be on to purple as the catalyst. And Bleed are going to be watching on from a distance behind their own castle wall.
What a position from Bleed, by the way. Once again, finding their way, thanks to the navigation coming in from Dropped, towards an endgame position. You just saw Fnatic taking a huge amount of damage down on that low ground as well. VK Gaming up on Godrock, overlooking everything that's happening in the kill feed. You can see Legends Gaming as well. They're picking up a couple of kills on numerous different teams, as this is the overlook of the mill. This is where all these teams are going to have to pull out from, outside of DreamFire, who are going to be safe.
Bleed Esports respawning Noct as well. You mentioned the position they're in. And actually, Bleed Esports, LG, and VK all on the outskirts, whilst everything else is happening during the mill. So one of those 3 teams could really capitalize if you can win that fight on the outskirts, then suddenly you can watch everything unfold in front of you. Legends Gaming are going to be on the far northeast here. And sadly, that means you are going to be the first one that has to move through 5 other teams.
Fnatic have managed to actually rotate underneath DreamFire's position here, so they're going to be safe inside that next zone. Legends Gaming are watching the swing that's coming in, and now they get shot from height! Absolutely decimated from height! They step out for just a second and get obliterated! I don't think I've ever seen a team die so quickly.
You blink and you are gone. But now that does just reduce one of those teams that was in mill. That gives you more of a chance to actually escape what is going to be a hellhole here in these next 10 seconds. How are going to be all the way on that eastern side, so they're going to be the latest, but also the one that has to move. I wonder whether they've got an evac tower. They could use one to try and reposition it all the way to the west, because at the moment there is an opening on that west rock.
LG looking for a catwalk to try and cross into the next mill building. SaWeiQi has got to place this one perfectly, but they've also got to time it perfectly. Smokes will have to block off the lines of sight of the height. And it's almost a little bit of a diversion. They block off the lines of sight with the catwall, and now they take the fight. But the Newcastle mobile shield is going to keep that player alive. Shots coming in now from Funk. Not going to be able to get the shield break, but that mobile shield is starting to go down, and now the players will follow as well. Funk follows it up with the castle wall of his own, and he pushes the players off height for LG.
LG can hold this height now, but there is going to be other teams, many teams down below them, but this is good because they've secured actually a little bit of extra secureness, but now, oh dear, it's just not worked out for LG, has it?
Xray will be eliminated alongside LG. FA Kids also go down, and we find ourselves now inside of our top 5. And Bleed Esports are here again in your endgame. Shubi getting the knock onto one of the members of HAL up on height, and now they want to try and convert this KP. They want to take the height.
VK Gaming, by the way, are just watching all of this happening on the south side, but Bleed, they've got Reds to work with all across the board because Noct has the extra from being a controller. HAL get eliminated, 4 now remain. And Bleed actually can overlook a lot of this and avoid the damage from below. DreamFire and Fnatic are going to be below them here.
Smartly just making sure that they don't get climbed up on. Something sneaky that happens behind them. Bleed taking the height late. VKG, what a position they have, by the way. Fnatic and DreamFire, they're going to have to leave this building and fight on their way out. VKG in a great position to overlook all of this. The focus here from Bleed Esports up on height has to be VK Gaming. The same can be said on the flip side for VK Gaming. If they can damage the team on height, force them to drop as the other teams exit, then this is an opportunity for them to get the win. They do have the castle wall available as well.
I was going to say another castle wall so they can reposition if they want, but also they can give themselves extra security here. DreamFire are really trying to rue the day that any other team challenges them at the moment with good damage coming out, but they have to move out of the mill at some point, but the Hemlock is certainly hitting hard.
Thermite's going to hurt, though. It's just going to buy time as the zone starts to close in behind them. This is our final zone. This is our final moment of game number 2. DreamFire have to make the play. They have to go forward. But they're going to get stunned by the castle wall. The new castle is just holding them up, and every second that goes past is hurting them so much.
Yeah, zone's going to come in now, and it will start to tickle them. Fnatic fall. DreamFire are going to be down there. Bleed are going to be above them, and Bleed will just be able to rain down hell from above here. But VK Gaming still are in a position where they can really ruin this for Bleed.
I mean, Shubi's got massive Mozams. He's double shotguns at the moment as DreamFire will now be eliminated. We find ourselves with a 3v3. The castle wall will go down. It's Bleed Esports versus VK Gaming. And Shubi showing that even though these shotties are meant to be used for close range, he can do some damage from distance as well.
Look at the reposition as well. Drop trying to find an angle at the moment. They've got the shield advantage, and surely they got everything.
The EMP goes down, and that is going to give them the opening. Shubi now changes back to the Mozams after the first knock comes in. Bleed Esports will convert. In our game number 2 here over at the mill, they'll be your champions, but that was a masterfully navigated endgame from there. So many good decisions to break down that got them into the position to win it.
I mean, they were a 2 at one point and brought the third back, get back up to a full 3. So match 1, they finished second place. Match 2 here, they take first alongside 16 kills. A massive game for them.
Cameraman loves Bleed. Crowd love Bleed. And I tell you what, a lot of Apex fans are going to love Bleed after that performance as well. A fantastic example of how to navigate an end game once again. Coming in from these 3 gentlemen, and I feel like Dropped is just growing and growing in confidence at the moment. One thing that's been really a standout to me is their use of castle walls to create positions that are a lot stronger than they would have been without Newcastle being inside of the meta. One rock becomes a fortress if you can get that castle wall positioned properly.
Yeah, you really have to think about those angles and how you can frustrate the opposition team that's going to be pressing you a little bit later. 28 points on the board for Bleed. You add that to what they achieved in match 1, and suddenly Bleed are looking like a team in the overalls that could start to be thinking about top 5 going into that winners bracket, especially if they can carry on this form.
Take a look down to the other side of the table as well. VK Gaming with that second place, by the way, only the 3 KP, but 12 points is going to be important for them. LG, they did have that mill zone, but we mentioned how a mill zone can sometimes be a little bit more difficult to navigate for KP, and they managed to pick up 5. So a pretty good performance from them. But at the other end of the table, you're looking at TSM, you're looking at Na'Vi, a little bit quiet in that game number 2. As we take a look at a team comparison between our 2 final teams that we saw throw down in that final moment.
Yeah, very important for VK Gaming, down in 23rd position coming into this series. So a team that's trying to push themselves into that winners bracket. They really needed a game to give them some life here in this series, and maybe that was it. Maybe that could be the kickstart that they're looking for. 20 points on the board for VK Gaming in this series so far after 2, but Bleed, 44 points on the board already. if they can carry on with this form, they could be looking at 80+ points across this series, which would put them up in contention for top 3.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff from Bleed Esports in those first 2 games. DreamFire right behind as well in second place, but that little gap has certainly started to open at the top of the leaderboards, and it's down to what we have seen in-game from Bleed Esports. Now we find ourselves, Dan, with one more game of Storm Point to conclude before we head over to World's Edge. We'll find out who's going to win that game in just a few moments when we get back from this break.
It's my turn this time. Don't take this personally. I got power. Remarkable. I got power. I got power.
All right, heads up. Yeah, I got you.
Don't beat yourself up.
Battle Beaver, the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
You guys, I rolled up forward, guys. I rolled up forward. I'm watching the new team, new team pushing. Yeah, I'm playing back. All behind you, take height. Yeah, they're all behind you. They're okay. They're walling in the open. I'm reloading. Just play space. Destroy gen. Yeah, destroy. I'm throwing a I have to bat. Let me bat first. I'm gonna peek Ray. There's guy nading. They impede. They're pushing here. Yep. Watch one. I'm pushing. I'm with you, Rob. Nice. Behind us, yeah. I'm killing. Jump behind. One. Crypto's one. 1v1. I killed Crypto. Nice. Boys.
As we join ourselves back in Germany, it's Bleed Esports who continue to look so good on our main stage here. A win in game number 2 solidifies that. And I've got a question for you. Do you believe in Bleed Esports?
It's always a worry when you turn to me and say, I've got a question for you. It's
more for me to see your reaction.
Just never know with him. But yes, I do believe in Bleed Esports. I mean, you can't argue with those first 2 games, right? The consistency that we're already seeing and they're developing across this series is worrying for everyone else in this current series, because they are going to start to absorb those points if they keep playing that way. And there are some teams who need those points more than Bleed right now. If they want to be able to get into that winner's bracket, they need to be starting to steal them away. And if they're playing like that, I don't think they're going to.
Yeah, I agree with you. And now we're starting to get to the point of a series where points become a premium, right? We've had 2 games already done, 1 more game on Storm Point. And if you're a Storm Point-centric team where you get most of your points on the board, knowing there's 1 more game on Storm Point before we head to World's Edge just amplifies that pressure a little bit more. TSM, who had a very interesting game number 1 with some big KP, but weren't able to get the placement points. Game 2, a little bit disappointing, falling out very easily. Game 1 winners on your screen right now. NRG, a great performance from them, and a decent one in game number 2 where they picked up some KP, but just weren't able to hold off the third, almost 4th buy, it felt like, as they approached Mill. But Bleed Esports still leading the way here with a 20-point gap, if I'm not mistaken, after 2 games.
It is indeed. I mean, Bleed Esports doing it from Northpad as well, and NRG from Devastated Coast. That was 27th and 28th pick in the POI draft. So that means they have better picks going into World's Edge. which again, very worrying for the rest of the series and the rest of the teams in this lobby, because where are you going to pick up those points if they are being absorbed at that time? Team on your screen, TSM, yet to get going here in this series as well. Sure, there was a lot of kills in that first game, but they weren't able to get that placement. Maybe not the expectations that they set on their own shoulders.
Yeah, it's interesting when you talk about expectations as well. I've got to highlight SSG, right? SSG, again, just quiet. Really, really quiet. Can't really remember any notable moments. It was the rat play in game number 1 that got them some placement points, but barely, I don't think they had 1 KP, if I wasn't mistaken, in that first game. So SSG with a lot of work to do, and certainly a lot of work to prove maybe that they are the team that people are saying that they should be. Same could maybe be said for the gentleman on your screen right now. TSM, team fighting pretty solidly, you would say, in that game number 1, like I mentioned, but game number 2 did not go their way. Another game on Storm Point here for them to put that right and get some more points on the board. And with how close it is outside of Bleed Esports, one good game here for TSM, and they're up into probably second.
Yeah, they just need the points, really. If you look at where TSM are in the overalls, alongside SSG, actually, it's 94 and 97 points. We're expecting that cutoff to be somewhere around 100, maybe. It could be less, could be more, depending on how everyone is going to be playing. But team that is looking to pick up points is EXO. They have a lot of fans in the audience right now. We were expecting them to need around 50, which would take them to around that 100-point mark. So for teams like TSM, like SSG, I wonder if it's just them trying to cross the line a little bit here and getting a little bit worried about the what-ifs rather than what they can do.
We've also got the DreamFire fans inside of the arena as well. You can see some beautiful looking signs. By the way, I've said this before, but I love the ALGS giving out the paper. It's always a risk, don't get me wrong. But everyone here has been very responsible so far.
So far, and we will continue it being that way.
Just been responsible, and then we have to cut to EXO.
And it's only Friday as well for EXO Clan. As I said, the EXO Ultras, they do grow day by day, and I'm expecting this weekend they will be even bigger.
The population of Mannheim.
Even louder as well. But will EXO be able to get into that winners bracket? And it has to really start soon here in this series, because matches 1 and 2, they've not really been able to put points on the board.
Yeah, a little bit of struggle for them so far. Looking across some of the other teams in this lobby who have been a little bit quiet. You say C9 haven't had the electric start that they would have wanted, but still plenty of Apex to play. I always find like the third game a very interesting time in the series, because it feels like there's not many more games left, but there's still 4. But then you kind of get to the point where it's only 1 game on Storm Point before you go to World's Edge, and then you have that conversation about, well, are you a World's Edge team? Are you stronger on Storm Point? We'll take a look at some of the group stage stats coming in from TSM as well. Dan, what do you make of these?
I mean, it's put them up into 6th place right now. We mentioned that they were on 94 coming into it, but already with the points they've been able to secure, they put themselves up to 6th. But of course, other teams still to play around them. You've got the likes of Moist, the likes of Cholas Laser, you've got GG, you've got FURIA, you've got Falcons, you've got Complexity. All of them still have to play in the next series, right? So you have to put your best foot forward here, and you need to find points. Same with EXO. They're down in 26th right now, which would not have them in the winners bracket.
Well, Phony's smiling right now. He's always cracking a joke. Big Phony fan over here. 8th place overall at the moment in the group stages. It's been kind of quiet, I would say, for SSG, and we hold them to their own bar, we should say, by the way. And, 8th place is great in the overalls, but they're going to be in a similar position where they're going to have to watch some other teams play and have to rely on the points they get in this set of matches to get them into one of those qualification spots for that winners bracket. DreamFire have been pretty good today as well. Really just set us up nicely for the rest of the day. I love day 2. Day 2 is like I mentioned previously, I think day 1 the nerves show a little bit. Everyone's having a little bit of fun. Everyone's happy to be here. But day 2 we feel like we're really getting down to business. And speaking of getting down to business, Dan, one team who did in the previous series is the team we're going to show next on your screen. Great in the previous series, loads of wins. It looked like Na'Vi had finally captured that form from online and brought it over to LAN. But after 2 games here, struggled to find some points.
They are still in 1st in the overalls, but as we alluded to, the likes of Not Moist and Cholas Laser will be playing up next and could very easily surpass them if Na'Vi don't put points on the board here. But still with 4 games to play, it's very achievable. They've been playing from Zeus so far, have Na'Vi, and perhaps they've just struggled a little bit with some of the current zones that they've had to work with. They move over to Lava Fissure in World's Edge a little bit later. Again, not the best POI to be working with in World's Edge either. So it might just be one of those series for Na'Vi where you just have a couple of difficult zones to work with.
Yeah, I got to give a shout out to Legends Gaimin as well. I mean, the way they've navigated things are the uncontrollables, right, to finally be here. I mean, you've seen me get off a flight after not a lot of, actually, I was about to say after not a lot of sleep, but I pass out, let's be real. I've seen you get off a flight after not a lot of sleep, and you could not play video games. You could barely walk.
Definitely could not. It's crazy what Legends can do. It's almost as crazy as this crowd, as ExoClan, again, have the voices behind them, but they need this energy. They need to feed off this as well if they want to make it into that winners bracket, because they've only got 4 games left now here in the group stages, and they are outside of those winners bracket spots. Will they be able to do what their European counterparts did, the likes of Na'Vi, and just suddenly find an explosion of games?
It's something they've done before, right?
It is.
Let's take ourselves back to some of the regional final performances, some of the online performances from ExoClan. Out of nowhere, they can drop an absolute nuke of a game where they just run through a lobby, win every single team fight, and before you know it, ExoClan are announcing themselves as one of those teams that fires up those leaderboards into one of those qualification spots. So a lot of work to do still, of course, for ExoClan. Enough Apex Legends left in this series for them to get it done, but still some questions for sure to be answered. It looks like we're getting very, very close to getting into our final game at Storm Point now. Thank you for staying with us as we set you up for this match number 3. And indeed, we are ready, everybody. Let's get into match number 3, the final one here on Storm Point.
And this is where you really need to kind of put all your eggs in one basket here. If you are a Storm Point team, if you're a team that had one of those high-pick POI drafts, the likes of Fnatic, for example, they picked Pylon. And yes, they have put some points on the board, but it is not a significant enough amount of points that warrants that first pick right now. Sure, the zones, maybe they'll feel like, oh, they haven't been good enough for us. Sometimes you have to make the best out of a bad situation. Does look like it's going to be a somewhat central zone right now, just off of Zone 1 information. So we'll have to see whether that will benefit the likes of Fnatic.
Luke Cam, baby. Bleed Esports. They've won the most valuable thing outside of the trophy this time around after they're winning the previous game. But let's talk about that zone down. I'm looking for ring consoles. I'm looking for teams who have priority to zone. And if it goes where I think it is, then ExoClan fans, maybe it's time for you to start smiling, because they have a ring console that you can see Slayer's about to hit. And also they have fantastic prio to where this zone is going.
And just as I mentioned Fnatic at Pylon, well, here you go. This is their opportunity. This is what they would have been banking on by picking it first, and arguably is going to be their best chance of picking up a lot of points here. As for ExoClan, you mentioned it, they're going to have the information. They're going to be able to move one of the fastest teams as well. NRG down to Devastated Coast. They can move quickly, Enter Force 36 and NOEZ FOXX. I'm just looking for ring consoles here. There's certainly a lot of survey beacons to work with. Even FA Kids actually have a ring console to work with as well.
Yeah, interesting. It actually looks like the south side of the map at the moment is kind of devoid of ring consoles. It's Cenote Cave. It looks like the only one, if I can see correctly, that might be one of those POIs that has a ring console. So I don't know what the south side of Storm Point did. Maybe the installers didn't quite get the memo that they need to go a little bit further down.
Well, that might open up a lot of opportunities for these northern teams, though, to kind of get there first as well. Because with lack of information, it just means that you might be a little bit slower on your rotation. The team that's not slow, though, is EXO. They've already made their way over towards Pylon. And if Fnatic didn't have ring console information, they'll certainly have that extra info now from EXO arriving.
Fnatic, obviously and understandably, are just going to play the height here on Pylon. It's the easiest place to play. They can put so much damage down, so many shots for the teams that have to arrive a little bit later on. ExoClan are going to be choosing to play this pyramid building, which is going to be to the north side of it. And they're playing for the eventual end game, as the castle wall will go down. Unfortunately, it's going to cost them a door. It's a little bit frustrating when that happens, gotta say.
I'm just looking across a lot of the teams that have already moved, and I quite like the southern side that DreamFire are playing as well. It gives them a lot of coverage, gives them the chance to pick up KP when teams arrive a little bit later on. If you put yourself too central within Pylon, then you are a little bit vulnerable to getting stuck and maybe not finding kills.
Well, aimbot took a little damage there. The massive shot's not going to quite hit. Zidane turns this one on its head. Kainas gets another one as well. And aimbot, after getting so much damage early on, and it looked like E36 had this all on their shoulders, now will fall. FA Kids turned that far on his head.
And FA Kids, they pushed themselves up these leaderboards. Some much needed points as elsewhere. You see VKG and FENNEL currently having a little scrap against one another, but VKG do have the castle wall to work with just to reset slightly. It looks like there's a flank actually attempted here.
Great shots coming in. Custer gonna get that knock as well. Pittersaw gonna be the player who finds out about that flank. in the worst possible way. And now QQ gonna fly in himself. Cast wall go down, who have to navigate that, but there's the wall jump, there's the shots from the PK. FENNEL eliminated, VK Gaming doing it in style.
And these are fights happening in and around Pylon, but as you said, there's another team. It's going to be How. We've already seen in the previous game How trying to get involved on these 3Ps, but they're in 11th place right now. They can't afford to go down. Big nade does a lot of damage to the surroundings as now Castle's gone down.
VKG looked stylish a minute ago, but now they're looking to pick up the pieces. Will stay alive, but have lost a player on their way forward. Going to hit the cannon. Wadagashi looking to line it up. They managed to get one of those knocks. Hey everyone, how you doing? Let's hopefully go back to the game in just a few seconds. That's How will find 2 eliminations.
Could have been worse.
It could have been so much worse.
So now it's going to be a little bit of a lull. Just going to be a lot of quiet across Storm Point here because we had all that initial damage, all those initial fights, trying to take some of the priority positions within and around Pylon. And that will create a lot of open space for some rotations for the teams arriving late. There might be a fight up north between TSM and Bleed shortly. But VKG just still trying to retreat away from How here. And I think QQ might be crying soon.
My heart is beating so fast after that cancel was for a few seconds. I'm good, don't worry, I'm good. How now looking to swing in, flatline in hand. But Wadagashi gets the damage done before he even has to pull the trigger. So VKG still kind of in a little bit of a shambles, but somehow still surviving in this game. The drone will go out, to try and find out maybe where that last player alive is going to be. But elsewhere, in and around the zone, or should I say towards the north, we got a Trident battle going down, and Bleed Esports, well, they're on one side of it.
Bleed Esports, Shadow, and TSM all on this northern side. And actually, Bleed are going back up towards Northpad. And you can already see Shubi up onto red, knocked. Once he's in zone, he'd be on red as well. So similarly to the previous games, they are going to have such an advantage with their Evo shields going up against some of the other teams. Really playing their pathing correctly at the moment to get as much Evo shields as possible.
Certainly an understanding from them that with this zone and where they're dropping over at Northpad, that is going to have to be a priority for them. No point in approaching with blues and even a couple of purples. They have to be purples and reds.
VK Gaming respawning again, by the way. They've been able to escape and they might be able to reset. We see a lot of it now with Crypto being involved in this meta, has to be said. But I think I understand why teams are playing this one a little bit slow. I think there's going to be several teams playing for Ring 3 information because maybe they haven't got quite the read just off of Ring 2 here. And we as viewers are going to get more information than the players do. And it looks like we will continue to head southeast here. A little bit further on the eastern side of Pylon. Look where FA kids are. Right dead center. That is good news, though, for the likes of Na'Vi and How, who are on the eastern side. If it had pulled central of Pylon, they could have been really screwed. But now they're going to have something to work with.
Everyone else who's inside of Pylon at the moment is going to get that information and still be pretty happy that they can play for that endgame. It's the teams, like you say, that are now approaching from that west side that are going to have some decisions to make. Maybe an evac over the top of Pylon could be an option if you're playing, for example, from the position that Legends Gaming or LG find themselves, Cloud9 even.
But look at the amount of open space that Na'Vi have to work with now, right? There's a building they can work with on that eastern side. They can even try and play that choke if they wanted to. Sure, they might have a fight between themselves and How, or even SSG a little bit later. But this game has just been opened up to Na'Vi, a team who hasn't been able to find points so far in this series. But NRG are making a big rotation down on the southern side, and they might beat them to it. There could be a fight.
There's going to be a race for the building at the moment. They're going to run into each other. NRG going to be caught off guard, or maybe it's going to be Na'Vi who are caught off guard. Some shots coming in from Atafe. He gets the information that NRG are arriving. Now you're going to see the bang ult going down. You're going to see everybody using that utility to try and get that opening damage to give them the advantage in this fight.
Yeah, this is an isolated fight as well. This is NRG who are in form in this series, but Na'Vi who are in form from the previous series. Where does your confidence lie? Have Na'Vi maybe lost a little bit of that confidence after these first two games, and will they be reluctant to actually push this one?
Well, NRG control the inside of the building for now, thanks to Reptar on the Catalyst, but Noctem was trying to find a push here, trying to find an angle. And Na'Vi have managed to break in here. Fun has a little poke, goes back behind that reinforced door to try and turn the attention away. You can see that Nocturnal's kind of the player to watch here. He's trying to get a little bit of an off angle on the Bangalore, knowing he has that double time to play behind as well to escape. As Fun now might be sending himself in alongside his teammates behind the mobile shield to try and get that damage himself.
I mean, it was an isolated fight, but now SSG are close enough. They could third party this one if it doesn't end quickly. again, the Newcastle castle wall is going to be a big factor in these fights in the middle of these buildings. It's so difficult to try and hop over, especially when it's an enemy one, and you get stunned by it. Both these teams may just accept their neighbors for now.
No bolt, no attachment on those dual Mozams, by the way. You can see how strong they are in the current meta. Kind of getting some big damage down. As now Na'Vi transition from the inside of the building up onto the height. So a different proposition, a different challenge now for NRG to have to try and face. Nocturnal has to get away, and no! Na'Vi are going to cut him down, but can they get inside that building? Can they finish it off? The answer is yes, as Henchman will get that knock and convert it. Here for Na'Vi.
You can see Na'Vi just trying to reposition, trying to find a different angle, but they're also concerned about the third party because SSG have arrived. They heard all this commotion, said, yes, please, we'll have a piece of this.
And this is the thing, right? We've talked about how with this meta, with Newcastle, Crypto, all the abilities that these legends have that are currently favored by these teams, fights get stalled out. Fights take so long to finish. And that means the third parties can always take an opportunity that may have not been there before. So Na'Vi, even though they get that first knock, suffer as they lose one themselves, and Henchman will go down. But NRG, in all of this, while SSG approach and managed to get Nocturnal back onto his feet.
Yeah, Na'Vi just going to have to retreat from this one. That's so heartbreaking for them because they would have had the advantage in the fight. But again, that's what happens when you take a little bit too long. So Na'Vi back into the zone as now we look elsewhere. Bleed versus LG. And it looks like Bleed have already been able to take down Sight, so it's a 3 versus 2 here.
What do LG do from this position? That's the real question. Do they try and escape? Do they try and back up? And that's exactly what they are doing as a duo. So Bleed do their job of holding this choke. And it'll be SaWeiQi, who's but a death box at this point in the game.
There's the lay of the land. So FA Kids still in prime position. It's going to be pulling towards the buildings they currently hold. In the place they currently hold, Na'Vi retreat out to the east, but they will get back up to a full 3. But that eastern side is starting to get a little bit congested. You can see Shadow arriving, How, Cloud9, all could move down to that side. Even TSM, depending on how they play this one, could also join the eastern side as well if you feel like Pylon's going to be a little bit too difficult to try and play through here. So again, Na'Vi will be a little bit frustrated that they couldn't lock down that building just 5 seconds earlier before NRG did arrive.
SSG now holding them out. You can see a combination of SSG and NRG. It's the super team, the combined forces. And the frustration evident on the face here of Matafe. Henchman trying to do everything he can to keep his team alive, as Koifa will be given the credit for that kill. Na'Vi will be eliminated here. They cannot put any games together here on Stormpoint. They're going to have to turn their attention to World's Edge.
And again, this is brilliant news for the likes of Not Moist, the likes of FURIA, Acholos Laser, DG, who are all going to be playing later on to try and take that first place away from them going into the winners bracket. You also see NOEZ get eliminated as well in this game. So now on the eastern side, NRG will be holding the majority of it alongside SSG. They'll be the 2 ones gatekeeping. Bleed are going to be on the western side here. And I guess it's a good time to jump into a listen and see what Bleed think about this zone.
Playing outside here, it's like a rat.
The duo's getting pressured here. There's a team on our back.
There's no one in this compound on our
I've got wall. Yeah, we know.
Wait, team over here as well.
Do we play for these?
Wait, these guys are gonna take launcher, I think.
Yeah, they have to.
Yeah, they're taking launcher. We need a
hold.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh,
just move up then. We can just hold here and then go to our... I didn't know that, my bad.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can play at our spot. Down if you have ultic cells.
Can I get a wall?
Shoot, I can shoot it.
Good. Building.
Simple for Bleed.
Eliminating inside. Lost 2. Can he do a madness as well? And now NRG was ping down check earlier as well, right in that chokehold. And actually NRG, the timing of NRG, the building earlier is massive for them.
Yeah, but here, as you can see, they're trying to hold out their north. Is where does this zone go in comparison to the ridge that they can play on this hill, right? Are they going to be exposed as they walk up, or are they going to be safe? One team who's not safe is going to be DreamFire, and even though this man hates the world, you had to wonder if he was going to hate that situation. Now, Legends Gaming fly in to try and be the third party. DreamFire eliminated, can't quite connect, but finally do. Noctem's Gam will go down as well, and Legends Gaming will be healthy enough to hold.
Yeah, we're going to see a few teams fall here over towards Pylon because they all have to move out to the eastern side of it now. Exoclan are going to be the furthest east, but Legends Gaming, Fnatic, VK, and SSE-Xray are all on this west and have to all move in at the same time. Bleed are going to be above them on the north as Cloud9 now taking this fight against Shadow.
Even though a couple of knocks have come in, Naughty has gone down, so the two remaining members here of Cloud9 have just got to make sure they work together, nothing silly happens, and they don't get on the reverse side of a clip we'll be watching for quite some time. The Revenant makes it a little bit more difficult. Chaotic will get the armor swap though, and should be safe to reset. However, look at NRG. They are doing such a good job of controlling space and making sure their backs are clear, and having seen this fight take place, they know there is an opportunity, maybe not to kill C9 immediately, but if they can take one out, it makes the rest of their game moving forward so much more simple.
Yeah, one of them is watching the zone and the other two are just watching what's happening outside of the zone right now, but now they will get back together, regather and rethink and reapproach as now C9 approach from the skies. But again, NRG, they won't want to take this fight because they know there's still members of Shadow left.
They're going to have to take this fight because C9's still not safe where they find themselves. Drone's going to go out. Do they have the EMP available? Yes, they do. Chaotic, he's got an angle as well, but can't quite connect. But Sorcerer, again, is going to be the man with that Kraber who gets the opening knock, stays alive as well, and C9 have turned this fight completely on its head. It was looking like NRG would control this side of the zone, but C9 has something to say about it. Sorcerer's looking for more.
Sorcerer should be able to clean things up, which he does. NRG down in 12th. Shadow still survive, and Cloud9 will get to reset. You saw in the kill feed as well. Sorry, in the top feed, LG just respawned their third back into the game, right bang center of this zone. We've got 6 teams center zone right now, and you've got a few teams that are just surviving on the edge.
LG now taking a little bit of damage though. You can see Legends Gaming sat inside of one of these pyramid buildings, but only a slither of safe ground to play from. They're going to have to make a rotate, and they're looking for a third-party opportunity. One team is just looking to fight. It's VKG who find even more KP. SSE-Xray are going to be eliminated, and finally VK Gaming, their game will end as well as we head in towards our end game now. Bleed Esports still overlooking all of this that's going down, by the way.
Yeah, Bleed Esports are going to have to push in, though, eventually. There are a few teams that could really make it a living hell for them as they approach, but Legends Gaming have been able to find a spot to work with. Still a rat from Shadow alive on the eastern side, by the way, and could maybe play a part. At the moment, his drone is playing the part in this final circle, or going to be a final circle. Exoclan still alive, dead center of this zone as well, much to the appreciation of the crowd as Fnatic go down in 9th place.
Howell going to pick up those eliminations himself. C9 now moving forward. They don't know that your boy Shadow is still alive though, but this man with this Kraber, how many openings is the fight against TSM? He gets the first knock with this Kraber as Reps flew forward. The second one against NRG, where it felt like NRG had the advantage with the position. And now Sorcerer will slide down to his teammates. Naughty going to be the last one to alive, but they will now be safe as well.
This is where Bleed need to push up. Catwall goes down for Bleed on the other side as Cloud9 do they know there's a rat behind them, but this Kraber can certainly make a big difference as they approach. They are safe here though, so they may not even have to push. It's about worrying about the rat behind.
All attention turns to one player. And for now, they can't quite find him. Bleed Esports though, gonna have to hit the res and will be able to. Newcastle allows them to reset momentarily, but it's Legends Gaming who are now looking to move, looking to pressure. They had to rotate and were looking for a third-party opportunity we were talking about a few moments ago. Shadow will be eliminated. The solo is gone on that east side, and now Legends Gaming look to take advantage. Bleed Esports, they're gone as well.
Bleed go down, but it's another 7th place. It's good points from them, and it's been an amazing storm point from Bleed Esports, but someone else is going to take a victory here, you'd imagine. Legends, down below, are being watched over by LG, and maybe they can push up all together here. They do have a Watson Gen to work with. Once they get into zone, they don't want to use it just yet.
There's that mobile shield going down. It gives them a little bit of cover to move across this open ground towards that wall. Sorcerer again, by the way, in the kill feed. He's just found one more Kraber shot, and now he's peppering shots with those Mozambiques, and now he's trying to light the fire in the flames inside of that building.
Yeah, you do not want to be in here right now because there's nowhere you can go. It is fire everywhere, and then Mozam's on the outside, but again, there is so much protection from the FA kids right now.
Castle Wall goes down and shuts the door figuratively and literally on C9 being able to convert any more of those kills. Legends Gaming now trying to find a portal, and find a portal they do. Brilliant use of the race for them to find an escape route. C9 controlling some of the height that we do have available here. They still know they have to deal with FA Kids inside of the building. Drone's going to go out here for Sorcerer. Legends trying to find a few angles themselves. Pepper the teams that are going to be forced to engage in a few moments' time, but they might be able to wrap on C9 here. If C9 aren't careful and don't watch their backs, then Legends Gaming might be able to creep up behind them on their tippy toes and really catch them off guard.
6 teams left in a zone like this is so difficult to navigate. You take one wrong step and you can get shredded as Cloud9 finally get in and take down FA Kids.
And the timing of that is so important as well, because the wrap was coming in from Legends Gaming. If that was a second later that they didn't manage to deal with FA Kids inside of that building, they would have just been shot in the back and eviscerated in our end game.
One more bullet, by the way. One more bullet on the Kraber. And that could be the difference maker, because the zone is going to end just below where Cloud9 currently reside. Exoclan are now going to be above them. Legends Gaming down out to the east. How and LG down on the south. The castle wall's coming through, but it will allow LG to survive for now, but they need to start moving up.
Starting to just walk forward. You can see the problem they have is Exoclan up on that height. Rolling Thunder starts to come in. Sykes, oh my! The one clip of the Havoc from him.
You got to keep it going. You got to keep it rolling as well. LG, they're just a little bit reluctant to poke out above because they know there's damage potentially from Exoclan on the other side here.
There's the wall. That's going to split this zone in half, and having got that knock, now it's the time for LG to go in, and Sykes, he's doing so much damage for his team here. One more member to deal with for them. Gets shocked a little bit by that fence from the Watson. Sykes goes down as well. It's all up to Funk and LG, who had the advantage. They've got to deal with Swinny and Slayers. Slayer's still alive. Exoclan will be eliminated, as Wanagashi will come in and get the final member of LG.
Exo full, LG full, and Hal full. 2 squads remain. Cloud9, can you see anything miraculous? Or will it be Legends Gaming off the plane and into a win as Strafing Flame and Easy Flash are back here in Mannheim?
It was worth the wait for Legends Gaming. As soon as the full lineup arrives, wins start to arrive just afterwards as well. What a crazy, crazy end game that was, though. So many teams stacked up on each other. So many different compositions, which made it so difficult to read what other teams are going to do in and around you. We saw cat walls going down. We saw castle walls going down. But in the end, it was Legends who played the time perfectly and managed to get those final eliminations. C9, though, a big game for them, down one that they will certainly look back at potentially at the end of this set as one that really gave them some good points.
Legends Gaming with the Wraith as well. Nasty was playing the Wraith as the substitute because they wanted that composition. They wanted to practice it leading into it, and it made the difference. The portal allowed them to get out from the low ground there where they were very vulnerable. They would have had to climb. They would have probably been deleted by the likes of LG, but they find a position to work with thanks to that portal, and they get their first victory of this series on the board.
Well, they've got some work to do today, but let me tell you, Legends Gaming are certainly going to sleep well tonight. Great performance coming in from C9 in that previous game as well. Chaotic with some big, big moments in it. Sorcerer with some great shots as well. But it is, of course, Legends Gaming who will take all of the plaudits in that game number 3. Stormpoint is now done and dusted. And there is my son and your son. We are family men.
I am a father, and it is good to know.
I have just learned this.
And I'm happy about it. I'm going to be completely honest. Yeah. He looks great. Well, that's going to be all from us for now. Stormpoint was incredible. The analyst desk, guys, take it away.
Oh, it's great, guys. Congratulations, by the way, as well to you, too, as we head back to the desk. Rain Day, joined by Glitter Explosion, Snipe Down, and Minus Tempo yet again. Final circle. Chaotic, that's what we love in the ALGS, but that was to the nth degree. Really no idea who was going to win that game, Lauren, but it came down to a very interesting catwall. Looked like it didn't quite work out for LG and EXO, who just extended that fight too long. But maybe the biggest story, Legends Gaming getting their full team back and coming back with a win.
Yeah, I think LG just took a little bit longer than they would have liked. I think they thought they could have gotten through that fight a little bit faster, and then they would have been able to move back outside the building and see if they could turn around and continue going back and forth with the rest of those teams. But like we heard the casters saying, We were wondering what was going to happen with Legends Gaming. We had Nasky and Amphi put them in a really solid position after their play yesterday. They just had a few more points they needed to make up here today to get themselves into that winner's bracket contention, able to pull out a win in match number 3. I mean, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, and you know, that's what I was talking to you about, alluding to the idea that you show up at 8:30 in the morning. You got to play like 4 hours later, at least arrive at the venue. You know, you're jet lagged. You've had to deal with all these things personally. But sometimes that means you just don't worry about all the fluff that can get distracting in a moment like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think Legends went through enough that they knew where they had to come into this tournament. Luckily, like I said, you know, Nasky put them in a great spot, and I think the adrenaline probably just kicked in as soon as they landed. They were like, you know, we showed up a little late. Yeah, it's time to go. They got off that plane. We're like, we're heading right to the venue. It's one of those things where your heart's already racing. It's like, it's time to go to work. You showed up for a reason. And everyone prepared for this for one big thing, and that's why they're here, and they're happy to be here and showing up already.
Maybe going to turn into a bigger story now, because 3 weeks ago they were the story. They had some moments that will live in Apex history, and now they continue their winning ways. Not top damage, that's C9, Naughty, Chaotic Much, and Saucerer, who you mentioned, Eric, showing up real big time here, second place overall. How? Also the ones who came in off that LGXO fight to clean them up, and it would be, of course, Legends Gaming who would win. But Tempo, your thoughts? Bleed Esports, you know, that NA representative, that combination of Shubi knocked and dropped, figuring it out early here after 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's really good for them. They were, prior to this match, they were at the 80-point mark, so they didn't really have too much that they needed to do in order to qualify for the winner's bracket. But obviously, the really important thing is not that you only qualify for winner's bracket, but that you place high because you want that POI seeding.
Yeah.
If you come into winner's bracket in 20th place, it is going to be a rough game for you, right? Because you're going to have an okay POI, and then you're going to have a really bad POI on the other map. So it's going to be hard. So Bleed pulling out the lead really early here is extremely good for them.
And as we go into the final circles, you bring up a great point that it is seeded. So while it looks like Na'Vi, job's done, we get 100 points or something like that in our last set, dropping only 6 points here, it does start to potentially hurt where you end up. And that is where you're going to choose your POI drafts from. But Lauren, let's start with you. Game 4, obviously, NRG, an early win in Pylon. This is a team a lot of people rooting for. It bodes well for them starting strong.
Yeah, and this is one of those teams that we had talked about, a team that we talked about at, I can't even count how many lands at this point. And they were a team we knew could get it done, wanted to see how they were going to kind of handle this series here today. And starting off with a win is exactly what NRG needed to do. They want to make sure they're pushing themselves up into that top 20, not even worrying about being on the bubble. And this was a really solid performance. Also a team that performs well when they would start getting that snowball under their belt, so they don't have to worry about second guessing their performances here. So this was something that I was very happy to see out of NRG. It was a zone that boded well for where they dropped based off what they had to rotate into. But in the end here, that was what they needed.
Yeah, and this was a game that a lot of teams were coming in late. It was South Zone, saw a lot of northern rotations. Navi was in there, VK Gaming came across. They interrupted that rotation, but NRG played from a pretty easy spot. Snipe, game 2, it was all Bleed.
Yeah, so Bleed actually, right before this happened, they rezzed their teammate in the back of the rocks, and they were watching all this happening. They ended up taking out LG, who went to the roof, and instantly dropped, made a great play call. Instead of playing that fence line where they end up in their final fight, they ended up taking roof, noticing that the zone was going to end right under them, and then they were able to just pick these teams as they're running out. A team actually wrapped their back, took their fence line where they originally were, and then Bleed was able to drop down. They got all these kills. They have all this cover right here, and the other team ended up getting trapped behind the wall. And honestly, I'm really happy for this team. I played with these guys a little bit, and I know how badly they wanted it. And the knocked, dropped duo is great, and I'm super happy to see Shubi back on the stage, because that kid is a freak of nature.
Honestly, he was doing so well with that E8 iteration of Shubi and Zach, and it's now one of those things where it feels like they found the right fit. The other thing that might be the right fit, we're seeing a lot of crypto, not on Bleed. They're running Catalyst, Newcastle, and Bangalore. Tempo, you've had a chance to see these through scrims, guys iterating here and there, but I honestly like this more defensive approach. You lose out on the scan, but it gives you something else at the end game.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely playing towards a little bit more comfort than going with the meta when everyone is running that crypto, but playing off meta is definitely the play when you're one of the very few teams that are doing it. You have certain advantages that everyone else doesn't, right? Everyone's running crypto, so yeah, they have that scan, they have that crypto EMP for engagements and things like that, but they do miss out on a lot of other things in that case.
Kind of like what Shadow are doing with Revenant. They can be a little bit more offensive while you're giving up a lot with it. May not be a full pick. You can see how it can pop off, and sometimes people just don't have the firepower to respond to that.
Yeah, the Rev plays have been very, very fun to see, and I hope we get to see more of that in these next few days.
Well, Legends Gaming off to a great start. It was game 3 that they would turn up the heat as well. What a great story from them. Obviously, tons of travel these last few weeks, showing up today, and Nasty and Anthony substituting in yesterday for Player K and Strafing Flame, who have made it. Now they are back in business. What an exciting time to be here. Crowd filling up as well. Laura and I were just talking. It must be like time to get off work by now. It's about 4 o'clock for us, but it's been great. Everyone has been very, very excited to be here, and we are excited to start switching things up as well. World's Edge, Group A versus D. Let's go the other way around. Tempo, I'm going to start with you. Looking at these picks, who stands out? Who got the better end of the deal?
Obviously, TSM with that first pick in this group.
Skyhook
West.
I'll set you up. I'm setting
Everyone has been picking, with the exception of maybe a very few select teams, if they've had that first pick in their specific group, they have always taken Skyhook West. Just because of the amount of loot that you come out with and the rotations just being a lot more comfortable. There are very few teams that have shied away from that. And yeah, it shows. TSM, first pick, Skyhook West. And honestly, I think on World's Edge specifically, there are probably about 4 or 5 very strong POIs. Outside of that, you have the middle tier POIs, which you're going through right now, like Tree, Countdown, Fisher. Those are all based on now comfort. And then obviously towards the end of the POI draft on World's Edge, you have that, what's left? What can we play where we're comfortable with playing with the teams that are already around us, right? Because you're not only looking at the POI itself, but you're looking at who is surrounding us when we pick these POIs, and are they going to be a problem when we're trying to make our rotates, or are they just going to run right at us, that kind of thing.
That's a great point as well. Sometimes it's the story that once the POIs are picked, it starts to tell you. What are you reading from taking a look at that map, Snipe?
Honestly, I'm looking at NRG. I think that team, I'm as happy as I am for Knock and Fun, I think I'm happiest for Reptar because he obviously has had some rough time. A lot of people have been giving him a rough time as well, and I've talked to him, and I've played with him a lot. And to see that team performing, I hope that they continue that because that team is also going to be all momentum. They've really missed out on a couple finals, and hoping to see them back in it, it would be a great thing for this.
By the way, you had a costume change. They didn't clear that with me on broadcast. What's going on here?
Yeah, so I'm a huge Nessie fan. Apparently, they know that. I was, giving some forehead kisses to this guy up here in the back of the room.
Yeah, Shaheen took a picture of you.
Yeah, he did. He's posting that in the group chat, so that's some funny stuff. But yeah, if you're looking to get one of these right here on the second floor, they got some cool, sweatshirts, T-shirts, and some pins that you can add onto some flair.
Awesome. QR code on your screen. Just open your phone. You probably already have it open at this point in our day and age, and just use that QR code to go ahead and grab it. It's a limited edition one. If you've seen in LA, if you've seen in London or Birmingham, or Birmingham, as my friend We the People says, it's always different and interesting. And having this collection, it's going to be fun after the years of Apex Legends go by to be able to point to each event. So make sure you open that QR code on your phone or on your browser and go ahead and grab your Nessie hoodie. Speaking of peeps and speaking of winners, Legends Gaming was the hot topic there, but we got some other winners in the building, especially at our 1v1 booth. Peeps?
What up, everybody? I am here in front of the 1v1 booth, and I got my guy Timmy right here. Dude's got a crown. He's got the fire shirt. So listen, you told me this is your second LAN, right? Can you... one more time, sorry.
Happens.
Yeah, I know, man. What up, everybody? I am here with Timmy, an Apex fan. We're in front of the 1v1 booth right now where the 1v1 matches are going down. Timmy, talk to me about the Apex LAN experience.
It is definitely a different eye-opener. I went to the one in Birmingham and it just felt absolutely insane. Like the crowd hearing everyone cheer. I think this one's even better. Listening to the EXO fans yesterday just scream constantly. The moment they came on screen, it's so fun. All the stuff and the activities, it's cool. Me and everyone, and just see, just talking about Apex.
It's an insane thing, and I saw that you were with some friends as well. Just meeting up, like everybody games. Another thing about the EXO fans, there's going to be about 200 of them in the finals. All right, so that's going to be insane. But I don't see a jersey. I don't see some team merch. Who are you rooting for here?
Unfortunately, I ordered my Moist jersey, so it's going to be back home once I'm there, but I'm rooting for Moist. My friend is a full Alliance fan. He's constantly just looking at me every time they fought yesterday. But honestly, Moist came out on top, so it's fine.
I mean, Moist looked absolutely unstoppable. I will say, they're doing a meet and greet with Moist and Alliance right there, so you guys better get in line for that as well after.
I was in it yesterday. I was in the meet and greet yesterday for Moist, so I'm going to go with him for the Alliance one, just to rub it in his face a little bit.
All right, well, you heard it here from one of the Apex's #1 fans. We will see you guys here in Mannheim, Germany.
It's always fun seeing the interactions at the venue and in Mannheim. What a beautiful location, Lauren. It's been fun just interacting, as always, with fans. We got a meet and greet, and we have a tailgate going on Sunday before our show match and before the actual final. So many great things here in the arena.
I mean, I feel like we might need to get, okay, maybe minus Snipe and Grace,
okay,
but we might need to get the talent team up there for some 1v1s and see where everybody kind of falls.
Ooh, you know, that could get a little hurtful. That could get a little hurtful.
You guys brought me here. You can't not include me.
Yeah, that's right.
I am talented.
Okay, I'll take revenge.
We got to be respectful. Tempo wants to get in there as well.
I'm definitely in on this.
Well, you're not a talent member unless you've like versed Vicky in something, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's any other game or Apex 1v1s, you got to get in there. That's kind of how we start things off. You know, it's been great also looking at just the variety of teams performing regionally. You'd kind of mentioned that, Snipe, as well. It looked like we had 4 different regions represented in top 4, but just, you know, previewing each of those lasers, teams like that, we really have seen a little bit of an unpredictable run between who's been successful here. Kind of adding to this question, the part 2 I really want you to answer is, we've also seen unpredictable lobbies. I think going back to our first series today, it was a little more passive, and you could play these zones a little easier. It feels like this lobby particularly, very aggressive, teams making plays that are throwing things into kind of the blender so that you can't really go with just your first plan. You got to have plan B, C, and D.
Yeah, I think that comes down to a lot of the meta shift with the characters, and it's going to change, and every region is going to be a lot different. You know, you have Pro League, where some regions are going to play a lot more passive. You have North America, which is aggressive, and then when you combine all that together, it really is about all the prep leading up to this LAN and making sure that you're taking the practice as serious as possible. So I think these teams right now have done a good job, and seeing all these different regions represent at the top is a testament to how quickly the best teams can adapt to new metas.
Is it desperation, too, Lauren, as I look at this? Sometimes you get to the position where you know, I've got to make a play, and whether this is a good plan or not, I've got to make something happen, otherwise where I'm at is not going to be good enough.
And you know, we've seen that happen in past tournaments, especially when it was about staying alive when it comes to that elimination portion of the bracket. Sometimes teams have to try and go big or go home, literally, in those moments. Right now, I think what we're seeing is people are trying to push for that aggression, not only to avoid the elimination bracket, but for the first time ever, every kill counts, every single point matters. So they need to try and push themselves not only to be in the stage of the competition they want to be at, but then once they get in there, they still don't want to be at the bottom of it. They're looking for that seeding as well.
Right, there's so many elements to this. It's really a new version of our playoffs before, especially just with the POI draft, but the seeding of the POI draft, it adds another element to it. And if you want to talk about other elements, well, on Sunday, yes, we have our match point finals, but we also have a straight shot revival show match. If you were with us in LA, we had a fun one. It was great. We brought all the voice actors out at the end of it as a special treat. Not saying we're going to do that again, but we might have some prizes for the winners. Content creators from all different countries will be playing and representing, as well as some possible qualified members from here. You might see some familiar faces in our Straight Shot Revival show match. I'll be hosting that alongside Lauren, and it'll be at 1 to around 1:30 our start time on Sunday, right before our match point finals. And of course, match point finals, that's where the action is. But you got to get there too as well. Stakes to be set yet again. To reiterate, we are going into our final moments for these teams to play in those group stages. This is A versus D last chance, C versus B after that. And so where you end with those points, we're going to finally send you into winners, or we're going to send you into a chance tomorrow to be eliminated. Tempo, obviously not easy to be on sometimes either sides of those winners. Where you definitely want to end up, though, even if you feel a little comfortable, you have to get yourself going again. That's the best spot to be.
Yeah, and I mean, today is the day to do it, because obviously no one gets eliminated from today's games. So like Lauren said, today is where you go big or go home type thing, right? Because even if you miss your swing, you'll end up in lower bracket tomorrow. which means you still have another shot and you can end up playing a little bit more passively there. But today, you're just aiming for that winner's bracket so that you have an extra chance just in case you place in the bottom 10.
I know you want to stay unbiased here, but we got you on the desk. You obviously spend a lot of time, when you're not behind the scenes here, hanging out with TSM squad as well. I mean, just energetically, the feeling of the boys, the vibe. How do you feel things are here? Obviously, Split 2, their first official ALGS LAN without Hal, this new iteration.
I think vibes are high. Obviously, Verhulst has his entire family out here, right? And they've been ecstatic. It's been crazy. So vibes are high. Yeah, they're not doing the best right now, but they were already in a position to qualify into winners bracket. So now it's just a matter of collecting enough points to get that higher seeding so that, yeah, if we can wind up somewhere in the top 10 after today's games, then we're okay.
Step by step in the right direction. I love to see it. Well, thanks for the insight as well. We're going to send you on a very quick break. When we come back, we are going to begin our final 3 games of A versus D to see who makes that winner's bracket and who is heading towards elimination. As the chance from EXO Clan, and as you've heard, many of the teams represented like DreamFire, Echo throughout the SAP arena in Mannheim. We are back for more action here to continue Groups A versus D, our last of 2 more sets that will determine who is going into winners finals and who will be threatened with going home. This journey, Split 2, will be coming to an end for them. Rain Day Glitter Explosion, Snipe Down, and of course Minus Tempo joining us again. And as you can barely hear me here, because I know it is so loud, I can barely hear myself, I do want to let you know there is something hype happening. Our first ever live POI draft is coming up later tonight. We will actually be bringing 2 favorites, you might know them, Nice Wig and Greek, onto the desk to join me and Graceful as we go through the process of what the live POI draft is behind the scenes for these players. It's pretty exciting. And you know what, Temple, you've probably been a part of one of these, or at least seen. Have you experienced it? What's it like? Is it it emotional? Are they yelling at each other? What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, when we've been doing POI drafts for scrims behind the scenes, it's always been really funny. You have teams trying to scare each other out of POIs.
Right.
Because, hey, if you land here, we're always going to go to that other one right next to you, and we're going to land on you regardless of what you do. So the banter between the teams and the players has been a lot of fun. There's a lot of things that viewers don't get to see, but I hope they get to see here when we do the live draft right now, or at the end of the day. Sorry.
Well, I hope they don't get to see everything, because at the end of the day, some of those chats, they are not viewer appropriate for this event. But you can see what is appropriate. The EXO Clan chats. And this just reminds me so much of great sporting events. I love that Apex has got this passion coming into it as we are still a little bit on a break. I want to start talking about those teams quickly as we have a bit of a delay happening on stage. We'll get you right back into the action when we can. Thanks for bearing with us. Fnatic, you know, this is a team that is one of those teams I think we always expect a lot for. APAC North has had a storyline coming into it that they're the reigning champions. I mean, we got to put respect on their name. While the reigning champions may not be here due to some wild roster swaps that resulted in them not qualifying, Fnatic up until that moment has been the king, the champion for APAC North. Tempo, they're playing pretty well in this series so far, but they have yet to really hit that next gear, I think, to make them a favorite again. How are you feeling about this team?
I had a chance to hear about their story behind the scenes prior to today, and they are doing okay in this block right now, but they are definitely not happy with their performance. They feel like coming out of APAC North, they were kings, right?
Yeah.
And they feel like that is how they should be performing here at LAN as well, regardless of being combined in with the other regions. And I agree with that, right? They are unbelievable. And honestly, I just think it'll take some time to get their engine running, but
Yeah.
I think they will be making it into that final or winners bracket, and then they will be able to perform in the final Sunday.
And they've always found a way. That's the thing. It's hard to bet against that team. A team like Na'Vi may be performing really strong, got some people switching, but now you can see, you know, is the consistency there to last? We'll find more out about that, but what we have been always focusing on is the big names that come into here, and one of the biggest names in Apex, it's LG Sweet, right? And this LG team with Funk and with SaWeiQi, Snipe, I know you kind of root for them, and it's hard not to root for them. They're great guys. Talk to me about this team, the potential they've got going all the way. Sweet maybe running into that first chance to get his championship.
Yeah, I actually had the pleasure to team with Sweet, and you know, him teaching me pretty much how to play Battle Royales was massive. And so him having the team that he has right now and it evolving over time is, you know, it's fun to see, and it's amazing to see how much pressure that he's taken and become one of the, or cemented himself as one of the greatest IGLs. It's also hilarious that we talked about the POI draft, because I was talking to SaWeiQi on day one about their drafts, and they were saying that, so SSG, for example, has always gone Climatizer. That's been their spot. And SaWeiQi was like, we told them straight up, like we called their bluff that they weren't going to contest us, because we saw Climatizer contested by Falcons and SSG at EWC, and they both just kind of ran away from each other. LG was like, they're not going to do that again. We're going to call their bluff, take Climatizer, and now they ended up on both maps with one of the best POIs. So it's pretty cool to see those mind games done, and I can't wait to see how they evolve later too.
It's going to be fun. You mentioned this story. I want to bring it up about Sweet and his IGLing style. You said it was so easy for you, to play, because he would not just tell you what's happening now. He'd tell you what every other team was going to do, and he'd tell you what you guys were going to do 3 steps ahead, 3 plays ahead. Talk about just his specific style of kind of almost describing the in-game truth seeing before and making it so much easier for guys to go out and frag and do their job.
Yeah, I mean, for me, for example, like I said, I had no BR experience. I didn't know how to rotate. I didn't know how to do anything. And his micromanagement is better than probably anyone else in the game. He makes it just so easy to lay out the plan. He does it 2-3 steps ahead. This team's going to do this, this, and this. And he'll say, if they do this, then we have to make this play. And I think the biggest testament is how good of a rat that he is in these games.
It's unbelievable.
Because when he's on his own, he sees the game completely differently. He's the best rat. He gets points that he can't. And if his teammates could just be glued to his hip when he was playing, I feel like they would get to end games nonstop. But like having to manage, and then it happens so fast in his head that he has to do something. One of his teammates might get picked, but he still is able to get his team those extra points that matter so much.
Just in that last game as well, he was doing the same thing. Lauren, it's hard to ignore the screaming, crowd behind, ExoClan. They've got a big story coming into this. Slayers and K-Swinny, a duo that's pretty much been one of the longest standing duos in the game. Joined by Fuda. What's their chances looking like, especially with the passion of the crowd supporting them here?
We talked about this a little bit yesterday as well, but the vibes and the mental reset that a support system like this in the crowd can bring to a team is truly unmatched, because we know how good ExoClan can be as a trio. Right now, they're not where they want to be when it comes to overall standings, but switching on over to a new map could potentially, hopefully, open up some opportunities for them. It will be tough, though. They are dropping at Mirage, and they're surrounded by quite a few good squads right now. They've got Na'Vi in the area, Legends Gaming in the area, FENNEL, Bleed down at Thermal, so it's going to be a tough drop for them, but if they can figure something out, maybe get a zone pull or two in their direction and make a safe rotation, they can easily bring this back in their favor. They're a squad that, as long as they get into a good groove, could easily make it into winners.
Yeah, and I kind of like this for K-Swinny. The French fans always following him. EXO now being represented. When it was E6, they would have one of the largest fan bases as well, alongside Vex and obviously our supporters from DreamFire, who always make it to our land. China always showing up here at Apex to show out for their fans. Fuda zoning out there maybe a little bit. Just thinking
No, he's
about
locking
dinner.
in. He's locking in.
I think he's thinking about dinner, to be fair. And he had to come back as well. Hey, you know what? What does this do? And like, guys, what does this do? A reset? Like, sometimes the reset to the map gives you a little energy, but sometimes the reset, the extra pause, it takes the momentum away from a team that's been performing well. It helps another team jump in and kind of, Timbo, like we were talking about, hit that next gear like Fnatic. Navi, a team a lot of people expected to do well. 6 points. This kind of break, this kind of map switch, it could do well to get them back going.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you haven't been playing how you want previously, then not only the bigger break, but the map change also can lead to a, hey, let's reset as a team, talk, get out of our funk right now, and then lock in kind of thing. And some teams really work well with that.
Yeah.
Others work really well on momentum, so then switching maps could kill that vibe.
Right.
Especially if this was a map that you picked a POI on afterwards, right? On the return for the second set of POI drafts.
That's a great point, and it kind of also leads me to just not really the reset of what we've seen in terms of these teams, but the reset of this meta so fast. And now we've kind of seen it for a day, now a day and a half professionally. We know Akimbo has got by far the most kills than any other weapon in the game. Straight from the Havoc to the Akimbo Mozambiques. That's okay. It's a change, but kind of where does your mind take you when you look at this meta? Have you found anything that you're thinking behind the scenes? Like, if I was up there, I'd be doing this tonight, because obviously we've seen it played one way. There's the Catalyst that's differing from the Crypto a little bit. The Revenant. What are you liking so far that teams are experimenting with outside of the norm that we're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge fan of when teams go against the norm, because we've seen it when one character gets played while every other one is using the same comp, that character can be showcased in a different light. Like when Pathfinder was being picked slowly, totally. Now it's a main character that everyone is choosing on these teams, the ability to rotate across the map. Everyone decided, oh, that's smart. And now we're seeing Pathfinders and Revenants coming out. We saw Legends Gaming rock the Wraith. I know Designful was proud of that.
Yeah.
But to get a first place of that character, it's just when you can break the meta and shift from it, I think that's when you can showcase how good of a talent you are. But when it comes to weapons, you kind of have to play with the meta. I mean, the double Mozambiques had, I think it was 292 kills compared to the next highest, which was the Hemlock and the Nemesis at 84 and 80. The damage is actually right there at the same, but when it comes to finishing players, it's the Mozambiques, and there's really no other choice to use.
Yeah, and we've talked about this too, and I like the dev decision. I think things need to come out to be played, right? And we've talked about this as well. Kimbo certainly getting its played. Whether it gets tuned down, whether it stays the same, other things get tuned up, different conversation. But Lauren, I'll kind of pose the same question to you. What are you liking that might be off kilter so far from the teams that are experimenting? And they might be experimenting in the wrong way. They have no idea what they're doing, and they're just trying something different. But some teams like the Pathfinder, which FURIA are implementing in and taking out one of those important picks that we're seeing of the Cat, the Bang, or the Newcastle. What's your favorite? What's your standout?
It's not off kilter. I am just so happy to see Newcastle back in the meta. I think the addition of all of the gold items after that bin reset stacked on top of what Newcastle can bring to the table, the res with the additional shield. I mean, he is such a necessity, I feel like. And we've seen how many times now in just the last day and a half how clutch the res alone is, not only being able to stick the res, but move away, disengage a little bit from these situations, get back behind cover. And if you have that gold, get that instant health reset as well. I mean, he is, for me, such a pleasant addition to what we're seeing right now.
I mean, you know, we looked at Apex in this way, is where we've seen defensive characters have their moments to shine, whether it's Caustic, whether it's Gibraltar. But one of the things that scared Gibraltar away, and he's never come back, is when Seer was released, and you could basically silence and stop healing and reses within that bubble. That kind of put away some of the shield meta when you think about it. Shields weren't really used until now. Newcastle has gotten so many significantly significant, but small buffs over time. Shield movement, shield health, the defensive utility of a shield. Maggie Ball bounces back. Seer going out of the meta that now it really might be the time for shield characters to take over. I think this is one of those things where it's maybe a happy set of circumstances, Lauren, that's put them in this mix.
Yeah, and we not only see what it does defensively for them, but it also is a dual-wield defensive situation because it's allowing them to take up space when we have those more open final circles. If you're looking at the storm points as well, you think you might not have any cover, you throw down your Newcastle wall, and now you've got a little bit of space to play within. We also saw how that can kind of work well with the invisible crypto.
Right.
We'll start to see some more chaos with the invisible crypto, which was super fun. I mean, that's
that
what
was
I
a play
want
to remember. That was a play to remember. Madness the other day, sitting in the water, just hands-off controller and keyboard snipe. But that's the beauty of Apex. No matter what, you're going to get different metas. We are making a resurgence for some characters, some new characters entering into it, but you're going to have that process of moving into metas. And for those who are listening to us talk a little bit about that, we appreciate you guys. We're still working on that delay, but one of the things that's no delay, it's the noise. These crowds are making. Exoclan specifically, we've got Peep standing by with someone from the crowd.
What's going on, everybody? I am here with Lennis. Dude, so you told me you're from Germany, right? How does it feel having an ALGS in your home country?
It's honestly awesome. Like, I've wished for this. Like, I've heard about like the plans from Barcelona or Paris. My friend and I were planning on flying there. I mean, it's in Germany, it's even better now. And honestly, the atmosphere is great here, like from the Exoclan fans, Na'Vi fans, TSM fans, VKG fans too. Like, that's awesome. And I just love being here.
Absolutely. So, who are you rooting for? Because I don't see some team merch on right now.
Yeah, I'm rooting for NRG. I mean, I love Raptor. He's like the best Apex player in all time. Complexity too. I really like the roster with Lou. It's really like the OG vibes. And those are my two favorite teams, yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. So if Complexity and NRG were listening in right now, what do you want to say to the boys?
Honestly, I just wish them so much luck right now. I want to see them win. It's going great so far, in my opinion. And that's basically what I got to say. I hope they win. I hope they take it up. And yeah.
All right, well, you heard it here from my guy, Lennis, German native here in Mannheim. Guys, that's it. Desk, back to you.
Seeds of EXO, they're excited. Mr. Nasky just walked into the building there as well. He's a fan today. He was on stage yesterday playing, and that's always exciting to see. Listen, when you've got fans, you've got support, and that support means so much in so many different ways. And we've seen that from our players who have support, whether it's Falcons, Papa Jim Burton, who's showing up to every single event with Mama Jim Burton as well, hanging out, relaxing, and supporting that team, or whether it's some news stories of new family making their way all across the world to say, we've got your back, don't worry, you're going to do fine. Let's talk a little bit about that story that we mentioned with Jamie Levine, Mr. Blast, and his sister Charlotte.
You go from this world of just sitting in your room playing games to a giant crowd of people who are screaming, you know, supporting different teams. There's so many different things going on, it's crazy. The one thing I do is I picture my room and I picture where I feel confident and safe. It sort of drowns out the noise of everyone screaming in the background. It sort of calms you down, helps you think. Really puts you in the right mindset to get the job done and do what you have to do. With Split 1, it was probably the most challenging, specifically just because I had swapped inputs. It was terrifying, to be honest with you. You're on the stage with all these pros who have been playing controller their whole life. So there's a bit of insecurity there, feeling like you don't know if you're going to measure up. The chaos and stress of being in that kind of environment, it can really get to you, and I don't know if I would have managed as good as I did if I didn't have someone like my sister there.
I think for me the main thing is to show my brother that we're all there as a family to support him. I can be that little piece of home that he gets to bring along, but it is nice just to be able to give him any messages of hope and just let him know that he has got that network behind him.
For us to do as well as we did, I think it's hard to ignore the fact that she was there. I think that had a big part in it.
It's been really lovely to see his confidence grow and grow even more. You just kind of see that progression, especially the team as a whole.
Having teammates like Light, Lufka, and Liak, it's a privilege, to be honest with you. They've been so understanding of so much, and they've seen me go through my best days, my worst days, and they trust me to do what I do. It's an amazing thing to have some people like that around you.
In Split 1 playoffs, he had some moments where his skill lacked simply because of being nervous, playing a big factor into it. Now he doesn't have that issue anymore, and the team perfectly works with him.
Myślę, że Blasta performance, odkąd zmienił na kontroler, zmienił się w bardzo dużym stopniu. Ta zmiana drużynie przyniosła wiele sukcesów, bo odkąd zmienił na kontroler, stał się dużo lepszym graczem.
Dynamika w zespole zmieniła się w sposób taki, że zaczęliśmy więcej żartować przed grami, po grach i taka trochę luźniejsza atmosfera.
I myślę, że ten LAN pokaże, jak bardzo Blast się zmienił.
I think we've gone to a point now where we know we can do it. We believe in ourselves. We know we can be the team that wins this LAN.
I am immensely proud of my brother for how well he's progressed over the years. I think it's a real amazing feat to just stick to what you love and actually be able to execute it. I think the difference between LA and now is pretty polar, but for the better. I think the confidence is there, more of an ego is there, but I think that's needed for this kind of environment.
I really don't know if I would be here in this position without having my family be there for me. It's probably one of the biggest factors into why I do well. I have that confidence now.
An honest, vulnerable showcase of the impact of family and what it means to have a support system when you travel and do these things. Listen, we forget at times, you know, we're looking through a screen all the time at what these players have to go through, and it feels distant from our personal lives, our parents, our brothers, our sisters, our kids, the ones we love. But that's what drives us. That's why they're playing in those booths, for a life that is bettered. And Snipe, you've done this position before. You've been here. How does it feel to have, whether it's been a lack of support or that moment that you are completely supported, and the impact that can have on your play?
Yeah, so for me, actually, at the beginning of my career, I've been doing this for 16 years competing. And at the start, my parents were not very fond of it. They were very concerned with the way I was taking my life. And they loved seeing something that I was passionate about. And I proved to them, I took on more work. I got better grades in school. I did more chores around the house. I did everything I could to showcase that I can do more than just this. And for them, at first, they weren't really trying to be that much of a part of it. But then, you know, my parents and my grandparents were showing up at tournaments, and having their support was amazing, as well as on top of that, they got to see me. I was a shy kid. I used to be a very shy kid in high school, and you know, Blast is even up there talking about how he was insecure on controller and didn't know if he could compete with the best, to during that same video saying that he truly believes that they're a team that could win the whole tournament. And my parents seeing me like break out of my shell while competing and doing something I love and being on the stage and talking to, you know, people publicly with the mic in my face and doing these public interviews and, you know, being in the spotlight was one of the coolest things in gaming. As long as I've done it, has become a huge part of me, shaped me and my personality. And a lot of my teammates are to, you know, thank for that. I mean, me teaming with, you know, T-Squared and Elamite and kind of thinking them as like older brothers when I first started, it was very humbling and cool for me to be a part of that. And I look back and cherish it all.
You know, and that's the thing I always love to highlight it, whether it's Fnatic's parents traveling in LA to see them. My parents, my family were there in LA. That's my hometown. I mean, these moments that you get to see family show up, they're happening. They're behind the scenes, though, oftentimes. So, Lauren, being able to kind of see that story, we played it earlier, but playing it one more time again, it was phenomenal to see. I know, Tempo, I'm sure you have plenty of stories as well, but we don't have time for them. I know we will get there maybe later on, but thank you so much on the desk. Thank you, everyone in the audience, for your patience. Thank you for everyone watching at home as well for waiting and hanging with us. Hopefully it was interesting. We are loading in right now as we speak to continue our final 3 games. We've teased you enough. I think it is time to get going over to our casters. So let match 4 begin.
Let's do it, Rain Day. Look, hear me out. If we were going to wait any longer, Dia was over here challenging me to a push-up contest, which I don't know if you know anything about this, man. That is a very dangerous contest that I'm not going to win. So thank God we are moving back to World's Edge. I'm ready. Dia's ready. Well, the crowd's ready.
There are only so many things that I can go through in my mind before eventually physical exercise has to enter the conversation. And as you say, fortunately for our teams who don't have that option option available to them, who are staying seated in between these matches. They've managed to get into the game. They've managed to get things going, and it could not have happened any sooner. This does look like a great start, of course, on World's Edge. As we discussed just before the halftime break of this series, these are the last games that groups A and D will play before the elimination round.
Which is really exciting for Legend to already come in with their very first win into the back half on World's Edge, knowing that Strafing Flame and Easy Flash just hopped off a plane and straight into World's Edge. And as we finally pull up this zone and kind of where we're pulling to, a southern one, such an uncharacteristic zone for, you know, you and I, right? We typically hail from the north, but going towards Stacks and Big Mod.
This was really the delay. They were adjusting the zone algorithm's reaction to Spider Tiff. And thank God they did, because moving down into the south, like you said, will give us a very different look at the game. But a team that has given us a different look, that team that we teased earlier, Legends, who just picked up their first win, how will they approach it, and how are they faring after a Game 3 win? Let's find out with the Legends listening.
Level 2.
I'm leaving guard about to. Someone's on it right now. Well, dance in here. Hey, just let him walk past. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Just walk. You guys can walk right side here, I think.
Oh, we're waiting on that.
Yeah, just start walking. You have to hit beacon. Maybe just hit beacon now, Mark.
Yeah.
Alright, we take space on right here, baby. Oh, Mike, you
Careful, my back.
You're not in bids, yeah?
Oh. Yeah, I know.
You're not gonna hit the cash?
Am I crouching? No, it's no
I'll grab
spot here.
cash, I'll grab cash. Evac behind us.
Okay.
Oh, is that ahead of us? Yeah, it's ahead of us.
They're evac.
Just walk towards the evac. Walk towards evac.
Yeah, maybe we can hit it.
Look, I love jumping into the comms because it really lets you set up the feel for what that vibe is looking like, especially after that match 3 victory for them and kind of having a little bit of that pause in between to jump back into things. They are going to need to just kind of see how that energy keeps going.
One of the really nice things that I noticed in the comms as well is that Legends, despite being finally reunited as a team, despite the pressure being on them as they enter the final games before elimination, they're not picking fights too early. They're not trying to push themselves to their mechanical limit and are instead focusing on good, clean, solid Apex Legends, something that they became very well known for regionally that they haven't had the chance to show off nearly as much internationally. They did let Fnatic rotate ahead of them, and now look how far Fnatic has come, all the way to the eastern side of the map, sitting outside of Mod, not even in Mod proper. They believe this zone is going deep into the Mod area of the map.
Yeah, this is a lot interesting of a place for someone to kind of nestle themselves in, especially if you got a couple rogue fuses in the lobby, like LG, Spacestation. If you're going to be throwing that all the way over there, a couple knuckle clusters and some nade spams, you're not feeling too safe over there. But I love that they were able to go that far south, specifically from Monument. But we turn our attention to EXO, and hey, some incoming Arc Stars can make that stun be a little aggressive. The wall comes in and we bunker ourselves in.
This reminds me of that meme back when Catalyst was meta that came out about the casters. Every time the Catalyst wall goes up, casters, what a wall. And I looked at that castle wall and in my head I went, what a wall. Because the way that EXO have positioned themselves, it's honestly pretty passive. But you know what else it is? Really freaking safe. Nades aren't making it through that. Nobody is making it through that, as pushing into a position like that vault is a no-win situation for a team like FA Kids, who did, to their credit, walk on by and start moving towards launch site. An interesting negative rotate in the context of this game, where most teams are piling into stacks, into Mod. FA Kids saw a fight, tried to pick it, didn't work, and now they're just sort of wandering around towards the south, something that I don't see working out in their favor unless they try and dominate high ground, leaving Dome.
I do see a rogue EMP out there in the back, but you know, I thought of another meme. The cat that's like, what they doing over there, right? If you're gonna like literally bunker yourself in, like we know because the energized wall, you can't throw projectiles from the front, but Spacestation Gaming, a lot of our picks here for this series, sitting on 13 points, and well, you've got the high ground here, and considering they should be very familiar with this area, they're actually playing from launch site, but in earlier iterations, we saw them play from stacks, getting big mod and dome, so knowing that if it is going to pull towards this area, we want the height of construction. But we haven't seen a stack zone in a very long time. Well, a couple in scrims, but just think of how populated this area is going to get. There's going to be a team that's going to move into at least 2 of them down in this area.
And quite rightly, SSG play a slow game, as many teams in stacks will want to do. The difference between SSG and many of the other squads in this lobby is that Space Station are essentially a lock for the winner's bracket tomorrow. Every point is working in their favor, of course, as it'll push them with higher priority in the POI draft that'll be coming up after these games, but the pressure is off in many ways because they already know that they will have a double chance at qualifying into the finals. A team like Na'Vi, in a similar boat, have made their way in quite quickly, and while this series may not be going the best for Na'Vi, well, sitting in 4th place before the series even started will also mean that they should be joining Space Station in winners.
Yeah, a bit of a rubber band effect, right? You go so dominating in that prior series and maybe haven't had too much luck here, but one team that has is Bleed, and now going up against TSM. When you have Bleed at the helm, Raven their coach, having previously worked with Reps and Verhulst, it can create an interesting, fun dynamic, and now that you've got Big E, as I've seen so many signs in the crowd, you're just looking for that information. They already expended the Dark Veil out towards the left, but trying to get off that high ground and take this fight, you never really want to overextend too far, especially when you got a minute 30 on the clock, and we still have a long way to go.
And I gotta say, I like the way Bleed thinks. They try and see what could go on with the fight, and TSM's high ground, I'll say, looks too good. Now Bleed have got themselves an advantage, because even though this fight hasn't happened, Bleed have the priority rotate ahead of TSM and could very well capitalize on that and create an advantageous fight later on. VKG sat deep in zone, have got plenty of sustain going on, and taking a look at the map, they are not the only ones. So many teams are piled into zone. Take a look, however, at the north side of Mod, where Noctem Scan have set up to gatekeep teams that are coming from Geyser. Same can be said of Legends Gaming, positioning out towards the western side, and ExoClan down, still hanging out around the vault. These are going to be your teams, along with FA Kids, who you can barely see over at Dome, who will almost single-handedly decide who lives and who dies when we approach Zone 3 and beyond.
Well, especially with ExoClan, you rightly pointed them out. We saw their bunker, but knowing that you can exit towards the main area of stacks, or you can dive down through that choke point and push towards FA Kids, and EXO is spread out looking at every single exit. All FA Kids has to do is kind of maybe extend out into that choke, find one off guard, and by the time that EXoClan's kind of regained, that could be the end of them.
And I can't help but wonder, when Fnatic rotated so early on into the deepest part of Mod, how well did they predict this zone? They are sat right at the cutoff. Will they go to winners? Will they go to losers? It depends on how well they do within this series. It really depends on how well they're able to predict these last 3 zones. I can't help but wonder and wait and find out exactly how accurate they've been, how much Apex Legends they have studied in order to get here versus how much they're relying on their mechanical skill to get them out of a pickle.
Well, a team that studied a ton of Apex and has some pretty nice mechanical skill right here, TSM, that former kind of run in there with Bleed, they both went their separate ways, but it gave Bleed that advantage, like you said, on the timing, as we're still moving through Siphon here, but with good time. But thinking of where we're going to actually end up when it comes towards stacks. Do we play through the actual main stacks? Do we want to go around Big Mod? And speaking of late timing, Luminosity over in Geyser, and we have SSE-Xray across the way.
And Luminosity do know that the game isn't ending here. They're not under any illusions. They have next ring scan. They know they must go south. It's going to be a matter of timing, as Luminosity are not forced to move yet, and instead can choose to pick fights, collect a little bit of KP, as it looks that Sweet is angling to do. They are in here with SSE-Xray. No other teams in Geyser at all.
Well, there goes the mother load. Okay, keep your eyes on that. Sykes does have the EMP in pocket. If we could connect this, maybe stun up and look for an angle to take that, but we're kind of just splitting on up as SSE-Xray is. The 1v1s on the right. You can see Sweet there challenging on the high ground with Luo. And then the other members are just trying to put that pressure on Sykes, forcing him back to focus on getting that bat off.
Where did that Bloodhound scan come from? Wait, like in this economy? Where is Bloodhound? I just saw a Bloodhound scan. I know it's somewhere. It may even actually be from Noctem, now that I think about it, who are sitting in the choke and gatekeeping both of these squads. Luminosity preparing for their fight, have been doing so for quite a while. Let's see how they approach the fight up against SSE-Xray.
He has no MP either. Changing. I have no drone, Wreck the gen. I'm low. Selling. 121! Nice. They're close on a close side here, Funk. Left side. Left side? Like out the door? Yeah. Like I saw him cross into our side of the boat. Alright, listen, I'm good. I'm about to get my fucking drone. Yeah, get in your drone again, bro. We need to know where they're at. Holy fuck. I saw a fuse ult. They used all their ults besides Newcastle. No one's down here. You guys can walk in here, but he's on the far. He's on the door. So he's gonna shoot you as soon as you peek. You want me to feel him? We have 30 seconds. I stuck him. I fired him. 140. I'm gonna EMP them. Yeah, EMP them. Ready? EMP them. We're getting another. Wait, I'm batting. Can we come right? Can we come right? Yeah, we have no time to fight them. There's 3 dudes sitting above us. You need to smoke the door, bro. Yeah, come right towards Grandma's now. Everyone, quickly, everybody. Holy fuck, bro. I'm so low on meds now. Yeah. Come. We're good. We can go underneath the tracks. If we need. Tell fuse ult. Yeah, 5 cells, no bats. I'm 5 cells, 1 bat. These guys are gonna fight here, so we know like that's gonna happen. Sykes, give me your helmet later, says you're not gonna be fighting. No. I'm gonna go left here. They're all evacing here. This guys are evac here. Yeah. We should call in like towards us. Guys are. Yeah, you're not wrong. Look top left if you can. They might come this left side on us. Just get ready to call in your evac, like flush with the mountain here on the left. You have the evac. I'm checking to see if they're going this way. They're evacing. It's fine. We need evac. We need evac now. No one's here. We need evac in the open area. Evac.
See, that delayed fight made things more difficult, especially if you're running out of heals for your resources and the end game. But an evac for an evac, and look who's able to just get around them. SSE-Xray looking like a ton of glass cannons, but we turn on over to TSM, and let me just tell you, this is looking pretty dire too here on the bridge. EMPs galore, and Reps just trying to get those Akimbo Mozams out.
They've got TSM rather the advantage of high ground or middle ground, as SSE-Xray did not. Their exit from the lobby a little preemptive. 19 squads left. They are first to drop, and TSM literally dropped just below them, waiting for a fight. Waiting, hopefully not in the same way as LG, especially since TSM have got ground to climb and a team right above them. Aggressive EMP goes out. TSM go on the push with Zapdo rounding up the corner onto Hal. Takes down one. TSM have the edge in this fight, and they should take it. Bleed go down. TSM still rounding together on the low ground. Have Noctem dropping on them, but Noctem lose control. TSM still in it. Take out Noctem stand.
TSM needed that. This was starting to look like one of those late night kind of bar fight things. Everyone is jumping straight into it, and it's not done. We still have Hal that has to be dealt with before we can move on, and they do it with ease. TSM picking up some nice eliminations here, but when time is of the essence and the next boss battle is awaiting, it's going to be Legends Gaming that will be the next threat to them, and they recently just took out Bleed.
Using the Wraith as well to get back and forth, control so many areas within this game. They've got a route into stacks using Wraith Portal, and with strafing at the helm, 30-30 in hand, Legends Gaming have the opportunity to keep TSM out of the game. Respawn's coming in. Sweet is rejoining, but Legends are right here waiting for him.
Hear me out. This is a Sykes crypto play if I've ever seen one. He just full sent the drone and was like, Sweet, if you're coming back with weapons, do what you can and get on out of there. Surprisingly, it seems like we're going to be okay for now. An EMP incoming coming, and now the numbers in our advantage, and they're trying to put up a fight. But Strafing's just got the angles, looking for more. They're fresh off a win, but Player K cannot go down here, does, and LG is eliminated.
Man, the respawn looked so good, but pushing the fight into Legends was just a little too much for them to take. Now Legends have to recover themselves. Not very many shields. Player K unable to find a shield swap, and a defensive thermite from Easy Flash does keep Legends in the game, if only for so long. Shadow 3690 do go down, and Legends are under pressure from Fnatic, who have rounded up from the south.
Look, Fnatic smelled that blood in the water. They hit the Dark Veil and rotate straight into the chaos that was done. Now, they've done a little bit of differences here. It was originally Yuka locking in the Newcastle in some of our early series, and we actually returned back to Bangalore for him through Leica on the Newcastle, and it took a couple different iterations to figure out what they're feeling comfortable with. We know Fnatic is a top team, but once they find the flow here of Split 2 playoffs, it's only going to be that upward trajectory. However, this zone could prove so difficult for them because of the situation that you see on your screen. E36, Navi, everyone just straight into each other looking for any place to play. Matafe, get him back up.
No.
Can't do it.
Just a bit too difficult trying to pull off a res there. Looks impossible, and Henchman now is the one with the most pressure, needing to pick up Kinda's banner and Matafe off the floor. It's not gonna happen as Matafe gets finished off, and Henchman is on his own, grabs a banner and plays his life. An important skill in Apex Legends. We've seen Rats make it far, but Watson's not nearly as commonly Tiff.
I mean, look, Watson's a little adorable girl, right? I mean, oh, by the way, Nessie Makes, I know you're out there. Thank you so much for the Watson. We'll keep going. Good thing I'm not skilled like these Watsons here. Anyways, Curiara down here, FENNEL in dire straits here in 19th place, needing as many points as possible. Mind you, winner's bracket, lower bracket, all of that is on the line here, and this is the last time that they're going to be playing.
And we do have yet another solo created out of this mashup of squads in stacks. FENNEL now needing to rat themselves, have a little bit of a better chance of it on the Pathfinder, but are not going to be happy with their position in this game on World's Edge. As we said, last 3 games for FENNEL before the elimination round, they started the series in 20th place on the cutoff for winner's bracket, and it's not looking good for them to make up ground during this game. SSG look down on a respawn from above, and SSG will be controlling high ground still into the next round. Could it be another win for SSG?
That would be so impactful for them, but Navi with a Hail Mary res towards the end game. We saw what happened calling in Sweet in the heart of enemy territory. What is Navi going to be able to do to stabilize on that? We don't have attachments on our weapons, but maybe you don't need them because you still keep the Akimbo Mozambiques. The mobile shield comes on up for the Newcastle, and we're just kind of looking for any bit of pressure that we can put on the teams ahead of us. I'm really curious to see here with NOEZ FOXX the impact of that nade. We just need to kind of stave off with 11 squads that are going to be forced into a tiny center. The brawl will be crazy.
And if there's one man to take advantage of that, Sorcerer with the Kraber could do it. These bullets have been game-changing for so many teams, but the first one, a whiff. Sorcerer gonna continue fishing, finds a shot, but it's VK Gaming that go out in the meantime. C9's game relatively calm compared to the rest of the lobby as they have the safety of a building, a privilege that so many are denied.
Look, we've only used 4 shots. We've got plenty for endgame. Cloud9 set up nicely here, and EXO have moved on in. That shot just lets the layer cake be proven. TSM, you know, mind you, they were behind bleed on that rotation, but they found themselves a nice spot, and Navi, despite the double res, are still finding themselves in a tunnel, wiping teams left and right.
Not too many shield swaps left in this tunnel, but Navi will make use of them while they can. This ring will eventually push Navi in, and you want to make sure you avoid the focus of SSG, a luxury that they are not allowed as we look up at TSM, who have now dominated the height. SSG pushed down to a lower level. TSM, who overlook the lobby and who have the advantage of this incredible vertical space.
Well, you have to think with bleed out, it cracks open the entire series leaderboard, and we're only 26 points away from moving into that top spot. They could find so many eliminations here and throw a north of 20-point game down easily, but Henchman down and out, and Matafe's got to get him out of that line of sight and drag him across. The reset coming through. No gold knockdown and still watching the angles everywhere.
Pressure from nades out of Kinda is good. still leading this squad in damage. Also manages to control with henchmen the fences leading out of this building. Na'Vi are fighting for their very lives. They do not have an advantageous spot, but man, are they making it work. Sliding on in, they find one, they find two, and the EXO fans of the crowd are in shambles as two gets finished off, and EXO clan go out. Na'Vi survive, try and take a reset. Henchmen again, the last one standing, but how long can they do it as EXO have fallen?
What?
Finally, Na'Vi will bite the dust. C9 still in this. Enter Force 36 and NRG fight for the win.
All right, this is crazy. NRG makes the play, and now the EMP's all coming. Cloud9's going to have to drop down. You've got the Bangalore smokes, but the lethals are fine, and here comes the Akimbos from Sauce. Cloud9 take the victory and withstand it all here in match number 4.
The second win of the tournament for Cloud9, and it could not come at a better time, pushing them up from almost certainly qualifying to winner's bracket to being a lock. Moving up the standings has got them going up from 11th to a much better position, not just in the winner's bracket, as a nice trophy, but in the POI draft as well. This win means the world to C9 when it comes to setting them up for success for the rest of the tournament.
I love the shouts there. You got the little Bangalore. The team is happy. Alex in the back is just like, yes, we did it. We talk about a lot of the things with Cloud9 in particular. 13 eliminations, almost 5K damage that game. And they are so good at getting to a position for endgame. Their macros on point. They just usually had to adjust some of those minor mistakes that they would make along the way to set themselves up for success in endgame. And I think they did this one flawlessly.
And like you talk about, Tiff, this is a bit of a rare zone, especially when you're on the broadcast. And that, in this case, hurt a lot of teams. And in this case, not C9, but that's because C9 play stacks. They're not playing like this used to be Lava City or something. They understand that there is very little space to play, even with the amount of buildings, because of how easy it is to take control of different levels. C9 prioritize these buildings, and with an early rotate unmatched by teams like LG, like FA Kids, like EXO, managed to get a spot that they really don't have to fight for in the end game and convert that into a win.
And it looks so nice. 25 points. You pull up the top 3. NRG, they got there quite early on as well, considering, and walk away with 5 eliminations. Some nice damage there as well. Enter Force 36. 6 kills. I mean, look, this was a nice scoring game considering we didn't have that point sponge occurring with Bleed Esports.
And I'm really happy for Enter Force 36. They were my prediction coming into this group. And I will be honest, Tiff, I am hurting in the predictions.
I'm not.
Any win that Enter Force 36 gets, I am happy with.
Hey, look, I'm telling you, I still believe in Fnatic. It's a whole you have supremacy kind of thing. Let me just tell you, it'll happen. It's one game away. Look what Cloud9 did with a north of 20 points, because you see the series result standings. We are tied up there with 48 points. NRG looking pretty powerful there, 37. And Legends Gaming, after a massive travel day to get here as soon as humanly possible, sitting in that top 5.
You got to give love to Nasky and Amphi for subbing in over the past couple of days to make sure that Legends could actually participate in the tournament. But looking at the Legends that are on stage now, there's no substitute for this world-class roster.
There's really not. I remember when I was watching a ton of Legends Gaming scrims back in Split 1, and just the level of knowledge and cerebral ability that Strafing Flame has when it comes to this game is just absolutely cracked. But we'll talk more about that later. Let's cut to a quick break so we can jump into match number 5. Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the ALGS. Today's competitors are sitting in Herman Miller Gaming and body chairs, which come in 4 unique colorways. Our coaches are sitting in the Phantom Gaming chair, which, by the way, Hod6 says is crazy comfortable, with 7 unique colorways. You can try one out at the free play area located on the concourse. To learn which chair fits best for you, go to hermanmiller.com/gaming. All right, Dia. What a good game. We finally got to go back to stacks. We finally got a Southern World's Edge zone, and only 2 more games are left for our group stage series. And look, I mean, the crowd, they're magnetic. I'm 90% sure it's still the EXO clan, and I do really enjoy. I gotta go over there. We gotta get pictures with them or something.
It's still the EXO lads. It will be the EXO lads for the entirety of this LAN. I'm absolutely certain. They have been super vocal, and thank God they have, because they're injecting energy into the entire arena, not just for, of course, the EXO fans among them, but for everyone else that now gets to piggyback off of the commitment that you can really show to a team, and how that, I'll say, feeds the flow between player and audience that makes LAN so special. This is where the community gets to come together and witness the rise and fall of a whole new era of Apex Legends.
Well, this is where I'm going to take a moment away, because obviously we're all here for the players. The players are here for the trophy and to claim themselves a championship. But you at home, the viewers, the fans that travel to witness everyone lock it in on the stage and play to their heart's desire, you are some of the most amazing people that we have ever had the pleasure to kind of meet and everything like that. You just get to take a walk around the stadium here, and it's just so cool to see all of the interactions, especially around that 1v1 booth. I haven't done it yet, though.
It's very fun to walk around and talk to people about Apex Legends.
I do enjoy that.
When I do that in my regular everyday life, most people at the grocery store don't know what I'm talking about.
You talk to people in the grocery store about Apex?
Until that changes, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I only have so many interests, Tiff, and Apex Legends is a pretty big one of them.
I mean, I can definitely see how that would be, but let's talk about back to World's Edge, right? Especially with the top of our leaderboard being that 48 points, right? That's not really too crazy of a distance when you think about even Fnatic all the way down in 10th place with 22 points. We just saw Cloud9 put up a massive game, and anyone has the capabilities of doing it, especially knowing that we talked about it. 2 more games left for these groups in particular to settle their score and figure out where they're going to be, not only whether it's winners or lower bracket, but that POI draft that is so coveted.
And we got to look at teams, in my opinion, like LG during these last couple of games, who sit at the cutoff for whether they will qualify into winner's bracket or into the lower bracket. They've only got 2 games left to cement their spot, and currently sitting in 20th place. Yes, we can joke about talent predictions and how we've had them a couple of times, and they haven't really gotten the big games under their belt. Now it's time to get really serious, because if they do not get it together over these next couple games, if LG continues slipping down the leaderboard, we could be talking about whether or not Luminosity will make a run from the lower bracket.
That's exactly what you have to think about. I mean, we showed Bleed Esports there for a minute. They're currently at the top of our leaderboard, but they were about 12th in the overall standings, which, you know, after a couple hiccups along the way in their first series, they are really bouncing back. A lot of our talent team just keeps a hyper-focused eye on them back in the green room. But for all of our teams throughout, you got VK Gaming just here. They're one of the bubble teams, right? They're sitting in 23rd place on that overall standings, and just a handful of points. I feel like we're only going to need maybe at least 20-ish, depending on how the teams above them perform.
I'm looking at Noctem scan as well. A lot of pressure on them, as Noctem were actually not nearly as highly ranked during the beginning of these games, and have to put up big numbers in the next 2 games simply to overcome the fact that after this, a whole nother set of groups is going to play. So if you are finishing this series in 15th through 20th, you are likely not safe as a lock for the winner's bracket. So it is very difficult to calculate against the unknown, to play against teams that are not even here, but that's what you're overcoming in these last 2 games, is not just the other teams in the lobby, but your tournament fate, which extends far beyond the teams that you're playing right now.
Well, let's start work on changing our fate. We do have match number 5 about to get underway, leaving only 2 more chances at it for our squads. And well, it would not be a World's Edge if it wouldn't potentially be going to the north. But Cloud9 on your screen here, kicking things off over at Geyser. And I always talk about Geyser in general in terms of like your POI draft. That's what you end up with. And I'm just like, it is one of the quickest POIs to loot. Yes, you'll be in shambles, but you also can grab that tunnel loot. You can chance and make sure you're going to get a survey beacon, of course, the ring console spawn. Look, no, I don't like Geyser, okay?
If you're not selling me this POI, you're like,
I don't drop
you
here.
can get out quickly. It may not be fun, but you can do it. And I'm like, why, when you could pick any other POI, would you do this? But there's a reason that Cloud9 have ended up here.
36.
As I said, there's a reason that Cloud9 have ended up here. You like to talk about our conversations with Alex or Kolchin, and just before even the whole tournament kicked off, we were discussing with him about, or rather with them, about how the selection of POIs for Cloud9 is based on how high of a high you can get when you pick a specific POI. On Stormpoint, it means so much more to get something like Mill, like Downed Beast that Cloud9 have ended up selecting. Whereas on World's Edge, having a POI that may not be considered one of the best, like Geyser, is actually pretty manageable, all things considered.
Well, when you look at this zone, especially pulling back towards our coveted north here, this is going to be good for Cloud9. We talked about how quick it is to rotate out of. The ring console there will give them that information. And you think historically what POIs Cloud9 is comfortable playing out of, it's Overlook, right? So this is such a quick access to a normal rotation that they would be experienced having. So other teams that like to get into that zone much more quickly, I'm looking at Fnatic, right? They drop Monument, and this is the exact side that we are used to seeing them play. I am rather nervous considering you have that whole western side of teams that are going to be looking to filter on in. You're likely going to be the targeted of a lot of different teams, such as Legends Gaming, who we saw there jumping straight into the fight with Fnatic. Easy flash, player K. Oh, we're getting punished by Fnatic, let me just tell you, but the Wraith has never been more important. However, when you pop a portal, maybe, just maybe, Fnatic gets a little aggressive and takes a nice 3v1.
I like this.
You just go through it.
He's like holding the portal for that very reason. Just, where are we going? What's happening? Can I go back for these banners? And I like the hold for this very reason. It is going to mean that Legends, unfortunately, suffer a massive setback during the mid-game, but Fnatic move on. There's more game to play than just taking out other teams, even if it is Legends, as powerful as they are. Fnatic rotate up towards the north. They rotate up towards Climatizer, where the real game is going to take place. We already saw teams like C9 rotating early with evac towers out of Geyser, but DreamFire, super notably, booked it into the zone very early on and are sat currently in the Macaroni building that separates Climatizer and Epicenter, one of the most powerful parts of World's Edge when we pull into the north.
It didn't really work so hot for LG the first time. We had a couple of these the other day, so I'm a little nervous, but they've chosen to get in towards that Climatizer area. And DreamFire, you know, they were Epicenter. It's just a hop, skip, and a jump away up a hill just to get over there. But I do love that we saw the end of Strafing Flame. They're portaling back because no one chased him. They got Newcastle. They're crafting banners, and they're going to come back in.
It'll be just fine. Methinks. Legends should get back into the game, and a delayed rotation is better than no rotation at all. Moving out of Monument, they should be under very little pressure, as EXO are. Not too much going on over by the countdown area, as EXO move further away from the rest of the zone and are likely planning on looting themselves up pretty significantly before getting into the rest of the fights. If you're not able to make it into zone super early, it is not a bad idea to prioritize the loot bin reset that's going to come at the close of next ring.
Well, let's pop into a listen with them, because I always have a lot of questions specifically about EXO Clan. They chose Mirage à Trois, and well, now the rotate. Let's jump into it.
We need to try to get into thin area.
Let's check out that
area.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab the point in front of us. Stop. Team Sky must still be there, the Sky team. Okay.
Yeah, on top middle,
Okay,
top middle.
go back.
I saw a guy peeking over.
Yeah, careful on Navi being behind this here again.
Okay.
We want to go back up to countdown? Yeah, we want to go back in the button, yeah. There's a team up top with drone. Okay, go back. Where are they?
We heard a drone.
He's literally running here. Oh, wow. Let's go down here, boys.
Okay.
Grab the UAV.
Yeah.
They're gonna know our path in. Yep. Hit me up, tunnel.
Okay.
Watch him! He ran back to the right. Can we keep moving forward?
Yeah, I'm going.
Looking left. Come down, don't have beacon this way.
These last few seconds really highlighting something interesting about EXO Clan. Not running crypto, not having access to the survey beacon, did not reveal to EXO that TSM were split, did not reveal to EXO that Na'Vi were in front of them, and it's left EXO with very few options as to what engagements they take, what is smart and what is not. Sandwiched up against TSM in Skyhook East, Na'Vi will always have the opportunity to rotate north and spoil for a fight, as VK Gaming will round the very same corner that EXO did moments ago. Taking a look at the ring, however, I do want to talk again about DreamFire and their position up on the ridgeline, Cloud9 and their early rotate, and LG, who as of yet are untouched and completely uncontested in Climatizer.
Look, I love that building for them compared to the Macaroni building. And as we say that, you know, DreamFire here, we have No Name 3MZ and PETA, and I get cautious about this building because when you have those teams that are rotating in from the west and such, they always target this. And right now, it's going to be FENNEL across the way. But if No Name's going to open things up and grab that knock, likelihood of them resetting. But you have to keep your attention on the bridge as well in the cases of potential third parties. But an EMP will help with this engagement.
And FENNEL giving up on the evac tower, whether or not they get one back into the game, stymies their rotation, their potential in this game. Bleed moving out again, negative rotating, much like we saw EXO do earlier on the tails of Na'Vi. Multiple squads piled up in Skyhook earlier, now chasing each other head over heels through Skyhook. Bleed will not give up on the fight, as they've got plenty of time to pick one and certainly the skill to do so. FENNEL, unfortunately, did not have the opportunity and will be our first team to go out in match number 5.
Yeah, and looking at Na'Vi, man, we're really still on white shields. This has not been the World's Edge map play that they're going to want to happen, and Bleed just needs to make sure that we're checking all of the angles. Sure, you forced Na'Vi straight up into Skyhook, which we had recently saw EXO Clan taking that rotate through. It's going to be difficult. They're not going to have a whole heck of a lot of time, and Bleed, they'll have access to the vault, but EXO does manage to do it. We put ourselves into the heart of Epicenter, where Hao is waiting with a couple of Mozambiques to go alongside it.
Surprise party from Hao, takes out 2, and it should go well for him. Hao, with a creative play, finds 3 kills on EXO Clan in the dead center of Epi. It's going to turn into more, though, as Legend come in late. A Wraith Portal lets them move in safely, and though strafing goes down, Hao are low. It's 1v1, and Easy Flash clutches it, taking out Hao.
Look, the Wraith Portal for the aggressive nature, and if his teammates that are down can get back in on that, E36 is going to show up to play, and he's going to be like, where is everyone? I don't know. They Wraith Portal the heck out of there because no one wants to be here anymore. Regardless, it looks like Player K does get fooled there and can make things a little more difficult there for Easy Flash.
Enterforce 36 splitting up as well, controlling a lot of Epicenter as they left Ely on the high ground, looking over Monument. This gives E36 so much power in the game, especially when it comes to controlling the outside, the teams that are not nearly as quick to rotate. Teams, unfortunately, like Legends, who did, while picking up a few kills, still go down because of a botched rotation in the early game. Na'Vi, following up through that very same choke, are still going to be set aside by teams like TSM, SSE-Xray, and Bleed, who are all in the same corner of the map.
Yeah, and this issue with being on edge, the delayed rotations, trying to dive all the way to the north. Well, Na'Vi, if you're going to do it, you got to go down fighting. An incoming EMP there from TSM. And we're kind of here anchored on this fence line, which all you know, it takes one angle from TSM. But I love the setup with the wall. You got the pylon down. So we're going to keep getting fed those arc stars if someone decides to nade spam. Every ultimate is being expended here.
Na'Vi's wall doesn't give them a whole lot of ability to peek onto the high ground, and it should have protected them from the swing. If we weren't using it, Matafe over peaks, and TSM punish it like no other squad. TSM who dial in and take out Na'Vi. SSG, though, crest the hill and look for kills, knowing that the fight only just occurred. TSM may not have dropped a member, but they are low.
Well, here goes the mother load and an EMP to go alongside it. We're looking for that information. They've already called out the res, and Koifel just trying to expend all of it. Zainu takes the angle, Verhulst makes the trade, and Koi chose to make a hang.
Koifel's on the side!
Wait, there's other people trying to get in on this. Bleed, what are you doing? Phony! Last alive for SSG, but here comes Bleed.
And behind Bleed, SSE-Xray are extending as well. This fight is a jumble of squads that unfortunately have no way out but into the zone. SSG still technically alive for now, have dropped multiple members, and Bleed are the ones that collect the spoils, the loot that is left behind. With 20 seconds left on this zone close, they cannot afford to sit here and focus on the little bit of loot that they're going to be able to pick up. Teams like SSE and Bleed must now be looking towards Epicenter as their next goal.
Well, you know you got Enter Force 36. That's where we last saw them. And they're keeping their eyes on this western side. For Fnatic, who was kind of keeping eyes on this engagement here, they dove off towards the north to challenge DreamFire, but Phony, see if he's going. I was curious to see if he was going to try to go for like the replicator, get something crazy, but dropped, picks him up from the distance, and SSG is down and on out.
And Bleed are ahead of SSE-Xray as a result of this. Yes, SSG is no longer part of the lobby, and yes, Yuka is lighting up the kill feed with the Kraber, but on the western side of the ring, it is all a story of Bleed Esports. While in the center, it is Fnatic who take over the Macaroni building from DreamFire.
Oh, Fnatic. Anytime I see a Kraber in the hands, I'm just like, let it rip. And well, we've got a replay for a good reason. That'll do. Ooh. That'll do, Yuka.
That is a great way to open up any fight, and Fnatic seem intent on continuing the trend, controlling high ground, not just in the, oh my lord, Macaroni building, but outside of it as well. This is how they took it, but there in the lower right-hand corner of your screens is their continued play, and Yuka has continued landing Kraber shot after Kraber shot, setting Fnatic up for success as they now look down at teams that unfortunately do not have nor the loot nor the position to contest them.
Hey, you gotta love it, right? Now they own that Macaroni building, and free agent kids, they own this fence. Cloud9, despite that prior win, will fall here, and well, 12 squads left. Sometimes playing this bridge is less than stellar, and that goes to show you why.
NRG roll up, and with a quick catalyst wall should make a safe rotation right past FA Kids. It means that a Newcastle wall got expended by FA Kids to point in the wrong direction. Noctem wrap up behind the free agent kids and claim one. Jay Savage now being down limits the reset potential of the FA Kids, and they'll have to play underneath the bridge, expending yet another ultimate with the catalyst to try and stay alive, and it does not look like Noctem are interested in extending them that privilege.
Well, you talked about it, right? A bubble team just wanting to break into the winner's bracket round. Every elimination will matter, so these from FA Kids will definitely be a boon. 24 points so far, and now we still have to worry about getting in towards that next zone, but NRG in third here. Fun, last standing, has to guarantee the door, and the drop down comes in, and it's going to be FOXX that takes them.
FOXX, a second time in these games of World's Edge where they have managed to rotate into into the zone really early and play off the very eastern edge of the map. Now that they've done it a second time, now that they've collected kills, how far can they make it into Climatizer as this ring continues pulling us further north?
How in the world are all these rotations going through the zip? We pick up one from Esport-Xray, but I have to think Noctem just did the absolute craziest thing that I wouldn't have expected, but Fnatic still has their sights set on the teams rotating from the south. It was originally Force 36, but now they've found Bleed.
I love the reaction to Catalyst Wall as well. Yuka backs up. The Kraber shot may not land, but surely Bleed are next in the sights of Fnatic as everyone groups up on the building. Esport-Xray go down. Bleed are still in this, but with Shubi dropping to the ring, they are in shambles right next door to Fnatic.
And Fnatic, we talk about all the eliminations. I said it after last game. It's one good game to change the trajectory of the series. Double time, Bangalore's passive kicking in there to get him out of line of sight, and well dropped. He's trying to get him down, but it doesn't matter. Force 36 takes the angles and looks for the reset. We only have about 45 seconds left on the clock though, and we've still got to make our way towards that northern side, and there's only one team in the next zone, and Fnatic's got to find a way there.
Looking down at E36, Fnatic did think that there were going to be easy kills here, and there were not. Fortunately, high ground gives them enough forgiveness to move on back to the Macaroni building, and like you said, evaluate the path into next zone, where only one team sits. That team, Noctem Scan, who have rotated all the way past the bridge and into the next ring, arguably tip into one of the best positions. Fnatic, the biggest threat to Noctem Scan's otherwise fantastic spot.
This is going to be one of those zone pulls that someone screenshots and throws up on Twitter, because there's no way that Noctem should have been able to hit that evac tower over towards the zone, because no one was in there. Everyone was out towards the east. Luminosity being one of them, right? We knew they were in main Climatizer out of that Macaroni building that we've typically seen them play, but after faltering 2 times, right? This was the better play, because you could pick up everyone on the low ground rotating.
E36 just flew on by Luminosity, and looking down on them now, Luminosity know that E36 are going to be standing between them and a continuing chance to play this game. Luminosity must overcome every squad on the low ground to get the chance at a win. Let's see how they do it as we listen in with Luminosity.
Forward! We cannot evac, we will die. I'm gonna wall. I can wall here, I can wall here. Wall in the middle, yeah, right in front of us. Turn and burn.
No, I'm dead, bro. Come on, come on.
Doing 4-6. That's my bang on landing. There's like 90 people around us.
My knock, I have a blue knock.
There's a bang right next to me. Cracked light the entire lobby behind us. Full safe right here. Full safe right here.
Full 3 right here. One dead.
Yeah, we need third party backward sides duo. Yeah, right in front of us.
They're gonna answer here.
Hide here. Hide your sights on me. Hide your sights on me. Can we go? No. Full 3 line. Hide speaking behind us. They're fighting right in front of me. They wiped. They're getting grabbed from your right, Sykes. Wall if you have it. I don't. They went back. We need to keep playing slow. Hurricane drone, you say? Someone just res. There's still a team on our right behind us. They slipped to the wall. That's bad. I'm alive on me. No smoke for 8. Oh, this guy. Newcastle wall. Okay. Finishing my back coming.
Luminosity managed so many fights. E36 right next to them, FOXX right next to them, but on that high ground, Noctem Scan still reigns supreme in this lobby. They are untouchable on the high ground and simply have to watch as LG, FOXX, and E36 fight for domination of the low ground. I love this position right now. Moz looking for a few kills, seeing if you can get a little cheeky. Noctem have to be careful not to overextend. This is their game tip.
It really is. It's awfully familiar to some in-games that we've seen go a little crazy. It was just a little bit north we saw in Split 1 playoffs, but for E36, who finds himself a Kraber, let's see if we can connect that. 2 reses come in towards the late game. We get Mkers back, and well, now we got Illy.
Now that Illy's coming back in, who will make the first mistake? Who will force the first mistake? Synap tries to make it happen with the Kraber, but a wrap from FOXX may be what dooms E36. Now Noctem is coming in to pinch them, and well, FOXX have lost one. E36 commit back, finish off Hammer Drill, look for the last one. They want to clinch second place, but they fumble, and Noctem right on their tails, swoop in for the win. Noctem can take game 5.
It's one thing to claim God spot, it's another to defend it. They first challenge Fnatic right there behind the tower. They take them down, and you have to think, if Fnatic may have won that fight, it would have changed the entire trajectory of it. But Noctem defends it, moves in a little more aggressively with a well-timed push into that final fight. They waltz away with 9 eliminations. A banger game.
This could not have come at a better time for Noctem. Their first win of the tournament in one of their last games before the elimination stage. Noctem really dialed in this game, and I am seeing something that I have not seen out of them, out of very few teams throughout this tournament, and that is a willingness to get aggressive to the extent that you do not let other teams breathe. Think about their push on the low ground outside of Bridge, constantly making sure that even through cat walls, even through Newcastle walls, you're pushing up, you're finishing off squads. They do exactly the same thing outside of Climatizer. When they know they have an advantage, Noctem will chase you until you run out of room.
Well, think about where they started, right? We were on that bridge, and we know that is not one of the most favorable positions that you can get yourself into. We had 3 or 4 teams still trying to rotate out of that area, FA Kids being one of them, and as soon as they do rotate out, Noctem kind of hangs back a little bit. Craft, like, they throw down that evac tower, and I was like, there is no way we actually pull this off. But no one was over there around that tower, and it pays off. Noctem Scan walks away with 21 points after that, but you've got to give your kudos to Enterforce 36. 12 eliminations after battling their way through the North and tie them on points.
I'm really happy with the way that E36 are rounding out this group stage. This was a fantastic performance from both teams, but in very different fashion. E36 didn't get to take a lot of space and instead were relegated to a lot of small corners. The fact that they're able to pick up 12 kills at the end of all this speaks to a very different, I'll say more silent kind of strength that E36 have demonstrated to various degrees throughout the group stage, but that hopefully for them is finally coming to a head.
Look, I remember the first time I saw Enterforce 36 in general, and I believe that was sometime last year in London, and they just came out with the sickest kit. I'm talking everything Enterforce 36, and I knew that their gameplay would be very hot and cold. When they were hyper aggro and it worked out for them, they were able to throw down, and they were looking to get Mixie so often, especially over in Epicenter, pushing in straight towards Legends Gaming.
And to their credit, now that they've got yet another LAN under their belt, they are peaking at a very good time. Moving up the leaderboards into 4th place has allowed Enterforce 36 essentially safety in tomorrow's winners bracket. This is looking really good for them. They're sitting very high in the series standings, and there's only 1 game left to shift those up.
Only 1 game left. That's just really crazy to see because we're just 1 game and 1 Lex series away from our bracket stage, and I can't wait to get there, but more to come after this break.
Last two teams. Yeah, we need to play here. They're like aping it. They're aping it. They're walking up. Take the walk up. Walk up to the corner here. And just chill. We need to look right. I'm looking left. You guys look right.
Okay.
They're fighting each other. Chill. Go to that. Chill. There's someone left as well. I'm chilling. Chill. I'm going. One go. Go. Behind us, right. They play together. I'm with you, Wizin.
No.
One more. Last guy. Oh my god, let's fucking go, guys!
Holy shit.
Let's fucking go!
To hear those comms at the very final moment, you could hear the sense of realization when they knew that they were going to win this. Now, typically in a fight, when you're looking for that timing to make sure that you're pushing the other final two teams, you look for the trades in the kill feed. And as soon as Enerforce 36 full send on a NOEZ, they grab one and they're like, go, like full send straight in, and they just cleaned it on up.
And it was really smart identification of good timing for a play and what other teams were doing. Something that Noctem, or for many of the fans here in EMEA, Trojan became, I'll say, very good at in the course of the recent history. Trojan were not typically a team that was just dominating the Pro League, but under Noctem Scan now, they've really had a chance to come into their own, and during the course of the playoffs, grow quite a bit as that delta between Pro League and then into LAN has not bitten them in nearly the fashion that we would expect from other squads that do not have as much international experience.
When you think about what you were saying prior to shifting to World's Edge, you were like, Noctem Scan, they are on the cusp of not qualifying into winners unless they have a standout performance. And then here we are, just 2 games later, they're waltzing away with a win after taking that God spot, defending it, and pushing it at the right time. And that just goes to show you the level of chemistry and everything that they've been upgrading on.
And I'm going to say, on top of that, waltzing or no, Noctem still are not in a great spot for the elimination bracket. This is good in terms of their macro, their playoffs journey, what it means for them as a team, how they're growing as players. It is not an indicator of how well they are doing in the tournament as a whole. There's still a long way to go up until the finals, and Noctem, while they've made the journey marginally easier for themselves, have not taken any massive steps toward just wiping their way into Sunday.
You're not wrong here. They're kind of in that same boat there alongside Luminosity. They're sitting at about, what, like 19th or 20th place, just on the fringe of the winners bracket, and you have one more match to be able to decide what that rest of it is going to look like for you, because we still have 2 more groups that have yet to play, and just because you find yourself inside the top 20 now, that doesn't mean you're going to be able to maintain it.
Exactly, Tiff. This is where the real danger comes in, and we talked about it at the beginning of last game, but the fact that you were not just playing against everybody in this lobby, but setting yourself up so that you're also beating everyone who plays in the next lobby that you have next to no power over. It is a very difficult spot for teams like LG and Noctem, but they do have to, in many ways, just focus on what's going on in this game. For those at home, though, we want to check in with the leaderboards that we keep talking about. Let's take a look at the overall standings for these groups over the course of the past couple of days.
Yes, it's quite impressive, right? Navi maybe didn't have the best series overall, but we're still at that top, 156 points. And, well, Bleed Esports, if they want to do something about it and say, I was the best through groups and get that POI draft to the best of their abilities, we're sitting 20 points shy, which is very capable of doing in 1 game.
A team that many would have underestimated as well. Bleed really going through it right now, where DreamFire at the cutoff are going through it, but in a very different way. Teams like FaZe as well, not quite making it into that cutoff for the winners bracket. The last chance to turn these things around is going to be in this game and in the subsequent series, where neither of the 2 groups on stage now will get the opportunity to defend themselves and their standings. So let's jump into it. The 6th game, the last time the groups A and D will play during the group stages before we start to send people home.
I don't want to send people home yet. We just got here to Mannheim, Germany. It's too soon, but we'll kick things off over here at Harvester, which, if I'm seeing the edge of zone being just shy of Harvester, I'm worried.
You know it's going north, Tiff.
Don't
you know.
say it.
You know. You're here. We had the one game over in Stacks. It was nice. It's time to let it go. It's history.
You're welcome, kinda. I'm looking at you. We saw it. Kinda from Navi was like, hey, Tiff, if you're going to be casting, at least can we please get some more northern zones? As if I know you in the crowd aren't so excited about it. Maybe they are. Maybe this is where they turn it.
And perhaps Noctem, after last game, can be excited about it as well. I'd say that they should be, based on how they played, but the journey up from Harvester can still be a difficult one, especially when we're not going nearly as far towards Climatizer, but instead have the chance to prioritize things like Survey, things like Epicenter, where How and DreamFire are already sat, with Fnatic having a priority rotate out of Monument should they desire it.
Well, look at the teams that are already jumping towards the north. Legends Gaming, they hail from Landslide, right? Which this dates all the way back to when they were competing under Blackhand on land, and this is going to be their bread and butter. But look how congested it's gotten outside of Countdown already.
I mean, it's so nice to play out of Landslide. When you start there, you can get out, but when you get stuck, it can be the worst thing in the world. Legends need to make their way out, start rotating ahead of these other teams, because like you're talking about, teams like VK, FENNEL, and EXO all want to pass through here. VK already making their way in, as Legends just barely are able to move their way out in time. This is not a fight that you want to take this early into the game. Legends have got to be moving towards the zone, and I'm happy to see them doing just that.
And they are doing straight towards Monument. Once we kind of break out of this tunnel, they've got the Evo cache out towards their right, and we can really dive towards our left. Now, Fnatic, who started Monument, they don't have to necessarily rotate out just yet. They can look for eliminations through Monument and feel comfortable around that, but Navi from Lava Fissure have already made it towards just outside of the tunnel surrounding Grandma's house.
Not a bad spot for Navi to play. Typically, you'd see somebody end up holding height by Grandma's instead, playing a little bit more defensively. The fact that Navi give this up should indicate that they want to play more towards Survey Camp, because playing a spot like this underneath the bridge, it's not good. Early on in the game, it's not where you want to be, and this EMP is just a small part of why. Still early on enough that many other teams can send it on over to you and pick a fight. Navi know that, and they rocket on down the hill. As exposed as you are, I would rather be out in the open for a few seconds than trapped underneath the bridge with nowhere to go.
And this is where you start seeing the adaptation of trying to get comfortable on a Legend. He said it on the desk earlier, Matafe switched to Newcastle just 3 days prior towards LAN, and one of the most difficult ones to adapt to. Whether or not you throw that mobile shield up and you have it follow behind you as you're rotating, you would have staved off a lot of damage that you wouldn't have to recoup alongside that boulder.
Check out how NOEZ's game has changed in this case. NRG were just fighting them over in Geyser, but the very fact that this is happening is keeping NOEZ from moving up towards the northeastern side of the ring, something that they have approached for the past 2 games from hard east, whether it be coming from Overlook, whether it be playing from deep mod. NOEZ have always approached from the very edge of zone. They do not have that luxury this time. It looks like VK may be suffering even more than them, losing not just a good rotation, but a member in the process. The Newcastle falling early may just be the thing that puts VK out in 20th place.
No clean resets here, especially if your Newcastle goes down first. It's like ripping a lifeline back in that meta, and it's going to be Noctem making a play here as well. Fnatic just on kind of that main building, but looks like they get collapsed in between and not going to be able to escape that one. They're back to the lobby. They're done.
I'm not even sure how those sight lines happened. Noctem just as confused. They got deleted moving out of a building, and Fnatic, no small part of that, now overlook the reset of VK Gaming, but aren't going for an interruption. Fnatic are happy with the building they've got, and VK have got to thank their lucky stars for the fact that they even get to continue playing this game.
The fact that they get the res, they've got the Jenny down, and all is well for them. They've got the shield advantage compared to Fnatic, and you can see what Yuka's doing, right? He's out there scouting, looking for information, the mechanical movement around the fence line, and well, you're going to catch him onto that rotation despite the mobile shield being up, but elsewhere, DreamFire and FENNEL inside an RV, and I'm a little nervous for them.
Reset inside here is good. DreamFire putting up a great defense, and I hate swings a little too wide. It was looking good, but now FENNEL have control over every angle with just one down. FENNEL clean up the fight. They clean up DreamFire, and it is just in time. Now FENNEL, they are kings of the north.
Nice couple shield swaps, getting that reset in there. They own the train track side of things. No one has moved into Grandma's house just yet. It looks like a barren wasteland over here. But for the teams that are still trying to get out of that south side, we'll keep tabs on them later because Na'Vi has finally moved into survey.
And thank God they have. It took a while for Na'Vi. We saw them being chased down from the high ground, but now you've got a little bit of safety and you can finally take a moment and breathe. Something that Apex does challenge you to do. Sometimes you get in a building and you go, well, now we've got to wait to see what'll happen over the next couple of zones. With this zone now closing in, we're going to get a chance to look at early on who's rewarded, and it's VK Gaming and FENNEL up on the high ground who have got some of the best spots. A team like Na'Vi that rotated early into survey camp will have to reevaluate their options soon.
Yeah, that FENNEL DreamFire fight's looking a little different now, especially with FENNEL taking that win and now inheriting this spot, which can be quite dangerous considering the rocks just out towards the east of that. Teams that are going to rotate in will look to find a way to pop over to that high ground. Enterforce 36, though, you have to think this is where they played from in that last zone, but it pulled way further north, so they're still going to have to enter alongside a lot of other teams. But for ExoClan, right, the journey out of Monument is through Fnatic.
How much will ExoClan, how confident will they be moving into this fight? Fnatic are on white shield. Not at all the defensive position that anyone would like to be in. And ExoClan, they find that out, jumping on forward. They will take no prisoners. A nice destruction of the Catalyst reinforced door will leave things open for ExoClan, but it's no knocks yet. Still coming up empty-handed. Fuda takes so much damage, it deals none back. Slayers tries to make up the difference, but Fuda is down and ExoClan are losing control of the fight up against Fnatic. Even on white shields, Fnatic give up nothing and will take down ExoClan.
Fnatic. You gotta tell me, these Newcastle mobile shield fights look a lot like those Gibby bubble shotgun fights back in the day, and you know who is so exceptional with shotties and taking those fights to him? It's Fnatic.
That was a straight up, like, stylistic outplay from Fnatic. Can they do it again? FENNEL have shown up now for a delayed third party, and they've put in a lot more damage than Exo did in the first couple of seconds. Nice!
What?
With the double Mozam, taking out Satuki.
Kurihara over there with a jump and take the Kimbos through this, and now having Catalyst, right? You're trying to reinforce the doors, but we're looking for all the angles. Yuka slides down the stairs and tries to get crazy bunny hopping around. The trades go through, and Pinata last standing. We dump behind, and this is the force and give of those Akimbos, but they do stand out. However, guess who's showing up to play? It's NRG.
Oh my lord! The immediate evacuation with the crypto. Now remember, invisible, you may be able to get some banner recoveries. That scared me half to death. When we start whipping and NRG sniff you out, things go from bad to worse for FENNEL.
Look, this isn't going to be a madness crypto play. We were just trying to get our homies back and get them back in the game, but we retreat on after that third party. Now, there's something to be said. When we were pushing and looking for the last player of FENNEL, they were taking a lot of damage from that western side with other teams sniffing out an elongated fight, trying to get into it. However, we are not full sending on the south because the target is deciding where we need to play from to ensure a top 5 or a victory.
And I do wonder what NRG's read on that will be. Now that they own Monument and we've got other teams rotating on by them, teams like SSG, how do you actually play from the south side of zone to access areas like those that VK Gaming and previously FENNEL held? Well, we're going to find out, Tiff, as we've got a listen-in perhaps with SSG.
Okay, right, we need to carry back. Can you look behind us real quick? You see anything?
I don't know, there's a guy here. Guy playing
here. Do you see anything behind us?
I'm not watching behind us. Bottom bridge is free.
I don't see anything.
Bottom bridge is free, by the way.
Should we just go? Wanna go,
yeah.
Okay. Come right. Let's go. Yeah.
Okay.
Box here, gold box. Okay, come.
We need to go to it before Newcastle teams start noticing. There's a team on our east side somewhere.
This works.
Guess FOXX. Hit this?
Bro. Go far side.
Yeah, same.
I'm gonna play left here. Bro, what the Team in frag. Run up, kind of.
We have a good spot here.
I'm in.
We're trying to
This is a good play.
Listen, I'm gonna go watch this hide, okay?
Okay. Just keep high, give us info.
Yep.
The bring out's gonna be shit.
Yep.
They have gold everything.
They're getting like hella gold bins.
They all have gold everything.
One of them crossed to the right. They're gonna be playing from like their side. They're just sitting up here. They're just sitting up here in Newcastle team.
Green core like hard chilling.
Yeah. Alright. They're hard chilling on this side, by the way. There's like no one
They're
on
across,
them.
they're across. They're here.
Alright, just make sure no one crosses here, okay? I have my drone super far. Let me know if I have to recall it. This team's not even a fucking threat. They're just gonna be sitting up there the whole time. Listen, Newcastle team just set up here. In a fucking corner.
They're fighting, I think. They're like hard chilling, so we can walk up right. Bro. Let's keep swelling up for sure. Let's keep swelling up.
A couple of things that we heard through this listen-in is what Phony is doing is not just identifying teams, but he's identifying the teams that are playing alongside Newcastle and where they're going to be positioning themselves towards this end game and how we can effectively counter that from the south.
It's a difficult thing to do, especially when Newcastle can create cover. NOEZ making great use of that now, and even better use of the Pathfinder to make their way towards a jump tower and into the next zone. Here we go. Where will NOEZ move? As finally they've got that eastern position, but they have to give it up at nearly the same time to make their way into a playable space for the next round.
It's a shame none of these are gold, but you can see someone was able to grab a mythic bin. It is opened, and I don't know if there was much left. TSM was inside the tunnel, and look who moved in underneath. Sweet now down and out, and it's just Sykes and Funk left to deal with TSM.
Na'Vi picking up a few kills as well. Unfortunately, with Sweet having fallen, like you said, Luminosity have very limited options, and Sweet was the one legend that would provide them an escape. Now with Catalyst ult down, now with Newcastle ult down, LG really can't move, and they certainly can't put up a great defense. It's a nice thing that they've got TSM right next to them, the only tool that is keeping Na'Vi from full sending LG this instant.
Yeah, it's like Na'Vi keep trying to wrap around, take angles. You can see Verholst over there on the left because he wants to see what he can do to get behind that wall and do the damage to the remaining duo. For SSG, who have been still working their way on this train tracks, we still have to go so much farther north. And even though in the comms they called FA Kids not a threat, it turns out since they both need to go parallel to the north, they turn out to be a threat.
I can't help but wonder what SSG will cook up to get out of here. Like you talked about, you're identifying NRG on one side, on the other, you've got FA Kids, and we know from a great free cam shot earlier that Bleed Esports are sat in the choke, moving over to Landslide as well. Those two teams together make things all the more challenging, if still rewarding, should you choose to move over to the west side. Luminosity, escape for now, still alive, but it's not looking much better than it was before. In fact, Tiff, things are looking worse for them.
Look, if I'm gonna have to rat, I really don't want to be on a Catalyst. We've seen Sweet do magnificent things being the lone member saying, wait. We trying to get Sweet back in. That one's gonna go punished for sure as House falls elsewhere. But the fact is, people know he's there, but crossing through an open to actually get close enough to do something about it isn't necessarily gonna be on their mind until they have to.
I respect the attempt from Sykes. At least he's got it in him to try and get everyone back in the game. And even now, it looks like it's happening. We've got a respawn for LG in the north side, as in the south side, Legends fend off multiple squads moving in from the low, NRG among them, and we know SSG will be seconds behind the NRG roster.
This is going to be one of those things where Legends Gaming likely picks up the majority of SSG and NRG if we can take angles, and NRG wraps around them but cannot keep it together. Too many people taking their angles on him, and now SSG magnificently are able to keep on going.
For how long? Zainu already low, Phony and Koifel down, and as a solo, what can you really do? Cloud9 goes down, as do SSG. Legends still around, and Bleed still around just above them. Fantastic rotate from Bleed and Legends to now play small, be ignored, and stay alive in the last game they will play.
Yeah, I mean, if you wait this out, maybe some teams will collapse up in the north. You've got Bleed with a Newcastle wall up on the top. It's just Shubi last standing, and hello, there you go. You got the angle straight on to SaWeiQi and Sweet, but you want to have that trigger discipline. Don't give it away just yet.
Not many people can actually see Bleed right now, so there's a chance, a not insignificant chance, that they rat out a couple more placement points from this. Taking a look at the ring in the upper left, though, it's not going to be a safe spot for Bleed long term. And Luminosity, having just gotten Sweet back into the game, don't have a whole lot of options either. Their spot is good, but the amount of people that they have to defend it is very low, especially when we know that teams like VK Gaming are going to come in and try and take it from them, much like things are being taken from Na'Vi. Shadow swooping in to do it.
I mean, Shadow is such a good fighting team. We saw it in their earlier series when they kind of broke out the Pathfinder, broke out the Revenant, and just full sent everyone with so much confidence. They do that just there with Na'Vi, and, well, they inherit the eastern side of this zone. The only thing that's going to bother them is that duo of LG. TSM from the north, though, we're still inching away out of our cave, making sure that we're shoulder checking towards our left, as where Na'Vi previously was.
Well, TSM managed well. Legends on yet another Wraith Portal rotation do not fare nearly as. Losing player K, LG are making losses as well. TSM just sitting by under the bridge and watching it happen in the kill feed. Bleed will go down. The solo finally eliminated. Luminosity will join them momentarily, putting us at 6 squads left, and the ring's still closing.
Look, this is looking more and more like a TSM win. Every team that goes down, they find themselves with so much space, but NOEZ finds the elimination. Verholz wants to get into the fire, into the flames, and Zap takes the angles. The one member standing grabs that knock. Interforce 30 seconds fallen, but we're going to throw the knuckle cluster for some added damage. But when you get the information from the mother load, you see it, you clean it. Goodbye, VK Gaming.
And still with high ground, NOEZ know that it's their time to leap forward. They take down 2 members of TSM, hit the reset as well, and NOEZ, though they may not know it, are making a play for the win. TSM are down to just a solo. Legends are down to just a solo, and the 1v1 goes TSM's way. It is one man that stands in the way of NOEZ, and TSM, great as they may be, historied as they may be, will not stand in the way of a NOEZ win to finish Groups A and D.
You talk about changing your fate, we say it. TSM with all the space and NOEZ with all the eliminations and the placement points to go alongside it. A well-needed victory. We talk a lot about teams kind of hailing from that APAC North region that just such good micro abilities to just dive on in, connect those shots, take the victory. And we talk about the bubble teams, right? A lot of them need all the points that they can get, and what a perfect time to do it.
Teams were clutching up during these last couple of games. Noctem picked up their first win, and now after this, NOEZ do as well. Their first win of Split 2 playoffs. Coming into this, not placed very well. They were 36th in the overall standings, and Tip, we've only got 40 teams at this event. But after a win in this game, they joined the privileged few that have been able to make their way up the leaderboards with the extra 12 points, as well as everything else they were able to accumulate during the course of this series. It may not land them in the upper bracket, but this does push NOEZ into a much better place when we're thinking about how they'll be able to play and how they'll be able to draft their POIs tomorrow.
And this is one of the most interesting teams to me looking at Split 2 playoffs on paper, right? You've got Melstera, you've got Miyake, and you've got Hammer Drill, you've got former Fnatic, you've got former FC Destroy, and well, even former Riddle. So we know they have LAN experience. We know they are historied players, but now we just gotta see, can you make it one more step? Can we get you to Sunday?
It happens so much with all of our APAC North teams. Like, when I was looking at the rosters coming into this LAN, and even midway through the split, I was going, well, all of these rosters are basically made up of the GOATs of several other teams. NOEZ just one of them, and it is nice to see them coming into their own now that they've finished the group stages.
They have finished the group stages, and that's all for Groups A and D. Let's kick things back over to the desk because they got a lot to break down.
Tiff and Dia, exciting times here as we finish our second series of the day. We do have another series coming up as well, so pay attention to that. We'll get into it shortly. Lauren, Glitter Explosion, Snipe Down, and Minus Tempo back on it to close out this one. It was a great start for a lot of different teams. Some kept it going. Bleed kind of fit in that middle ground of staying there. We saw some resurgence as well from some other squads. NOEZ FOXX, for example, winning Game 6, a big win for them. You know, you're doing as much as you can to put yourself in the position to be in winners, but still a whole other series to be played.
Oh yeah, I mean, we got a lot of variety out of these two groups facing off against each other. We get to see these results here. A really strong closing match on behalf of NOEZ FOXX. They're able to get those 19 points, but also want to shout out Legends Gaming. We were talking about them heading in. They got the points they needed in their final series to put them in a really solid spot now.
Well, here are match results in front of us. NOEZ FOXX get this one, 19 points. It's not a big win. We saw a 30-point win from Shadow just earlier on in the previous set. This time they will be in 6th place with 9, right after Interforce, VK Gaming, Legends, and TSM. But let's go on over to our series results, because match 6 set the tone. TSM would be looking to do well. Legends Gaming also, they'd find themselves in 5th and 6th. VK Gaming, Interforce 36, and of course Cloud9 and Bleed Esports would find the top spots in this. What a major moment, especially for Bleed, a team we had talked about, hinted at, maybe hasn't gotten as much discussion as they deserve. Well, they've certainly made us talk about them, as well as Cloud9 there. Big one there. Let's go to the overall and see where that leads us now as we head into the potentiality of these being the final moments, the final results for these teams. Bleed Esports, after 3 played, 138 points. That's looking like they'll be in there. TSM as well, just a point behind. They're looking fine. Cloud9 with that big win puts them into a very safe position in 5th. And of course, these teams will not play again. So teams like Icholos Laser, teams like FURIA, Gaming Gladiators, they're going to be playing right after this. And I think, Snipe, does this make you feel confident? Where do you feel confident on the sport? Obviously, 137 points, but go down to VK Gaming. What they just did, getting those points at the end, you feeling like you might be able to still make this winner's bracket?
It really, to me, seems like this might be the highest scoring group stages in terms of who makes it to the finals that we've seen yet. Usually, it's right around 33 to 35 points a game, which will end you in like the 100, 110 range. I think we might see these bottom 7 teams that haven't played 2 matches. You know, a lot of those Falcons and Complexity are obviously going to knock a couple of those out. And when we pull up the scores of the bottom 20, we're going to see how close it already is. There's teams in the 80s, teams in the 90s that are going to be right there, ready to take over. And I mean, the biggest thing right there is Moist. I mean, you got 2 matches and they're in 4th place overall. I mean, they're killing it. So.
Unbelievable stuff from them, and they will be showing up in just a moment in our next series. Tempo, taking a look at the bottom teams, and you know, obviously knowing those teams at the very bottom, like NORTHEPTION, it's probably not going to be able to get it done. You can't really get 100 points. It's possible technically, but you wouldn't expect that one. Elimination bracket should be where they end up. Who, though, strikes you as the interesting story here as we head into our next series?
I mean, yeah, you mentioned earlier, it's not impossible to get 80, 90 points in a 6 series, right?
It's hard.
But a big thing that you want to play for, even if you are in the bottom 10 right now, so the 31st to 40th place, the big thing you want to aim for is that you still want to be higher in that lower bracket seeding, because then you still get a really good POI when you do your POI draft, right?
Right.
So just because you're at the very bottom right now doesn't mean that, hey, if I can at least get top 10 in the bottom bracket, then I can still get a top 5 POI pick on either map, right?
Yeah.
So that is something that you want to aim for going into this last series of matches.
Awesome. Tempo, it's been great having you as well, man. Before we go to the next set of things, any final thoughts for your segment on the desk here?
No, I mean, it's been great being on the desk here. I never thought I would have gotten my chance to do this, being behind the scenes a lot. Definitely appreciate you guys shooting me the invite, and I hope everyone just continues to enjoy Apex as much as I have. Like, I've put everything into it just because of how much fun I have watching it, as well as running things behind the scenes has been a lot of fun, despite how many hours it does end up taking.
That was really, really cool, man. And I think because you do so much behind the scenes, it's nice to have you in front for once so that people can get exposed to you and hear what you have to say about the game. Thanks again, Minus Tempo, for everything you've got going on. We want to keep this moving quickly, so let's just go to the schedule. Coming up, it's B and C. That leaves just one more group to determine who is going to be your winner and who is going to be your eliminated teams in terms of the bracket they'll be playing in tomorrow. No one goes home today, but at 6:45, we will begin the gauntlet that will determine who can make that epic rise and who will fall and have to put it all on the line tomorrow. Again, Glitter Explosion, Snipe Down, and minus Tempo on the desk with me, Rain Day. We're going to have to send it out to break. When we come back, however, it is B versus C going in for their final matchup of Day 2 here in Mannheim.
Nice, swap that in.
Yeah, I can shoot it.
2 squads remain in Cloud9. Can you see anything miraculous? Or will it be Legends Gaming off the plane and into a win?
And here comes the Akimbos from Sauce. Cloud9 take the victory and withstand it all here in match number 4.
It's
Easy?
1v1 and Easy Flash clutches it.
Here. Lights out. You fought well, but I grew up in these territories. You gotta take risks to be champ. Blame it on the chemtrails.
What's up, ALGS fans? We're here for a special LA playoffs feature here in Venice Beach. I'm your rockin', rollerblading host, Rain Day, and I've got 2 special guests from Complexity with me, Monsoon and Kimchi Lee. How you guys doing?
Feeling great.
You guys want to take a little, rollerblade with me and just catch up on things? Yeah! Oh my God, I'm tired. Can we stop?
Yeah.
All right, let's go talk for a little bit.
Yeah, sounds like a great idea.
Can you carry me? Can you help me?
I got you, I got you.
Nice to take a break, huh?
Yes, sir, it's beautiful.
Yeah, my feet were starting to hurt.
So guys, before we even started this split, the idea of this roster seemed strange to some people. What was the idea behind the scenes of putting this roster together?
Playoff split 2 and champs, we had so much fun throughout it all, It's a really good vibe, boot camps were great. We didn't do as well, but personally, I had a lot of fun doing it. Then we had a couple of options for a 3rd player. A lot of them fell through, unfortunately, but 10 days before the Pro League split started, we picked up Lou. And it was like a dream team.
For you, I'm sure you felt a little bit in the hot seat coming in, like people looking at your performance as a coach, now a player. Talk to me about what it was like transitioning into that role.
Definitely a bit rough, right? As a coach, you can have the great ideas, but execution might fall through. In the spur of the moment where you actually have 1 second to execute that task, it can get a little tough. I grinded a lot of ranked leading up until the Pro League split, and I think it showed. It's a constant growing and learning experience. I think as long as I keep that mentality, then there's no limit for us.
This season started off with a lot of people doubting what this roster could do, and you guys obviously proved them wrong. But at the beginning, how did that feel?
I can't lie, it was extremely motivating. Whenever people doubt me or say anything, this is nothing new to me. Every time I saw a tier list or someone saying, Complexity's roster's so cooked, it was more fuel to the fire. I just took a mental note and said, cool, noted.
What's the goal here? What can we expect from Complexity at LAN?
We've been putting in the time and the effort. International scrims has been awesome. We don't have a lot of experience as a team fighting, especially all these international teams that have been playing. Because NA is one thing, but the international lobby and the ecosystem of it is an entirely different thing. I mean, regardless of anything, you can expect us to enjoy it and be thankful for the privilege of being here in the first place. But hopefully, we can kill some lobbies and do some cool ass things for sure.
All right, guys, great day at Venice. Good luck on the tournament. We're going to wrap it up for today. But before we go, you mind if I hit my air guitar?
Not at all.
No.
Thank you.
Wait.
Can we join?
Oh, you know it, baby. And now, back to the show.
Hello, I'm Sweeney, my teammate are Slayers and Fuda, our coach is Bozy.
Climbing over the rock on you, Slayers deals with this Exo clan. Take that fight by storm.
And we play for Exo clan. I mean, we were in a really good position the whole Pro League split. It was heartbreaking. Pressure of failing impact the whole team way too much from that day 4. That's where experience make the difference. We need to learn from it. We throw the final and miss the LAN. Hard to take since I never missed a LAN before. But now I'm back with my duo. So I guess it's probably the destiny. With Slayers, it's been a couple years now. We have the same goal, same passion. We're gonna give it all. We shared so many unforgettable moments during the bootcamp, during the LAN. So I guess it was just meant to be. We are back together. We're not gonna fail a split anymore. Slayers come back with a lot of character. He take a lot of responsibilities on the whole team he was playing. He was in the comfort pick with Element 6. Realize all the stuff he have to do for a team after leaving us. And yeah, he come back with a lot of character. Which I love the way he is right now. Talking back when you have to, giving his opinion like every time.
And Slayers, who holds it down for the team, now is going to get the chance to finish the fight.
And now he's fragging top 5 in the leaderboard in EU. It's just the best right now. I think we finally found the perfect fit we needed with Slayers, fitting completely with my IGL playstyle. I love Fuda. I've never felt that confident on the roster since Amphi, so time for us to show better thing with Fuda and Slayers now. We barely have any time, we have 3 days left, no mistake allowed.
Max manages to get away to try to reset onto the high ground. But you talk about the mobility. Oh, the stick on the Arcstar again. Now that's going to be the green light here, but they lose K-Swinny in the process.
He hit his foot. Oh my God, flies over him and gets the kill. K-Swinny. 3v3. Domes have been placed. A little bit of cover to work around. This is a game of arenas to close this out. Here comes the push. The call is made. It's Elevate. Massive in hand. Sleep goes down. Nellis. Ben has to go huge. Nice shot going to be put in. A 1v1. Oh my God. Ben, he's connecting, but it's not enough. The Elevate is going to do it. Elevate wins. Elevate wins.
Are you kidding me? Elevate. They needed that. This team was in last place.
The picture here as well with Roy, and will it be Rage flying high in the sky, trying to tank the zone? There's only a couple of players left alive to deal with, but Zero the hero, can it be for Reignite or DreamFire? It's down to a one-on-one, and it will be Roy to clutch it out. DreamFire get the win, and Heartbreak for Reignite, yet another second place.
さあ結果的なスピットファイアで落とされました。カツがダウンしています。V3 は残り2人。ただアルファディもそろそろこの後お手元素晴らしいウィングマンです。
さあ下からラグゲーミングがこのタイミング仕掛けてくる。まだ V3 は落ちきってはいません。
ただラグゲーミング投げ物温存してたの非常にいいですね。
はい。さあラディラ君はしっかりとターゲット絞りながらいいピースキーパー。さあここでラグゲーミングを落としきりました。さああとは V3 との1対1。アルファディラ君はスプリット1のウィーク1から連続チャンピオン記録まだ続いていますが、セリーだけは残った。上に入る、裏から見るノックダウンの1対1。最後は取り切りましたセリー。
Look for nades. Close to go.
That's close.
It's terrible. It's terrible. Fine. Are you safe on you? We have to go past it. I might die to it. I died to it. Are you serious? Got it, rock. Joe?
Yep.
Can we punt?
Look at that Valk.
Can you get me? Can you get me?
I'm resing him.
Stick it. Bombing.
He's gonna go.
Give ult. I can give you ult.
Don't on our left side.
Ult there. They're gonna have to jump soon. Give you ult on us as well. Just tank it. In the air. Take it up. Chill, chill. It's eating it.
Yeah.
No bubble! Just chill! Shoot left! Left! Crack the givey!
Last guy!
One guy! Hey, Viv! Let's go!
You got a wall from over here, Pricey, and you gotta just cut everything off here, okay? I'm
gonna
go to find side! Go back to find side! I'm bad zero.
They're all inside. They're all inside.
We look to wipe them.
Walled.
They're going my door. I can kill the solo, I think.
Okay, Walty, on you.
Almost cracked the cat underneath. It's a full team and then the solo.
Yep.
Did you goo the door?
I have gooed it. I've gooed it. I cracked the solo.
Oh, you passed it. Nice. Wait, get Goo down.
We're in the zero.
Like, get your spikes down.
I'm on cooldown. Get ready for them to set. Send it!
Weak, dead! Almost cracked! Go, boys!
位置関係は上下というエース。さあクレーは再びズームに戻してもう一人覗いてないぞインボット。パブゲーミングが暴れて最後取り切りました。エイムボットのクレーバー火を吹いた。ただそこは最後の激戦区、ここを取りに行くか。強引に集めて当てていく、取り切る。さらにもう1チーム一旦引きます。
さらにアーマー落ちてますからね、これ中に。
さあかわしてアーマー拾ってフレッシュな状況、バスを奪えれば大きいが、クレイジーラクーン大量キルでのチャンピオンか。バス中はしっかり返したいところですが取り切った。ジャンプから2チーム強引に抑えました。なんとも強引な着陸になりましたクレイジーラクーン。
バス手前張り付きが、いやでもここちゃんとケアしてますね。
しっかりケアします。落ちました。さああと1人落とせば1対1。待ち構えてるの RYR クローバー
落としましたね。
さあこれで最後の勝負になります。
さあこのゼダー選手のアルティメットによってアルバヤルクローバーの車線がもう伸ばせない状態、縮こまってますから、これでセリー選手の車線伸ばし結構効いてきますと思うよ。
さあ10キル以上すでに上げているクレイジーラクーン。ドームが回戦の合図。RYRクローバーこれを返し切ることができるか。いやラスが2人落としている。そのままチャンピオン。
파밍하느라 모를 거야. 신경 쓰지 마. 정신 없어서 몰라.
손가락 떴다.
몰라 애들. 내가 어차피 지나가니까 니가 좀 맞아도 돼.
얘한테 맞아. 저 엉덩이도 이상한 새끼 있다.
야야야. 나이스 나이스. 도망가니.
풀소 보이 뭐야?
도망가니. 이가 좀 맞아.
가만있어. 한테 맞아야 한테 맞아가지고.
됐어 됐어. 욕심 없어.
나이스. 나이스. 나이스.
여기 시티 잠깐만. 아 이거 안 돼.
나.
5등이면은.
Spacer.
Jack, on my that.
Okay. Maybe go up here.
They're pushing you.
Yeah.
One far left.
High low.
Flying go. Bob dead.
Batting.
Back.
Kite hard, one shot. I'm killing this guy.
You don't
He's
know.
He's low. Serious low. Win this.
No, one side.
They're both low, Yuki. You win this.
You win that. Nice.
Let's
Right now for Complexity, they are not missing. Easy peasy for them as they're going to clean up and secure their third win of the day. But no, it's Hal still alive. Hal is still alive. He snuck away to high ground. He took out one. Hal's left on the 1v2.
Oh my gosh, and he's Wraith too at the same time. He can just delay the inevitable. He can also just press Q. What is going on? I cannot believe what I'm seeing. This is the final game, and this is how you end it?
Genius finish from Hal. He's going to Wraith portal his way. It's going to be a heal off to finish. Hal enters the portal. The other team does not have a Wraith, and TSM wins.
A spot off of, and J-League, you can see, down to 1 now. Zane, he's probably thinking we need to fight the team. We need to watch our backs. He was hoping it was anybody but TSM in that situation.
Honestly, TSM might just be able to walk into this circle, but they've just got to be careful of what's coming in from behind them, because there are a couple of teams in the vicinity. As Zane shreds, and suddenly Urban gets hit to the floor.
Oh my goodness, what are you doing to him, Zane? He finds two, and the one clips, he's gonna make it three! Zane, you are a maniac!
What a performance from Zane in the 1 versus 3 in the vicinity. They are not going to allow XZ to get away.
It's Zane!
Zane is still alive, still shredding as he gets into the top 5.
Zane is insane! Oh!
It's the right call here, and it's one that Danish have made moments before. Young Hong Kong going to be able to very quickly heal up with the gold shield on the low ground, but Zane takes him down. It's a 1v1, and through the wall we come. Zane! He saves Pioneers and takes out Danish.
Go down to try and keep K-Swinny alive in all of this madness.
Circles closing. This is where utility is absolutely crucial. Stick it, you've got the gold as well.
He's gonna get it!
This should work out. E6, they are healthy. There are 2. You may only need a 2 in this final circle.
Exo Clan eliminated. We're down to just 5 squads. And 2 bullets with a Kraber. It could do so much, but Peekaboo! Oh! Swinny! No scope with a Kraber. Amphi's gonna go in and try and finish off the damage as well. And E6 live for now.
Is Swinny gonna be swapped? Gets the shield swap. Gets the KP. Needs to stay alive. No, Melee does it! E6, they go down, but they've done enough.
Got it. Here we go. The Red's coming out. He's looking for the armor swap with the boy, too. He got one as well for the Loba ulti down.
He's going to pick up an armor and a gun.
Can they do it?
Good shots there from Nathan.
My God, he is putting down massive damage right now. 2,100. This is the prime energy that we all know and love, baby. Sweet Dreams is calculating every possibility of this endgame here in his head. He is levitating in the stadium above the fans. Here we go. Energy getting shot at now, though, too. Nathan trying to cross. I cannot believe that.
And here goes Naked on the swing as they knock one on Aurora.
That's a great, great thing for Energy as they
Aurora
cross.
eliminated.
And
now
Nathan,
NRG.
nice shots by Guild. A 3v3 here. The wide swing coming out. The P20 being shot by Sweet Dreams.
NRG.
They
with
get
2
the
knocks,
knock.
it's a 2v1.
Can they do NRG? Takes the win, baby. I don't know how they do it, but they do.
Wait, okay? Wait, coming. Inside. That's a bad TB, bad TB.
Nice, good check, good check. They're gonna take TB though, they're gonna take TB.
It's fine.
I'm gonna go play on the TB, okay?
Run the TB. Me and Silva stay hide. I might queue and play time, okay? So, you guys do you. Okay.
They might dome on me if they have a GB.
TB. You get what's new. It's fine.
I will.
Yeah, I'm playing on you, Sita. I'm with you. Yeah. On the fence on me. I'm doing. I'm dead. Are you? Watch your TP, watch your TP. Coming with you, coming with you. Other side, other side.
Wait, what side?
Well played.
Let's go, boys.
Noctem, nice.
Lazarus, it's Lazarus. I need a
I'm going for kidnap, I think.
Yeah, do it.
I'm going for kidnap on the down guy.
It's 74 cracked on you.
Okay, I'm coming back.
It's a solo. It's on the team.
I kidnap two, okay, I kidnap two.
Shit,
Wipe this.
I need to.
Thurston, army swap here.
Nice.
Army swap. Yeah, there's your hold on. Hold, ulti them.
Witness and Moist are the three teams that are within that circle.
Ooh, trigger discipline here from Nasky. He's saying, go on, poke. I dare you. Show me just the top of your head and I'm going to give you a haircut. One player will poke. Oh, here we go!
Well, he gets the knock, and now that's going to be full send, but DarkZero will hold well. They have to make sure they use any utility that's available again just to delay. KCP reluctant to dive on in. It's so difficult against the Catalyst team, but now here they come.
Trying to hold off the push at the moment. Flesh damage from Jimburn gets one, and all of a sudden KCP are falling apart as the Aussie is standing up for his squad. No way you're going to do this, Jen, no way!
A huge pop-off from Jimburn and DarkZero, they survive.
You just watch 4 goals.
No, like it got like nerfed as in like smart or something. And oh my goodness, XSET is what the is this from XSET, baby? They are getting aggressive.
Do you think they know
they are
it's
getting
E6?
down and dirty, Riddle eliminated. I have no idea if they know it's E6.
They have to.
I'm not too sure. Let's see.
They have to know.
I think you're right, brother. I think you're 100% right. Traps getting broken here. Grenades being thrown. Sykes landing on top of them both.
Sykes doing really good damage here.
No, the reload. It's going to be Nocturnal all by himself.
Nice. 1v1.
Oh my god! And E6
Nocturnal
is eliminated.
Nocturnal!
That boy Noc moving different, baby.
Third coming into this round, and looks like the fortification has finally gotten spotted out. 303 is like, okay, we know how to handle this one. Hit some tick damage back over towards it. Big connections. Shield's gonna come out, but is it gonna be enough? Trying to deny out the third-party shots while they contend with the caustic damage, and it is just stacking up. He steps out in forward, trying to get a little bit more with it, and it is just catastrophe for 303 as they have stepped into the wrong neighborhood.
He's still alive! The Rat Caustic just griefed 303, the leaders in this tournament, by the way, by single-handedly, with the support, of course, of another team nearby, taking out every member of 303. That is the most annoying Caustic in Caustic history. And by the way, there's been a lot of annoying Caustics in games online. That was insane what we just saw right there, as 303 is now out of this.
I mean, what do you do? But this is going to open up the doors for OBV. They might find themselves with an opportunity to work with. As you can see, did we make it? Still huddled down, loot galore up in front of him, and just waiting patiently for the next one to fall into his majestic trap.
Oh, we should have saved it.
Yeah, you're right. My bad. It's all good, all good. I have gold
Mark your free kills. Still team market.
Renting inside?
Team third, careful. We're gonna nade sack that lane.
No,
okay?
renting market. They rent market.
We're gonna play. We're gonna nade sack in here. Okay, get ready.
Yeah.
Crack market. Knock one market.
Nice. Good.
My nade.
Last guy.
I'm marking that.
I'm hiding him.
I'm holding the door.
Fanning. Good. He's fanning.
I'm holding the door. I'm holding the door.
Underneath us.
I'm still holding the door.
Nading
They bubbled. They got EMP'd.
I'm fighting. Might give you all this well.
I'm flying. I'm flying down.
Give me crack.
Crack one. Lay machine if you can. All you, boy. Let's go. I'm jumping. Let's go, dude.
They've laid traps.
They have 14 seconds.
And they just fell right on top of them, but Uma-chan.
Oh my god, the rampart wall is going down. More shots coming out. The Ood play coming through. Horizon ulti's coming out and everything. Can they indeed survive? There are trades going out.
Oh my god,
This is going to be
Fnatic might do
Fnatic's
it.
game. A full 3-man outside.
They need these armor swaps. Starter fight is going to be eliminated. It's going to be DreamFire.
DreamFire with the wide swing out. Can they do it? Can they stay up? Vincere with the knock. More damage coming out. Yuka all by himself.
Gets the armor swap. Yuka! Yes! Yes!
Down on them. They're gonna play underneath. They're gonna look for more angles here. I really like this play by OG to stay alive. TTM going down sharp, getting knocked. Nocturnal, Knock just trying to stay alive. Yep. More shots going down. Knock gets knocked. Skittlecakes, the last one alive. Can he do it? Some more shots going down. He's gonna get the KP for his team in a 1v2 scenario. Is he gonna get the armor swap? He does. And is he gonna win it for his team? Can he do it? The armor swap coming out from Skittles. And it's gonna be a one. Oh my god! Skittles with an absolute insane 1v2 with a double armor swap. Hey guys, Week here at ALGS Playoffs in Mannheim, Germany. We're going to be sitting down with the players from Reject WINNITY, known as Ianaga, Colonel Garcia, and Ein, formerly known as NewJ. Thank you all for tuning in, and let's get right into it.
Alrighty, so first off, we know that this is you guys' first ever pro league that you guys have competed in. Can you tell us a little bit about your incredible journey that got you guys here?
チャレンジャーサーキットからプロリーグに上がって、でプロリーグから初めてだったんですけど、世界大会に行くことができてって感じですね。
You guys not only qualified for this LAN, but you also placed second in APAC North Split too. That's extremely impressive. Is that like a really big confidence booster going into this LAN?
そうですね。フナティックがその前回大会でそのドラフト順位3番目を獲得してくれたのもあって、自分たちすごいプレッシャーがとてもあると思うんで、その中でしっかりそのワットソン、クリプト、バルキリーっていう構成を使ってその決勝までいけたらなと思います。
Are you going to continue to play Valkyrie during this LAN itself? Because I know you guys were running it during the whole split too.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
What does it mean to you to be signed by Reject?
前回僕たちが所属するリジェクトが世界大会優勝してるってこともあって、もちろんプレッシャーっていうのは感じるんですけど、前のリジェクトのメンバーと僕たちは違いますし、そこはやっぱり自分たちにできることを全力で頑張って良い結果を残せたらなっていうふうに思ってます。
My chat and I am also wondering, how did you guys get these photos for your profile pictures?
自分は、もうゴリラが好きなんで、もうただただもうそれにしようっていう感じにしましたね。
自分はその駅員のアルバイトをやってる時にお客さんに事故があった時に撮られた写真があれです。
Your story is pretty inspiring. You know, Challenger Circuit to Pro League. What would your message be to Challenger Circuit players across the world, you know, trying to make their dreams reality?
僕は2年半チャレンジャーサーキットで頑張ってきたんですけど、ずっと諦めずにやることが一番大事かなと。
I respect you guys so much. For me, like esports is all about what you guys are doing right now, and it's really cool. Thank you so much, Ein, Inaga, and Colonel Garcia for joining us. That is it for us here at ALGS Split 2 Playoffs in Mannheim, and we will see y'all soon. Peace.
MT has been on the forefront and on the cutting edge of IGLing and how to play the game since the very start.
So MT brings consistency and confidence to the team. Confidence enables us to, push every fight. Our decision making, everything's a lot better than it used to be.
I think when someone like MT comes onto the free market, it's crazy not to, right? It's crazy not to just even look at that option. You can grab one of the most venerated IGLs in all of Apex Esports. Yeah, of course you go for that.
How is it playing with MT?
Where is he? Oh, he's down there somewhere. Hit and miss sometimes, but for the most part, very good.
So pretty much, I stepped down from Moist. Wasn't happy on the team at the time. I was struggling being away from home, pretty much moving to the US. My life became Apex. It was all I did. I spent some time away from the game, not really knowing what I wanted to do. I think just being able to take a step back and reevaluate was what I needed. And a lot of people even said after the 2 weeks break, Waltzy especially, he was you're a different person now. Why couldn't you figure this out when you're on my team?
I think if someone is going to make the change to move from your home country over to North America, it's not just the play. It's your mental health. It's you're leaving family. You're leaving everything that you've ever known to chase this dream and give your career the best possibility.
I think it's been the right move for him as a person, and that sometimes that's more important than Apex.
We had the LA LAN and we kind of looked back pretty objectively and decided what we knew what we were missing, and that was a disciplined structure for what we should do, because we haven't been in that situation as many times or maybe ever. So then the option came up with grabbing MT, and it's you'd really be stupid not to.
I know for a fact when Legacy and Jesco are on and locked in, they're two of the best players in the world. Without a doubt, they're both unbelievable players, so I'm so confident. Legacy has done some of the he 1v3'd Moist. That was one of the craziest things I've ever seen, straight 1v3. And then Jesco's just doesn't really make mistakes. That's all you need from a support player.
I'm really keen to see what MT can do with these guys. When MT came back, all of a sudden they turn into this team that's oh, this could be a threat.
And if anyone can do it, I think MT can.
Mannheim is alive and well. If you've been with us all week long, the action has only gotten more intense, with stakes continuing to raise to their highest maybe tonight as we enter into the final segment at the SAP Arena of Day 2 of our Split 2 playoffs. We start to see where the dice will fall. Who will make it to the winners finals? Who will be sent to the elimination bracket and face going home tomorrow? We'll all find that and answers to those questions in just a moment as we get ready to welcome you back into the SAP Arena on the desk. My name is Rayday. I'm joined by my lovely talent here to my side, Genome, Graceful, and Snipe Down. Genome been doing the casting, and now you're back on the desk. You were on the desk a little bit yesterday, man, but it's good to have you here.
Yeah, look, bit of both, and there's teams coming up to play both Stormpoint and World's Edge yet again. Just one more before we get to see where they end up, the elimination bracket or the winners bracket, Rain.
A lot of questions to be answered there. Some teams came in performing so well, Graceful. Some teams had that hot start and they've done enough, like Na'Vi, who really didn't show up at all last group.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes they say that sometimes it just works out. Godspot was free, sometimes it wasn't, and it goes a little bit worse. Also macro changes with the whole group swapping around, and you can definitely tell sometimes first, sometimes 14th. Yeah, it's rough.
Well, on the other side, Bleed Esports needed a big one. Snipe, Shubi, not dropped, finding a way to get the job done. That's put them pretty comfortable. They should be expecting to be in winners after this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that last series, Bleed really showed everyone what they're capable of, and I think they were one of the biggest underdogs in some people's wild cards, but I think that team gels extremely well together. You have Knocked and Dropped, who were on that Optic roster, and Shubi, who's also a very chill player as well. They fit into the roster perfectly. Their personalities mesh, and we've seen the improvements in them from the beginning to now.
What was the takeaway, Gino? Watching back in the green room, obviously a lot going on, but NRG had a couple of performances. What stood out to you in this last setup?
Yeah, look, NRG did do very well. We had a couple of other teams that, I guess, especially when you look at the predictions, right? It was like, as opposed to day one, where it felt like all the talent predictions were the teams at the top of the table. Not the case at all in our last series, or even today when you think back to Shadow 3690 in the first series as well. But yeah, Enterforce 36 doing pretty well. Cloud9, who have been a bit of a quiet team, they sped up a little bit there in that second series as well.
NOEZ FOXX getting the final win, which was so important for them. You could see the impact, the energy. Just a few points could separate whether you're sitting pretty tomorrow and you got 2 chances before you're even facing elimination, or you go straight to we got to perform or we are out. One of the teams that we have been focused on, whether you see in this break a little bit of our Venice time together, or if you're just in the arena and noticing someone who's smiling, singing, or talking about cooking with pork. Of course, I'm talking about one person only. That's Monsoon. We had a chance to catch up with him, with Peeps, about how they've done after this last group.
What up, everybody? I am here with Monsoon from Complexity, one of the best dudes. Seriously, best vibes. Dude, I got to ask. We're getting close to the end of the second day. How do you feel about your team's performance through these first 2 days?
So good, baby. I'm feeling great. We have the best performance of our lives so far. We've guaranteed winners, and we got one more set. So I'm really proud of us, to be honest. And I can't wait to play out this last set and focus on winners in the draft after. So fucking phenomenal.
I love the energy. We're going to bleep that one out. But, dude, so I got to say, what do you have to do to perfect what your team has done so far?
Oh my God, perfection is really unattainable, I can't lie. So we're just trying to focus on what we can control and how to better enable what we're the best at. And so this experience being in groups at LAN is the best experience that we can get. So we're just going to keep trying to read zones and make sure we're on top of our priorities when we get into good spots, and our fighting needs to be on par, and that's it, basically. So just keep doing that.
Yep, well, you heard it here. Like I said, the vibes. We will catch you guys in Mannheim, Germany. Thank you.
Fuck yeah.
Always fun to hear from Monsoon. They'll be showing up here and keeping a close eye on it. 2 series played, so they'll have a chance to grab a couple more points, possibly, and move themselves further up into that ladder. A lot of teams, though, on the other side of things. You see Natus still winning, Bleed Esports as well, TSM very, very secure. But if we flip to that other page. Snipe, you and I were talking about this, thinking, you know, it really is a high point total at first when you look at it, but that may not be, while it looks obvious, it's actually kind of a different scenario. Some of the top teams have been taking a lot of points away from the rest of our participants, 20th through 40th.
Yeah, I originally thought, looking at this, that we might have the highest average point total, and then I realized that we already have a team with 160, 138, and then you have teams that are in the top with only 2 games played. And then you look at the rest of the list, and you know, the next closest is 24th with 69 points, and they still have to get, you know, 25 plus points to make it into that bracket, into that winner's bracket. And you keep looking further and further down that list. I mean, Alliance is in contention to not make it if they drop low scores, and we're going to need to see some big games out of this. And you can only soak up so many points. So I think that top of the leaderboard is, you know, pretty set.
I mean, that's a great point that you mentioned. A lot of those points being soaked up. In some ways, though, it does leave room for those teams in that 20 to 40 that if they're the one that pops off, they can make it, right? And so, Gino, I'm taking a big look at it. I just, before we jump into some narrowing down on a few teams that we want to focus on, you got teams like Northeption need to pull out a performance. Striders as well. Pioneers will be looking for something. Olympus started it. Can they keep that pace rolling? Even Alliance, it's not guaranteed for these guys, and that's a favorite coming in, our most recent LAN winner. But let's start narrowing down onto some of the teams we really want to look at. Genome, I know our representative from South America has been getting this crowd hype. They've been averaging some amazing point totals, and you got something to say about them.
Yeah, look, even Noctem managed to grab a win in that last series, but it's Icholos that are really showing up for South America. Crazy to think that these guys have only played 2 series so far, and they've got more points than most teams managed to grab in 3. I mean, they're doing this from really lackluster POIs as well. I mean, they're playing from Geyser. They've got Zeus Station. That was their first pick. Nothing to write home about. But all of a sudden, they pilot this composition, which I just love. The Pathfinder, the Newcastle, and the Watson. A little bit different to what most other teams are playing, and they're just making it look so good. Everyone says Bang is indispensable, but somehow they can make rotations with the zipline rather than the smokes. And it's just going to be awesome because they will get a good POI. They will be in the winner's bracket come tomorrow, Rain. And at that point, can they do even better? I mean, it's just crazy how well they've done from POIs that most teams would struggle from.
Yeah, and they know they're coming into it with that. As we highlight not only their play, but that Pathfinder specifically. Kurev not only has been leading the charge for his team in terms of rotations, but leading the charge in terms of birthdays today. I think, you know, none of us have one on the Talent Cast. Not sure any other players, but Kurev, happy 21st birthday from all of us on broadcast. That's exciting stuff. And to me, I think, well, they were almost my pick, not just because of how well they're playing, but a little birthday boon, Graceful. You know, you got to love that.
Oh yeah, definitely. We've had several people that have the birthday boost as well. Like they're just coming in feeling confidence. You just had a great dinner with the team and you're feeling it. I mean, I hope that they're feeling it because I actually caught them in the elevator as well. And
did you?
They were so happy. They were like, dude, remember this comp that we played? No one played it. Now everyone is playing it. And I'm like, you know, you're having successful, you know, results, and people are seeing how good you are, and they're, you know, learning from you guys. That's just how far ahead they are right now. And as people are swapping to, you know, having the same even playing field, can they keep that lead? But so far from what we've seen, they're doing great.
Let's transition. Obviously, Cholos come in as a favorite. Will they keep it up in a group like with these heavy hitters such as Falcons? That remains to be seen. But Graceful, who do you have your eyes on?
Yeah, for me, it's nobody else than a team that people probably have seen as an underdog with all the heavy hitters. Like we say heavy hitters, there's like 50 heavy hitters at this point. For me, however, it is Mkers, none less than Mkers, because I like to see, like when I look at teams individually, when I VOD review, it's like, what is their thought process behind stuff, right? And I see these guys a lot of the time get into spots, like into endgame spots very frequently. They manage to get in that mid rotate, like mid to late game, they get a rotate off that puts them in God spot. They manage to hold up side, and that World's Edge game in Thermal, where they cleaned both west side on the Thermal, and then also the east side towards the high ground, and then just close out the game very easily. It's just, you guys can close out the games that you guys shouldn't win. And that's exactly what you need moving forward later into the tournament. If they get on match point and they manage to do that, who knows? Anybody could take home the win.
I mean, if there's one way they do it, though, it's very different to the way of Icholos that we were just talking about, right? Mkers are guns all-out blazing kind of team. They are going to run at you. They are going to negative rotate. They are going to loot or over-loot as much as they possibly can. It's a style that it can struggle at land sometimes, honestly. And I think we're seeing the duality of that so far with a 52-point game series and a 17-point series as well, right? So one's very good, one not so much. They need somewhere now, something in the middle to get them over the hump and into that winner's bracket.
And the pressure snipe, I was talking too about how it's so important for us to follow the stories of who needs the points to get into winners. But it's not that anymore. When you're in winners, or even if you're qualified top 20, you want to be top 5 if you're going to talk about your POI drafts, because it means that much more. So it's not like the top teams who are here, Icholos, are just going to sit back and relax and let you have these wins. And in fact, Snipe, walk us through this as we've got our POI drafts ready to go. As we kick things off, we'll be on Storm Point. What stands out to you is Falcons grab Mill early and then reject WINNITY following up.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, with the way the system is and not having the points being accrued, like first place doesn't get 10 points anymore, it's all about the POI draft. It's arguably more important than it ever has been. So you have the teams that are already comfortable, who are still going to be pushing for those spots. Navi already has like a big lead, things like that. They're going to want to keep pushing more and more and more to get those drafts, where you're also going to have these lobbies where panic starts to set in. You're going to have teams that realize that they have to get these points. We saw it in the last series. The lobby started dying out a lot earlier because everyone's aggressive. They need the big games. If one team soaks up all the points, we're going to have a lot of these teams that aren't going to qualify. And the biggest thing that stood out for me is I think it's going to be Liquid. Is going to be Liquid's draft. They're going to have Harvester and they're going to have Barometer.
Wow.
And they're a team that thrives in these chaotic lobbies. They have always done this. They have, I think, the highest kill game of any single team while getting a win in a tournament still to this day. I think they dropped 24 one time with the win. So that's a team that I'm definitely on the lookout for because they've underperformed to their standards up to this point.
Yeah, I've definitely also seen, you know, some of these picks going into the winners and then later on into finals. You know, you might have a better seeding to pick, but you now make the decision. Do we upgrade to a POI or do we choose our comfort pick we've had this whole time, right? And the biggest thing is that have your macro evolved enough to make that swap and being able to copy and play from all the POIs, because, you know, ideally you should be able to play from everything, but realistically you have a few spots you prefer. And we'll have to see which slots are opens and which ones are not, but results is what we all need.
And, you know, you're talking about panic setting in, right? At this point in previous lands, there was somewhat of a mental reset for the teams who might have fallen into the elimination bracket. But if you're coming in out of the group stage in 40th place, all of a sudden you have to make it through, maybe working off a trident spawn, you know, the prowlers, something
Scraps.
like that. You've got scraps to work with.
That's such a difficult proposition, especially for teams trying to figure this pace out of this group. And I think we're going to see that too, Eric. Back to you. What's the storyline of this group coming in? Because for me, we're missing out another big piece. A team like Falcons and a team like Alliance, two big heavy hitters across EMEA and North America, are traditionally most winning regions. They both still have points, not necessarily that they need, more so on Alliance's side, but that they want. None of them are happy with just making it into winners, especially in my eyes, Falcons. And I don't think they've had their big series yet. So what do you think the pace is going to be in this one? Starting slow, or are we off to the races from the beginning?
I mean, we're definitely off to the races. Zero even said yesterday that that was his worst day at a LAN yet, while also simultaneously saying that he has never lost a split 2 playoffs at all yet. So he's putting a lot of pressure, and he's saying, you know, he's got Hal on his team now, and they're the 2 most successful people, yet at the last 2 LANs, there's been different winners. So we haven't seen this team actually put it fully together yet. And I expect them to come out. They're my pick to win this one. I think that this is where their tournament really starts. They've seen how some of these lobbies fold out in the new meta on LAN specifically, because it's always going to be different than it is in these online games. And then you look at Alliance as well, who started off the tournament really strong. Everyone's like, oh, wow, Tyler filled in perfectly. And then the second set was very rough.
Not quite.
Maybe, you know, it's a little bit of trying to figure out how the team works. And I think that this set is going to be huge for them, because going into the elimination bracket is a lot different than kind of going back to the drawing board in winner's bracket.
FaZe Clan, I'm going to go to you, Graceful. You talked about him at the start of this. What's the expectation now going in? Huge org across the gaming space. Really, really good EMEA team coming into this. Have they underperformed in your eyes?
Yeah, definitely underperformed. But seen signs of life. So it's not over just yet. And as we know, we're not in LMs yet. So you're not going home. Right?
You're okay.
They still have the time to recuperate and get that mental reset, like Genome talked about. And I'm sure they could do it if any team can do it, because they've shown time and time again in several tournaments in Pro League and on LAN that they have the capabilities. I hope they can pull themselves out of this, because I'm rooting for my boys.
Genome, I'll leave it open because there's so many teams I could talk about, from Gaimin Gladiators to FURIA, who are kind of heavy hitters, teams that we expect could win this all. Who do you have your eye on in this one coming in?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking at Not Moist. Had a quick chat to them over lunch, and talking with Droga, the coach, he said, look, we're already at 134 points. We've already guaranteed that we're going to have a really good POI going into the winners bracket. And he said, the boys are off the leash.
Wow.
I've given them free reign to go at this lobby, and, we're qualified. Basically nothing bad can happen from this point. Full send it.
That's a scary proposition if you are in this lobby as well. Not Moist off the leash. We'll see if that bodes well for them, or if it bodes well for them, if that bodes horribly for the other 19 teams in this group. Let's head over to our talent predictions. As you can see, 3 Team Falcons there. Happy about my 12-point lead over Dan right now. Let's hope that stays this way. At least it will if Falcons do well. Icholo's Laser, huge pick from Tiff. I love it. Complexity going for Dia. Dia going for Complexity. Vicky Kitty on the Not Moist train also. I want to go to this next page here, because guess who we've got? We've got Reddit, who's competing with us. You and Reddit are together in this, Genome. The Not Moist off the leash. We'll see how that works for you, buddy.
2 points. 2 points behind Tiff right now. I'm coming for her.
I'm coming for both of you.
You're doing quite well. You're doing quite well. The only issue about this now, our little joke, is we can't make up space against each other unless we do these crazy picks. We'll see how it ends up going, and I hope you guys are having fun with it. Good luck to all of you, all of our competitors. Oh, and let's get ready to go, because it is time to launch this series, our last one of the day. Let's see how it goes as we send it over to Jamerson and Vicky Kitty.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Okay, I'm looking at the predictions. I'm still counting track, Vicky here with Jamerson and the rest of this packed arena. Are you guys ready for our last groups here in the ALGS?
I love it. I love it. I am so stoked for this. And we got to see in that last group stage in the last group match, that there was a very big shift in terms of tempo and how the teams were playing. And so now this becomes the big question. Going into the final match of group stages, how are our teams going to be able to adjust to that kind of tempo shift?
I mean, they're not only playing to make sure that they have a statement being done here when you look at teams like Not Moist, but they're also playing for the priority of those POI picks, with Na'Vi being at the very top, which is a 30-point difference between themselves and Not Moist. And if the leash is being let go and they're just going to run rampant in these lobbies, I'm a little terrified after the action we've already seen Not Moist put on in a lobby like this. As stacked as this, honestly, when I was looking at the point threshold at these squads that are a threat of elimination, it is absolutely insane to see how stacked this team lobby is.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't expecting Moist to be leading this lobby. In particular, their specific